What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. Still feeling a little bit sick, just kind of want to sleep, rest, get some time to be feeling better. So I got another compilation for you guys today. Hopefully you enjoy it. Press the like button if you do, and I'll see you guys soon.
Alright, so this story takes place when I was probably like 16 years old, but before I had my license, so like a fresh 16, a baby-faced man. And I was at a friend's house, and we were just kind of hanging out, and he couldn't drive either, so me and a couple of us just decided to start walking around his neighborhood. He lived in a place that had some stuff, like, just a couple streets down, so we thought it would be more fun than just sitting in his room doing nothing, so we just kind of started walking about, and we had no real plans. We were just goofing off, and because we were walking with no real goal or aim of where we were supposed to be going, we ended up at this convenience store that was a couple streets away from his house, and we spent a little bit of time in there goofing off, just bought some sodas and some chips, and then ended up like just sitting on the curb outside talking about nothing, you know, just kind of sitting there being like, wow, it's really hot outside, this sucks, that type of vibe. But as we're standing there talking, doing our thing outside of this convenience store, there's this group of emo kids that walks up, and I only know that it's a group of emo kids because they got the whole, you know, the black bowl cut going on. They're wearing nothing but the freshest, tightest skinny jeans money can buy. Just going straight up emo to the max. As a former emo kid, you know, I just can kind of tell when someone's got that vibe to them. But they're walking up to the store, and they're kind of talking amongst themselves, and I'm not trying to overhear, but they're talking loudly, and they're like, we'll just ask these guys. And we all kind of look at each other like, okay, well, what are they going to ask us? This will be interesting. And they walk up to us and say, hey, do you guys have any money? And we did have some money on us, obviously. We had just bought sodas and chips, but I'm not a big fan of, like, giving strangers money, especially in a situation where you're, like, the exact same age as me and you just walked up saying you were going to ask us for money. I don't know. I didn't really feel like giving them any money, and it's my money. I want to buy myself a soda. And we weren't trying to be rude. It's not like we said no in a mean way. We just said, oh, no, we spent it all that we had. Sorry, I don't have any cash on me. Like, that type of stuff. Just trying to be polite about it. And I've never been walking around asking someone for money, but usually I would assume that if you ask someone and they say, hey, I just don't have any cash on me, you would just let it go and walk away. Like, that's the pretty normal thing to do in this situation. But they were like, well, we know that you guys have money because otherwise how did you buy the soda and chips? And so we tell them what we had already told them, which was like, oh yeah, we only brought enough money for this. We don't have any more. And the guy's just like, I don't believe you. And listen, I don't really care if you believe me, even if you catch me in a lie because I have $1 in my pocket. I'm still not going to give it to you. If anything, it'll just make it a little bit awkward because now you'll know that I'm denying to give you $1, and that's just a weird situation. So you can call me out and get mad all you want. Even if I have money, I'm not going to give it to you. And so me and my friends are just like, look, dude, we don't have any, but we'll just go. And we get up and we starting to walk back to his house. And we get about a street away, and it's not like we're looking over our shoulder all paranoid. We had no reason to think that anyone would be following us. But when I turn around and look back, I'm instantly a little bit thrown off because I see that they're following us. And like maybe they're just walking down the road that way, but I let my friends know that just so you guys know, that group of people that was just asking us for money and said that we have some is now following us. So we should just be aware. And my friend who lives in the neighborhood was like, all right, well, I know where we're going. So we're going to take this way through this neighborhood and we're going to do 4 rights in a row. And for those of you that don't know, if you ever think someone is following you somewhere, if you do 4 rights in a row and they're still behind you, they are 100% following you because you just went in a big circle. So it's just a convenient little trick you can do if you ever get a vibe that someone's like, following you around 4 rights. If they're still on you, yeah, they're following you because otherwise they're just driving in circles the exact same way you are or walking that way, whatever. So we start going and we pick up the pace a little bit, and sure enough, they're staying far enough back where like we can't talk to them, but close enough where they can see where we're going. And we come around the corner on the 4th right turn and start walking up the road. And the second we see them come around the corner and keep following us, now we know that they're following us. Like, it's not even a question now because they've literally gone in one big circle with us. So at that point, we start thinking about how fast we could get to his house. So we start thinking that it's only like 2-3 roads away and we could run, but at the same time, we didn't want them to see where he lives, so we were trying to figure out if we could beat them there before they could see us get into the house. And up on the road up ahead was a little alleyway that we could cut through to get to his house faster. And so my friend who lived in the neighborhood is like, okay, we're gonna cut through this way and we'll get to the house quicker. And I don't really know where I am. I trust my friend, obviously, so we start going into this alleyway. And as we're walking down the alleyway, about halfway through, like half of the group of emo kids starts coming down towards us. And so we turn around and start trying to go back the other way, and the other half of the group starts coming down that way. And so now we're kind of sandwiched in between. We're in a pickle, if you've ever watched baseball, you know. Half the group coming this way, half the group coming that way. So there was 4 of us, me, my friend, and our other 2 friends. So we are kind of just like, all right, well, we were trying to avoid them, but that didn't work out. So we're just kind of preparing to have to, like, I don't know, either give up our stuff or get out of this situation somehow. I would never advocate for violence. As a responsible YouTuber who's very mature, I would never. That being said, like, if these guys are about to jump us, we're going to do what we have to do. Like, what do you expect me to do in this situation? And this is basically the only opportunity that I'm ever going to take to get involved, bro, is when I absolutely have to. Like, most people could just blow a very strong gust of wind out of their lungs and I would fall over. But my hands are kind of tied if I'm, like, cornered in between 2 groups of people. There's really not much to do. And thankfully, my friends were a little bit bigger than me at the time. They weren't as tall, but, like, they were built. And so they start walking in, and my friend who lives in the neighborhood just says out loud, he's like, we don't want any trouble, but, like, just leave us alone. And the guy who had asked us for money says, well, are you going to give us some money now? And my friend obviously says, no, we're not going to give you any money. Why would we do that? And he tries to answer the question. And I don't know why people do this, bro. Like, you kind of have to be stupid if you're asking someone a question that they're obviously going to say no to. And they go, no, why would I do that? And you're like, well, actually, you should give us money. But he starts trying to say that, like, obviously we had more money because we had bought a soda and chips, so we should give it to him. Which, yeah, I mean, I guess technically, on a very technical level, I had more money because I bought a soda. But really, you think someone buying like a $1 soda from the gas station just makes them obligated to hand over the money that you want? Whoa, 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 man. You're obligated to give me that chunk of change because you bought a Dr. Pepper over there. I don't see my Dr. Pepper, so I'm going to garnish your wages from now on. I just don't think those are very fair terms and conditions. Anyways, this emo kid who is not very intimidating, like, I don't want to roast him. He's not very tall, not very tough, kind of built like me, a little bit like a string bean. So he says, well, if you're not going to give it to me, then I guess I'm going to take it, which is just a threat. I don't know if he meant it to be a threat, but that's just a threat. You're saying you're going to rob us. And the other kids that are hanging out with him are like, wait, what? Like, even they're a little bit confused. And he says, yeah, you're gonna give me the cash. And he tries to put his hand into my friend's pocket to, like, take his wallet out, take the cash or whatever. And the second he gets his hand close, my friend grabs his wrist and is like, yo, you're not gonna do that. You're not taking anything from us. And this guy at this point probably should have rethought it. My friend was a bigger dude, literally just like one of those guys that you just would not choose to fight if he was in a lineup of people and you had to pick someone to fight. You just wouldn't choose him. I mean, maybe some people would. They like a challenge or whatever. It's not someone I would pick to get in an altercation with. But the guy says, shut up, and tries to shove his hand into his pocket. And at that point, my friend takes his wrist and just yanks down, almost like he's turning on a lamp very aggressively, as if the lighting system in his house has just been swearing at him, insulting him. He's not taking any of this. He's yanking this lamp on. So he just pulls the kid's wrist, and it doesn't break or anything. The kid just, like, goes down really hard. I don't even know how to explain how he fell. It was like he fell to his knees first and then just dropped onto his face. And so he falls onto the ground, and my friend's like, don't touch me. And all of his friends run up and start picking him up, and they're like, dude, what's wrong with you? Why would you do that? And my friend points out that he was literally trying to take his wallet out of his pocket. What did you expect to happen? And I don't know why there's so many people like this these days, bro. Why would you hit him? You didn't have to hit him. He was just trying to rob you. Like, okay, say that sentence out loud. Violence is never the answer. I'm not saying you should hit people, but if someone's robbing you and you 100% can beat them in a fight, you're probably gonna fight back. I don't know why you would just roll over and take it. But now they start crowding around him. So me and the other people that are hanging out with my friend who had, like, yanked on his wrist, we start getting in between them, and we're like, whoa, 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 back up. You're friend started this. He was trying to rob our friend. Like, let's not get it twisted. And now the kid gets back up off the ground, and he's probably really embarrassed because here he was trying to be Mr. Tough Guy in front of his group of friends. Like, oh, they're going to give us the money. He ate it, but he starts trying to reach for his pocket again, but angrily, like not very strategically. You know when someone's tilted and they're just like, oh, I'm going to get it. He just keeps trying to reach for the wallet, and my friend keeps backing up, and now the entire group's coming at us. So not only had they trapped us in this alleyway, but now they're literally pushing us up, against the wall in this alleyway. And at that point, it's just both groups yelling at each other. We're yelling at them to back up. He's yelling at us to give us the money. His friends are just kind of yelling random stuff like, screw you, man, because I don't think they really wanted to take the wallet, but they were also trying to back him up. Which, listen, bro, you're a wimp if you're gonna get that peer pressured. If you're ever hanging out with your friends and they say, hey, let's go rob someone, you should say no. Like, you should have the balls to tell them that that's not cool and they shouldn't do it. And if you're gonna basically back up your friend while he's trying to rob someone, then you're just complicit in helping him try to rob someone. Like, even if you're not literally telling me to give you the wallet, you're helping him try to do it. But whatever, we keep telling them to back up, and finally he goes for the wallet one more time. And this time when he reaches in, my friend doesn't just grab his wrist and pushes it away, he punches him. Which, at this point, keep in mind, he's literally tried to shove his hand into his pocket multiple times. We're backed up against the wall. He's already proven he's stronger. So he just hits him with a little bit of a jab. And the jab catches him just right on the chin. And I'll never forget the way the kid's head like snapped back as if, I don't even know, dude, as if he had like taken a rubber band and just kind of smacked himself in the face with it. And he goes, ah! Like, that's the only noise he made. No ow, anything. And he just starts backing up. And listen, if you're going to corner people in an alleyway and try to take their stuff, you got to be prepared to get punched in the face. But the fact that once he got punched in the face, he just started backing up and going, ah, like literally showed us that he had no intentions on us actually putting up a fight. He just thought that cornering us in an alleyway would make us just give it all up. And listen, we're not Batman's parents, bro. I shouldn't say we. I guess I haven't really done anything at this point, you know, but like my friend is not Batman's parent. And his friends start freaking out as soon as he gets punched in the face. They're like, dude, why are you trying to start a fight? Why are you trying to start a fight? And now all four of us are just screaming at them, being like, you're saying that we're trying to start a fight? Just leave. Like, get out of here. Get out of here. And now they're acting all tough, and so they start getting up in our face, and we're just kind of face to face now. And one of them shoves another one of my friends, and at that point, it just kicks off. People are just shoving each other. There's punches flying everywhere. Everything's going crazy. I got punched in the back of the head insanely hard. Hey, I'm not saying I would have preferred to see it coming, but I'm just saying nothing catches you off guard like being in the middle of a shoving match and just getting punched in the back of the head. Ow, that hurt, you know. I'm like turning around. What? Who is that? Come on, guys, raise your hand. But as this all is happening, we must have been really loud. It's a bunch of people fighting in an alleyway. It's not like it would be a very quiet thing because the lady whose house we were like fighting on the back fence of, we didn't even know it was a house. There was just kind of like this wooden fence. We start hearing screaming from the other side of the fence being like, stop it, stop it, stop it. And everyone's all confused, but a few of the emo kids stop. And as soon as they stop hitting us, a couple of my friends just shove them. And they were once again bigger than me, so their shove actually does something, like they fall over. My shove probably would have just made them move a little bit back, like, oh, wow, that was annoying. But my friends shove them, and a few of them fall down. And at that point, my friend, who had the wallet that the guy had been trying to be stealing, just goes, run! And we start running down the alleyway. Whatever old lady that was that came out into her backyard and was like, hey guys, stop it. Thank you for doing that. I don't know why they stopped trying to beat us up when you did it, but it gave us a chance to get out of there. We were outnumbered, you know? We were holding our own, but it was a matter of time till we got overrun type of thing. Anyways, we run out of the alley and we're like following my friend who lives in this neighborhood, and he's going right, left, through this alley, through that way, another left, go back around, do 6 jumping jacks to open a private wall, like whatever, man. We're just following him the best we can. And every like 50 feet, I'm looking back and they're following us and they're running after us and we're still zigging and zagging. And finally, like, I'm the last person in this group, and they go around this corner and take a left. I hook the corner, take a left, and I'm running down the road, and I'm confused because all my friends are gone. Like, I was probably 10 feet behind them, and now they're missing. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm just going to hope for the best. It looks like I've just got to do the best run that I can, because if they catch me alone, that would really suck. Then I was kind of pissed off at my friends for leaving me. Like, I don't know if it was their plan or not, but in that exact moment, I'm like, thank you. There are 7 people chasing us, and you guys ditch me. I'm the smallest one out of anyone that had the odds to win this fight. It's not me. You know, you don't leave the runt of the litter to fight the wolf pack. That would just be a little mean. But as I'm running down the street, I run past this power box, and I feel someone just grab me and yank me behind. And I like freak out for a second, and I feel a hand go over my mouth. And I look, and it's my friends, and they have their fingers over their lips like, shut up. So I kind of get the hint, and I calm down, and we're all breathing a little bit heavy, but we're hiding behind this power box right after you hang a left. And we can feel, or hear, sorry, not feel. I mean, they weren't that crazy. Their footsteps coming, like we have dead silence on in a Call of Duty game. Like, we can hear them coming. We hear them take the same left that we took to come down this road, and they start running. And I just so happen to have like a little bit of vision, and I see the first person run past the electrical box, and I like pull my face back. You know the meme of Homer Simpson sucking himself into the bush when he finds out something? That was basically what I had going on. I was just trying to hide as fast as possible, but we hear them sprinting by, and we hear them get to the end of the street, hear them run back up the street halfway, and they're like, where did they go? Does anyone know where they went? And everyone's yelling, no, we have no clue. And we're just sitting behind this electrical box like, please don't look back here, please don't look back here, please don't look back here. I guess it would have been a pretty easy way to defend because there was only 2 ways in, but still, we obviously just wanted them to leave. We were hiding for a reason. It's not because we wanted to keep this going. Alright guys, I'm going to interrupt the video for just 1 second. On screen now is a gift card. I give one of these away in every video, so if you like free money, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, and press the like button if you've made it this far into the video. I mean, it's almost done, so you might as well. I mean, come on. Anyways, we can hear them talking because they're like on the other side of this electrical box, and they're talking about how they're gonna split up and they're gonna find us and da-da-da-da-da, and they go this way and they'll go that way, and a few of them will stay here, and we hear them split up. And we guess by the amount of voices that we're hearing that there's like 3 people out there. And so we decide that now that we've got them outnumbered, we'll leave. We don't want to go out there and beat them up or anything. We just want to go. We just knew that if they were all there, they were going to keep following us. So we come around the corner and we're like, let us go. You know, we just come out loud as possible to try to be intimidating. And when we come around the corner, they realize that they're outnumbered now, and their faces just turn to that oh crap face where you can just tell that somebody's like, I gotta get out of here. And now the foot is on the other shoe. The shoe is on the other foot. I got that one backwards. But you get what I'm trying to say, because they start running. Oh, it doesn't feel good when you're outnumbered and everybody's all pissed off now, does it? You guys wanted to chase us down with like 8 people. That wasn't very nice. Now you're afraid of 4 of us. And we weren't looking for a fight, but we weren't mad that they run away. We're not going to chase them. It's not like they would have anything that we wanted anyways. Plus, I'm just not a fan of taking things from people. Call me crazy, but I feel like it feels a lot better when you work hard and get something for yourself instead of just robbing someone. Then again, I've never robbed someone. For all I know, I could be missing out on quite the rush. That's a joke, YouTube. Don't rob people, okay? I hate that I have to clarify that, but they'll take away my money.
Robbery is bad, okay?
Anyways, they run off to the right, and my friend lives to the left. So instead of chasing them down, progressing this any further, we just decide that we're going to leave. So we start walking back to his house, and at that point we thought we were pretty okay, because if they had broken up, like, there's just no way that they were going to be able to outnumber us, and we weren't afraid of a fair fight. It's just there's only so much you can do. If there's like 3 of them for every 1 of you, what really are you going to be able to do? But we get back to my friend's house and we sit down, and obviously all of us are like, dude, what was that? You just have an emo group running your neighborhood jumping people? Like, why is this happening? What is happening? More questions than answers, and I know he probably didn't have them. It's not like he's some expert. He's not Nigel Thornberry from the, oh my gosh, I can't remember the show name, but whatever. He's not Nigel Thornberry. He's not some expert. Yes, the emo kid tends to try to jump people when he has felt a little bit threatened. Like, that's not what's happening here. But we start asking him what's going on, and he tells us that those group of kids are known for, like, just being the biggest little weenies in in the neighborhood. They try to cause problems with people. They always try to get into fights, but they'll never do it with anyone that like outnumbers them or is stronger than them. They're the definition of a bunch of cowards where they're like, oh, okay, yeah, we outnumber them. Yeah, let's go try to mess with them. They'll never pick on anyone their own size or anything. I guess we were bigger than them, but you get what I'm saying. 9 small people versus like 3 big ones is not a very fair fight. Either way, we did get out of there. They didn't get any of our money, but from then on, our friend was like, if I ever need you guys and I text you the emo kids are attacking, you know what's going on. And we were like, yes, sir, ready for duty. I don't know really why they just wanted $1 so bad. Like, sure, we did have more money when they asked us for money. I don't know why I would have given them the money in the first place, but we did have it. But even if they would have gotten away with it, like they jump us in the alley, they beat the ever-living crap out of us, they take the wallet or whatever, they only would have gotten like $5. Was all that really worth it for $5, man? Like, really? I'm just saying, you go get a job in an hour, you can make that back. It's not really worth running around trying to beat people up, especially because in this situation, you ended up looking like an idiot and face planting on the floor because you just weren't as strong as the people you were messing with. Not that I did anything. Once again, I want to clarify, I am not any like commando, super elite, self-defense warrior. I'm not that one dude on TikTok that's like always disarming people with one pinky finger. My friends were bigger than me. If I would have been alone, I would have been screwed.
This is actually something I ended up seeing myself last time I was at the grocery store. I was just trying to do my thing, you know, get up and down the aisles, get some bread, literally not the money kind, no robbing here. That being said, I tend to wake up a little early now. So when I went to the store, it was like a weekday morning, so it was pretty dead. There was just not a lot of people there. Not like eerily quiet. It didn't feel like I was in an apocalypse or anything, but I was just kind of aware that like the store wasn't popping like a Saturday at 10 a.m. And I was just kind of grocery shopping, doing my thing, literally trying to pick out what type of bread that I wanted when I heard screaming coming from like the front section of the store. And obviously the first thing that you're gonna think when you hear screaming in a grocery store early in the morning is that like, I don't know, there's like a medical emergency or something, or maybe one of the stalkers realized they're out of green beans. I have no clue. I just didn't really think that there would be anything going on involving a Karen screaming at a worker this early in the morning. You think when you roll out of bed, you would just be like, time to go get my groceries. I didn't know people were up at like 7 a.m. still angry at the world. Maybe they're just a little grumpy, didn't get their beauty sleep. But regardless, I hear screaming, so obviously I go to look. And as I come around the corner with my cart towards like the front of the store where the registers are, it kind of comes into view, and I can hear the Karen way clearly now, and I can see her. And she's yelling something about how, like, technically this is legal tender, so because she's in America and an American citizen, the store has to take it as payment. And she's just going off. And I don't even know how we've gotten here, but like, obviously I'm a little interested. I don't know why the grocery store wouldn't take her money, right? Maybe I would be irritated too if I pulled out a $100 bill to pay with my groceries and they're like, sorry, we don't take cash. I'd be like, well, this is money. You have to take it. So obviously I just start kind of listening to the situation. I'm not trying to be nosy, but I'm just watching it unfold. And I moved a little closer, and she's still going off about how, you know, due to the Federal Reserve policy and blah, 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 this is legal money and they have to take it and da-da-da-da-da, just going off, saying a bunch of statutes and laws and all this stuff. And I'm sure there's got to be more to the story because I just don't really understand why this store would just be denying taking her money. Like, yeah, she's ranting about how it's legal money, but clearly there's something about this money that's off if they're not taking it. And that's when I finally hear the cashier speak for the first time. She had just been ranting about how, you know, this is real money. Ma'am, it's not real money. Which instantly kind of explained why they're not going to take it, right? Like, the cashier is just like, look, this isn't money. I can't take this. And the Karen snapbacks that, like, the United States has printed endless money. This is actually worth much more, and it is legal tender, as said in Section 4, Paragraph 5 of the U.S. Constitution. And the poor worker goes, ma'am, I can't take precious metals as payment for your groceries. And at that point, I'm super confused. I mean, I guess the U.S. dollar used to be based on, like, the gold system. There used to just be, like, a vault of gold, and technically every dollar was exchangeable for gold. But I didn't think that you could just, like, take a gold
nugget to the store and be like, that right there, $60 worth. I don't know if she knows her laws right. Maybe I'm an idiot, but you know, I also feel like stores want money. It's not like Roman bartering days. Like, is this lady really carrying around a satchel with just a half pound of gold at all times in case she feels like buying a car? Like, I didn't realize people literally carry precious metals around to try to like buy stuff with it. Anyways, the Karen apparently doesn't like the fact that this cashier is not going to take the precious metals to pay for the groceries. Cause you know, it's the 21st century. They're not gonna be taking her gold and pressing their own coins or anything. And so the Karen just starts going off. If you're not gonna take this money that you're supposed to legally take as outlined in the US Constitution, then you're gonna have a big problem on your hands, because I've already picked out these groceries. I don't think that they're gonna have a big problem on their hands. It sounds like you might, you know, it sounds like you picked out a bunch of groceries at the grocery store and didn't bring any way to pay for it other than like a gold nugget. I don't even know what she had, what precious metal it had been. For all I know, it could have been like a cup of copper, dude. Who knows? But regardless, I'm just like insanely confused listening to this go down, because now she's going off about how it's their problem that she has a cart of groceries she can't pay for. And listen, I guess maybe she thought it would be really annoying to put it back, but the reality is, as someone who worked in a grocery store, there's probably a dude whose job it is just to run stuff back and like put stuff away if people don't end up buying it. So sure, I guess it would be unfortunate for that dude. But at the end of the day, it's definitely way more of a your problem thing if you picked out all these groceries and need food and you didn't bring money. I mean, yeah, I know stores want to make money, but like, you know, what did you expect the cashier to do? Oh no, please take this food for free. I do not want to have to put it back, especially because this worker's not making money off the store selling stuff. They're getting an hourly pay rate. You know, sure, the store has to be profitable to stay in business, but do you really think this cashier in particular is like, oh no, man, please do not put back your frozen potatoes? Like, I just don't really feel like there's any reason for the cashier to care at all. Either way, though, Karen kind of continues her rant about how, like, this is your problem. You're going to give me these groceries for free, da-da-da-da-da. And obviously, they're just not going to give away the groceries for free. And I'm listening to all of this while, like, pretending to look at this little end cap aisle of cereal thing. And I'm probably looking at the back of the cereal box for 5 minutes, dude. I could tell you all the nutritional facts. But regardless, you know, the worker is like, I can't give you these groceries for free. It's not my fault that you didn't bring payment, you know. That's just really not how it works. And I could tell that the cashier was starting to get annoyed because the customer service voice had started to falter a bit. And like she said, it's just not my fault you didn't bring a way to pay. You know, usually you'd be like, oh, ma'am, that's very unfortunate. If you could please find an alternative form of payment, we'll be able to push through this transaction. Nah, they were like, listen, you're stupid. You didn't bring money. And it would have been better if I could have seen like what she had, dude. I'm just imagining some big like gold nugget just sitting on like the scanner, dude. But yes, the cashier confirms that in fact, they are not allowed to just give away free groceries because someone demands it and apparently brought a gold nugget to pay and they can't take it. So that's their fault and they get free groceries. I feel like if this was a known store policy, like if this did work, no one would ever pay for groceries. I would just do this all the time. Not in a bad way, but if it really was like I could just take a gold nugget somewhere and if they were like, I don't know what to do with this, I got stuff for free, everyone would do that. You just go to a Lambo dealership, they're like, that'll be 400 grand. No, my friend, you forget that I have a cube of zinc. Yes, that is right, precious metal. So I will be taking 4 Lamborghinis. Anyways, so now that Karen has gotten the confirmation that she's not going to be getting the free groceries, she decides to double down and scream that she's just going to take it then, and starts just pushing the cart out of the store. Now, in stores like this, there's not a whole lot of security. There was like one guy. And the thing about security in stores like this is they can't really do anything. Like, the law makes it that they basically just have to let you steal stuff. They're not allowed to tackle you. They're not allowed to like prevent you from taking things. They can't grab the cart. Basically, they can just follow you and like take your picture and go, don't steal that. And like, that's really it. Their hands are tied. And I think that's stupid, bro. But you know, it's the way the law works. And obviously they're not going to go to jail to like prevent this lady from stealing groceries. So she starts taking the cart out and the security guard is like, hey ma'am, please don't take that. Please don't take that. And this one guy is like following her out the store, just saying again, please don't take the groceries.
groceries, and she's just ignoring him walking towards the door. And I honestly thought that she was gonna take him. Like I said, when I worked in a grocery store, we would have it happen. That's how I know they're not allowed to do anything. Like, there's been plenty of times I just had to watch some dude walk out the door with a cart full of groceries he didn't pay for because my boss is like, you can't do anything and neither can I. So I just assumed that was gonna happen. But it was almost like when she got to the door of the grocery store, guilt hit her for a second because she finally just stops the cart and she goes, fine, I guess I don't want these groceries. And he goes, thank you for not stealing them, ma'am. And her response to not being able to steal these groceries isn't just a normal reaction of like, you're welcome for not stealing them and leaving the store. At that point, I would have been like, getting out of there. No, she then starts screaming at the security guard about how this entire store is going to be hearing from her lawyer because, you know, they have to accept legal tender here. There's no way that they're able to run a business without the ability to take precious metals as payment. Just a whole laundry list of just things that I don't think are true. Like, all right, I need a fact check on that one. I can't guarantee you what stores have to do. That being said, I just don't feel like it's 1882 anymore, man. I feel like there's not a whole lot of people whipping out precious metals to pay for stuff like a check in the 80s. And so she storms out of there after yelling for a bit and she leaves the cart. And, you know, obviously I'm glad she didn't steal the groceries, but I was just kind of confused as to why she was committing that hard and then not. Like, stealing is wrong, you know, but I thought the gold bug had already made a big enough scene and like storming out of the store with the guy following her saying, don't steal stuff. I just assumed she was going to take it. Either way, though, you know, they took the cart to the back, probably put all the stuff back. It wasn't that big of a deal. You know, no one's day was ruined, Karen. But, yeah, she left. And after that, I went back to consuming my groceries, or not consuming, putting them in the cart so I could buy them. Don't consume them before you buy. No. So, you know, basically what ended up happening, finished, checked out, went to the car, went home, and instantly knew that it was going to be a video for the channel. But yeah, that's the Karen who apparently expected free groceries for some reason. Seriously, dude, I just can't believe that this lady thought she was about to bust out the precious metals to pay for stuff. Like, she was gonna bring Skyrim bartering to the real world, dude. Alright, so as I said, this is my encounter with Super Karen, which was basically an amalgamation of all that is Karen, you know, just trying to cause as many problems as possible, trying to get everyone in trouble. And this entire interaction started on a pretty busy day right before Easter. You know, any holiday that we had at a grocery store, it would tend to get absolutely nuts right before the holiday. Everyone's trying to get their food, and as a result, there was a lot more spills, and I ended up getting called to a spill in the back aisle. When I get to the back aisle, my manager was kind of standing by the spill. It was my favorite manager I worked with, and you know, since it's busy, he didn't want to take a chance of someone getting hurt, so he had put down a wet floor sign, but was going to stand there while I mopped it up just to tell people to avoid it, so that way nothing happened, because it was just so busy. And the spill itself was no big deal. It looked like somebody had just kind of like done gallon smashing, which for some reason was a stupid trend where people would like smash milk on the ground. I don't really understand why that was a trend, but yeah, for like, you know, a little bit of a period when I worked at this grocery store, some kids would come in, smash milk on the ground as a joke and run out, and like, it's really not that big of a deal. It's more annoying than anything. But I'm just kind of cleaning up this milk spill while my manager is standing there, and he's just kind of telling people like, hey, watch out, there's liquid, don't fall, blah, 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 blah. And I kind of zone out and just start mopping because I know my manager's there, so I shouldn't have to talk to any customers, right? And as I'm literally spilling up spoiled milk or spilled milk, I hear an angry voice say something like, what are you doing wasting the milk? And we were near the dairy section, obviously, that's why the milk was here, so I didn't think that they were talking to me, you know, like, I'm not wasting anything, I'm cleaning something up off the floor, so I just didn't even register that, like, the person could possibly be talking to me, you know? It was kind of my job to mop up spilled things. I didn't consider it wasting to pick up stuff that had been on the floor, but that's when I hear it again, like, what are you doing? You're wasting the milk. And I look up, and it's the most Karen-looking woman I've ever seen. The haircut, the pose, the attitude, you know, just like the aura around her wanted to speak to my manager. And she's just kind of staring at me. And I look at my manager, and he looks at me, and we look at her, and we're kind of confused. And my manager says, like, oh, he's just cleaning up this spill, you know, we're not wasting anything, which was the truth. But apparently this Karen did not like that answer, because she starts yelling at me and my manager about how, like, there's so much food that gets wasted in America, you know, and this milk is on the floor, but it's still still perfectly good for someone to drink, which it's just not, the amount of shoes that walk on this floor every day, I'm telling you, you don't want to drink or eat anything off of it. But then she says something incredibly dumb, which is that we should have gotten a squeegee and like put it back into a bottle to donate to somebody. And I'm literally so flabbergasted at the stupidity of that statement that like I can't reply. I heard stupid stuff all the time in this store, but the idea that we were going to squeegee literal spilled milk into a bottle and then give it to someone was weird. Who was gonna take that, like, hey man, do you want this floor milk that we managed to wring out the mop into a bottle for you? Like, no one's gonna want that, and on top of it, I'm not spending my time squeegeeing loose liquid back into a bottle. I've got better stuff to do. Like, imagine trying to scrape liquid off the floor into a bottle and then taking the time to turn around and donate it. Literally no one's gonna take it, like I said. Like, even if you tried to give it to somebody, they'd be like, I don't want floor milk. And it's disgusting. Like, you're probably gonna get someone sick and get sued if you try to scrape milk off the floor and then give it to them. But the sheer stupidity of the statement leaves me speechless, and I just don't even reply to the Karen because I'm so shocked about how dumb it is. And my manager is more confused than me, but he's the manager, so he has to do the talking, and he says something along the lines of, well, we don't donate damaged items, and the milk is on the floor, so it's contaminated now, so we can't donate it. And like, he kind of said it like that, so it kind of sounded mean, but he wasn't trying to be mean. I think he was just genuinely confused on what she was asking. Like, he's trying to be nice, but how can you politely tell someone that they're a moron for trying to drink milk off the floor? You would think at that point, though, the Karen might have had like a light bulb moment and been like, oh yeah, I guess it would be pretty weird if you pulled milk off the floor, put it back in a bottle, and then gave it to somebody. But instead of having a light bulb moment and being like, oh yeah, that was dumb, she kind of starts going off even more and arguing with my manager, saying that like, we need to donate to the less fortunate, and the fact that we were just willing to mop up milk and waste food products showed that we didn't care about people. Which, listen lady, it's my job at a grocery store, I'm not here to care about people. But on top of it, completely unrelated, the company did donate a ton of the food. Like, the corporation that I worked for worked with local charities to donate stuff that was about to go bad. I didn't have anything to do with it directly, it wasn't my organization. But the idea that like we didn't donate any of our food to anyone was kind of ridiculous. And he says something along the lines of like, well, we have a corporate policy for donating food, but we don't do spilled milk or spilled product or damaged product because it's a health hazard. And this Karen is just not letting it go, bro. You think at this point she'd realize she's not gonna win and move on to her grocery shopping. Like, don't you have Easter to shop for? But no, she just keeps lamenting us for wasting perfectly good dairy product, which, keep in mind, is milk on the floor. And finally, my manager is just kind of getting irritated and tells her like, well, you don't have to like the store policy for it to be the store policy. There's nothing I can do. You can continue with your grocery shopping. We're just cleaning up this mess. Which, he wasn't trying to be mean, but like, this lady had been sitting here arguing with us for minutes now. I'm almost cleaned up with the mess. I don't know what she wanted us to do. But whatever, my manager's kind of like, we're just cleaning this up, it's not a big deal. And she storms off pissed, and I finish cleaning up the milk. I take the mop bucket back, I drain it, I poured all the milk from the mop down the drain. Sorry, lady. I know I could have given it to somebody, but alas, I didn't think anyone wanted mop bucket milk. And I go back up to bag groceries. I was kind of the person where like, there's a spill, I go clean the spill, I go back to my normal job. And it was a pretty busy day, as I said, so after 2 hours, I had kind of forgotten about the Karen encounter. I had just like had to get to work, so I ended up going on my break 2 hours later. And as I'm walking from the front of the store to the break room, which is in the very back of the building, I see the manager from earlier, and he's kind of by the milk, so I decide to make a joke to him about the Karen from earlier. It's been hours, she shouldn't be in the store. And so I see him and I say, oh, what are you gonna do? Spill some milk so we can squeegee it and donate it? And it's just not a very funny joke, right? Like, it's not a big deal. I was just literally making a reference to what had happened earlier. It had just popped back into my mind, and it had been hours, so I thought it was good. And my manager looks up and he smiles and he goes, yeah, that was pretty crazy, huh? I can't believe that lady wanted us to donate milk from the floor. He doesn't call her crazy, he just says the situation was crazy. But as the words, that situation was crazy comes out of his mouth, I hear possibly the worst thing I could have heard in this moment, and it's the Karen's voice screaming, I knew I would catch you talking about me. And like, I want to think it's a different Karen. In my head, I'm literally thinking, there's no way this lady is still here. The entire interaction was hours ago. Unless she was literally trying to stay in the store and take as long as humanly possible, there's no way that this same Karen is still here. But I have my back to the noise, and I look at my manager, and I see that he's turning like ghost white. And sure enough, I slowly turn around, and it feels like something out of a horror movie, because as I turn around, I realize it's the same Karen. I don't know why she was still in the store, but she had stayed in the store for 2 hours, and I don't know how she knew where I was or that I was going to say something, but yeah, she had somehow managed to be right there when I started talking trash about how crazy she was. And listen, I was just trying to make a joke, you know, we didn't talk about customers a lot. It was just such a weird experience, and me and this manager got along, so I was just trying to make a joke. And I have this thing that's like a personal thing. Not a lot of people have this problem. I hope if you do, then you'll understand, which is when I'm uncomfortable and like the situation's awkward, I just start laughing. There's nothing I can do. I just start giggling. And I obviously start laughing because the situation is weird that this lady was here for 2 hours to hear me talk trash. So I'm just giggling at the situation. I haven't even said anything yet. And obviously me laughing at the situation doesn't do a ton to calm the Karen down. I wasn't trying to be rude. It was just so uncomfortable that I'm like giggling just out of like, this is so awkward. And so, you know, she starts yelling at me that like, she's gonna have my job if I think I can walk around here and insult customers. And the fact that I think it's funny I got caught shows how immature I am. And I'm definitely laughing, and I'm not trying to be immature, just like, it was so uncomfortable in that moment and so awkward that I just couldn't help it. And I'm still laughing as she's yelling at me, saying she's gonna have my job and da-da-da-da-da. And I start trying to apologize, but I'm laughing. And so it doesn't come off as genuine, you know, and to be honest, I really wasn't that sorry because like the entire situation was crazy, but I'm trying to apologize and it's just coming out really bad because I'm like, I'm so sorry. And she's like, are you? And I'm like, yeah, I'm so sorry. And she starts screaming that clearly I'm not sorry because I'm laughing at her. And I mean, to be fair, if I was pissed off and somebody was laughing, I probably wouldn't think they were sorry either. So I just look at my manager like, please help me, man. I have no clue what to say in this situation. I'm screwed. There's literally like tears starting to be in my eyes because I'm just laughing. And my manager looks at me and then looks at the lady, and he decides to go with a very hard sell. And he says, we weren't talking about you. Which, you know, bless his heart, it's obviously a very awkward situation. You don't really know what to say. However, you know, what other milk lady are we possibly making fun of? You know, it's not like this happened on the regular. But he sticks with it. She's like, oh, you weren't talking about me? And he goes, no, man, we were talking about a different customer, actually. And she's not buying it because it's a really, really hard thing to buy. Obviously, we were, but in that moment, I can't blame him. That's basically a pure panic decision right there. You know, it's not like he's thinking through how stupid this sounds. He's just like, oh crap, we were talking about a customer. The customer's right there, and this is awkward. I mean, imagine calling a customer from a few hours ago crazy just to find out that they had stayed inside the store and followed you around just to get pissed. You're gonna have to do everything you can to get out of this because clearly that person is crazy. Doubling down and calling them more crazy isn't gonna fix anything because, I mean, they've clearly got nothing better to do other than just walk around a grocery store and just wait to fight with the workers, you know. But my manager tries to do the whole we're not talking about you thing, and she's just not having it. Karen is, you know, dumb enough to think that we should donate floor milk for some reason, but not dumb enough to think we weren't talking about her. And so she starts going off to my manager about how, you know, in all of her years, she has never had an experience with a manager like him who would dare to badmouth a customer, blah, blah, blah. And listen, dude, here's the reality of working retail, okay? If you've ever been annoying in a store, chances are the people talk trash about you after you leave. It's not saying it's like the best thing in the world, but yeah, if you come into a store and start screaming at people, they're gonna be like, oh, that lady was crazy, huh? And what made it really uncomfortable is my manager isn't a horrible guy. Like, this is the only time I've literally ever seen him say anything about a customer, and of course it's when he like is right next to her. So, you know, he doubles down and he's like, we weren't talking about you. This is a big misunderstanding, but I'll give you 10% off your entire order, you know, like here's a coupon. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding and I'm sorry for upsetting you, which I think is a pretty fair offer, you know. There's literally no way this lady is going to think that we're not talking about her, but clearly she had hung out in the store for the last 2 hours to follow us around, wait for us to say something, and so giving her 10% off is probably like, the least you could do for her trouble. I know that sounds stupid, but hey, if you want to sit around the store for 2 hours and start freaking out about stuff, you can have 10% off, as long as you leave. But she says that that's not good enough. That 10% offer, no. She needs free food. And my manager at this point looks at me, and I'm looking at him, and I'm like, this is all you, bro. And he starts telling her, like, I can't offer you free food. That's literally not something I can do. Like, I do not have the power to just let you walk out of here with your groceries for free. And she starts screaming about how, like, well, apparently you and your employees can talk trash about me, but you can't give me free groceries, which is kind of funny because it's like, I mean, yeah, like that, sort of. And at that point, I'm still laughing, and I knew we're in trouble anyways, so I confirmed that to her. So you can talk trash about me, but not give me groceries? And this was stupid to say, and I shouldn't have said it, but I said, yeah, kind of. And at that point, I knew it was stupid, so I look down and just get ready to get yelled at, and she starts going off. Did you hear what that young man just said? He just said that that's basically what you guys do here. This is why I deserve free food. I can't believe you would let him talk to a customer that way. And my manager looks at me and says, go to the break room. And I know I'm in trouble. I know I'm going to get yelled at. I'm like, all right, I'm out of here. I don't need to be told twice to get out of this situation. And I start to walk away. But as I'm walking away towards the break room, which I'm close to, I feel movement, and I hear the Karen say something about like, oh, no, you don't. You're not going anywhere. And I kind of put two and two together and realize that like, well, if I'm hearing movement and Karen says I'm not going anywhere, she's probably coming at me right now. So I just take a few more steps forward, right? And as I'm like taking the steps forward a little faster, I feel something grab onto my shirt, but doesn't get like a hold of it, but something grabs onto the vest that I have over my shirt. And I turn around and Karen is standing there like grabbing my vest thing. And I'm like, man, this isn't good. I'm under attack. I'm not really like afraid of the situation, but obviously it's not too great that I'm on my way to the break room and Karen's grabbing onto my shirt and I just don't know what she's gonna do. And at that point, my manager is like getting really annoyed and he yells at the Karen. He's like, let go of him now. Which, to be fair, the Karen does let go. She lets go of me and I kind of take some steps away just because I don't know what this lady's about to do. But she turns away from me and turns to my manager and she goes, are you going to defend that worker? And he goes, I'm not saying what he said was right, but you can't grab him. Which, that's his job as the manager, is to protect his employees. And her response to that is to literally swing on my manager instead. Now, I'm not saying that Karen is out here like Mike Tyson, I'm not saying that she absolutely laid him out, but I will say she definitely had some speed to her punches because she connects the first punch, then another fist comes in, and then back to the original fist, and she gets 3 punches in about 5 seconds. And they're not enough to like knock my manager out, but it's definitely enough to like discombobulate him a little bit. And he kind of like shakes his head and just looks at her and goes, did you just hit me? Like he literally can't believe what just happened. And Karen says, yeah, and I'll do it again. And at that point, I kind of start to get between them. He's backing up. Random people from the store start to get between us and are like, whoa, you're way out of line, And they start telling her, like, who do you think you are to be smacking people? And she starts explaining that we had been talking trash or whatever, and, like, none of the other customers around are understanding. Because, yeah, even if they are, it's not a sense that you can, like, just smack a random dude in the face. And she, instead of, like, apologizing or leaving at that point, tries to double down, even though everyone's telling her she was out of line. And she's like, well, I wouldn't have hit you if you would have donated the milk. And I'm like, we're back to the milk, I thought we were on the fact that we were making fun of you thing, but she's still upset about the fact that we didn't donate this damn floor milk. And my manager at that point has just had enough. And he looks at the lady and he goes, look, you need to get out of here because I am calling the cops. And at that point, she doesn't need to be told more. I don't know if the cops knew who she was, if she didn't want to like see her old friends or whatever, but she doesn't need a warning other than that. As soon as my manager is like, you gotta go because you just hit me, she's out. And she literally starts like sprinting out of the store. She leaves her cart there, the cart that had apparently been rolling around the store for 2 hours, and she just dips out of there, which, I will say, pretty quick to abandon the cart considering how much work went into it. This was like the longest grocery shopping trip I had literally ever seen a customer do, just hours of walking around. The cart itself, there was frozen items from when she had first come in the store. The frozen items had literally like stopped being frozen. That's how long she was just walking around the store. store. And at that point, she's gone, and I go up to my manager, and I'm like, are you okay, man? What was that? And he's like, I'm fine. Are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, she didn't hit me. She just grabbed my vest. So, like, are you okay? And he says, yeah, but we're going to have to go talk to the store manager. And the store manager was the guy, like, in charge of the whole store. This was just the front, like, floor manager guy. I don't know if that makes sense. If you ever worked in a grocery store, you know there's, like, levels to managers. There's manager above a manager above a manager. But, you know, we go in and we tell him what happened. And, of course, the store manager is giving me crap for saying the comment and da-da-da-da-da. And I'm the first to admit, you know, I shouldn't have done it. I should have just kept my mouth shut, you know. I'm not going to sit here and defend what I said. But at the same time, I didn't think that she was going to play Mike Tyson Punch-Out with my manager. You know, I thought I might just get written up and that's going to be the end of it. Regardless, the store manager starts, like, going over the security footage so he can kind of see what happened, and he starts looking in so he can make a report about it. And sure enough, we're watching this lady just kind of walk around the store for 2 hours after the milk incident, and this lady is basically stalking my manager. Like, she's staying just far enough back where she can see him and hear him, but, like, is trying to not, you know, attract attention to herself. And she's, like, looking at stuff on the shelves and putting it back, like, just literally staying in the store trying to listen to him. And listen, I get that we shouldn't have talked trash about the customer, yeah, whatever, but who has that much time, bro? Like, she literally is just standing around a grocery store following my manager around, waiting for him to say something about her crazy behavior about the milk, just so she can be like, you should donate the milk. No, even if we shouldn't have talked about the customer, you know, donating the floor milk, still a stupid idea. I will stand by that till the end of time. I'm not squeegeeing liquid back into a bottle and donating it to anyone. And it's so ridiculous watching this all go down that even our manager starts to make fun of it a little bit, you know. He's still angry at us because you're not supposed to talk about customers, especially on the floor, but he's like, okay, yeah, clearly neither of you thought she was going to be in the store, and clearly neither of you thought she was going to start throwing hands at people, you know? I did get in a little bit more trouble than my manager because he literally did nothing wrong, but, like, even our store manager is looking at this situation like, this is wild. So he watches the fight go down, and at that point he's like, all right, we're going to ban her from the store. They didn't have an incredible picture of her, you know. Security cameras, for whatever reason, are still in, like, 360p, dude, you know. Sure, my iPhone can shoot a 4K video, but hey, security cameras, 360p is apparently all you need. And he prints out a picture and hands it to security and says that, like, you know, if this lady comes back, she's to be removed, blah, 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 blah. She attacked a manager, be on the lookout, yada, yada, yada. And honestly, that should have been the end of it, right? Because, like, whatever, you're just kind of banned from the store. But about a week later, I come into work and I see my favorite manager, the one I'd been punched in the face, and he goes, Ryan, she came back. And I'm instantly like, no way, no, she did not. I literally could not believe it. And listen, the way that being banned from the store works, like, yeah, okay, technically you're banned, but for the most part, we're not walking around, like, checking IDs and making sure. If you come back into the store and you calmly shop and no one sees you, you're pretty okay. Even if we see you, if you're calm and you're not freaking out, we're probably not gonna say anything. But apparently she had come in wearing sunglasses and a hat trying to hide her identity, which, you know, we're not the FBI. Like I said, if you come in and don't cause a scene, no one's gonna notice. But she comes in, you know, all incognito mode. She's got sunglasses, she's got the hat, keeping it low key, and she sees my manager. And you would think she would be like, the last thing I should do is go talk to the guy that I punched because he'll definitely recognize me. And especially in combination with the hat and sunglasses, it looked like she was supposed to have been laying low, or that's what he told me anyways. Like, if you wanted to lay low, you just wouldn't say anything. But I guess she couldn't help herself because she ends up walking up to my manager and starts yelling at him, asking if he had made a new policy for donating damaged goods. And my manager is like, wait, are you the lady complaining about the spilled milk? Which is hilarious, you know, never cry over spilled milk or whatever, and here she was crying about it. And she confirms it. She's like, yeah, I'm back. Did you think that you were never gonna see me again? Well, think again. Da-da-da-da-da, I'm here until you change your policy. And as she's going off about how she's back and he's never gonna get rid of her, my manager literally just gets on the intercom and goes, security. And security comes over and he's like, yeah, this lady's banned from the store. And she's like, I'm banned from the store? And he goes, yeah, you know you're banned from the store. And has security escort her out, which is especially funny because that literally, like, never happened, bro. Like I said, for the most part, if we ban someone, nobody knows who you are, right? The literally only way you have to get kicked out and embarrassed by the security and thrown out in front of everyone was to go up to the manager and try to fight him again. And listen, it's just not that deep, dude. We can't give milk from the floor to people. even if we could, I don't think we would, because it's just kind of like not cool to be feeding people floor milk. I really do not understand her obsession with this, bro. I really do not. Either way, Super Karen ended up getting removed from the store. That was the last time we ended up seeing her. I don't know if she did come back and like not fight anyone or what. I'm gonna assume after she got removed by security, she just found a different store to shop at. But all of this could have been avoided by, you know, A, not caring about the fact that I was mopping up spilled milk, or B, just not attacking the manager. And listen, like I said, I shouldn't have said anything, I was just trying to make a stupid joke to my manager about the situation from earlier. But yeah, either way, I hope wherever that Karen is, she ended up figuring it out, you know? Maybe for all I know, she opened the world's first ever milk charity that takes milk from the floor and gives it to hungry people. If that is the case, I would love to see some scientific data on how sick everyone who drinks the milk gets. But hey, whatever floats your boat, Karen, I just hope you're happier out there, and I really hope that you haven't decided to take your combat skills on any more managers since then. Regardless, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed it.
Alright, so the person who sent this in to me had just graduated high school, and they weren't really sure what they wanted to do with their life yet, you know? They knew that, like, they didn't want to necessarily stay in the town they grew up in forever, but they didn't know what they wanted to go to college for, so they decided to take a year to kind of figure stuff out, you know? And during that year, they obviously didn't just want to be sitting around, so they started looking for a job, and they figured that they would get a job working outside because, you know, they like to be outside. They figured it's better than sitting inside all day, and they thought that, you know, like some manual labor might help them work out a little bit. Like if it was mandatory for work, that's why they just kind of were thinking about it. So he ended up getting a job with the landscaping company. And, you know, for the most part, it was a pretty easy job. Sure, you had to work outside. Sure, it was manual labor. But for the most part, you just kind of raked up leaves, used the leaf blower. If people had problems with their gutters, they would clear them, you know, landscaping stuff. But over time, he kind of started to realize that, like, the winter was pretty chill and the summer was not the best. Because as things started to heat up in the springtime, people started doing more demanding jobs. You know, they wanted you to come replant all the grass. They wanted you to come rip out all these bushes and plant new ones. They wanted you to do X. They wanted you to do Y. And now, instead of the weather being nice and balmy and you just raking up some leaves, removing a dead tree every now and then, you're doing like a bunch of hard work in sweaty weather where it's just not very comfortable. There's no way to cool down. You're just exhausted. And so he kind of started to reevaluate if he really wanted to keep doing this job. And, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think many jobs are for everybody. Like, people like to do what they like to do. Some people love to be outside all day working. Some people love to, like, you know, plant stuff and then look at it and be like, hey, I did that. I'm not gonna fault anyone for that. It's just not for everyone. And one of the things that he really hated is that their boss would not let them take breaks. And as the weather kept getting hotter and hotter, it kept getting more and more annoying. Like I said, when they were doing jobs in the winter, it didn't really matter. You didn't need a break. You weren't exhausted. But as the time May rolled around and the humidity was getting up there and the heat was getting up there, yeah, after an hour or two of being at a job site working, you wanted to just go sit in the shade for 5 minutes and just like cool off a little bit. And if anything, you know, I understand as a boss that like you want to get stuff done. It kind of starts to become a safety hazard once you have people like begging you for a water break and you're like, no, you better go finish planting those petunias, pal. And, you know, him and the boss would kind of start to butt heads over it. And the boss was this guy who was a second generation business owner. You know, his dad had started this company and made it very successful and then gave it to his kid. And sometimes that works out. But this dude just had a huge sense of entitlement, thought he was just the Bill Gates of business, you know, and didn't treat his workers very well. Like, you know, when a boss just doesn't respect anyone that works for them, you know, well, I'm in charge, so I want to do it this way. Like, that was kind of the attitude he had. If you want to be a good boss, you got to take a second and realize that like your employees are people too, and sometimes they're going to have good ideas, sometimes they're going to have complaints, maybe they're not always valid, but either way, you have to respect them and like hear them out and at least engage in the conversation, especially when it's about something as important as taking a break, you know. But every time the person who sent this to me would bring up the fact that like, hey, it's insanely hot, you're not letting us get any breaks in at all, and I feel like it's unfair to be working 8 hours without even even having a chance to like sit down and breathe a little bit when it's so hot. And the boss's response to that, instead of being like, you know what, that's pretty reasonable, I would want a break if I was in your position, was always just to basically bully him for like being pathetic and lazy, you know? And that always pissed off the person working there. Obviously, no one wants to be belittled by their boss in front of everyone, but especially because even customers really liked this dude because he was a hard worker. So imagine every time you're like, hey man, listen, I'm working really hard, but I need to drink some water. And he's like, no, you're so lazy. You're wasting everyone's time here. I don't even know why I pay you. You're like, all right, man, whatever. Everyone else thinks I'm a hard worker. None of my coworkers complain. You're the only one with beef. So he just started getting very, very fed up with this whole ordeal. And it all came to head at the end of May when things were like really hot. It was kind of the first week of like real summer weather. And they were doing this job at this old lady's house. And she was a very, very nice old lady. You know, she was talking to the guys while they were working. She would bring out lemonade. And the boss wasn't at the job site every day, but like they were getting a ton of work done. They were basically redoing her whole yard. They were going to be doing it for a week, but obviously every now and then with the weather being insane, the old lady would be like, you guys need to chill for a little bit. It's too hot. Just have some lemonade. And she's just trying to be a nice old lady, you know? Anyways, they were kind of doing it in shifts. Like basically people would be working and then like one guy would take a break. The other guy on break would go back on, type of vibe. And a lot of work was getting done, but the boss decided to surprise them one day and come by and see what was going on. And anytime your boss is going to do a surprise inspection, they're basically trying to catch you goofing off, you know, they're trying to catch you doing bad things. And of course, it just so happens that when the boss pulls up, the person who sent this to me that he already thinks is lazy happens to be the person sitting on the porch with the old lady with a glass of lemonade in his hands. And the boss gets out, you know, and you would think even if this looks really bad and he's annoyed, he would understand that it's not a good idea to scream at anyone in front of the customer. No, he starts going off from the moment he gets out of his truck. What is wrong with you? Are you kidding me? You're so lazy. You actually went and asked this lady to drink her stuff because you're at my job site. Are you kidding me? This is the most unprofessional behavior I've ever seen. You are a ridiculous embarrassment to my company. Just going off. And obviously the worker's sitting there taking it. He knew he was going to be pissed. But the old lady starts to stand up for him a little bit and goes, no, this kid is a very hard worker. He takes like 2 breaks a day because it's just too hot. They all need a break. And the old, like the guy, the owner, looks at the old lady. And once again, you'd think at this point, you know, this is the lady paying for it. If she's insisting that everything's okay and they're working hard, it's not that big of a deal. He starts to argue with the old lady. He's like, are you kidding me? Do you know how many times this guy asks for a break? He wants like 3 breaks a day. Are you kidding me? No work would get done if we're doing that. And at this point, the worker's had enough. He's like, listen, dude, I'm not asking for 3-hour breaks a day. I'm saying like 10 minutes 3 times a day. I need to be able to drink water while I'm sweating my like everything out of me to try to get this landscaping done for you when you're not even here, bro. And the old lady is just kind of like, I don't want to be involved in any of this work drama, but he's not a lazy worker. He's been working very hard. They all have, you know, like look at how beautiful my yard is. Because the work they did was really good and they weren't just being lazy, you know, they really were not. But the boss is just having none of it, you know. It was almost like his plan was to pull up, find someone taking a break and like make an example out of them, because he starts to argue with the old lady again and he's like, I don't care if you think that they're working hard, you're not the one paying their salary, blah 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 blah. So I don't care what you think, I don't care how good the work they're getting done is, you don't need any breaks. Do you understand me? Which, listen, I could understand the boss's frustration if he was like, you guys are taking too many breaks, there's too much time slacking off. But to be screaming at these people that they don't need to take any breaks while working 8-hour shifts, 1, is just unrealistic. And 2, I'm pretty sure it's illegal. You know, I don't really like know a whole lot about employment law, right? I'm a YouTuber. That being said, I'm pretty sure it's a requirement that like you have to give people the ability to like use the bathroom and drink water and take a break if they're at work. And at that point, some of the other workers are like, listen, man, you have to give us breaks. And so now it's kind of become a group like argument, right? The old lady, the person who sent this to me, and all the coworkers versus the boss just being like, no, It's dramatically unfair that you expect us to just work forever and not take any breaks. And instead of, once again, taking the time to reevaluate and go, maybe they've got a point here, maybe their work would be a little bit better if they weren't exhausted. He doubles down and is like, you guys are the laziest bunch of workers I've literally ever had. This is ridiculous. You don't need any breaks. I never took any breaks, so you don't need to either. And listen, man, it's fantastic that apparently you've never taken a break. I don't really believe it, but whatever. But on top of that, you've got to understand, bro, that if you're not taking a break, okay, it's your company, right? It's your thing. Obviously, you care about it a lot. The people that you are paying to work for your thing are not going to have the same work ethic that you do because it's not theirs. Obviously, they're going to do hard work. They're going to get stuff done. If the customers are happy and you're making money and the work's getting done, hey, that's what matters. But I don't really understand why you would expect these workers to care as much as you do. They don't own it. Why would they? Anyways, the old lady starts to get very upset with the fact that this guy's just screaming at the workers, screaming at her. She's just trying to be like a sweet old lady, take care of these workers. Not that she had to. It's not her job at all. But she's starting to get upset because she's like, these guys are working hard and they've been so nice. You haven't even been to this job site and you come in and you just start screaming at everybody and making everything uncomfortable. And the boss is like, you know what? If you don't like the way that I handle my business, then maybe my crew shouldn't be finishing your landscaping. And she's like, what are you talking about, man? That's not what I'm saying. I just don't understand how this hasn't been a problem. You haven't been here at all. You pull up and now there's a ton of problems when everything was going fine. And the boss just could not take a second to calm down and realize that he's arguing with a customer that is saying, I really like the work. There is no problem. It's okay. This is basically a manager walking up to a Karen and demanding that they cause a problem, but it's not a Karen. And they're like, no, I don't want to fight with you. And the manager's like, fine, I'll give you a discount. And they're like, what do you mean? I didn't want to fight. Anyways, after a little bit more back and forth with the old lady, he ends up getting in his truck and on his way back to the truck, he makes a threat about you'll be lucky if my crew's here tomorrow to finish this work, which all right, dude, that's just kind of not a professional way to run stuff. Even if you don't like a customer, if you're halfway through the job, you kind of just have to finish the job, that's just kind of business. You have to have a level of professionalism. Even if a customer's pissing you off, you got to finish what you started. But no, whatever. He leaves. The old lady's upset. The crew's kind of I don't know if have a job. I don't know if we're fired. I don't really know what's going on. So they end up all packing up and going home. And when they all get home, they kind of had a group chat with the boss and without the boss, right? And they check the group chat with the boss and he's texted them basically saying that they're fired effective immediately. He can't have such lazy people that expect breaks in this industry. That's not how it works. And all of them go to the other group chat and they're like, well, that's kind of crappy. We're all out of the job. But one of them that was a little bit older and had some more experience goes, listen, I've been thinking about making my own company anyways. I talked to that old lady we were working with. She's going to let us finish her yard, but let's just make our own thing. And listen, here's the problem when you're a lazy boss who's never at the job site and is horrible to your workers, but the customers really like them, dude. Your workers are just going to go make their own thing, bro. So whatever, one of the workers ends up making their own little landscaping thing. They finished that lady's yard, right? And, it wasn't as immediately successful as the other one they were working on because it had been built by that dude's dad. But over time, they definitely noticed that, that guy would lose clients and they were gaining them. And it wasn't directly stealing from that dude's business. It's just he went out and hired another crew and would, yell at them and make sure they didn't take breaks and they would quit. And he'd hire another crew and, eventually he found people that would deal with working 8 hours straight and not take any breaks, but it's not the type of people that are actually fantastic at their job, because people that are great at their job are going to go find a company where they're allowed to take a break. Let's be honest, if you're the Pablo Picasso of landscaping, where are you going to work? The company that's hey, you have 5 days a week, you work 8 hours, you take breaks the way you're supposed to, you have 401k and a dental plan. Or the guy that's what? You need water? Are you kidding me? You're sweating. Drink your sweat. Which one are you going to pick? It's really not rocket science. And of course, he had argued with the old lady, so clearly he's willing to argue with his customers. So it's not that's fantastic either. Anytime there's a problem, his customer service skills are zero. And they basically just watch this dude destroy the business that his dad has built up. He's not out of business, he's still technically in business, but it's just a shell of what it once was. And there's popped up a ton of different, companies that do the same thing that have kind of taken over what he did once have control of. So overall, dude, I don't know where he went to business school. I don't know if his dad taught him how to do anything, but like for some reason, he really expected that people were going to do hard manual labor and not take any breaks and enjoy working for him. Believe it or not, if you're kind of nice to the people that work for you, it's going to go a lot further. And you know, he always is like complaining on social media about how all of his workers always leave to go work for his enemies. You know, not realizing that like, dude, if you can't keep people working for you for more than a month before they're like, I can't work for you, and they don't leave the industry, they just go to work for somebody else, eventually you might figure out, oh, I'm the problem. But no, dude, he just continues to cycle through people until he finds people that will put up for his crap, and then eventually they don't want to put up with his crap and they go and deal with someone that doesn't have as much crap. Either way though, I just think it's very funny to see somebody that just like, you know, thinks that they're the Bill Gates of business when in reality they don't understand how to let people drink water. Either way, I also hope that everybody is like much better off with this new company that they're working for. The person who sent this to me is going to school, you know. But overall, I would just say anyone out there that's trying to hustle, start a business, take over for your dad of a multi-billion-dollar corporation and not become an evil villain, just chill out, bro. It's all right if people take a 5-minute break, I promise, as long as the work is getting done and customers are happy. That's really all that matters. Anyways, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video, though. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comment section down below. And of course, subscribe if you're new and turn on those notifications. If you really want to help me out, I'll put a link down below to my Spotify show. I do post all of these on the audio format on there. If you want to check that out offline without gameplay, whatever floats your boat, feel free to do it. Link in the description. And yeah, on that note, guys, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. I know I was on the grind. However, the universe decided to just make me get sick. I've been feeling really under the weather, and I've just been wanting to like sleep all day. So I'm going to be uploading compilations for like the next little bit until I feel better. Sorry about that. They'll be back as soon as I'm back to 100%. Thank you for being understanding and enjoy the compilation, guys.
And today I've got a story time that was sent into me by a subscriber that works at a pool as a lifeguard. And, you know, for the most part, he said his job is pretty chill. Most people don't want to be that rude to the lifeguard. Because on the off chance he ends up having to save their life, it's not worth having beef with the dude that's trained to resuscitate you. He's gonna do the chest compressions a little too hard, break as many ribs as possible. But anyways, he was having a pretty standard summer working at this pool until this guy named Nathan started showing up. And Nathan was just an insanely entitled, spoiled kid who must have lived close to the pool because the dude was there every single day. And every time he showed up, it was just insanely annoying to everyone working because he just didn't listen to literally anything they said. He was the same age as most of the lifeguards, in fact, probably a little bit older than some of them, so he just kind of thought that he didn't have to listen. And it wasn't like they were telling Nathan things that were drastically unfair or overly controlling. They were just trying to enforce the rules, like no running, no diving, the standard pool rules. And Nathan, man, the rules that are pretty standard at every pool, you would have thought that somebody came down and told George Washington he wasn't allowed to have freedom, the way he would react. What do you mean I can't run and dive into the pool? This is insane. This is America. I should be able to do whatever I want. And it's like, listen, bro, basically the reason you can't do that is because we're trying to prevent brain damage from being put onto your brain. But I guess if you really want a USA freedom and run and dive into the shallow end, you're more than welcome to. Anytime they would say something, though, he would basically tell them that they had no authority and that he didn't have to listen to them, which obviously is annoying when you're just trying to do your job. But the problem was it was kind of true. The lifeguards themselves weren't allowed to kick people out of the pool unless they managed to get a manager to approve the person being removed. And the managers at this particular pool were insanely lazy and wanted to avoid work as much as possible. There was this little like air-conditioned room that overlooked the pool, and for the most part the managers would just sit in there and talk and goof off. And so the last thing they ever wanted to do was come out onto the pool deck and actually deal with anything. So Nathan could be as mean as he wanted to the lifeguards, and the managers wouldn't do a whole lot. In fact, a lot of the lifeguards had come together and told the managers about Nathan, and they didn't really care at all.
What they told them to do was handle it for themselves because they just thought it would be too much of a process to kick him out. And listen, I understand being lazy at your job. I get it. I'm sure managing a pool is not the most fun thing in the world. And that being said, when your job is like keeping people safe at the pool and you have a regular that just straight up doesn't listen to the people in charge of keeping people safe, maybe kicking him out is a good idea. If he's really going to demand a dive into the shallow end, that's just a lawsuit waiting to happen. Either way, I think the managers would regret telling them to handle it themselves because they decided to handle it themselves and immediately started planning on what to do. If Nathan was going to suck and yell at them and break the rules and make the pool less fun, then they were going to make the pool less enjoyable for him. The one benefit to the managers always staying in that like little air-conditioned room is that they weren't too aware of what was actually going on at the pool. For the most part, they could have literally thrown a party, and as long as it didn't get too loud, the managers probably wouldn't even have looked up from their phones. But it also meant that they could like mess with Nathan a little bit, and as long as it didn't cause an insane level of freaking out, they really wouldn't get in trouble for it because they're not paying attention anyways. So all the guards decided that the next time Nathan came to the pool, they would let him get in, and then like 30 seconds later, they were going to blow all their whistles and announce that it was time to clean the pool for the day, and they had to shock it, and everyone had to get out for like 25 minutes. And yeah, it was pretty petty, but their thought was he would probably just get bored if he had just gotten there and couldn't swim for 25 minutes, and he would leave, and then they just wouldn't have to deal with arguing with him all day. And listen, obviously it's a pretty petty maneuver, but if someone's just not listening to you and your boss said handle it yourself, and you find a way to handle it yourself, I can't really fault you for that. If anything, you should get a promotion, because all you're really doing is following the manager's orders. My goodness, what a great employee. I love it when my employees come together and come up with the master plan to piss off a mini Karen as much as humanly possible. But the idea was to just make him bored so he would leave. And if the entire time he's waiting, he's arguing with people, they would just blow the whistle at him every time he broke the rules. So if he tried to argue and was screaming, just blow the whistle at him. If he tried to run over to another guard and yell at them, you just blow the whistle at him. And the goal was to just annoy him as much as humanly possible and let him know that he wasn't going to be able to walk all over the guards anymore. They were taking back control of the pool. And like I said, sure, it's pretty petty, but that being said, it is also just funny. If you had someone that was always showing up at your workplace and arguing with you, and you had the ability to just blow the whistle at them really loudly every time they said something dumb, you might want to eventually do it too. And to defend the lifeguards for 1 second, they did go to management and try to get it handled by them. They were told to handle it themselves. This is what happens. You tell a bunch of people that don't have to be responsible to handle it, and it's not going to be the way the manager would have. The manager would have gone over probably with like an edible arrangement fruit basket. Nathan, can you please relax on your behavior? It's just really not doing a whole lot for the functionality of the pool. And Nathan would have gone, shut up, I want to dive into the shallow end, moron. It's my right as an American to give myself brain damage. Anyways, the next day at the pool, Nathan shows up, and they actually hear him coming into the pool before they see him because he's in the parking lot screaming out the lifeguard's name and calling them insults. And you know, he's not like swearing in the parking lot. They're relatively mild insults, but still, it sets the mood off rip because he is literally in public walking through the parking lot, screaming out their name and then saying that they suck, you know, their mom's a hoe, that type of thing. And as he's walking in through the parking lot, he has to walk past the tennis courts, and he's screaming this stuff, and there's people on the tennis court, and they're probably insanely confused, trying to enjoy the game. Oh wow, nice backhand. Also, who's Mike and why is his mother such a promiscuous woman? Just really confused as to why someone's screaming in the parking lot. As I said, it's just not worth it to be insulting the person who might have to save your life. Even if you're real confident in your swimming, I just feel like walking through the parking lot screaming at the lifeguards, insulting them, only ends up with you in a situation where no one wants to save you, but whatever. That's his prerogative, but that's kind of the tone for how the day's gonna go. Those lifeguards though, man, I'm not saying it's the hardest job in the universe. I wouldn't say it's like crazy hard. That being said, it is important. Even if you're a good swimmer, you're one Charlie horse away from David Jones' locker.
You know, the lifeguards are excited to execute their master plan on Nathan, though. And so the subscriber who sent this to me tells the lifeguards to just wait. Remember, you gotta follow the plan. Don't get overzealous. We got this. Just trying to kind of keep everybody focused. And by this point, Nathan is now in the pool. And when he comes in, he says something about how he feels bad for the lifeguards. And one of the lifeguards asks him why he feels bad for them because he doesn't really understand what's going on. And Nathan started saying that he felt bad for them because they all had horrible jobs and they just weren't smart enough to do anything else. Keep in mind, they haven't even really said anything to the guy yet. This is all off rip. Walking through the parking lot, insulting them, walking in and saying that they're stupid and wouldn't be able to have better jobs, so you feel bad for them. Just no reason to be treating anyone like that, especially someone that's gonna be, I don't know, watching out for you. And especially as somebody who's working a job. You're at the pool every day, you're not working. How you gonna hate on somebody that's actually got a gig? Either way, they literally didn't say anything to him, and now they're too stupid for a good job. And everyone is more on board with their plan. Before, there were a few lifeguards that were I don't know if I really want to mess with him. It doesn't really seem worth it. But since he decided to come in and just start insulting them and calling them losers, all the lifeguards were now on board with messing with him as much as humanly possible. It's kind of what happens. You start messing with a group, they're probably going to be more on board to mess with you back. They let Nathan get all set up, and he runs and dives into the pool. And obviously, that's against the rules, so they blow the whistle. And Nathan looks all confused, kind of standing there in the shallow end of a pool. And one of the guards goes up to him and says, "Hey man, you got to get out of the pool. First of all, no diving. And second of all, we're about to do a chemical cleaning, so you're just not allowed to be in the pool while we're balancing the chemicals. You got to get out." And Nathan isn't really having any of it. And he looks at the guard and says something about how that's not fair. He just got here. They could wait to clean the pool. He's not getting out right now. Doing his usual entitled routine. And listen, obviously you don't want to just get to the pool and then have to wait 25 minutes, but if they're gonna clean the pool, they're gonna clean the pool. It's not like they're gonna magically delay it for one guy. The subscriber, though, had more experience than the guy who was arguing with Nathan, so he starts walking over there, and on his way over there, the argument must have progressed because Nathan decides that he's gonna splash water on the lifeguard all dramatically. And maybe in his mind it was a really big deal, a way to really show him who's boss. Take that, splash the lifeguard and really teach him a lesson. The only problem is it's pretty stupid to try to splash a lifeguard to teach them a lesson and protest their rules, because all it does is show that you're not gonna cooperate with them and don't respect them. Other than that, it does literally nothing. I'm pretty sure lifeguards expect to get wet at some point. They're kind of working by a pool, bro. I'm not sure what Nathan expected when he decided to splash this guy who was telling him to get out for the chemical cleaning. He was gonna pull a Wicked Witch of the West. I'm melting. Dude, lifeguards' uniforms is literally a swimsuit or swim trunks. It's literally a part of the uniform. You know, you might have to dive into the water to save somebody's life. So yeah, splashing them, all it does is just make you look petty. Sure, okay, he might be annoyed for 25 seconds, but at the end of the day, he was probably expecting to get splashed with water at some point, considering he works at a pool. But Nathan is just arguing with him, saying he's not gonna get out, he just refuses, blah, 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 blah. And the subscriber finally gets over there and can join the conversation. When the subscriber gets to Nathan, he just tells him that he has to get out of the pool. And now Nathan starts arguing with him and asks why. And the subscriber explains that they have to clean the pool with chemicals, blah, 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 blah. And it wouldn't be safe to swim in chemicals because that's how you end up in X-Men. But not a cool X-Men, one with really, really lame powers. I have the ability to turn into a bucket, not a fun one is when you swim in chemicals. Either that or you just get a rash over your entire body the size of Texas. But, you don't really want to be swimming in chemicals if you can avoid it. If the Simpsons movie taught me anything, it's that chemical contamination, oh my gosh, if I could talk, that'd be sick, is never a good thing. Nathan, though, still really isn't getting it and says, well, why do you need to clean it if the water's not dirty? And listen, it doesn't matter if the water looks dirty. You're in a public pool. You gotta hit that stuff with the chemicals once a day.
Otherwise, that's just gross. Like, at that point, it's just a large bathtub with hundreds of people's germs in it. Not even just hundreds of people, hundreds of strangers' germs in it. You know how many weird diseases probably end up in a pool filter on the daily? A lot. I mean, I don't know for sure. I don't, own a pool cleaning company, but I'm gonna guess that those filters get pretty gross after a few hundred people have just been soaking in that water. Yummy. I would not necessarily want to be in it without it being cleaned. Maybe that makes me a freak. I'm sure some people in the comments are like, I prefer dirty water. Hey, good for you, man. The subscriber tells Nathan, though, that, he has to get out of the water because it looks clean, but it can be dirty. And on top of that, tons of kids have probably peed in the water, so it's up to him. If he really wants to insist on swimming in it, then, okay, that's up to him, I guess. But if he wants them to clean the pee out of the pool, then he should get out. And at that point, Nathan is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's got to get out, or he's kind of got to accept that he's choosing to swim in dirty kid pee water. Not very swag, but the plan worked, and he ends up going fine, I'll get out. He literally scoffed when he said that, but, he does get out, and then he asks how long it's going to be. And the subscriber tells him it'll be about 25 minutes, and Nathan starts whining, and he's like, are you kidding me? Is there any way that you guys can do it faster? And listen, I understand 25 minutes is an annoyingly long wait, but Nathan, dude, I don't think that's how chemicals work. I don't think anyone has the ability to really speed up a chemical cleaning. I don't think chemicals do that. No matter how much they take the chemicals into the back room and give it an 80s sports movie motivational speech, it's not going to speed it up. All right, chlorine, if you ever want to redeem your war crimes, you gotta clean this pool and you gotta do it fast. We got people waiting to swim in this. I don't think the lifeguard, I don't think anyone can really make it go faster. So, whatever. He's kind of complaining about it, but there's not much they can do. And he sits on the chair that his stuff's on, all pissed off because he's gonna have to wait. And they go about cleaning the pool. And obviously, they're kind of taking their sweet time cleaning the pool. It's not like they're having a huge sense of urgency about it. Yes, is it annoying? Sure. But there was nobody else there at this current time other than Nathan. So they were like, look, let's take as long as possible and just troll him. That was their plan from the start, but they're cleaning the pool. They're not taking insanely long. They're not going to double the time, but it might take 5 extra minutes just because they're triple checking their measurements. Obviously, when you're dealing with chemicals, you never want to have the potential for an accident. So if you just take some extra time to double check that all your measurements are correct, that's probably the responsible thing to do, honestly. Alright guys, we're about halfway through the video, so I'm going to ask you to smack the like button if you're enjoying the video so far. Helps the video do better and I'd appreciate it, deuces. And they had expected Nathan to just give them a crap ton of problems the entire time they were cleaning the pool, just because he's always complaining, but for the most part, he's pretty quiet at first. He just kind of sits there waiting for his giant blow up to come, and they can tell he's kind of stewing, but he's not saying anything. Functioning a little bit like a volcano, where the pressure just keeps building and building up, and eventually it's gonna result in an eruption, but for now the volcano's just looking angrier and angrier. And for 10 minutes, he's just kind of sitting there staring at them cleaning the pool, and they could tell he was getting more pissed off, but hey, it's not their problem. In fact, what I think he's probably doing for those 10 minutes is when you're having an imaginary scenario in your head and you're arguing back and forth to prepare for an argument that's never happened. He's probably in his head getting ready to be like, why is this taking so long? And then they're gonna say this and I'm gonna say this. I don't know why, I just get that vibe from Nathan. Probably why he was so quiet for 10 minutes is he's pretending he's about to have his movie lawyer moment where he's just gonna light up all of these lifeguards for taking too long to clean the pool and violating his right to freedom. Never forget, Nathan is a patriot for the right to dive into the shallow end of a pool. Finally though, 11 minutes after they told him to get out of the pool, he snaps. He stands up all quick and literally stomps over to the subscriber like an angry dinosaur, stomp, 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 trying to make his feet make the loudest noise possible. Probably hurt his feet because I'm gonna assume slamming on concrete barefoot doesn't feel too great after a minute. But he stomps his way over to the subscriber and is like, what's taking so long? And the subscriber tells him the truth, which is that the chemicals are doing their thing. They can't speed it up, and at the bare minimum, it's gonna be about another 15 minutes. And he's sorry for the inconvenience, but obviously they have to clean the pool to keep it at a certain quality, blah, blah, blah. But he's lathering on that customer service voice where they're being overly nice. Nathan, I'm so sorry for the interruption. My goodness, if there was a way for me to have not cleaned the pool right now, then I would have done it. But unfortunately, we have standards, and I can't get in trouble with my boss. I hope you understand. We love having you here. And he's saying everything he's gotta say, but he's doing it with just enough sarcasm where Nathan can pick up that it's not genuine, but not enough sarcasm where he can, like, go to the manager and say he's being facetious? That perfect amount of, like, being a customer service professional while also being petty. And to that information and hint of pettiness, Nathan just absolutely loses his marbles. If he was a kid in the Great Depression and had a collection, they would be gone, because all of his marbles just go flying out the window. You expect me to wait 25 minutes to use the pool? That's ridiculous! And the subscriber tries to get out an explanation about how, like, it wasn't his choice for how long the chemicals took, but Nathan only lets him get about halfway through his sentence before he keeps screaming, "That's insane! I'm a customer of this pool. You guys are morons. I don't understand why you just can't speed up this process." Once again, because chemicals don't really react well to being yelled at and told to speed up. I don't think that would do anything. But on top of it, the subscriber's really annoyed that he called himself a customer of the pool, because it was like a community pool for the development they were in. It was paid for by the HOA, and it was free for people who lived there. I mean, obviously his parents were paying for the pool, but it wasn't like he was a customer of anything, because, you know, he didn't pay for anything. It was a community pool that was included in, like, the HOA dues. Sorry. Not that it would matter. The guards would treat everyone the same whether they paid or not. They're usually professional, but him using the whole, like, I'm a customer excuse on why he's acting how he's acting just makes no sense, because no one paid. Anyways, though, he just kind of kept screaming at them that, like, they're a bunch of high school dropouts, they're a bunch of pathetic losers, he could do a better job of this in his sleep, it's not very hard to do what they do, lada. And listen, I've literally never been a lifeguard, okay? I've never sat up on the stand and had to watch people do anything. I have no clue how hard it would be. I wouldn't say it's in, like, my top 5 hardest jobs that I would imagine are the most difficult. I wouldn't say it's, like, a top 10 even. That being said, I don't think it's, like, the easiest job you could ever have in your life. I'm sure there's a lot easier options, and one thing that I know for sure, Nathan, is that you can't do it when you're asleep. I could do a better job in my sleep. I'm pretty sure at the bare minimum, lifeguarding does require consciousness, you know, like being able to see the people that might be drowning in the pool is an important step in the process. I don't want anyone to drown, don't get it twisted, but I'm just saying, like, I don't think you could do this job unconscious, Nathan. But whatever, they're just kind of like looking at him, screaming at them for not being able to speed up a chemical process. And when the lifeguards don't start screaming back, Nathan decides that he's just not done yelling yet, and so he starts screaming that they get paid to basically stand around and stop people from running, but they're not going to be able to stop him from running anymore. Which, hey man, USA, but that's really what you're, like, massively preoccupied with, is your right to run by the pool. That's, like, something that they don't want you to do because the floor's slippery and you might get hurt, not because they hate the joy of aerobics. But he decides to start running around the pool, I guess, to teach them a lesson about how they don't control him. And right when he starts running, all of the lifeguards strike. It wasn't like they synchronized their watches, but everyone had been watching this go down, so in unison, as he starts sprinting, all of the lifeguards just blow their whistles at him. And there's like 5-6 guards out on the pool deck, and it's a pretty small pool, so when they all whistle in unison, it's really, really loud. The pool had these tall walls around it, so it echoes off, and then, like, obviously, the sound hits Nathan's eardrums and he reacts. And at first, he's kind of stunned by just the sheer loudness of it. And then, in his best, like, Aslan the Lion roar, just screams, "Stop blowing your whistles at me!" and starts sprinting over to the nearest lifeguard. Well, he's running, and guess what? Running is a violation of the rules, so obviously the lifeguards have to blow their whistles at the rule violation. So they blow their whistle, and he is stunned again because he's like, what is going on? And he gets to the guard and screams, "I said stop blowing the whistle." And he grabs the whistle, which is hanging around this lifeguard's neck, and yanks it. And it's one of those whistles that has like a clasp at the back, so it just kind of gets pulled against his neck and pops off. It doesn't hurt him or anything. And then he throws it in the pool. And the guard wasn't pissed by this. I probably would have been like ready to throw hands with Nathan if he's gonna grab something off my neck. But he's literally laughing in Nathan's face. And, you know, believe it or not, it's also against the rules to yank something off of a lifeguard. So all the lifeguards decide to blow their whistle again. And they're basically trolling him. They're just gonna keep whistling at him until he decides to leave or stops acting like a moron. Good idea. And Nathan, being the absolute monster he is, starts running over to a different lifeguard. And as he's running over, they all blow the whistle. And before he can even get to the second lifeguard, he realizes that he's not gonna win this one. Life isn't some video game where, like, there's an objective to take every guard's whistle. Not like all of a sudden some pop-up appeared on the left side of Nathan's vision. Objective, destroy all whistles to activate the boss fight. Like, nothing was gonna happen. He was just gonna keep getting whistled at. They were eventually gonna dive into the pool and get the whistles back. So he decides to give up. And so he walks back over to his chair and starts packing up all the things he had brought to the pool, right? And he's trying to pack up, but he's really angry and he's yelling about, you know, how unfair they've treated him, blah, 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 shouldn't have blown the whistle. And he's so angry while he's trying to pack up his stuff that it's taking him longer to pack it up. Like, you ever seen someone really pissed off trying to fidget with a zipper and they're just, I hate you, but they can't get the zipper and you're trying not to laugh because it's like, man, it's not funny that you're this mad, but it's funny that you're screaming at me and can't unzip something. That's basically what he's got going on with his backpack. And he's screaming about how he hates every lifeguard there and they suck and he won't be coming back. He'll be using the other pool in the community. And like I said, this particular pool was in like a neighborhood development type of thing for people that lived there. And they had two of them, one on either side of the neighborhood. So theoretically, he could use another pool and never have to see these lifeguards again. And that was his threat, was that he was never going to come back to this pool. And that's not a very good threat when the lifeguards hate you enough to be planning like this huge plan to piss you off as much as humanly possible. The lifeguards don't care that you're never coming back here. If anything, they're probably like, let's go, finally, huge W. And he ends up walking out of the pool. He stomps off pretty angrily, but as he turns around, he flips off the subscriber and says something along the lines of like, this is the most unprofessional group I've ever seen, blah, 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 blah. But the subscriber decides to just blow his whistle at him for 1 second just to troll him anymore. And so he blows his whistle and Nathan yells, I said stop blowing your whistle, and starts running off the pool deck out to the facility. And as he's running, the cacophony of whistles starts sounding one last time just to piss him off. One last, hey, no running in the pool. And he turns back and flips him off again. And so now Nathan's gone, apparently never gonna come back. He's learned his lesson. The chemical cleaning took too long. And all the guards are standing there laughing because it was their plan to troll him, but they didn't expect it to go as well as it did. Like it was a bonus event. But all the whistling actually inspired their manager to get up for once. So their manager comes out of the air conditioning area and is like, hey, why do you guys all keep whistling? We can hear it in there. And the subscriber decides to reply and says that somebody had been running and the rules say that they're supposed to blow the whistle at anyone breaking the rules, so that's what they did. And the manager is kind of stuck because he didn't see anything. Obviously, they weren't really paying attention until they heard the whistling. And technically, it is part of their training to blow the whistle at people breaking the rules, so he couldn't really scream at them for it, but he knew something was a little bit off about it. He was skeptical, but, you know, that's one of the best parts about your manager not paying attention is they don't really have anything that they can say about you because they didn't see it. Just went on back to the air conditioning, and all the lifeguards continued to laugh about it because they knew that they had basically gotten away with it. And I'm not saying that their plan was some type of tactical genius. I don't think it would be used in modern military functions, but it did end up working because as long as the subscriber was working at that pool, Nathan never did show back up. I don't know if that's because he really hates the guards that much. Maybe he got home and thought about it some more and was insanely embarrassed. That's what I'm voting for. If I had a freak out like that in a public place and like started screaming that I really hate all the workers in this Walmart and they suck and they're stupid and pathetic, and then went home and realized how big of a jerk I was, I would just know that you can never go to that Walmart again. Like, you just can't show your face in a place where you've had a freak out of this magnitude. So sure, while it was petty trolling, it did work, so you can't really hate it for the simple reason that it was effective. especially because he could just go to another pool. It's not like he had to show his face around there. Still got the benefits of swimming without having to see all the people that pissed him off. Just don't act like Nathan. There's no reason to be screaming at people that are just doing their job, especially if their job might pertain to having to save your life. It's better to be nice to them, I promise. No matter how much you convince yourself that it's not, it is just better to be nice. Not to everybody. Some dude gives you a weird look on the bus, hey, tell him he's weird. But someone's gonna, be nice to you, okay, be nice back. Anyways, guys, that'll do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. I thought it was a pretty good story time, so I would share it with y'all. If you did enjoy it, I would really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what you thought. Either way, I knew it would be a story time that you guys would enjoy, so without further ado, let's get into it. So the person who sent this into me was a self-proclaimed super nerd. This story actually takes place because they were in the math club at their school. That's right, an after-school math club, I can't lie, is pretty nerdy, but if you're gonna own it, you're gonna own it. You'll probably make a lot of money doing something one day, so good for you. And basically, everyone in this math club was an insanely nerdy individual, as you would expect. And there was one guy who was nerdy, but really loved to pretend that he wasn't nerdy, and I'm gonna name him Michael for this video. And Michael just thought he was the toughest dude to ever exist. Like, those Tough Mudder things where it's like the obstacle course? He would look at one of those and go, that's basically Weenie Hut Jr., because I'm so tough. He would always talk about how he was about it and no one would mess with him, and if anyone ever dared hit him with some disrespect, he'd have to teach him a lesson. And it was just hilarious to everybody because this dude was like 5'2" in a math club, which has to be the least about it activity I've ever heard. And on top of it, his dad is like an orthodontist. But sure enough, at least one time, every time they would meet for this math club thing, he would be like, oh, you guys don't want to mess with me because I'd be able to beat you up. I'm just about that life. No one could ever mess with me because I'm just, so jacked, so tough, so aggressive. I can beat up anyone. One time I got into a fight at a bodybuilder convention, took on the entire convention and won, and everybody was just really annoyed with it. And so one day in the middle of this club, Michael is talking about how, he's not afraid to kick someone's door down and take their stuff. Which I have to say is a very psychotic thing to be bragging about. Like, if you think it's a flex to tell a bunch of people that you're willing to commit a home invasion, I don't know what to tell you. But the subscriber at that point had just gotten annoyed with him and told him, like, dude, you are not tough. You aren't going to kick in anyone's door. Stop acting like you're gonna rob anyone. And immediately everybody else agreed, and they were like, yeah, Michael, not gonna lie, it's kind of cringe. Like, just agreeing that it's absurd to talk about how you're willing to commit a home invasion when you're in a math club. Like, okay, buddy. It'd be absurd, period. If you're going to commit a home invasion, don't talk about it in class, or just don't do it. That's a really horrible crime. But, he kind of called him out and said, you're just not that tough. Please stop acting like it. And obviously, he was like, yeah, dude, what are you talking about? You think you're tough? And the subscriber said, no, I don't think I'm the toughest person on the planet, but I'm not the person that's constantly rolling around talking about how tough they are and how they can beat everybody up and how they live a lifestyle based around danger and combat, when we all know that you just don't. Like, you just stop. And he was like, all right, dude, bet tomorrow I'm gonna meet you at school and I'll show you some of the stuff that I've stolen. And everybody is like, wait, you've stolen stuff? And he said, yeah, he steals stuff from people all the time and he's not afraid and he doesn't feel bad about it, which once again, just showing that this guy's crazy. If you're stealing a bunch of stuff from people and you don't feel bad about it at all, like, that's kind of on you. That should make you feel a little bit bad. Nah, dude, I just robbed an orphanage. It was sick. If anything, the only thing I feel bad about is not having more of an adrenaline rush. And they tell him, like, don't do that, that's cringe. And he says, no, you wanted to call me out, so I'll bring it tomorrow. So whatever, the next day comes and the subscriber is eating lunch with some of his friends from the math club. And up walks this dude, and he has this, like, Ziploc baggie in his hand. And he goes, check it out, this is what I've stolen. And sure enough, in this little plastic baggie is, like, a pearl necklace, some diamond earrings, like, a lot of very expensive looking jewelry. And his dad was an orthodontist, so I'm gonna assume that they had some pretty nice stuff at their house. So it becomes apparent to everybody that he had stolen this jewelry probably from his mom. So the subscriber calls him out and says, what, did you sneak into your mom's closet and take her jewelry? And he's like, this is not my mom's jewelry. And the subscriber doubts him, press X to doubt, and says, yeah, sure, dude, okay. And he's like, I'll prove it's not my mom's jewelry and I'll throw it away. And they tell him, don't do that, don't throw it away, that's a horrible idea. And he's like, I don't even care, that's how little I care about it. And he drops it into the trash can, gets up from the table, and is like, bye, losers, and walks away. So at that point, they decide that they're going to grab it out of the trash. So one of them takes it out of the trash and they put it in their backpack, and they decided they were going to hold on to it because they just had a feeling that he was going to end up like either trying to look for it, his mom was going to want it back, and they weren't going to let him throw it away. I mean, if you watch somebody throw away apparently thousands and thousands of dollars in jewelry, you'd probably grab it out of the trash can too. I mean, you'd be stupid not to. Oh, that'd be disgusting. No, it'd be more disgusting if anyone ever told me a story about how someone threw a pearl necklace away and they didn't grab it out of the trash. That would be disgusting because you missed out on the easiest bag of all time, or at the bare minimum, grabbing like potentially a memento for his mom. I wouldn't recommend selling it, I'd rather give it back to the lady who it belongs to. But I'm just saying, like, you'd be dumb not to. And if for some reason they're paying attention, he doesn't come back over to the trash can, so he had just actually thrown away this jewelry. And so the next week comes around when the math club meeting is happening again, and they're all sitting there, and they realize that Michael isn't there. He's late. And they're not really upset about that, because no one really liked hanging out with him. So they're all just starting their math club meeting, and about 10 minutes into it, there's a knock on the door. And they had a teacher supervisor for the math club, but because it was the math club, he didn't stay in the classroom with them. He would just go take care of stuff. He just kind of sponsored it. But the teacher comes in, and there's a lady with him, and with the lady is Michael with his head down. And the teacher's like, hey guys, do you mind if we ask you a question really quick? And they're like, yeah, sure, of course. And the lady introduces herself and she says, hi, I'm Michael's mom. Oh my gosh, I've heard so many great things about you. I love the math club. You guys are so awesome. Just a super sweet lady off the rip. And she says, apparently my son decided it would be a good idea to bring some of my jewelry into class to show off or give it to his science teacher for something. Like he had given her some crappy excuse and had lost it, and apparently he had spent a lot of time in this room, so if any of them had seen it or heard about somebody finding it, could they please let her know? She'd really appreciate it, because it meant a lot to her. It was like a gift from her husband on their first wedding anniversary, just this super sentimental piece of jewelry. Which, listen, you should never steal from your mom, bro. Like, come on. Like, it's just wrong to steal your mom's stuff. But you should especially not steal stuff that's insanely sentimental and then throw it away. Like, he literally threw it in the garbage and it was some super sentimental memento to his mom. That's pretty cruel, dude. Yeah, mom, whatever. Your memories are basically garbage to me. I don't care. It's in the trash. And immediately all the guys knew that they had to say something. So the guy that had the bag of jewelry says, well, I hate to tell you this, but your son threw away your jewelry. Because he was trying to show it off because he told us that he was going to rob someone and he was pretending that he robbed you. And the mom's like, wait, what do you mean? Are you serious? Like, this isn't funny to joke about. And the only thing that really gives away that this is accurate and doesn't let Michael have any deniability is his reaction, because he just starts yelling, no, that's not true. No, I did not. No, I didn't. And his reaction is so over the top that his mom's like, wait, what? And then all of the math club kids, not trying to snitch, but just telling her the story, because at this point it was like beyond the seriousness of not telling, say that her son is always talking about how he's like gonna rob people and he's not afraid to commit all these crimes, and they called him out and said, shut up, because you're just not tough. And he said that he was going to rob someone and bring the stuff that he steals in, and so he had brought in this bag of jewelry, and they had told him that's probably his mom's, and he had proved that he didn't care about it by throwing it away. And the mom at this point is furious, and she looks at Michael and she's like, is that true? And he says, yes, but I can explain. And she's like, there's no explaining. You threw away something that meant something to me. I can't believe you would rob your own mother, even if it was just to look cool. You went into my room and stole my jewelry. You're in so much trouble when you get home. And Michael gets mad at the math club people and is like, why did you snitch on me? Which, listen, I understand being mad that they told, but let's be realistic here. You put them in a situation where they kind of had to. You brought in your mom. She's saying how she's so upset because the sentimental thing is missing and they know where it is. And his mom at that that point is like, I'm never gonna get that back and that's all your fault. I don't know how you're gonna sleep at night. And Michael, without missing a beat, proceeds to still be the worst person of all time and says, I'm gonna sleep like a baby. Come on, man. Your mom just found out that you had stolen from her, threw away her expensive jewelry because you said you didn't care about it, and then she goes, I don't know how you're gonna sleep at night, which any mom's gonna guilt trip you after that, duh. And your response is like a baby? You don't feel bad at all about this situation? Not even a little bit. I would feel bad if I was in your situation, dude. How could you let your mom be that mad, telling you like, I'm so disappointed, yeah, whatever, lady, I don't care. Like, goodness gracious, this guy's on a one-way train to being the most entitled Darren of all time. The kid who got it out of the trash, though, said, no, like, you didn't lose it here. We grabbed it out of the trash because we knew something was weird about it, so we wanted to make sure that it wouldn't get lost. And his mom is insanely thankful. Thank you so much. I knew the math club was going to be smart, but you guys really saved my bacon. Just, like, being very, very thankful. And she turns to Michael and she says that he's going to be in a lot of trouble when they get home, which is obvious. Like, at this point, you know, Michael should probably be getting ready to not have his freedom for a bit. He's going to be in trouble, but he, in his mind, thinks that all of this is okay. Keep in mind, the only reason he got his bacon saved is because they grabbed it out of the trash. He just did try to throw it away, like there's no way around that, but he starts arguing with his mom, saying that, well, she didn't lose it, so he shouldn't get in trouble because it didn't get lost. And everybody in the room is just kind of sitting there thinking that's the dumbest thing that they've ever heard, and his mom decides to tell him it's the dumbest thing that she's ever heard. So let me get this straight. You think that it's acceptable for you to go into my room, steal my jewelry, bring it to school, to pretend that you robbed someone, and then throw it away. But because your friends saved your bacon, you should just not get in trouble. And he was like, yeah, pretty much. And I think they're glossing over the fact he robbed his mom to try to prove that he robs people. That's the cringiest thing I've ever heard. Like, technically, sure, you did rob your mom, but you're out here saying you're not afraid to kick in a stranger's door and steal their stuff, and your proof is that you went to your mommy's closet and took her earrings. I'm just saying, man, that's a little bit different than what you were telling everyone and pretending to be. Yeah, that's right, I'll take from anyone, even my own mother. I don't think that makes you cooler. I think it just makes you willing to steal from your mom. But his mom says, yeah, that's not gonna happen. You're gonna get in trouble. And Michael starts throwing a temper tantrum, being like, this is so unfair. They snitched on me. You would have never known that I took it. And she said, yeah, I would have never known that you took it, but I also would have never gotten it back. So you should be grateful to them. Because if I would have found out that you threw it away and it was thrown away and I never would have gotten it back, you would have been in more trouble. But you're still going to be in a lot of trouble because I don't appreciate that my son's going around pretending like he's committing home invasions on the daily. And his tantrum turns from his mom to the other people in the math club, and he starts being like, you guys didn't need to get involved with this. I don't know why you guys had to tell her everything. That was so messed up. And the subscriber reminds him that they actually only got involved in any of this because of him. They were just chilling in the lunchroom minding their business. He walked up with the bag full of jewelry. They never said, yeah, go steal stuff and show it to us. They had called him out and said that, like, you know, he's just not about it, so stop pretending that he's some big tough guy. And his response was to rob his mom, which is not a very big tough guy move. I don't think any, like, action hero, anyone that's ever been, like, a super tough individual has ever sat back and gone, no, I'm gonna rob my mom. That sounds pretty reasonable. Like, I think there's a little bit of a truce amongst everybody that's very cool, or about that lifestyle, that you respect your mom. And Michael's response to that is to start going towards the subscriber like he's gonna fight him. And so the subscriber is not a very fighting individual. As I said, he admits he's a very nerdy guy, built more for the math club than anything else, kind of gets ready to have to defend himself, and Michael starts like running over to him because they were across the classroom. But thankfully, somehow, Michael is even more uncoordinated than the subscriber. He probably would have lost the fight if Michael got to him, he admits it. But Michael ends up kicking like the corner of a desk, and it pulls with him, and he just eats crap. And when I say he eats crap, I mean he slams down hard. You know when you see somebody lose their footing and they start going down, and it's like their brain didn't register they were falling, so they don't get their hands out in front of them to stop the fall. It's just the sheer weight of gravity, I'm sorry. I mean, technically gravity do be grabbing you, so it's not that far off, but you guys get what I'm saying. Gravity just slams you into the ground. That's how this man ends up falling. So he goes forward, slams hard, and one of the things that slams is his face. And they're looking at him, and when he lifts his face up from the ground, all of the people in the math club go, ooh, because his mouth is now bloody, and his nose is a direction that it was not before, which is not a very good thing. You know, call me a doctor, call me a professional out here. Noses are not supposed to be bent at weird angles. I mean, maybe, but it was clearly broken. Like, it was definitely a broken nose, and he just starts yelling, ah, ah. And his mom runs over and looks at him and goes, what did you do? And he's like, I tripped. And he's just crying, and his mom and him leave. And they leave in a hurry. So the mom did thank them for getting the jewelry, but they dip out of there very quick to go to the hospital. So the mom's taking the kid to the hospital, they leave, and everyone in the math club is like, well, that certainly was not how I was expecting today to go. I think when you're hanging out in the math club, the last thing you expect is any very intense, entertaining drama. You're like, oh, wow, another real number. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Like, I don't know what you do in a math club. I'm just saying. So obviously they talked about it for a bit, then went about their business. But the funniest part was the next math club, because when they walked into the math club meeting the next week, Michael is standing there dejectedly with like enough presents for all of them, holding a big card, and he opens it and starts reading it. And it's a handwritten apology that he clearly didn't write but was being forced to read, saying that like, the math club has meant so much to me over the years. I have had some of my fondest memories in the class. You guys are some of the best friends. And the fact that you went out of your way to save my mom's jewelry was really cool. I really appreciate that. As a token of my appreciation, here are some presents that I have picked out for each of you based on your interests. Like, clearly just a script that his mom had made him read, but whatever, they didn't care because there were presents for them. So they go over there, and he openly admits it. He goes, I didn't want to get you this stuff, but my mom was grateful for you guys saving her jewelry. And they open it up, and the mom had gotten them all elite Xbox controllers, which they thought was pretty sick. And I mean, reasonable. Think about it. If like the necklace, all the stuff that he'd taken is worth, what, 15 grand, them getting it back so you spend like $500 on controllers, it's a lot. It's definitely a gesture that says I'm very thankful for you. But considering how much money they saved by not letting that be lost, even before any of the sentimental value, it's fair. But still very nice. Like, you don't have to get anyone a gift if they get you your stuff when it's lost. You don't have to do that. The fact that his mom went out of the way to do that in the first place, very cool. I stan his mom. She's like an opposite Karen. Think about it. She was super calm and collected even though her stuff was missing. Asked them reasonable questions. And then when they helped her out, she was like, wow, I will repay you with gratitude. That doesn't really happen a lot. I feel like now most people just get angry. But then he continues his apology, clearly something his mom had said, where he was like, you guys are some of the most intelligent people around. You're definitely a lot smarter than anyone like me who would be willing to rob his mom. And they decided at that point to mess with him just because he had been like, yeah, my mom got this for you. I didn't really want to. And he was just kind of acting like none of this mattered. So they were like, wait, what? We can't hear you. And he was like, I'm not going to repeat it. And they said, we didn't hear you. And we could just tell your mom that you didn't apologize. And he's like, guys, don't make me say it. And they're like, what? We didn't hear you. And so he says it again about how they're so much smarter than him and how no one that was as smart as them would ever be dumb enough to steal from their mom. And they're like, wait, what was that, bro? And they get him to say it 3 more times before he gets pissed, and he says, if you guys keep this up, then like I'll just leave the math club and won't come back. And the only issue with that threat is it wasn't really a threat. They didn't like him being there anyways, and clearly he didn't really like being around them. So the subscriber decided to test it one more time, and he was like, wait, what? And Michael turned red, and he was like, I'm done. I'm over this. I don't want to hang out with you guys anymore. Enjoy your presence, but I don't want to be around you guys because all you're going to do is make fun of me for what happened. And they were like, yeah, no, we probably will make fun of you. So he stormed out of the math club in a little bit of a tantrum again. And he didn't come back after that. That was the last time that he came to math club. I don't know how he explained that one to his mom. Probably that like they weren't cool with with me after I robbed you. She must have understood that. I think that's a pretty fair thing to say. At least they got the controllers out of it at the bare minimum, and they did save that lady. She did not deserve that. I don't know why you would rob your mom. Moral of the story, don't rob your mom, and especially don't rob your mom and just throw it away. Like, that's the dumbest part of all of this. We've had stories before about kids that have taken their mom's jewelry and stuff and tried to sell it for Robux.
Alright, so like I said, this guy's parents had a driving school, and basically they would go to like people's houses, pick up the person learning how to drive, get in the passenger seat, let them drive around, and just show them the ropes. It was one of those cars that had like the brakes on both sides, and he didn't do it a whole lot, but because his parents had owned the business forever, he kind of knew what he was doing, and he had become an adult who could like actually teach people how to drive. They had made him get whatever they needed. I don't know if there's a certification or something, to be honest with you. Is that a thing? Like, is there like a driving instructor school where you have to learn how to teach people the way of the whip? Nah, probably they would prefer that you teach their kids how to drive in a safe way, but you guys get what I'm saying. Anyways, for the most part, most people he would teach to drive just like if they made mistakes, pretty normal mistakes like stopping a little bit too hard, maybe accidentally running a stop sign that they didn't see, genuinely on accident. And people were always making mistakes because they were learning, but one day his parents tell him that he has to go teach this guy how to drive, so he goes over to his house and he knows that there's going to be a problem right away because the parents pay for the hour and it starts on the hour. So he gets there and he goes and he knocks on the door and the guy's like, yeah, 1 second, I'm just gonna finish my game. And so he tells him, well, your parents are paying already. I can only drive with you until 6 because I have another student, so we gotta go. And he's like, yeah, whatever, after my game. And he spends 6 minutes just playing his game with the driving instructor just standing there looking at him. And listen, honestly, I would have left, but the guy said that he was getting paid by his parents for the hour regardless, so if he just had to stand there for an hour to get paid, that's what he was gonna do. And so finally the guy finishes his game and he's like, alright, let's go. And so they walk outside, they get in the car, and the guy's like, listen, I've done this a bunch on my Xbox, so I'm pretty sure I don't need the instruction. My parents are just doing this because they don't really see it the same way I do. So if you could just like be quiet and tell them that I did good, I'd appreciate it. And the guy's like, all right, well, if you do good, I'll do that. But if there's things you have to improve on, I'm gonna tell him. And the kid is like almost shocked that the guy said if there's things to improve on. Dude, you've never driven a car before. You're literally saying that your racing game experience is somehow going to make you a great driver. And even if somehow it makes you competent, you've literally never driven a car before. Like, the odds of you being perfect at it are slim to none. Even people that have been driving forever can get into accidents. Like, oh no, trust me, man, I've played a lot of GTA races. I don't need the instruction. And he's like, what do you mean you'll tell my parents if there's anything that I need to improve on? And he says, well, I'm a driving instructor, that's my job, and it's okay that you're not going to be perfect at driving because you've never done it before. Which is pretty reasonable. I don't think that's offensive. If, like, someone was teaching me how to play golf, and I said, no, I've played it a lot on the Wii, I'm going to be a pro, and they said, well, we'll see. I feel like that's reasonable. Plus, they're an instructor for a reason. But the guy's like, yeah, whatever, we'll see. I'm probably going to be the best student you've ever had, blah, 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 blah. Keep in mind, they're still sitting in the driveway. Like, before you start talking crap about how you're such an excellent driver, don't you at least want to get out in the neighborhood? Like, show them that you have the ability to control the motor vehicle? But whatever, they get the car started, and he has a little bit of trouble dropping it into reverse. It's an automatic, it's not a stick shift, and even then it wouldn't be difficult. You just drop it into reverse, right? He's like looking at the shifter like it's the most confusing thing he's ever seen in his life. You know, he's looking at the Prindle, and it's like Mosby from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. The Prindle, you know, just mad confused, and so he tells him how to put it in reverse, so he drops it into reverse. They start going out of the driveway, and the kid like slams on the brake once they get out on the driveway. Like, slams on it, and they kind of jolt, and he says, sorry, I was just testing the brakes. And it was clearly an accident, but he was trying to play it off like it was some smooth part of the plan. And he starts looking at it again, and he's confused, so he explains it to him again. He puts it back into drive, and off they go. And it just so happened that this guy's street had like a stop sign at the very end of it. And so they start approaching the
a stop sign. And listen, it's not weird for new drivers to not exactly know how to brake perfectly. But this guy is an expert. So they get close to the stop sign and they're going pretty quick. And so he tells them, start touching the brake, start touching the brake, slow down. And the guy's like, I got it. And they get probably 3 feet away from the stop sign going 20 miles per hour. And the kid just slams on the brakes. Which, listen, you know, you already tested the brakes, but, like, it's pretty obvious that that's not how you do the whole braking thing. Like, even if you've ridden a bike before, you don't go as fast as you can and then slam on the brakes and expect it to go well. And the instructor is like, whoa, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, man. It's a little harder than it looks online. Yeah, you think, bro? You think driving a car might be one of those things you have to do? You can't just watch a video and know how to do it like a professional? Oh my gosh, it's like you've been driving for 80 years. I've lived many lifetimes as a gamer. Like, dude, I don't necessarily think that those skills transfer. Imagine this with anything else, dude. You're like, oh yeah, the draft happens. It's World War III, dude. We're going to war with Russia or whatever. You get drafted. I don't need to be trained with firearms, okay? I've played a lot of Valorant. My one-taps are nasty. Like, video game skills don't work like that. And at that point, the instructor's like, all right, from now on, if you're going too fast or you need me to help you brake, I'm going to use my pedals over here, because he had pedals in the car on his side. And the guy's like, well, that's not fair. How am I supposed to learn to drive if you can do it for me? And he's like, it's for safety, man. Clearly, you're not that comfortable behind the wheel of the car, so it's important to have the option to help you. And he's like, yeah, sure, whatever, let's go. So they leave the stop sign and they start getting closer to the main road. They're still on the way out of the neighborhood, and this kid, like, can't even keep a consistent speed, which might be difficult if you've never driven anything before. I don't know. But, like, it's to the point where he's slamming on the gas to go 10 miles over the speed limit, taking his foot off of the gas, going 10 miles under the speed limit, and just kind of like down the road. And so the instructor puts his foot on the brake, slowly brings them to a stop and says, all right, I'm going to teach you how to push the pedal because you're not doing it right. And the guy's like, I know how to push a pedal. Who do you think you are? The driving instructor. That's who he thinks he is. The guy who's supposed to teach you how to drive. Like, I mean, who do you think you are? I don't know. The person being paid to teach you, dude. Like, why are you taking this? Obviously, his parents had seen him driving before and were like, oh man, this is going to be tragic. We need an instructor. Also, if this is how he's teaching some random teacher, I can't imagine how he talks to his parents when they're trying to teach him something. You know, they're probably like, honey, if you're going to make mac and cheese, you got to put water in the pan or the noodles will burn. Shut up, Mom! Shut up, you sea hag! Don't tell me what to do! Anyways, he gives him a little rundown on, like, you want to gently push the pedal so you slowly accelerate, gently push the brake so you don't, like, you know, let's just gently slow things down a little bit. Let's take a little bit. Let's breathe. And he kind of gets it, and he starts driving, and he's doing better. I mean, anything is better than the way he was driving. It probably looked like something out of, like, a comedy movie, just the car slowly just lurching down the road, like, and he does get a little bit better, to the point where he can accelerate and stop without everyone in the car getting, like, either thrown back in the seat or having the seatbelt just tear into their shoulder. So he kind of gives the kid a compliment, and he goes, wow, much better. Just trying to be nice. And listen, he's doing better, but it's not like he's doing perfect. It's still a little bit jumpy. It's just not as jumpy as it was before. And that's when he's like, all of a sudden, just ego through the roof. Oh, yeah, you know, I'm probably one of the best students you've ever had. Has anyone ever improved that fast? Like, as soon as you told me to do it, I did it. And I'm kind of a pro now. Like, now that I got the pedal thing down, I don't got to worry about anything else. And the instructor is like, well, I wouldn't say it's perfect. There's still some things to work on. And he doesn't even pay attention to what the instructor's saying. Just like, man, I'm so good at this. Seriously, like, I should just kind of go get an F1 car or something. Let's slow down, man. You learned how to press a gas pedal. You didn't learn how to, like, take corners at 300 miles an hour. Either way, he gets so cocky that he starts doing things that you just shouldn't do if you're in a car with a driving instructor. And you probably shouldn't do it in general. Like, I'm not saying I've never done anything that the kid did, but the difference is I would never do it, like, with a driving instructor the first time
time I drive a car. He starts driving with one hand, like looking out the window. At one point, the guy's like, hey, can you pay attention to the road more? And he looks at him and says, no, bro, I got this. Like, oh yeah, sorry, I'm not gonna pay more attention to the road. I got this. Even if you're a great driver, I think there's only so much not paying attention to the road you can do before it bites you in the butt, man. Like, even if Dale Earnhardt Jr. himself did not pay attention for long enough on a freeway, he'd crash into something. Something's gonna get in your way eventually. But whatever, he's keeping his eye on him. And that's when the kid does something that makes the instructor literally like slam the brakes on the car like he was before. This idiot pulls out his phone and starts trying to take a picture of himself driving. And the guy stops the car and the kid's like, why did you stop the car? And he says, bro, it's illegal to text and drive. I'm your driving instructor. I can't do that. And the kid's like, dude, come on. Why are you being lame? Man, he's a driving instructor. Like, that's his job. It's literally his job to teach you how to drive, and you shouldn't be texting and driving. I don't think it's lame to say you shouldn't do that. Oh, you're so lame for not wanting me to text and drive. Like, is that lame? I don't really understand what's lame about that, but I guess whatever. Apparently to this guy, that's the weirdest thing he's ever heard. You expect me to pay attention to the road while I'm driving? Are you straight up crazy? Like, dude, yes, I expect you to pay attention while you're driving. That's kind of the agreement. That's how we keep the roads safe. When everyone's going 75 miles per hour, it only works if everyone's paying attention. We can't have you going all willy-nilly slamming on the brakes because you saw a text you didn't like. That's not going to really work out for everybody else on the freeway. And even if you think it's like cool to text or drive or whatever, I disagree with you. But like, you don't do it with a driving instructor, and you don't do it the first time you've ever driven a car. I don't think anyone could be an expert at it, but like, it's especially stupid to do it like that. And the instructor at that point says, get out, we're switching, I'm driving you home, like, we're done. He doesn't really feel like driving with the kid if he's going to be unsafe, and he probably should have done this sooner. And the kid just starts bawling. No, please don't. My parents are going to be so mad. Like, I always mess up everything. You can't tell them what I did. Da 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 da. And he's kind of feeling bad for the guy. I don't know why he felt bad for the guy. I think at this point it was just unsafe, but he kind of gets some sympathy from him, and he says, fine, I'll let you like keep driving for the rest of the time, but you have to pay attention. Like, you're not an expert yet. You're not going to be an expert for a while. So you can't just be acting like you're some race car driver. And he's like, okay, yeah, I get it. And this was probably a bad idea, bro. Like, you should have just driven him home at that point. He's not paying attention. He's not taking it seriously. Just forget about it. But whatever, he does get some sympathy. Like, I get it. I'm not going to hate the guy for like being cool and understanding why he doesn't want to get in trouble with his parents. It just wasn't probably the smartest idea. And so they start driving back. And you would think at that point that this guy would have the brain cells, the brain capacity to maybe take it a little bit more seriously. Maybe it was not the time to keep pretending that you're some expert driver who knows how to do everything. Maybe, like, don't check your phone. I don't know. I understand you weren't taking it seriously, but at this point, it almost got canceled. The guy's being cool and letting you keep driving, so the least you could do is, like, not put him in a dangerous situation. And at this point, they're actually on real roads that are like not insanely busy roads, but one of the things he had wanted him to work on was dealing with stoplights and whatnot. So like a road where there's 2 lanes and a turn lane, like a road of that size. So there's people around, and they start coming up to a yellow light. And it's not like they're really close and it turned yellow. It's like a situation where they watched the light turn green, watched it turn yellow, and were still pretty far away. Like, it was a pretty light that was far away from them. And listen, I understand that some people, it's yellow is speed up, okay? But it was a situation where even if they sped up, they were going to get to the intersection right when it turned red. No matter how hard he slammed on the gas, it just wasn't going to work. You guys know what I'm talking about. If you're going to speed up on yellow, you've got to be pretty close to the light to get through. If you're like a mile away and you start sending it, it doesn't matter how fast you're going. The yellow light's just not going to last that long. But whatever, the light turns yellow, and so the instructor just expects the kid to slow down, but he starts slamming on the gas. And so the instructor does the responsible thing at that point and starts slamming on the brake on his side. And so the car is like not moving as fast as he wants, and the kid looks down and literally stares at the gas pedal, confused as to why it's not working, takes his foot off and slams it down again, like trying to make it go faster. And he looks at the instructor and says, it's not working. And the instructor says, no, I'm pressing the brake. We're not gonna make that. What are you doing? doing? And the kid again is like, dude, stop being lame. Come on, I know what I'm doing. And he's like, no, you don't. You've almost gotten this canceled once. You're about to run a red light with your driving instructor in the car. And he's like, man, I don't know why you've got to be like that. You're supposed to be teaching me how to drive. I got to be in real life situations. So these real life situations have to be presented to me. How many times a day am I going to have to run a yellow light? And he goes, hopefully none. And he says, yeah, but what if I have to? I have to practice for that. And he says, well, then you go practice that with yourself, because I'm not dying in this car teaching you how to run a red light. Like, come on, man. He's a driving instructor. Plus, if someone's going to be practicing running a red light, I just don't want to be in the car with them when they do that. That's stupid. That is literally the most moronic thing I've ever heard. I'm going to try to get into an accident. Oh, I only got T-boned 5 times learning how to run a red light. Like, that's never going to end up good for you, bro. And on top of it, I definitely don't want to be in the car with you when you're doing it. I barely trust myself to, like, pay attention to everything you have to do on the road. That's not true. I feel like I'm a good driver. Everyone thinks they're a good driver. That's the joke, right? Everyone's a better driver than everyone around them. But still, I definitely would not, like, trust anyone else to be running red lights. I wouldn't trust myself to run a red light. There's a reason I don't do that. At that point, though, literally all the niceness has drained from this guy, and he's like, pull into that parking lot now. You are not driving anymore. I'm taking you home. And he's like, dude, come on, don't do that. Remember earlier what I told you? He's like, yeah, I don't care. I gave you another chance. I was already cool one time when I shouldn't have been, and your response to that was apparently thinking that this was some type of, like, Grand Theft Auto driving course where you just run every red light and break every traffic law, and apparently it's all good because you learned how to touch the pedals. Like, that's not how it works, bro. And the guy is all pissy, but he does pull into the parking lot, and they switch, and he's like the entire time still protesting as they're outside of the car switching. I could just drive home. I'll drive us straight there. And he's like, no, I'm not trusting you to drive anymore, dude. Like, this is seriously not the time to be goofing around. You're driving a car. This was not the appropriate time to go all video game drive mode. And, like, listen, that was his reasoning as to why he was going to be a great driver. And yeah, if you're driving in GTA, traffic laws don't matter. You can't get pulled over for speeding. You can't get pulled over for driving on the wrong side of the road. Probably not a good way to drive in real life, and probably a horrible example to use as to why you're going to be a great driver. No, don't worry, guys. I played tons of GTA. Yes, that's the problem. The problem is you drive like you're in GTA. But whatever, they switch and they start driving back to his house, and the first little bit is very awkward. The instructor's just silent. He doesn't want to interact with this kid anymore. And the kid is like trying to pout. You know when a kid is pouting, but they realize that no one's paying attention to them, so they're like, hold on, I've got to go pout louder or in front of somebody so that way they pay attention to me. You know, like when your little brother is 3 and he's like, I'm mad, and no one replies, so he just yells it louder. That type of vibe. Well, this guy was just like crossing his arms and sighing and being like, and the driving instructor's just ignoring him, because I'm not gonna reply to that, bro. Like, if I was the instructor, I wouldn't have either. Are you kidding me? Just loudly sighing in my general direction. That doesn't make me feel bad for you. I don't want to ask you how you feel about the situation. You're the idiot that got yourself into this situation. And finally, after he's just been ignoring him, like trying to make noises to get attention, he turns and he's like, don't you want to know what's wrong? And the instructor hits him with probably something he's never heard in his life, which was, no, I don't care. Which is hilarious. I mean, think about it, bro. Like, don't you want to know what's wrong? Nope, I don't care. And he's like, you don't care? No. I don't know why everyone has this idea today that, like, strangers should care about your feelings, bro. Like, I get it. We should all be more sensitive, whatever. But, like, in this situation, you put yourself in a bad situation. His job is to teach you to drive a car. Nowhere in this agreement for the driving instructor did it say, I will also be there for you to understand your feelings. That's not his job, bro. Like, hey, man, if it was your therapist and they were being mean, I get it. That would hurt your feelings. That makes sense. But I don't understand why the driving instructor needs to care about why you're upset. It just doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't do anything for the situation. And so the guy is upset, and he's like, well, I'm just upset that you're not going to give me another chance. And the instructor cuts him off and is like, I did give you another chance, man. I literally let you keep driving after you tried to text and drive. I gave you another chance, and you still blew it. And the kid is like, well, texting and driving isn't a big deal. And he says, yes, it is. Yes, it is. If you did that when you were taking the test for your license, you would fail. If a cop saw you doing that, you would get a ticket. That would be expensive. Your parents wouldn't be happy about that. Like, no matter how you try to justify clarify this. You shouldn't do it when you're driving. And he's like, yeah, but my friends do it. And he's like, oh, great, man. Awesome. Yeah, just keep it going. Just keep it going. Yeah, why not? Your friends do it? Sure. Mom, all my friends are huffing spray paint. And it's like, hey, Brandon, your face is blue. Anyways, they get back to the kid's house and he storms inside and his mom comes out. And the mom looks like a Karen, and instantly the guy starts being nervous. He's like, please don't yell at me because your kid sucks at driving. So he gets out and he's like, hi, ma'am. And she's just like, how was he? And he looks at her and she can just tell by the look he gives that it was bad. And she just kind of sighs and is like, we tried to tell him how to drive. He wouldn't listen to us. We thought he might do better with an instructor. And he's like, I mean, he improved, but he definitely needs to work on taking it seriously. And his mom's just like, yeah, we know. He just treats everything like a video game. And the driving instructor was like, yeah, I kind of got that vibe. And the mom's like, well, thanks anyways, and paid him and was like, you don't have to come back because he won't listen. And the guy said, okay, got in his car and went home. So he got paid for it. But I mean, the kid's going to be out there on the road one day not paying attention. So be on the lookout.
I don't know. It was just an overall pretty weird experience. I don't think I've ever told here on the channel, so I figured I would make it into a video because you guys tend to enjoy them. So, yeah, that's what we're going to be talking about today. So without further ado, let's hop right into it. Alright, so this story time takes place when I was probably about like 12, 13 years old. So me and my friends weren't old enough to drive, but we were old enough to like go out on our own without their parents. And I was over at their house, and it just so happens that their house was like, I don't know, a 1-minute walk away from this park. And because just walking around, being on our own, like not having to have our parents with us was still pretty fun to us, we decided to just go hang out at the park. And so we start walking down there, and on the way down there, they're like, dude, it's gonna be so awesome. Like, we started building this fort in the little wilderness area of the park. It wasn't actually wild. It was just like some trees and whatnot, but you guys get what I'm saying. Either way, we get there, and we immediately notice that there's only one other person at the park, and it's just a kid who looks to be about our age on the playground. So we don't think much of it. It's not like it's weird for someone to be at the park. You know, we're not going to walk up to him and be like, hey, this public property, you're not allowed on. Get out of here, man. We just end up going about our business. So we go over to where they had started building this fort, and we start messing around with it, and it was pretty cool. And we're just kind of moving stuff around, whatnot, and one of my friends goes, hey, guys, like, be careful about looking, don't make it obvious, but that dude is just staring at us. And so we all take a little bit, and we're, like, trying not to make it obvious, but sure enough, the guy is just staring at us. And it's not in a, like, oh, I'm bored and just kind of seeing what people are doing way. It's in a, like, he's watching us type of way. And it's definitely weird, so now we're all aware of it, and we keep trying to go about our business. And he just won't take his eyes off of us, man. And one of my friends who we were with decides to like stare at him back to see if he'll stop looking at him. And so he makes eye contact with the guy, and he just doesn't break eye contact. So at this point, we're getting weirded out. Because it's just an absolute stranger, like, watching you to the point where he's willing to make eye contact for an extended period of time. We were all getting uncomfortable. So we decided, we were like, all right, there's another park on the other side of their neighborhood. We're going to go to that one instead, just because no one will be there to, like, stare at us and watch us. So we start leaving, and as soon as we start leaving, one of my friends goes, I've got a bad feeling, which freaked me out because I did too. You know when you have that feeling in your stomach when you're like, ooh, I don't know what's about to happen. All I know is that I'm not going to like what's happening. And we're walking, and as soon as we're close to getting around the corner, I happen to look back, and I see that the kid who had been watching us is now like running up towards where we're going. So I'm like, hey guys, I think he's following us. And my friends are like, no man, you're being paranoid. He's not gonna follow us. That's ridiculous. And I'm thinking, all right, yeah, maybe he was running over to like the fort. Maybe that's what he was waiting for. He just wanted to like mess around with it, and he was waiting for us to leave. I'm probably being paranoid. No way he would follow us. There's 3 of us and 1 of him. Even if he did follow us or something, it's like I like our odds. We got him outnumbered, so I'm not really worried about it. And I don't know this neighborhood insanely well, so I'm kind of following my friends, and one of them just like walked slow. nothing wrong with him or anything. He just was a slow walker. So we were kind of just like keeping a pace with him because he was the guy who knew the neighborhood the best. And sure enough, because we were taking forever to get to the end of the road, by the time we get to the end of the road, me and my friend who wasn't walking slow look back. And we see that he's definitely following us because he's now come out of the park and like is in the neighborhood on the street with us. And so we kind of tell our friend who's leading the way like, hey, he's definitely following us. And he looks back and they're like, crap, I guess you weren't being paranoid. What do we do? And I'm like, well, we can start walking faster. That's what we can certainly do. And we might have to run. So we start walking faster. And my friend who knows the neighborhood very well is making us like zig and zag. The good thing about like suburban neighborhoods is that whoever designs the road is definitely on something. To the point where it's easy to just be like zigging and zagging up and down roads, taking a left, taking a right, going up a cul-de-sac, jumping a wall, like all this stuff. Terrible layout, but when you're trying to avoid someone, it's pretty good. But we just can't seem to be shaking this guy. He always happens to be like half a road behind us. And so after trying to like dodge him by going up and down different roads and whatnot and it not working, my friend's like, all right, I think our best option is to run. And I'm not necessarily opposed to that. But I just wanted to make sure that we were all going to run in the same direction. Because these two dudes lived in this neighborhood. Like, whatever. If we all split up, they're going to be able to find their way back. I don't know this neighborhood at all. So if we split up and this dude following us chases me down, I'm screwed. I'm definitely going to end up on a dead end. Because I don't know where I'm going at all, alright? I've seen enough scary movies to know that if you're not familiar with where you're running, you're definitely going to end up running into a dead end. That's not where I'm trying to be. I like being alive. And I like having my things. I'm not trying to get robbed. So they're like, all right, well, okay, here's the plan. We're going to run to this end of this road, take a left. From there, you're going to go straight and you can take either of the two rights because they both go to the end of this road. At that road, take a left and you can get back to the house. So now that I kind of know what's up, we're like, okay. And on the count of 3, we all start sprinting. And I know you're not supposed to look back when you think something's chasing you because it slows you down and like you can't run as fast when you're looking behind you. And that's true. But unfortunately, I'm an idiot and curiosity killed the cat, so I decide to look back, and when I look back, I see that he's running after us too. And I don't necessarily know what sport this kid played. I don't know if he was just a track sprinter or what, but he apparently is really fast because he's clearly gaining on us. So I see that, and it like triggers my adrenaline even more, so I turn my head back and I start running. And now it's just the 3 of us sprinting down this road. And we get to the first right, and I just decide to take the first right because I'm like, well, look, if he's gaining on us, he'll at least have to slow down a little bit to turn. So I just take the turn and I start running. And all 3 of us took the first turn. I don't know if we all had the same thought or what, but we all do. So we're just running up this road. And he's gaining on us, and so finally at the top of the road, my friend's like, all right, he's behind us, everyone just turn around. And not wanting to keep running and leave them from turning around, we all decide to turn around, and when we do, we see that he's probably about 15 feet away from us, still running towards us. And he had always been far enough away where, like, we couldn't really tell how big the dude was, you know? Like, we could tell that he was around our age, but we couldn't really see. And now we're seeing that he's a good bit shorter than all of us. And he's the only one of him. Like, it's not like he had a bunch of friends waiting or anything, and there's 3 of us. So we turn around, and my friend, who's the guy we had been following, is like, dude, what the... Man, like, why are you following us? What's wrong with you? Like, you're staring at us at the park, bro. Like, do you understand how creepy you're being? Why are you chasing us? And the guy's just standing there, and he's, like, walked forward another 10 feet now, so he's about 5 feet away. And he's, like, slightly out of breath, and he says, give me your phones. And we're kind of, like, looking at each other. We take a second when he says that and look at each other, because we're not sure if he heard us right or if we heard him right. Because, you know, it's just kind of bizarre to be the only guy smaller than a group of 3, and you're like, hey, give me your stuff. I don't know if you know how this works, but this isn't really how it works. Usually if someone's robbing you, you know, they have something that makes you give over your things. Like, if someone's got a knife, like, I'm just giving you my wallet. I'm not dying over this, bro. Like, I'm just not, I don't care. But if you come up to me and you're like, give me your stuff, and you're just like, I don't know, 5'4", like, I'm just not gonna give it to you, and like, what are you gonna do about it? Like, I just don't know what to do. And especially if there's like me and 5 friends and you are way smaller than everyone, and you walk up and you're like, give me your stuff.
no. So we're all looking at each other and we decide that we did hear him right. So we look at him and we're like, yeah, no, we're not going to give you our phones. I don't really know what he expected us to do. Get down on the ground in the fetal position and be like, please, sir, just let me grab my SIM card. I'll give you anything you want. Like, that was not going to happen. And his response to that is to like look at us and yell even louder, give me the phones now. And so we say no again, except this time we're even firmer. We're like, no. And he's just kind of standing there, staring at us. And we can tell that he really hadn't thought this through very well. It was like he really thought that was going to work. Because just the way he's looking at us, I don't know if this makes sense, but he was kind of confused that we weren't giving the phones over. Like, he was trying to process in his brain what his next move should be since we just didn't immediately hand over everything we own. And in his confusion, in his infinite wisdom, I guess somewhere in his brain, the calculation was like, boop, boop, beep, 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 boop, boop, doing the math. All right, maybe if I ask them nicely to give them, or to give him our phones, then they'll just hand it over and it'll be no issue. Because he says, come on, guys, please, just give me your phones. Which, all right, man, I don't really care if you're saying please. That doesn't magically change it, you know? Like, imagine that you're robbing a bank. Please give me all the money. Oh, officer, you don't understand. I don't really think you need to chase the guy down because he did say please while he was robbing the bank. Very polite. So we say no again, and my friend who was leading the way kind of pushes him and is like, get out of here, bro. And the kid takes a step back when he gets pushed and has a look on his face as if we have just offended the King of Belgium, man. We have literally just decided to spit in the face of the Princess of Norway. We have decided to decry the royal family. And he says, whoa, no need to shove me. Which is just hilarious. You know what else there's also no need for? Running down and trying to rob someone. I think that's also pretty unnecessary. Hey man, robbery is one thing, but shoving, no need, no need. And so my friend is like, I'm gonna shove you if you're trying to rob us. And he decides to start having an argument about how he hadn't pushed or decided to like hit any of us, so we should have respected that and not pushed him back. And we are literally stupefied at this. Cause like, listen man, it should just kind of be understood that if you try to steal from someone, they might fight back. They probably will fight back unless there's a reason for them not to. But especially in this situation, like, we just shoved him and told him to get out of here. We didn't punch him in the face or anything. The fact that he was so offended kind of blew my mind. Like, wait, what do you mean? Well, there's just no need to shove me, because that's just really rude and unnecessary. Bro, you're trying to steal my phone. Like, do you not think that that's also rude and unnecessary? But whatever, we're like, dude, just get out of here. You're trying to rob us. We're gonna shove you, like, leave. And he argues for a little bit, and finally he's like, fine, I'll get out of here, but I just want you guys to know that that was really rude. There was no reason to do that. And now we're getting pissed off, and we're like, dude, get out of here before we actually do decide to be rude about it. I don't really know if you can consider any reaction at that point being rude if you try to rob someone, but whatever. He's like, fine, I'm gonna leave, but next time I see you, just know that I'm gonna get your phone. And we're like, yeah, whatever. Listen, under normal circumstances, that would be a scary threat, but when somebody gets, like, dramatically offended at the fact that you shove them when you're saying no to being robbed, I'm not really afraid of his future crimes, you know? Like, he's gonna walk into the bank if he ever tries to rob one. Give me the money. The bank teller's gonna be like, no. Oh, all right. No need to say no. Okay, let's not get stingy here. The cops show up, they like tackle him. Oh, now that was just unnecessary, guys. Was tackling me necessary? I don't think so. He's gonna be the definition of the guy from The Incredibles when he gets saved by Mr. Incredible and decides to sue him for saving his life. That's the vibe of this guy. Either way, obviously, we kept our phones. We were in no rush to hand them over to a dude that was just like, give me your phones. So he leaves. We go back to their house. We obviously don't tell their parents because we didn't want them to be like, you can't go back to the park anymore. I go home. They were some of my best friends, still like really good friends with them. So I ended up going back over a few weeks later, and we decided to go back to the park, and we weren't looking for the guy. We truthfully were just going to go back to the park because they had been working on that fort thing still, so I wanted to see what had changed. But we get there, and sure enough, the guy who said he was going to take our phones the next time he sees us
is sitting on the swings going back and forth. And my friend, deciding to troll him a little bit, goes, "Hey man, you gonna take our phones again?" And dude, you would have thought that this kid saw a ghost. He did like the jump off the swing thing and he lands and he starts looking around. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen that show Meerkat Manor. If you haven't, it's sick. You should go watch it. It's about meerkats. It's awesome. Either way, he like kind of has this meerkat look on his face and starts scanning back and forth as if he's looking to assess the situation. And so my friend yells out again, like, "Remember us? You tried to steal our phones?" And instead of saying anything or, you know, coming over and taking our phones the way he said he was going to, he literally looks at us, opens his mouth like he's gonna say something, decides against it, turns around, and just runs away. And listen, me and my friends are not particularly scary guys. Like, I don't want anyone to think that I'm delusional over here being like, yeah, we intimidated the guy so hard that he ran away. That's why it's even funnier, as we were just not intimidating at all. Especially after you're like, "Next time I see you, I'm gonna take your phone, man." Oh, really? No, next time you see me, you're gonna look at me like a meerkat and then sprint in the other direction. I don't feel like I'm the type of person normal people would sprint away from. I don't know. Maybe I'm just confused. Either way, after that, they said they never really saw him at the park again. And whenever I would go over there and we would go there, we never saw him again. Probably more out of embarrassment than anything. Or maybe he realized that trying to rob 3 people by yourself is just a very bad idea. Like, you don't have to be a mathematician or anything to realize that your odds of success in a 3v1 is not very good. Unless you're like some top secret Cobra Kai karate master, you know? Even then, I feel like in a 3v1, whenever there's like a karate movie or like a fight in a movie, the 3 guys wait and fight the guy like one at a time. That's not how reality is. If 3 people start punching you at one time, it's probably not gonna end well unless you're like, I don't know, Jason Bourne. Either way, I just thought that was an interesting story time. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. I know this one's a little bit shorter than normal, but you know, I just felt like talking about it. If you did enjoy the video, I'd really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comment section down below. And of course, subscribe if you're new and turn on those notifications. If you like the story times, but you'd rather listen to an audio version offline in the car, whatever floats your boat, I do post the audios over on Spotify, link down below. And down in the description, you can also find a link to a playlist I made here on YouTube of some of my favorite story times of the year. So if you need something to listen to while you're doing chores, playing video games, homework, whatever it may be, feel free to check that out. Like I said, all those links can be found down below in the description. But yeah, on that note, that'll do it. One more time, press the like button, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. It really does help the video do better, and I would greatly appreciate it. But on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. Give me your phone. Ah, family, one of the most beautiful things that you can have in this life. You ever looked at Grandma and Grandpa and thought, you guys worked so hard, now you're retired, you got all this money, I should just take it? Well, apparently the lady that we're going to be talking about today decided to just yank a good chunk of the retirement from her mom's portfolio. Thought it was nuts, thought you guys would think it was crazy, so without further ado, let's get into it.
Nice rack and her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million.
Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. Here's yesterday's comment of the day. Appreciate everybody that comments, hits the like button, all that good stuff. So, the person who sent me this story today was working at an ice cream shop downtown in the city he lived in, and you would think that's like a pretty chill job, pretty boring, not a whole lot going on. Such a boring shift, you might start a fight club with your employees and try to knock each other out with waffle cones, whatever floats your boat. But this particular ice cream store was insanely popping. It had been there for a very long time, like 70-something years, so it had kind of become a bit of an institution in the city. And especially on the weekends, it would be like line out the door for 8 hours straight, which sounds super stressful to me. That's not my vibe. Like, if I have to do a job like this, I'm hoping it's as dead as humanly possible. Maybe that's just because I'm lazy. Maybe it's because I just don't like to do work like this. I don't know. But the person who sent this to me absolutely loved it because the tips were huge. Because it had been around forever, like a lot of people that had great childhood memories in this ice cream shop had gotten older, gotten a little bit of money, so they'd come in, leave a huge tip. Oh, back in my day, my grandma used to bring me in here, and ice cream was only half a penny. We used to cut pennies in half with shears during the Great Depression. Everybody loved a half a penny. Then you're like, all right, man, here's your vanilla scoop. Get back on the dementia bus, Grandpa. Anyways, the manager who was in charge of like the store during the day when people were working was actually the founder's granddaughter. It was a family establishment. It hadn't been bought out by some huge place. Like, it was making a lot of money. It's not like it was some small mom and pop place. But they had kept it in the family, and the manager's mom was the lady who owned the store, but she didn't really want to be at the ice cream store 8 hours a day. She had worked really hard to like keep it running, so her daughter was now the manager, and she just kind of hung out, did some other business stuff. And what's mad unfortunate is usually when you try to keep it in the family, the person who founded it works hard, the person who gets it after that works hard, but by the third or fourth generation, the person just doesn't have any idea of work ethic whatsoever. And this manager was no exception. She was a terrible manager. Any chance she would get, she would like throw employees under the bus. If a customer was mad, instead of just making whatever they were mad about right, she would go out of her way to embarrass employees and make them look guilty for whatever the issue was. Like, if someone didn't like their flavor of ice cream, she would call out an employee and say, see, I told you that flavor was dumb, because each employee got to pick a flavor each month that they wanted to be at the store. Which just sucks. As a manager, you gotta understand that you're in charge. You can't be going for everyone's throat over small things, especially throwing people under the bus for things as dumb as someone not liking a flavor of ice cream. Yeah, believe it or not, if you have a line out the door 8 hours a day on the weekend, at some point, some people are not gonna like a few flavors of ice cream. It'd be like if every time someone commented on my video and was like, I don't like this, I just stopped what I was doing and cried for 17 hours. Yeah, okay, people like don't like YouTube videos, it happens, but she would go out of her way to make employees feel bad. And if it got insanely busy, like it was always busy, but if there was a huge rush or whatever, and a lot of people were getting impatient, and there was a lot of people who had paid and were waiting on her ice cream, or their ice cream, instead of like taking the chance to step up and take charge and make everybody get organized, she would literally go hide. Imagine that. It's an insane rush. You don't really know what to do. You're not the manager. It's not like it's your job. You just need a little bit of direction to keep things flowing. You start looking around for your manager and you just see them literally running out the back door to go hide until the rush comes down. And then she would come back after the rush and take all the credit for it. Like, great job, guys. We did an awesome job. Wow, that's a whole lot of we. You're saying a whole lot of we, but when I was watching all the work go down, it was a whole lot of me, you know? But that's the way the nepotism ball bounces sometimes. Every now and then you get really lucky a company stayed in the family for like 40 generations. Everyone still works hard. But usually it's something like this where the manager got their job because they're the granddaughter of a founder and they don't really know what's going on, and they won't get fired because what? They're going to fire their kid? So they just do whatever they want. But that was the experience that they had with this manager. But since the tips were so good, they just dealt with it and kept working because it wasn't like they were going to have another job where they could make more money doing anything easier. But one day, it was just him and the manager working on like a weekday after school, which wasn't insanely busy. There were people coming in and out. But compared to a weekend, it was relatively dead. And he's just doing some work on like a few of the ice cream machines, maintaining them, cleaning them. And he sees this customer come in and just place a little small order. And it was like $4 or something. So he just pulled out a $5 bill and handed it to the manager. The manager said thank you, printed the receipt, and the way that this particular restaurant worked, it had a really old system because it had been around forever and they just hadn't upgraded it, is like if someone paid in cash, you had to take the receipt and put it in with the cash just so they could keep track of it. And his manager looks around and doesn't think he's paying attention, and he sees his manager just pocket the receipt and pocket the cash. And he's kind of shocked because this is just her stealing from the store that her family owns. It's literally like stealing from her mom. And he's even more confused because he's like, wow, she's just straight up hiding the receipt, hiding the cash, the way she did it. It was not the first time she had done it, but he was hoping he just saw something wrong. Maybe he's just making stuff up. Maybe he doesn't like the manager. He's just imagining things. So he just says like, all right, whatever. I'll keep an eye on it, but I'm not going to confront anyone and say that I saw someone stealing if I'm not 100% sure about it. You don't want to jump to conclusions, like run over there and just accuse someone of doing something they didn't do, and then they look at you and prove you're crazy, and now you lost your job because you accused the owner's daughter of stealing money. So he's paying attention, and for the rest of the shift, whenever somebody would pay cash, the manager would take the receipt and the cash and put it into the pocket. And it started getting busier towards the end of the day, but he was paying attention. And he doesn't know an exact amount of the cash that she threw into that pocket, but it was at least over $1,000. As I said, this place gets poppin'. And a lot of their clientele was older people tend to pay with more cash. And every time somebody was paying with cash, she's just throwing it in her pocket, man. Whatever bank she was going and depositing this in probably thought she was a drug dealer of some sort. Like, dude, this lady comes in with $1,000 in cash every day. Something's off, right? And when we ask her what it's from, she says, don't worry about it. I didn't steal from my mom. Kind of a weird response. Should we look into it? And the guy at the bank's like, nah, don't worry about it. Who cares? Even if they do find out, they'll fine us less than we made for it. But yeah, he basically watches the rest of this shift as she's pocketing all the cash. And when there was a huge rush, she went out back. He had to handle it, but he looked out this back door that he had. Or they had, sorry. And he sees her out there counting this cash out of her pocket. So she's not even ashamed enough to steal it and wait till she gets home to count it out. No, she seriously off rip is out there in the back, smoking a cigarette while she left the other employee completely alone to handle a rush while counting all the money that she just stole from her mom. That just sounds like a character in a movie that you would make fun of because it's so over the top. You would make fun of the writer, like, oh yeah, sure, someone's that evil, they'll steal from their mom and then abandon someone to smoke a cigarette and count the money. Yeah, what's next? They're gonna steal candy from a baby? I wouldn't even challenge this lady to steal candy from a baby. She'd probably do it. If you're willing to steal thousands of dollars from your own mom, I'm sure candy from a baby doesn't even cross your mind. Yeah, no issue. Who cares? If I want it, I'm gonna take it. So he, as she's out and the rush ends, goes over to the cash register just to see what's up and is flabbergasted by how greedy she's been about stealing. You would think that she maybe just took some money to pay for lunch or whatever. She had taken all of the cash for the day, literally all of it. So whereas 20% of the business used to be cash transactions, when she's manager, at the end of the day when they're reporting it all, there was just magically no cash. And I'm sure in her head, she thought the system was perfect because she was taking that little receipt. So in her mind, she's like, there's no way they'll ever be able to tell that this was even sold. What she didn't think about, though, and I don't think the subscriber even thought about it, is I feel like a lot of places check based on inventory versus profit. So they can calculate the margins of oh, we sold this much vanilla, we made this much, this is our margin on vanilla, da-da-da-da-da. I don't think they're really wow, oop, all the ice cream is gone, let's just order more. We're not going to do the math on how much money we made on this. Eventually, they're going to figure out that they're selling a lot of ice cream and not making as much money. But she thinks that she's the smartest lady in the world, so I'm sure in her mind this was the perfect system. There was no way anyone would ever find out that she was robbing her own mother. But even if no one would notice, it can't feel good to go spend money you stole from your mom. I don't know. She probably felt good about it. She was up in Best Buy picking out a new MacBook every day. The guy's like, hey, where's all this money coming from? How about you mind your business and sell me a laptop, all right, buddy? You don't worry about where I'm getting the bands from. And for the next week, he basically just watches her take things, and he's having a huge battle in his head about what to do about it. Because on one hand, he does want to tell his boss, he does want to keep the store doing well. She is taking a lot of money. On the other hand, do you really want to be the person that gets into a he said, she said with the owner's daughter, the founder's granddaughter? Do you want to be in a situation where it's your word versus hers? Probably not. Because it's not like she's going to come out and say, yes, you're right, I have been stealing tons of money from my mom. If she's already stealing money from her mom, she's probably super cool with lying to cover it up. But he doesn't really have to worry about it because the owner, the mom, sends out a text to all the employees saying that they are going to have a serious meeting that Thursday. And he was at work when they got the text, and as soon as the manager reads it, she starts freaking out. going around asking everybody all frantically, oh, what do you think it's about? What do you think this could possibly be about? Oh, why do you think we're having a meeting? Do any of you guys have any idea what it could be about? Because I have no clue. I have no idea why we could be having a meeting. Just being super nervous, which made it obvious to him because he knew what was going on, why she was nervous. If someone's calling a serious meeting and all staff has to be there and they don't usually call serious meetings, I wonder if it has anything to do with the massive amounts of money that's been going missing. It's kind of making everybody a little bit confused on why she's so nervous because literally no one else was. Because no one else was taking money or anything. Everyone else was just thinking maybe they were going to be opening another location, maybe they were going to be redecorating or something. No one else's mind was on them being in trouble, them being fired, anyone taking anything, because it's just not something anyone else had noticed. It was just that this guy happened to see it one time, so he started paying attention. It's not like usually he was paying any attention. He was just doing his thing, working on the ice cream machine, getting ice cream. He wasn't usually 20/20 eagle-eyed vision watching what everyone does with every transaction all the time. But she's freaking out, continuously asking everyone if they should just ditch, oh, we just don't have to go. And everyone keeps telling her, no, it's okay. It's just a meeting. It's not that big of a deal. But how nervous she is, you would have thought it was a team skydiving trip. Everybody at the ice cream store was going to have to jump out of a plane with a parachute and through the power of teamwork slow themselves down enough. That's not what's going on. It should just be a meeting unless you have something to be mad nervous about. But whatever, the day of the meeting comes, everybody comes in and is sitting there, and the manager is literally sitting in the front row, so nervous she's shaking, biting her fingernails. And the owner comes in, her mom, walks to the front and says, listen guys, I really hate that we have to be having this meeting. If I had it my way, this would never have to be an issue. I'm very, very disappointed that it has to come to this. I don't know who it is, but I know that someone is stealing. And before she even launches into what's been stolen, how they know it's been being stolen, it's obvious she's about to keep talking. She wasn't done with what she was saying. Her daughter stands up, the only person to stand up, and very loudly is what? Someone is stealing? No way. Who would dare to steal from you, Mom? Are you kidding me? This store that my grandpa opened, someone is stealing from it? I can't believe this. Who would do this? And the mom literally stops her and says, can you sit down? I'm not done yet. But everyone is kind of slowly having their eyebrows raised because she keeps way overreacting. No one else jumped up and started screaming. You're the only one doing that. At least let the explanation finish, someone's stealing. For all you know, your mom was about to say, someone is stealing spatulas. You didn't even let them finish the sentence and you're already acting like you had nothing to do with it. So the mom goes on to explain that they had been ordering a certain amount of ice cream and making a certain amount of money for a long time. That had magically stopped, so they started looking into it, and they thought it was odd that the cash was just always gone recently. Yeah, that would probably raise some red flags. You've been making a certain amount on the ice cream that you order. All of a sudden that stops. You start looking into it. And all of the cash is missing for weeks on end? I wonder what happened. Do you think everyone on the planet just magically stopped using cash, or do you think someone's taking it? Unless you're dumber than Patrick Starr himself, you can probably surmise that someone's taking it. Especially because this place was older and cash was always a solid chunk of their business. It's not like it was steadily going down for a while and then stopped. It went from $20,000, $30,000 a month in cash to none very, very quickly, an insane drop off. So someone has very evidently been stealing cash, but the mom doesn't really know who it is. She didn't have any camera set up to watch the backside of the registers. Which is dumb. They probably should have had that, but she explains that she's going to have to put cameras back there just to watch what happened, and she felt bad about doing it. She didn't want anyone to think she was invading their privacy, but she had to figure it out, which is a super nice owner thing to even be worried about. If I owned a store, yeah, I'm 100% putting cameras behind the registers. Not because I wouldn't trust my employees, but if someone's going to rob you, they're going to walk up to the register. That's probably just where you want a camera. But I don't think you owe anyone an apology if people are taking money and you're I have to figure out who's stealing money from me. But she goes on to explain that it's a very big deal and she has to do this because whoever's been taking money had stolen a little bit over $52,000 from the store at this point. That's a hefty chunk of change, ladies and gentlemen. That's not like a little $5 cone of ice cream that you take on your way out on a Friday. That would still be wrong, but you know, it's harmless. $52,000 is a lot of money, but it's especially a lot of money to steal from your mom, bro. Do you want her to retire? Do you want her to be able to, like, I don't know, go on vacation in her old age? Really out here taking like a full year salary of the average person from your mom in the span of like a year because you just want it? I'm shocked they didn't figure it out sooner. It seems like their accountant was lagging behind if it took until $52,000 for anyone to notice. But whatever, the manager still doesn't come clean. She doesn't take this moment to be like, wow, I didn't realize how much money I've taken. It's gotten really out of control. They just keep their mouth shut, and the subscriber keeps expecting them to come forward, which was probably dumb on their part. It's not like they were going to come forward. Whatever, though, over the next few days, the cameras are getting set up, and none of the employees are really that mad about it, because how could you really be mad about it? It's a really understandable situation, and even if you are really mad about it, like, go ahead and freak out. They're probably going to put the cameras in anyways. But the manager actually is who starts getting really, really weird about the cameras. Isn't that bizarre? She starts trying to, like, rile up all the workers to get mad about the cameras, but it's not working. She gathers them all up and is like, you guys think that this is okay, that they're going to invade our privacy like this? And everyone says, well, the other parts of the store are on camera, so, I mean, it's just like one more part. And it makes sense. Someone's taking money. And then someone said, yeah, and I feel safer if they're on camera anyways. And she's just going off about how she can't believe that they would be so okay with being on camera all the time. And I just feel like living in the 21st century, outside of your house, just assume there's a security camera somewhere recording a part of what's going on, like whether it's your car, whether it's your elbow. Like, there's just so many cameras, so many places these days. Chances are you're going to be under surveillance. And on top of it, if the rest of the restaurant and rest of the store is under surveillance, I don't know, having a camera on the register doesn't seem that weird, but she can't get everyone all riled up to hate the idea of the cameras. And you would think once the cameras get installed, she can't get everybody to get on board with hating the cameras for no reason, that she would stop stealing, because you're going to get caught now. It's literally inevitable. If you're on camera behind the register, you can't take money from the register. At least that's what most people with like a smart thought process would think. I guess most people with a smart thought process just wouldn't be stealing in the first place. But whatever, she did not have the ability to stop for some reason and decided to throw it all away to just keep taking this cash. And I get that it's a lot of money, but eventually she probably would have just inherited the business anyways. But no, instead, she just kept stealing, and the cameras recorded what the cameras recorded. And one day, her mom comes in and confronts her in the middle of like a slower day. There were still some customers in the store. She comes in and starts yelling her daughter's name, which I'm not going to say, and starts saying how could she steal from her, and like, didn't she know that she was going to get caught? The cameras were there. She couldn't believe her own daughter would steal from her. And instead of being ashamed and embarrassed and apologizing or like showing any regret whatsoever, she just goes off about how she doesn't get paid enough, so she had to take matters into her own hands. Alright, if you don't like how much your mom's paying you, go have a conversation about it. Don't start stealing. And you definitely don't need to steal $52,000. That seems a little bit excessive. Oh, I'm just trying to make ends meet by stealing 52 grand. What ends are you trying to meet, dude? A car payment? Like 9 car payments? I just don't understand. So the mom starts getting mad and is like, you're not even going to be apologetic about it. I can't believe I raised a daughter that would be so ungrateful. You're fired. Duh, you have to fire someone if they're stealing from you. You can't keep someone on board if you can't even trust that like all the money that you make that day is going to go to your pocket. But she starts arguing with her mom about being fired and says that her mom can't fire her because she's her daughter. Last time I checked, that's not an official rule. You can definitely fire someone if they're related to you. It doesn't matter. And you could 100% fire someone for stealing from you if they're related to you. theoretically, she could have had you, like, arrested. If she really wanted to, she could have called the cops, they would have come and arrested you and put you in jail. The fact all she was going to do is come scream at you in front of some customers and fire you, you should count your lucky stars and leave. But of course, once her daughter starts being like, you can't fire me, I'm your daughter, she goes off about how, if you're my daughter, why would you steal from me in the first place? And she's still refusing to leave, saying that this job is all she has and she can't fire her. And at that point, her mom's getting pissed because it's just causing a scene in the restaurant. So she threatens to call the cops. And she's like, you can't call the cops, I'm your daughter. I don't know why she thinks that just makes everything null and void. All right, guys, if your dad steals a bunch of money from you, you're just out of luck. You gotta let him take it. But finally, once she threatens to call the cops, she starts running, like trying to take off to get out of there so she won't get in trouble. And the doors were push doors, right? So it should have been very easy for her to run out. But she runs up to the push door, goes to pull it, and then keeps running. So she might be the only person in the world who has ever managed to clothesline themselves by trying to run out of a push door. So she just smacks into the door. Something out of like an animated movie where they hit the glass and kind of down the side, but she pops back up and is like, I'm leaving, and opens the door and sprints out. And the mom starts looking around at all the workers who are standing there slack-jawed watching at like this Maury episode going down while they're trying to have a normal day of work, and says that like she's sorry and she's gonna give them a little bit of a bonus for having to watch that. And they're like, no, we're sorry, can we help with anything? She says no, but she's going to have to look for a new manager, and like she's really sorry about having to put the cameras in just to find out it was her daughter. She never expected it, and everyone is being nice to her. Like, yeah, we understand you never expected your daughter to be stealing money from you. So anyways, she goes to the customer, she kind of makes it right with them. I'm sorry you had to see that. And some of the customers are pretending like they didn't find it entertaining, all right? Like, that was insane, come on. I'm not saying it was nice. I wish it would have never happened. But if I walked into an ice cream store and witnessed that go down, I would be like, I will come here every day. If you promise me something that nuts happens, it would make my job so much easier, you know? Like, I just go to this one place and every time I go there, someone just gets caught stealing and gets ran out of the store. I wouldn't be good for business, you know? But it would be entertaining for the videos, that's for sure. So whatever, after a couple more weeks of deliberation, the guy who sent this to me actually got promoted, so in a weird way, it was kind of good for him. Not good for anyone else, like destroying a family's never good. But if you decide to steal from your mom, don't stop stealing when she puts in cameras. Steal $52,000 from your mom and then get mad when she catches you. Don't apologize, say whatever, I'm your daughter, you can't do anything about it. It's kind of on you, like it's 100% on you. I just wish she would have never done it. Anyways, that'll do it for the video, guys. I just thought that this was an insane story. Hopefully you enjoyed. I've been on the grind with the long videos, so if you could reward me with a like and comment, I would appreciate it. If you're new, you should also subscribe. I've been on the daily upload grind. I plan to be on it at least for the rest of the year, so subscribe if you're new, turn on those notifications. And if you like the story times, but you would rather listen to the audio version, I do post it on Spotify, link down below. Along with that, you can find a link to the intro song. And over on my third channel, Scrubby, I've been doing this I've been doing this podcast where I kind of react to stuff, talk about weird news. So if you missed the old reaction stuff I used to do, you can go check that out. Just search Scrubby on YouTube, it should pop up. But yeah, on that note, guys, thank you all so much for watching. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and I'll see you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. Alright, this is going to be part 4 of the Sauerkraut Kids saga. For those of you that haven't seen it yet, basically there was this weird dude at this park I grew up by who smelled like sauerkraut and was always trying to beef with me and like jump me and whatnot. So I've just been telling the story of all the weird stuff he went to do. So this is part 4 when he came to the skate park a few years after all the original stuff that went down. And ended up just being an absolute weirdo. Figured it would make a good story time, so that's what we're gonna be doing. Let's get into it.
Nice rack and her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. Before we get too into it, I would appreciate y'all going ahead and commenting down below if you want more of these. And yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. So, I had a string of issues with Mr. Sauerkraut Kid for a bit, and then after that, we kind of avoided each other. He avoided me, I avoided him, and it kind of worked out well. I never had to deal with his issues, I never had to smell him anymore. It was kind of like I was walking on cloud 9. And 2 years later, I had started getting into skateboarding, and I was spending a lot more time at the skate park. And I had gotten to the point where I knew most of the people that were there regularly. So there was like a group of 3 kids who would come skate together. There were some older guys who would come skate together. And we all just kind of knew the flow of the park, and everybody would just kind of do their thing, stay out of everyone's way, and it was a very chill vibe. I know sometimes seems like skate parks in these videos are nuts. It's not. 99.999% of the time, it's really cool. One day though, I'm there and I'm just minding my business in the corner of the skate park, and the corner I'm in is kind of behind the entrance. The way it goes is like you come in the entrance and then the fence goes deeper to the left. So most of the time when people come in, they wouldn't look in that corner because it was just kind of out of the way. So I see this guy skate in and he kind of looks familiar. And I realized that it's Sauerkraut Kid just because at this point I had had so many issues with him. I probably could have picked him out of a crowd if there was a lineup. That's him. That's the Sauerkraut Kid. Get deodorant for him. Stat. I don't know what's going on with those pits, but it's rancid. So I'm at the skate park and he comes in and he doesn't really see me, but he goes in over to where these 2 guys, the 2 of the 3 guys that usually hang out, were skating this rail. And they had been skating it for a while, just minding their business. And this guy doesn't even take time to set up his stuff. He doesn't take time to see what's going on at the park. He skates right up to them and just says, "Move right now." Which I don't think anyone would take very kindly to, but especially if it's someone you don't know and they're just at the skate park trying to boss you around, the 2 guys were not that thrilled by it. And it wasn't a, "Hey man, I'm trying to skate the rail too, is it okay if I skate it?" Or, "Hey, is it cool if I get some time on the rail? I want to skate it now, move." They're not going to respond well to that. I don't think anyone would. Even if you don't skate, if you were walking by something and someone said, "I'm trying to get there, move," I wouldn't blame you for just deciding to be stubborn and standing there. So whatever, these 2 guys, not the type to be talked down to and just insulted for no reason, say that they're not going to move. And then they start being like, "What's your issue, man? We've never even seen you before. Not that it matters, but why would you come up and be rude to us for no reason? You didn't even take the time to ask us to move or anything. What's your issue? Do you really think that's a good way to get people to give you what you want?" Just trying to reason with him. And what they didn't know is that Sauerkraut Kid, did not have the ability to reason. That was out the window. Probably from inhaling his own fumes so much. When you just smell like sauerkraut all the time and it's constantly in your nose, I'm sure eventually it just starts to inhibit your thinking. The only thing on your mind is the kraut, the kraut, the kraut. But when they say they're not going to move and start trying to reason with them, he just kind of shuts down and folds his arms and says, "He's serious, they better move," which has to be the worst intimidation tactic of all time. I don't know why so many people try to do that. The arm fold makes you look more like a pouty little kid trying to get your way than it does make anyone be like, "Oh no, he really means business, guys." You smell like sauerkraut and now your arms are folded. That's the only difference. If you unfold them, you smell like sauerkraut and your arms are normal. That's it. That's the only thing that changes. But the way he did it was obviously trying to be intimidating. He kind of did it aggressively and said he was serious. And the 2 kids are not really budging or moving at all because it's just not something that they were interested in, and he's just not intimidating. Sauerkraut Kid had gotten a little bit older over these 2 years, but for whatever reason, it didn't seem like he had been blessed with growing vertically at all. So he was still the same height. These guys were each a solid 1.5 feet taller than him, and he's trying to intimidate them. So they kind of say that they're not going to move, and if he keeps trying to threaten them, then they're going to make him move away from them. And it's not like they were trying to cause an issue. They were not thrilled about the prospect of having to push this guy away. But at the same time, if he's not going to move and just keep causing issues, at some point you got to just get the issue away. I'm not advocating violence, all right? I'm just saying, if someone's in your way saying they're not going to move and they're not going to let you leave, they're impeding your ability to move around, and you can probably push them out of the way and keep moving. So they say they're not gonna move again, and his response, arms still folded, is to go, "I'm gonna teach you guys a lesson." And he unfolds his arm, reaches down for his skateboard, and for those of you that skate, he mall grabs it by the back truck. But for those of you that don't, that's when you take your hand and you wrap it around the metal trucks on the bottom, and he lifts it up and he starts pulling it back. And I can tell by the way he's pulling it back, it looks like he's about to use the skateboard as a weapon and hit them. And if you want to get into a fight at the skate park, like, it's already kind of dumb. But it's really, really dangerous to smack somebody with a skateboard. You're not going to teach them a lesson. You're probably going to give them a massive concussion. What is that, dude? Oh, you guys don't want to move and let me skate right here? I'm going to smack you with a wooden board with metal attached to it. Some people that skate are like, oh, I could smack anyone with my skateboard. I don't know, man. You could probably classify that thing as a weapon. Like, if somebody was walking around with a stick that weighed as much as a wooden skateboard with a truck on the end of it, and they said they were going to hit you with it, you wouldn't want to be hit by it. So whatever, Sauerkraut Kid is being real sour, and his arm is coming back with this skateboard, and it just looks like he's about to smack them. And I'm close enough where I have the ability to, like, stop it. So I go over there and I grab the other end of the skateboard. So he's got it back with the truck in his hand. So I grab the other truck as it's coming back and I just pull it out of his hand. It was not some insane James Bond maneuver. I really didn't have to pull that hard. His grip was not that great on it. And he had held it back for so long because he was like really weak. So he was struggling to lift it back. So it wasn't hard to kind of pull it out of his hand. But I pull it out of his hand and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? You can't smack people with a skateboard. And he turns and it takes him a second, but he recognizes me. And instead of saying like, oh, great, it's you again, you know, I've dealt with you before, you're such a pain, why do you always have to try to get up in my business? He embraces the anime vibe he's got going on when he was trying to smack people with a skateboard and just looks at me and says, it's you! He had really turned me into an anime villain, bro. In his arc, nothing was the same after he didn't get away with stealing my bicycle. You made my grandma betray me when I stole your bike, and for that, you will pay. Just so angry. And I start trying to, like, reason with him and say, you can't smack people with skateboards, bro. And I make the mistake of letting go of the skateboard at that point because there's no way he'd be dumb enough to do it again. If I just pulled it out of his hand, he wouldn't try to smack me with the skateboard. But this sauerkraut-smelling dude starts reaching back the skateboard to swing it at me now. Except he's slow again because he's too weak to really like do it quickly. So the other two guys that are behind him now, they grab the skateboard and this time they rip it out of his hands and throw it across the skate park. Which might be mean, but we've tried the whole stopping it and giving it back to him thing and all that did was make him just turn and swing it at the person that just stopped him. So we're not taking chances again. And he turns around and starts trying to fight them after they do that. They're much larger than him, but he's surprisingly like good at punching. Sauerkraut Kid had to be tough when you smell like that. He's just punching them, man. And they're larger. They don't really want to hurt him, but they end up having to, like, just push him away and kind of stop him, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. They weren't pinning him down, but they were just pushing him in a way that made it so he had to focus on being pushed and not anything else. And he starts saying that he's really mad and we shouldn't have messed with him because now he's mad. And I don't know why he thought we didn't realize he was mad. If someone starts coming at me trying to swing a skateboard and hit me in the head, I'm gonna know you're mad. I would be really concerned if you weren't mad. Like, that would be some straight up psychopathic behavior. It is some straight up psychopathic behavior, don't get it twisted. But if that was what you did when you were happy, oh, I'm having a great day, I'm gonna go take a hammer around. Like, what's wrong with you, dude? That's some serious weirdness. So he's telling us that he's really mad, and we just keep going, dude, we don't care, you can't hit us with the skateboard, like, we don't care. I don't know if he was trying to tell us that he's really mad, so we had to go along with it and let him hit us with a skateboard or what, but he just kept repeating it over and over again. And when I say he's mad, that's not just doing it justice. Some people get mad, they start yelling, some people might turn a little bit red. This guy was at that point of anger where he was screaming so hard that like his voice box was giving out and making it sound hoarse. When you're going like this! That's how mad he was. And on top of it, as he's screaming, freaking out, he's starting to spit with every word he's saying. Like all the spit is conglomerating in his mouth and just flying out as he's screaming at us about how mad he is. And so we just keep telling him to relax, and he won't calm down. So we try to go to the other side of the skate park. Just get away from the situation. We're not gonna like keep arguing with him if he's just gonna keep getting angrier and spitting. So we go to the other side of the skate park and we're talking about how weird it is. And he comes back up with his skateboard
And the second he comes around with his skateboard, we are already on alert. He's already tried to hit us with the skateboard. We don't want to be hit with the skateboard. That's not on my bucket list. But he saunters up to us with this skateboard, and we're all just intensely watching him, kind of scared of him. And instead of looking sheepish or embarrassed at all, he seems fine, and he just starts talking. And you would think the thing that has to come out of his mouth if he's gonna come up with this much confidence is, hey, I'm really sorry, that was super out of pocket of me. I don't expect you to forgive me, but just so you guys know, that's not how I usually act. That's the confidence he's walking up with. But that's not what he says. There is no apology. He just starts trying to have like a casual conversation about how he was really looking forward to spring break. And yeah, I was looking forward to spring break too, don't get it wrong. I don't think anyone likes going to school when you're younger. But that being said, I wasn't trying to have this conversation with a dude that literally just tried to knock me out with a skateboard. I wouldn't want to have that conversation with most people. It's just kind of small talk, and small talk can be so boring it makes you want to like get hit with a skateboard. But I really was not about to have this conversation with someone that I did not like at all. Not only because he had stole my bike before, but now because he had tried to smack me and two friends with skateboards. And so the two guys that I'm standing with look at him and literally say, "What are you doing? Please go away. We're not friends." Like this whole, hey, I'm gonna come over and make small talk thing. We don't want to do that with you. We are not your friends. We're not gonna be friends. We can't kick you out of the skate park. We get that, you know, that's not what we're about. But don't come talk to us. Like, we want to stay as far away from each other as possible. And that's pretty reasonable. I think if you try to give someone brain damage, they probably won't want to be around you very often. But you would have thought that we just told this kid that he probably had a contagious form of the bubonic plague and we were going to keep him quarantined for the next 87 years in an airtight chamber. Because he just starts saying that there was no reason for us to be that rude. He didn't understand why we were being so small-minded about the situation, and he just didn't really get why we would be so upset about something. It was just a skateboard. It's not like it would have hurt that much anyways. And yeah, a skateboard is not like a baseball bat, but it's basically the same thing. I don't understand what he meant by that, trying to downplay it. I don't want to be hit in the head with anything. Even if it wouldn't hurt as bad as like a baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire, it doesn't mean that I would want to be hit in the head with it. Whatever, it wouldn't even have hurt that bad. Dude, I don't care if it's a Nerf bat. I still don't want to get hit in the head. I don't like being hit in the head. It's one of my least favorite places to be hit. If I had to have a list of places I enjoy being hit, none of them are preferable, but head would definitely not be in the top 5. But we're standing there kind of gobsmacked that he's like insulting us and getting angry with us, because if anything, it should be the other way around, right? We were the people that you almost hit in the head. And we all start getting mad, being like, you can't really downplay it. You still tried to hit us in the head with a skateboard. We still don't like you, like we don't want to be your friend. And he goes on another rant about how if we don't have the ability to make friends with people that used to be our enemies, like we're never gonna go very far in life. Yeah, that's right. If we don't make up with Sauerkraut Kid, then we're not gonna go very far in life. Listen, I'm not friends with Sauerkraut Kid to this day. And, while it's not as poppin' as it used to be, my channel's still cool. And I've just got other stuff going on. I don't really feel like I took the L route. I don't feel like I missed out on anything by not being friends with Sauerkraut Kid. When I'm laying in bed at night, I start thinking about cringy things I've done, and it's never, oh my gosh, I should have never not befriended Sauerkraut Kid. I missed out on so many great experiences. He could have shown me how to smell like sauerkraut. That would have changed absolutely everything. We still say that we're not interested, we don't want to really be around him, and he says that he's going to give us one more chance to forgive him. Oh my goodness, could you believe that he was that generous, guys? He's going to give us a chance to forgive him for him trying to hit us with the skateboard. I never thought I would get an opportunity to be a part of something this special. The idea that hundreds of years from now, people are going to talk about this moment in history class as one of the best symbols of human kindness of all time, the chance to forgive Sauerkraut Kid. But I said no. I said no. We all said, no, man, sorry, we are not really interested in being your friend. You can go skate, do whatever you want, but like, we don't want to be your friend. We don't want to hang out. We don't want to vibe. We don't want to skate together. We're not interested.
And he looks at us so disappointed, man. Like a parent that just found out that you got all F's on your report card, changed them all to A's to trick them, and then got caught. Like that much disappointment in his eyes. And says that he was really disappointed that we didn't take this time to have some character development. Okay, English teacher, thank you so much. I didn't realize I was a character in a novel. Nothing says I'm the main character like telling other people that they missed out at a chance for some character development. Who are you to say that? Yeah, people do get character development, duh. But to say that me forgiving you would have just added a lot to my life story, you know, who I am as a person, is just so weird. Hey, if you're not subscribed to the channel, you're missing out on a lot of character growth. And that's serious. There is no sarcasm in my voice right now. So we just tell him, okay, we'll lose out on that character growth. We're perfectly fine with that. And he saunters away and gets about 5 feet away before he turns around. But before I say what happens next, I'm going to be annoying. If you guys go press the like button and comment right now, it will help the video do better. And if this video gets 5,000 likes, I will do part 5, all right? But if not, it's not happening. I'm compromising for part 4 today. But he turns around when he gets about 5 feet away from us and says that he doesn't even want to skate anymore. The way that we're acting about his offer to forgive him has just totally taken him out of the mood to skate. Okay, none of us really cared, bro. Like, alright, that's not really my problem. If you're mad that the people you tried to hit with a skateboard won't forgive you and now you don't want to skate, did you expect us to start groveling? No, sauerkraut kid, please. Please don't leave. We want you to stay in the mood for skating. Hit us in the head with skateboards. If it makes you want to do an ollie, that's all we care about. So we say we don't care. And he's like, you guys are so rude and inconsiderate. I don't even want to be at this skate park. I'm going to leave. And we say, all right, man, whatever you want to do, like, you're more than welcome to do that. If that's really what your heart desires, then go for it. And he does that thing when people, like, do something as a threat, but they don't actually want to do it, but they have to follow through with it. I'm serious, guys. I'm really gonna leave. I will leave. Like, this is your chance. You can forgive me now, or I will leave. And we're all like, all right, bro, you can leave. Feel free. You are more than welcome to walk right out of there and skate home. And he gives us another little speech about how we should be so embarrassed that we would let someone leave, like the fact that we don't have it in us to get over ourselves and forgive him. We never told him to leave. We never once said, you have to leave or we're going to cause problems. In fact, the entire time he walked up to us, we kept saying, if you just go skate over there, we'll stay over here and like we'll just stay out of each other's way. No issues, no conflict. Let's just like avoid each other. He wouldn't let that happen. He's the one that made up this imaginary standard that if we didn't forgive him, we were interrupting his skating time, which I don't really care about anyways. I don't think we would be unreasonable if we told you to leave, but like it's obviously not our skate park. I don't know, I feel like most people probably would have left or like freaked out at you. So the idea that you were holding us hostage and we were making you leave, no one was making you do anything. But he keeps saying that if we forgive him, he'll stay and skate, and we keep telling him that we don't care, because we didn't care. Nobody that was standing there listening cared. And there were some adults skating on the other side, and he got so annoying saying that we should forgive him that the adults on the other side of the park yelled over, "Just leave, bro, they don't want you here." And we were like, yeah, man. And finally, he ended up leaving. So at least he did leave. Not with much dignity. Literally none at all. He did the absolute most to make it as painful and cringe as humanly possible, but he did dip. Still not really sure why he thought just walking up to us and trying to start a conversation, no apology or anything, was a good idea. Oh, if I just walk up to him and start talking to them about spring break, then they'll forget the fact that I tried to hit him in the head with skateboards. You didn't hit us, bro. Like, we still had all the brain cells. You didn't do the damage that you were intending to do, so you didn't really get away with it whatsoever. I don't know what Sauerkraut Kid was up to. I don't know what he was planning. It seemed like every time I interacted with him, it was just even more cringe than the last. I don't have too many more of these, so if you guys want more, let me know in the comments section. Like, subscribe, all that stuff. I am going to be back on that daily grind, so be sure to be on the lookout. Subscribe with notifications. I'm going to do like a long video like this, short video, long video, blah, blah, blah. But if you do enjoy it, then let me know in the like and comment area. See, I'm doing it, guys. I'm plugging it. Beyond that, if you want to listen to the audio versions of these story times, I do post them on Spotify. Feel free to check that out, link down below. There's also a link to the intro song down below if you want to give that a listen. And I've been doing a podcast over on my third channel, the Scrubby channel, so if you want to check that out, just look up Scrubby, it'll pop up.
I've been doing some reaction commentary stuff like I used to do over on the main channel, so if you liked that stuff and you missed it, feel free to go check that out. I would appreciate it. But yeah, I think that'll really do it for the video. I've been enjoying the Sauerkraut Kid saga. Hopefully you guys have too. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.
What is going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today, I'm bringing you guys part 3 of the Sauerkraut Kid saga. If you haven't seen the first 2 parts, they're the last 2 videos on the channel. Last time, I said if you guys got 5,000 likes, 2,000 comments, I would do part 3. And you guys blew it away in like a day. So I'm back with part 3. I thought it would take a little bit longer. For part 4, I'm going to say 7,500 likes. And we'll keep 2,000 comments. Same goal. But if you want part 4, comment, like the video. And without further ado, let's get into Sauerkraut Kid stealing my bike. So for those of you that haven't seen the first 2 parts, basically I went to the park one day. There was this weird kid that smelled like sauerkraut who tried to hit me with this stick that he was poking dog poop with. And when I broke the stick that he was trying to poke me with, he freaked out and like launched into this multi-day revenge plot to try to make me pay for breaking his item. I don't know, it just kind of kept backfiring on him. But he was just this weird kid who really did not like me for some reason and was just like obsessed with making me pay, even though I didn't really do a whole lot. And after the second incident where me and him had gotten into that huge like plastic lightsaber fight at the park, I decided that I was gonna just take a little break from going there. And on the other direction of my street, there was like a park if you went out of my neighborhood to the left, but on the right, if you kept going that way, there was just this big desert lot. There's a bunch of houses there now, but at the time, it was like during the economic shutdown thing, 2008, 2009-ish. So it was going to be houses, but they just hadn't started building it. The company had gone out, so it was just these huge dirt lots that were perfectly flat. And all of the neighborhood kids had started building bike jumps over there. And I was always more of a skateboarder, but I had a bike. And I had a few friends that were into the bike jump, so instead of going and hanging out at the park every day, I started going over and hanging out at these bike jumps. And we would just take some shovels, build a ramp, jump the ramp, like pretty typical stuff, I don't know. I feel like most people have probably done something similar at some point. And usually everybody that would come over there and help us build ramps and whatnot was pretty cool. It was a different crowd than the people that would hang out at the park. But everyone was really, really nice, and I started getting more and more into it and spending more time there building ramps and whatnot. I didn't love jumping the bikes as much as I just loved building the ramp. I know that sounds dumb, but I would be like, there's no way anyone could jump this, just build some stupid stuff, and then they would do it. It was fun to watch. But one day, somebody says that they're going to invite this guy, and they say the name, and I immediately recognize it as Sauerkraut Kid. I'm not gonna say his name, but, you know, at this point, I knew him relatively well, considering every time I tried to go to the park, he would chase me around and challenge me to combat like it's some weird 1800s Congress session and he's challenging me to a duel. I love when people try to be like, people these days have such differing opinions and can't get along. You know, back in the day, on the floor of the Senate, people could just challenge each other to a duel. They used to just beat each other with canes. I'm not saying everything's great right now, but I mean, people definitely can tolerate opinions a little bit more than they used to when they would challenge each other to duels to the death for it. And if Sauerkraut Kid had his way, he would have definitely challenged me to a duel to the death too. But I just was avoiding the guy, so when they said they were gonna invite him out, I kind of told him that like, yeah, that guy's got issues with me for some reason, so I don't want any issues, so I might not come hang out that day. And they're like, nah, man, he'll be cool, don't even worry about it. We talked to him about that, and he said that he's over it. Oh, he's over it. I don't know why the language they used bugged me so much. Keep in mind, this guy had been chasing me for days, trying to physically attack me because I broke a stick he was trying to hit me with that had dog poop on it. I'm glad that he got over it, that's awesome, but there was nothing for him to get over. He was the weirdo who like held on to this beef for weeks and weeks and weeks while I was just trying to do my thing. So I kind of tell him like, well, I'm glad he's over it, but I don't really like hanging out with the dude, so I'm just not gonna come hang out tomorrow then. And they're like, no, come on, man, come on, don't be like that, just come hang out. And usually peer pressure in this situation like wouldn't work, but I wasn't necessarily afraid of Sauerkraut Kid as much as it was just annoying. So the more they talked to me and were like, nah, he won't do anything, the more I was like, all right, well then whatever, yeah, I'll come. I just like won't really have to interact with the guy. It's not like I have to go out of my way to ask him how his day was, help him with his math homework. So the next day comes and I go, and sure enough, Sauerkraut Kid is there, and he still smelled. I don't know if it was something in his body wash or something. The first time I met him and he smelled like sauerkraut, I thought, just a weird day, you know, maybe he just like ate something off for dinner. But that was just truly his stench. I don't know if they went to like some weird store and got kraut body wash. I heard the Germans love sauerkraut deodorant. That's a joke, okay? Either way, he still smelt very sour, but I see him and he looks at me and gives me just this creepy smile. And I don't know if it was like an attempt at a friendly smile or faking a friendly smile, but it just gave me a weird vibe. You know when someone smiles at you, but like their eyes look angry, but they're smiling, so it just kind of looks like someone about to turn to the dark side? That's the look he gives me. And so I just give him a head nod. I don't really smile back. And he's like, you know you still owe me, right? And I'm pretty confused because I thought they said this was over it. So I look at him and I go, nah, I don't, but that's funny. Thinking, I don't know, maybe he's trying to make a really bad attempt at like a joke. And he says something about how like he knows that I haven't been going to the park because I want to avoid him. And so I say, yeah, because you're just always creepily following me around the park trying to fight me. And at that point, everybody else kind of is like, all right, guys, relax, relax. And I just say that I'm gonna go home. And my friends are like, no, dude, don't go home. Don't go home. Come on, just relax a bit. And one of my friends like wanted to go talk over there. So I go over there to talk with my friend. And because it's like a bunch of people right there, I just leave my bike next to my friend's bike that I'm going to talk to and we go talk. And as me and him are talking, he's like, bro, come on. Like, you just gotta be the bigger man and just get over it. I'm 9, by the way. There's no being the bigger man. Like, obviously now, I don't think I would have reacted that way. But I was 9 years old. There was no being the bigger man. I didn't want to be around the kid who kept trying to beat me up. And even now, if you attack me, I'm not ever going to want to hang out with you again. You attack me twice, I'm really not going to want to hang out with you again. But as we're talking, having this conversation, people start saying, stop, dude, what are you doing? And I turn around, and Sauerkraut Kid, that little turd, man, that evil secret agent sent to ruin my life, is on my bike. Keep in mind, he's a few years older than me, so it's way too small of a bike, and he's just taking off. And so I start being like, bro, you stole my bike, and I run over there, and everybody is like, he just took it, he said he was gonna teach you a lesson, and now I'm pissed. So I start yelling at everybody there, like, you guys said that he wasn't gonna do this, like, this is so stupid, I can't believe you guys would be dumb enough to believe him. I was not a very happy camper because my bike is gone, and I wasn't happy because none of them chased him either. You guys know that you all have bikes, right? What, do you expect me on feet to chase down this dude on the bike? The least you could have done is have followed him. So I start asking everybody like, all right, well, where does he live? Where does he live? And they don't want to tell me. And that's just annoying because like, I'm not asking where he lives to do anything insane. I'm asking where he lives to just get my bike back. I don't care where he lives. Trust me. I'm not like, oh, I want to look it up and see what his zip code is. What school is he zoned for? I don't care. I just want my stuff. And so they start saying no, and I start getting mad at them, and I'm like starting to hurl some insults around. Nothing insane, just some light Xbox trash talk. Like, you guys need to tell me where his house is so I can get my bike back, or I'm gonna take your bike and throw it into traffic. Like, come on, bro. Like, you guys need to tell me where my bike is. So they finally tell me, and I just say, I'm gonna go get my bike. And they're like, you're gonna go alone? Yeah, man, what is he gonna do? Kidnap me? Like, of course I'm gonna go get my bike back. And also, my thought was, Sauerkraut Kid might be a jerk, right? Like, Sauerkraut Kid might be stealing my bike, trying to attack me. Something tells me, though, that Sauerkraut Kid's parents are probably not very well aware that he's playing Grand Theft Auto with bicycles out there. Maybe they are. Maybe this is all, like, part of their family business. They just steal people's bikes and attack them, and then they sell them. Like, that's the entire gig. But I was going off the assumption that if I went to Sauerkraut Kid's house and I told his mom that my bike was stolen, that I was gonna get it back. And they're like, oh, you're so brave to go alone. Like, what if his parents are mad at you? And I just wasn't worried about it. And even if his parents were down with their kids stealing bikes for some reason, what, were they gonna be mad at me because their kid stole my bike? Like, if they would have done that, then they're just stupid. I don't even know what I could do in that situation. If someone starts yelling at you because their kid stole something from you, like that's just clearly a personal problem. There's no amount of arguing with them that you can fix. But whatever, I go to his house. And as I turn the street, it's like a cul-de-sac, and his house was at the end of the cul-de-sac. So as soon as I turn the corner, I can see into the garage, and I see Sauerkraut Kid in my bike, and he sees me, and he runs over and closes the garage door. Believe it or not, that didn't make me turn around, give up my bike, and say, well, guess it's his now. He closed the door. That's the rules. If someone steals something and then closes the door when you're trying to get it back, it's no longer yours. So I know he's home. I know my bike's in the garage. So I do the only logical thing. I walk up to the front door and I just knock on it. And I hear Sauerkraut Kid on the other side telling like whatever parent is home not to answer the door and like don't answer it. It's probably just someone trying to sell some stuff. And obviously the adult that was home was a little bit suspect of that, because how often is your like a 13-year-old son telling you that, it's probably those dang window repairman again. They got a weird vibe. It's not like they ever pay attention to what was at the door. At least I didn't. Like, I don't know. I just didn't even go look through the peephole when the doorbell rang because I wasn't answering the door. I was a kid. So the door opens and it's like this sweet looking old lady there. And I say, "Hi, excuse me. I think that your grandson might have taken my bike." And she looks at me and she looks back and I see Sauerkraut Kid and she says, "My grandson took your bike?" And I give him a chance. I say, "Yeah, I think it might have been an accident because our bikes look kind of similar, but he might have taken mine." And my thought with that is, bro, I'm talking to your grandma. I will tell her that you stole my bike, but if you just want to give it back and avoid all of this, it was an accident. I didn't want to get the dude in trouble. I wanted my bike back. And I know a lot of you would be like, "Well, he stole your bike. You should have gotten him a bunch of trouble." It's not like I never planned on getting him back for stealing my bike. I just knew I would have better odds of getting him back if he wasn't grounded forever. So whatever, I give him the chance to get out of trouble, and he doesn't take it. He says, "I don't have his bike. I don't know what he's talking about. He's crazy." And I think the grandma could probably just see in my eyes and hear in my voice that I just like wasn't really making this up. I don't know how she knew I was telling the truth. Maybe it was because she knew her grandson was known for stealing bikes or something. But she says, "Okay, well, I'll meet you in the garage." So I say, okay, and I go over to the garage. The garage door starts opening, and I see Sauerkraut Kid trying to, like, block his grandma from coming out the garage door into the garage. Literally standing there, arms out, being like, "Don't go out there, don't go out there." And now she's even more curious. If you want to know how to make sure your parents investigate whatever is going on, I feel like a surefire way is to let them get a little curious and then beg them not to go look. The grandma's already curious about my bike, bro. At this point, you standing there and just being like, "Don't go, don't go." That would make me a lot more curious. Maybe other people's grandparents are different, but if I did that on my Oma back in the day, you don't need to look into that. That would have been the first thing she did. So she comes out to the garage, she sees me standing there, and she goes, "Well, which bike is yours?" And I walk over to it, and it's a very small bike. I've had the bike since I was probably like 6. I was 9 now. I actually did end up getting a new bike, like for my next birthday, that was a little bit bigger, but it was a tiny bike. Very clearly not the size of her grandson's bike or what it should be. I don't know what size bike he has. I wasn't out there with like a tape measure. "Wow, those are some nice 26-inch wheels you got there, pal." I was just trying to get my bike. So I think she could tell it was mine, and I say, "Yep, that's my bike." And she looks at her grandson and says, "Well, is it his bike?" And now he wants to take the chance to, it must have been an accident. So he says, I must have just accidentally taken it. And his parents might have maybe let him get away with that, but I feel like grandmas just have a propensity for not taking bullcrap. And she says, "There's no way that you accidentally took this bike because it's like 3 sizes too small for you." I don't even understand why he stole my bike. I understand the guy didn't like me, but out of everything he could steal from me, a bike way too small for him was just the dumbest thing. What are you gonna do? Just keep it in your garage? That's just an insanely petty theft. You're not even gonna like sell it or use it for anything. You just took my bike to let it sit there because it's too small for you to ride it. That is a hefty screw you, Mr. Sauerkraut Kid. I take that personally. But when his grandma calls him out, he starts stammering, I can explain. And I feel like that's another thing you shouldn't say if you're trying to come up with a excuse or some type of reason is "I can explain." Because even movies have just clarified that the second someone says "I can explain," there's really not a great explanation for it. Usually at that point, they're just buying time while they try to come up with a good excuse that most likely doesn't exist. And so his grandma just gives him a stern look and says, "You need to go to your room right now, young man." And even though he tried to block grandma from coming out the door, he does not argue with her when she says, "Go to your room," probably for the best. And he probably didn't have any other excuse he could say. Go to his room is his best choice at this point. Plead the Fifth Amendment. I feel like when you're a little kid in trouble and when you're in trouble as an adult are the same thing. Shut up and get your lawyer. And by lawyer, I mean, I don't know, like hire a stuffed animal to represent you with your parents or whatever. But as a kid, your parents and grandparents are basically the feds, and there's nothing good that you can say to them. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. So he goes up to his room, probably to just keep his mouth shut, and his grandma turns to me, super apologetic, and is like, "Please take your bike, I'm so sorry." And I mean, it's not her fault, so I tell her, I'm like, "It sucks, but I'm not mad at you about it. You didn't tell him to do it, at least I don't think so." And she says, "Yeah, I don't know what's gotten into him. He's just been going crazy recently, da-da-da-da-da, but I'm gonna tell his parents and, they'll make him apologize." I don't really want an apology. I don't really care about an apology. I'm just glad I have my bike back, so I tell her, "Thank you so much. Appreciate you helping me with the bike situation. You want to tell his parents? You don't. I don't care. Do whatever you gotta do." So the next day comes and I go back to the bike jumps thinking Sauerkraut Kid is not going to show up there because duh. Everyone was already not thrilled with him after that because keep in mind they vouched for him, said it was going to be cool. He shows up and steals my bike. No one was that happy with him. And we're building ramps and whatnot. Everybody had apologized. They felt really bad about the situation. So we're just building ramps and sure enough, Sauerkraut Kid comes pedaling up on his bike. And I don't know what it is, but something about the way he pedaled his bike just bugged me. That's super petty and specific considering that, I don't know, you don't really see people ride a bike that whole much. But something about the way he did it just bugged me. And the way he's riding and pulls up, you can just tell he's embarrassed. There is something going on that's got him embarrassed, and that was weird because I had never seen him act that way before. Keep in mind, this is a kid that tried to smack me with a dog poop stick and then got mad at me about it. So he was pretty shameless. 9 times out of 10, making this guy feel any embarrassment was basically impossible. The self-awareness rating was just not there, man. I'm pretty sure this dude could block an ambulance with its sirens on and be like, "Why won't it get out of my way?" Anyways, he walks up to me and the rest of the group and says, "Hey, I really want to apologize for stealing your bike," which is quite the opener, It's not like, "Hey, I'm really sorry for accidentally breaking your Nerf gun," or like, "Hey, man, I'm sorry for losing that thing you let me borrow." Stealing your bike is a pretty big thing to do, especially when you're a little kid. Only because there's so much thought put into it. You had to look at my bike, go, "That's not my bike. I should take it. Yep, this is a good idea. Get on the bike. Pick the bike up. Start pedaling the bike. Get all the way home. See me come around the corner. Close the garage door. Try to hide it from your grandma. Call me crazy. I've got a feeling you just weren't that sorry. And that's okay. That's at the end of the day, that's your problem. We don't have to be friends. We're not cool anymore. You stole my stuff." But just the way he was apologizing, you could tell he 100% didn't mean it. And it's just, you can't accidentally steal someone's bike. But whatever, I'm like, yeah, okay. I don't say it's okay, but just okay. And he had this backpack on, and he takes off his backpack and he starts opening it. And I'm confused on what he's doing because he's just apologized. I don't know if he's about to show me this jar of sauerkraut and give it to me as an apology, as a token of friendship. I'm not really 100% what is gonna go on. But ladies and gentlemen, it was better than anything I could have imagined. So I guess his grandma had told his parents that he had stolen my bike, and they're obviously not too thrilled about it. I'm not a parent, but I'm gonna venture out and say that if I had a kid and I found out that he was stealing stuff from people, I would not be thrilled. I would be the opposite of thrilled. I would be what we consider pissed. But instead of I don't know, making him apologize, grounding him or whatever, in their mind, the ultimate symbol of an apology must have been a hand turkey. You know those things that you make in elementary school for Thanksgiving? It's a hand turkey and it says, "I'm really sorry." And it's not even close to Thanksgiving. I have no clue why he did this for me or what he thought this was gonna do, but he gives this to me and says, "This shows how sorry I am." And I just didn't get it, bro, because I don't care about your crafts, man. Don't get it twisted. Your parents are the only people that are gonna ever really love crafts you do. Your grandparents, your aunts, uncles, maybe.
But if you like ever give someone a hand turkey as an apology gift, don't be surprised if they don't forgive you. You know what? We were gonna be cool, Sauerkraut Kid, but this hand turkey, that just makes me uncool again. I'm kidding. I don't actually hate hand turkeys this much. It was just such a weird, like, I'm sorry for stealing your bike. Here's a hand turkey. That doesn't undo everything. I'm not now like, oh yeah, man, it's cool. We can be besties. I still am not a giant fan. You still stole my bike, hand turkey or not. But he hands me this hand turkey and says, this shows how sorry I am. And I do what everyone else around does in that situation, and I start laughing. Imagine trying to take this seriously, dude. He rides up all solemn on his bike, looking like he's just got some serious message to tell us. Says he's sorry, pulls out his backpack and gives you a hand turkey that says sorry. Would you laugh? Probably. So we all start laughing, as anyone would. And he does not like that. And he starts being like, you know, I made that hand turkey as a symbol of my apology, but if you're gonna make fun of it, then I take it back. And I say, okay, that's fine. And I rip the hand turkey. Hey, you wanted it back? You take back your apology? Cool, bro. I don't want this thing anyways. Did you expect me to go home and put it on my fridge? Like, I don't know what you wanted me to do with it. But I rip his hand turkey and he's like, I spent so much time on that. I don't care how much time you spent on the hand turkey, bro. So I'm like, all right, sorry. I don't know what to tell you. And he just says that he was right to not like me, and, you know, he doesn't apologize, and he should have just stolen my bike, and his only regret was getting caught. And everybody at that point is like, dude, you suck, just go. So he gets on his bike and goes home, but I don't think that went the way he expected it to. I think his parents kind of did him dirty with that one, I'm not gonna lie. Oh no, just go give him a hand turkey, you stole their bike. They'll totally love it and understand. They kind of set him up for failure on that one, but that's why he still didn't like me. I mean, he stole my bike, obviously, but after that, he even didn't like me more because I ripped his hand turkey. And like I said, I've got a few more experiences with this kid that I will tell the story of if this video gets 7,500 likes and 2,000 comments, so be sure to do that. But that's it for this little bike adventure thing segment part. If you did enjoy the video, I would really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comments section down below. It does help the video do better, and it is how you're gonna get that part 4, baby. Other than that, if you're new, subscribe, turn on notifications. I post videos like this every other day. It's about to be grind season coming up, October, November, December. So the daily uploads might be coming back. Might. I'm gonna tease it a little bit. Beyond that, if you like the story times but you would rather listen to an audio version, I do post the audio over on Spotify. Feel free to check that out, link down below. But yeah, on that note, guys, that'll do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. About a week ago, I did one of these compilation videos. You guys really loved it, so I figured I would bring you another one. Probably going to be the last one for a while. Got to start saving up for the compilations I do at the end of the year. But hopefully you guys enjoy this. If you do, be sure to press the like button. If you're new, subscribe. And without further ado, enjoy.
I am, and today I've got a story time that was sent in to me about this dude's unfortunate experience with his step-uncle at a family reunion. Apparently, dude's just a boomer who doesn't really understand why people wouldn't want to do 90 hours a week of hard labor. I know, it just sounds so enticing, doesn't it? Anyways, guys, it should be a pretty entertaining story time, so without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so like I said, the person that sent this in to me was at a family reunion, and it just so happens that they're at that age where, like, they could get a job, but, you know, they're very fortunate to be in a situation where they play a game competitively, and they've managed to make a little bit of money playing this game, right? Not enough to, like, pay off mom and dad's house, buy a car, you know, move to Calabasas or anything, but they're making enough money playing video games that, like, you know, they don't necessarily need to go get a crappy part-time job to be able to have, like, money to go out on Friday. And listen, I'm gonna say that's pretty cool, you know? I feel like if you're making money playing video games, period, that's pretty cool in my opinion, just because not a lot of people do it. And on top of it, like, you know, what's better than getting paid to just game if it's something you're gonna do anyways? You know, the dude had gotten really into the game, was playing it all the time, and
just because of the situation. Now he's getting paid to do something he does all the time. What a G. And I don't want you to think that this guy gets to his family reunion and is running around telling everyone that would listen that like, yo, dude, I'm getting paid to play video games. I'm so much better than you, bro. When I'm as rich as Mr. Beast, I'm not giving you 10,000. You know, nothing like that was going on. In fact, he was just kind of avoiding the subject with most of his family members because a lot of them were older and he just figured that they would kind of make fun of it or not really understand. So he was just kind of keeping it low key. And one of the people that he didn't really know too well at this like family reunion was his aunt's new husband, which would make him step uncle, I think. And you know, he comes over and starts talking to him and they're talking about like life and all that stuff. And the step uncle starts asking him about like what work he does, you know. And listen, I want to make this very clear. I understand that like YouTube videos, video games, I don't want anyone to think that I think it's comparable to hard labor, all right? It's just not, you know. People work a lot harder than like video game players. People work a lot harder than YouTubers. It doesn't mean that I think it's like the most useful job in the planet, but I don't want anyone to think I'm about to crap on like people who do real work, you know? That being said, there's something where like some of these people do this thing, and I'm not saying 99% of people who work very hard jobs aren't like this, but there's the 1% that's like, oh yeah, you know, if you're not willing to work 90 hours a week of overtime and sweat and almost die the entire time you're working, then you're just not working, you know? Like, you know the type I'm talking about, where they're like, yeah, sure, I work 180 hours a week, but that's because I'm willing to grind and you're not. It just so happened that his wife's new husband was one of those dudes that's like, if you're not out there breaking your back, then you're not a real man. You know, so he starts asking this guy who happens to play video games for money about his job and whatnot, and he starts prying a lot. Like, well, what do you do? Like, oh, what's your specialty? Da-da-da-da-da. And eventually, after a lot of prying, he just decides to come clean, and he tells this dude, he's like, listen, I play video games for money. You know, it's not a ton, but, like, it's fun. I really enjoy it. And the step-uncle literally does, like, a sound, like a idiot, and starts screaming at him like, well, that's not real work, you know. I was asking if you have a job. I didn't realize that you were one of these idiots that think it's hard work to be on the computer. And the kid's just kind of confused a little bit because it's like, listen, bro, even if you don't like that people are playing video games for a living, it's just kind of weird to start insulting your like wife's nephew because you don't feel like what he does for money is a real job, because it really doesn't matter if you like it or not. I mean, if he's getting paid to do it, it just is what it is. It's kind of a job, right? You know, there's a lot of stuff that like people would be like, you can get paid for that. And honestly, as long as the person's getting their bag and it's not affecting anyone in a negative way, it really shouldn't matter, right? So he's confused and he's like, yeah, well, you know, I never said that it's insanely hard work. I never said that it's the hardest job in the world, but I'm getting paid for it, so, you know, it counts. And that's a pretty fair defense. You know, not once was this guy like, yeah, by being a professional gamer, I actually have the brain power of 80 normal adults. He just said, yeah, you know, sometimes I get paid to play video games, so I don't really have a part-time job while I'm in school. And his uncle's response to him explaining that is like, well, no, it's just actually pathetic that you think that's work at all. And at this point, he's just like, bro, what are you talking about? You know, once again, I'm not saying I work as hard as you. I'm not saying I work as many hours. You asked what I do for money, so I answered your question. And the uncle asks a question of him now, trying to like make him look bad. I just don't think the uncle really thought through the implications of this question. Because he's like, so what? You're telling me that if they were going to give you millions of dollars to play video games, you would just do it and you wouldn't have another job? Which, like, dude, I can't believe that question came out of your mouth because, yeah, I'm pretty sure anyone would do that, bro. I'll be honest, if a company wanted to toss me a couple million of dollars a year to just watch paint dry, dude, I would become a professional at it. You know, you change that to just, like, playing video games for a lot of money. Yeah, who wouldn't do that? You're telling me that if you have an option, both jobs pay the exact same. Like, stick with me here. Hypothetically, there's an imaginary job offer, right? They're like, we're gonna pay you $2 million a year. Your option is to do a bunch of hard labor, or your option is to play video games, and your payment's the exact same. Listen, you know, I don't know why you would choose to go break your body and work really hard if you don't have to. Like, duh, he's gonna pick that option. And so that's what the kid says to his uncle. He's like, yeah, of course I would. If the situation presented itself to make a bunch of money as a video game player, I would take it. And
he starts going off on this rant about how like video games make you pathetic and this entire generation has just turned into a bunch of entitled lazy people. And listen, I'm not gonna say that there's not entitled lazy people. I think they're in every generation. It is what it is. That being said, I'm not really understanding how this dude putting in work and winning tournaments to get paid makes him pathetic or lazy or not wanting to work. Like, you know, I've never been exceptionally incredible at video games. I've been to tournaments before and stuff. You know, I've like tried to play in tournaments and whatnot. If someone's pretty consistently winning money at a popular video game, I'm assuming that they're putting in hard work at the game. Once again, you can't really compare it to somebody breaking their back, like changing air conditioning or anything. That being said, the idea that like, you know, he's just pathetic in video gaming and wants to do no work for his money doesn't really make sense either. Anyways, this guy's still in the middle of his rant of how, you know, this generation sucks because all they want to do is be YouTubers and play video games. And he literally cuts off his uncle in the middle of this rant and goes like, well, dude, what do you want me to do? You know, not make money doing something that I like to do? And he's like, well, you know, I'm just saying you should consider getting a real job. And he's like, okay, but even if I was going to go get a real job, I'm in school. I couldn't work a full-time job. I'd have to do a part-time job. And at that point, I will make less money than I do currently playing video games. So why would I do that? And his uncle's like, because you're setting yourself up for failure and making yourself pathetic by having to put that on your resume. And he's like, well, I just won't put it on my resume. And then his uncle starts lecturing him about he's ridiculous if he thinks he's going to be able to raise a family on a gamer salary, which just the phrase gamer salary in and of itself sounds silly, right? But on top of that, dude, not once did this guy say that, like, that's it. That's the entire plan, you know? He's going to be a gamer forever. He's going to, you know, raise a family while playing games. All he had said was, I currently play video games because I make as much as I would at a part-time job. That's not even a crap ton of money, bro. It's just enough to be like, yeah, there's no reason for me to go do that if I can do this. If he had told his uncle, you know, I'm dropping out of college, I'm dropping out of high school to start pursuing this gaming career where I'm making $50 a week, yeah, by all means, go off on him. Tell him that's a horrible idea. But he didn't say that. The dude's still in school. He still has college plans. He's aware of the fact that, like, sure, everything works out. He gets to play video games. That's the dream. But he's not delusional out here being like, yeah, I actually punched my mom in the face with my textbook because she said I couldn't drop out to become a pro player. So this giant rant that this dude's step-uncle is going on just doesn't really apply to him, like in the slightest. And I also love this boomer, like, you know, rhetoric. Oh, video games make people pathetic and lazy. Listen, dog, there's literally been lazy people forever. In fact, like, one of my favorite things I've ever found is this quote. I really can't remember where it's from, so whatever, I guess it's not too great at the quote thing, but it was something like some dude from the Middle Ages saying that his kid had been reading too many books. You know, I think whatever generation is before the generation that's currently there just isn't gonna understand them and thinks they're lazy and not doing everything right. And you know what? Sometimes they're right. I'm not gonna sit here and say that Gen Z's got the strongest work ethic to ever exist, but to say that all of us are pathetic because we play video games just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, you know? If video games made everybody pathetic, then just like the entire population of young people would be pathetic, dog. Every mom that's got Candy Crush downloaded is technically pathetic by your analysis here. And I don't know, man, I just don't feel like everyone that plays Candy Crush is pathetic. Sure, you know, I'm not gonna say everyone playing Candy Crush is also a stud, but to be like, video games, if you play them, pathetic, kind of weird. Anyways, Uncle's going on a rant and he's like, still trying to explain to him, this isn't my life plan. I don't think I'm gonna raise a family on this, dude. I never said that. And he's still going off about how it's a horrible idea and he should just quit video games and get a real job. And at this point, he's just screaming at him. And so everybody at the family reunion is starting to look, and his wife walks over to him and is like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, did you know that your nephew was playing video games for money? And she looks at him and she's like, oh, that's really cool. And he's like, you think that's cool? I think it's gonna warp his mind and turn him into a pathetic loser with no work ethic. And his wife looks at him and just asks him like a question that truthfully he should have asked sooner, but you know, just hadn't come to his mind. He's like, well, why do you care? And he's like, what do you mean, why do I care? And he's like, listen, if he wants to play video games for money, as long as he can support himself, who cares if he's lazy? It doesn't really impact you at all. And he's like, yeah, but, you know, I don't want people to be lazy. And he's like, all right, I understand that you don't want people to be lazy, but as long as he's making money, why do you care? And, you know, step-uncle's sitting there stammering for a little bit, not knowing what to say. And then he starts being like, well, look at the hours I have to put in. It's not fair that he would get to play video games and make more than that.
And the kid's like, yeah, I'm not saying it's fair, bro. Like, by all means, I get where you're coming from. It would suck to work 90 hours a week, you know, and just know that, like, someone playing video games made more. That would suck. That being said, what do you want me to do, bro? I'm in a position to get paid to play video games. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Like, what? This guy's supposed to turn down money for playing video games because his uncle works really hard at a job? That's just not his problem, dude. You know, like, I can understand how it's annoying, but what? He's supposed to not take the money because you work hard? And so he says something to his uncle about, like, yeah, I can understand how that's frustrating, but I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to stop getting paid to play video games just because you don't like it. And his uncle snaps back something along the lines of, like, well, then I guess you'll just have to live with the fact that I don't respect you. Which, listen, man, you know, call me crazy. If you're going to tear into me, call me a loser, say I'm pathetic, make fun of my job, I don't really care if you respect me because it's pretty obvious that you already don't. Like, if you already are calling this dude a pathetic loser who's lame and is going to be a pathetic loser forever, what does he have to lose by you not liking him? It's not like you're, you know, his biggest fan right now anyways. And even then, what? Oh, you're not gonna respect me? You're right. Oh, I shouldn't get paid to play video games. That's so true. Like, what, bro? Hey, man, listen, you should just quit your job. Otherwise, your mom will be mad. Okay, well, I guess my mom's gonna be mad unless you try to start paying my rent or something. Anyways, he looks at his uncle and says, well, I can live with that. And at that point, his uncle gets pissed and literally, like, goes and storms into the garage, and everybody in the family reunion is kind of just, like, looking at the situation awkwardly. And he wasn't trying to make a scene, but it is what it is, bro. Like, he's the one that stormed out. And what did he expect him to say, man? Like, all right, I can live with that. Like, you're the one saying that I don't respect you anymore. Like, what did you want him to do? Get on his knees and cry? But regardless, you know, he storms out of there, and they just kind of, like, didn't talk for the rest of the family reunion. He talked to everybody else fine. A couple of his, like, you know, younger cousins thought what he was doing was really cool, because obviously at that point, a lot of people started asking about it. You know, it is what it is. You can't have a screaming fight about something and expect people not to mention it after that. But the entire time that the family reunion was going on, his uncle just, like, wouldn't make eye contact with him, and whenever he was near, he would just loudly complain about, like, how lazy the new generation has become. Which, listen, bro, you want to talk about not respecting this kid, like, you know, at least go up to him and be like, I don't like you, you're lazy. Instead of just, oh, this generation's become so lame, as loud as possible. And to make things just even more awkward, right? You gotta remember, this is a fully grown man. You'd think after an hour or two, he might calm down and be like, wow, I got really mad at this kid for making money playing video games. That's kind of silly. But instead, when he went to say goodbye to everybody, dude, he literally walked around the party and gave everybody this big, long, like, it's such an honor to be a part of your family now. Thank you so much for inviting me. Just this big, sappy speech. But when he got to the kid who, like, you know, was playing video games, he was standing with his mom, his dad, and his brother. And this dude's step-uncle literally said goodbye to everybody in his family except for him. And, like, didn't even acknowledge him. Just still, the entire time he was saying goodbye, like, just averted eye contact, avoided mentioning it at all. Which, listen, man, I'm just saying, that's even more on you, bro. You don't like somebody, I guess you don't have to talk to them. But if you're like some grown man beefing with some kid because apparently you work harder than him and you hate that he gets paid playing video games, and then you don't make eye contact or, like, say goodbye when it's also your wife's nephew, I don't know, dude. Why are you letting this kid live in your head rent free, man? Like, listen, I understand that it would suck, right? I'm not saying I don't get why it sucks, but you're just letting him get a massive W by pretending he doesn't exist and, like, being afraid to look him in the eye or talk to him, you know? What do you expect this 16-year-old to do? 720 no-scope you? Like, dude, you're a grown man. Either way, obviously, the entire interaction was very awkward, but, you know, believe it or not, he did not end up quitting and never playing video games again just because his step-uncle got very upset about it. My goodness, who could have possibly seen that coming? I'll be honest, even if my uncle was like, I don't like this, I'd be like, well, that sucks for you, bro. It's not your life. It is what it is. All right, so this story time actually takes place on this guy's Father's Day celebration from last year. So, happy Father's Day. But, you know, about a year ago, him and his family decided to get together at their grandparents' house. And it was something that they do every year. It's his grandpa, his dad, his uncles, all that jazz. It's kind of a family day where they celebrate all the dads in one. And it usually was a pretty cool day because because like all the cousins could hang out and goof off. And that was until the Minecraft kid striked, quite like the Fire Nation from Avatar. He had a cousin that I'm gonna call Randy for the story time that was a Minecraft kid, to the point where he would like talk in terms most people wouldn't understand. Ah, my hunger bar is dropping, my hearts won't regen, instead of just being like, I'm hungry. And grandma would look at him and be like, what did you say? And he would just repeat it over and over until someone would try to translate, and it was just really annoying. You know, it wasn't much worse than just being annoying until this story time, but he was just a little bit too into it. And it just so happened that the subscriber that sent this in to me was listening to a phone call that his mom had had with his aunt, which was Randy's mom, while he was in the car. And his aunt didn't realize that he was in the car listening, but she starts talking about how Randy had been too into Minecraft, and whenever they try to tell him to stop playing Minecraft or get off, he would swear at them and throw things at them and be like, no, I'm not gonna get off, I don't want to, which is really wild. I feel like there's no reason to be swearing at your parents at all, especially over Minecraft. That's probably the cringiest game to get that angry over. Oh, Mom, you're just such a... Just let me play games now. Throws a hydro flask into the wall. Like, I don't think any of this was necessary for the block game. Or any game for that matter. It really doesn't matter what the game is. If you're like, yeah, I'm always swearing at my mom and throwing things at them in order to play more Xbox, it's just cringe. Doesn't matter if it's Minecraft, doesn't matter if it's Bloons Tower Defense, it doesn't even matter if it's Doom, it's still weird. Anyways, he's listening to his aunt talk and he thinks it's weird that it's like impossible for them to just kick him off Minecraft, and then his aunt says something that makes it all make sense. We don't even tell him to stop anymore because we don't want to upset him. You know, you're supposed to do the whole parenting thing. You don't let him bully mom and dad into submission. I think that's gonna give him the wrong idea. Oh, if I just throw stuff at my parents and swear at them, then they'll let me play Minecraft until the cows come home. I don't think that's the message that you want to be sending. Either way, Father's Day rolls around and they all go over to the grandparents' house, and it's Father's Day, so, you know, it was kind of expected that they weren't going to be on their phones too much. You wouldn't bring a game console because it's just one day. You don't really need it. You can spend one day with your family a year and it's not that big of a deal, and you don't need to be like playing video games for one day, which seems kind of fair. I love video games. I literally do, but I don't need to play them all the time. In fact, when I'm on vacation, it's not like I'm sitting there itching. I need to hit a COD, man. Either way, Randy walks into the party with a TV in his hands and a backpack on, and he walks right past everybody, doesn't say hi, into his grandparents' den, and just starts to set up his game console. He had brought a whole setup over to Father's Day just so he didn't have to interact with anyone and ignored everyone. Not even just an iPad either. He really busted out the whole TV, dude. He brought an entertainment center basically over to grandma's, and his grandma walks into the den and says something along the lines of like, hey, you know, don't forget that it's Father's Day. You didn't really have to bring that. Let's not play too much. And he didn't even say hi to anyone. So her being like, hey, we don't need to do this right now is fair. And he snaps back at his grandma saying, the reason I didn't say hi is because it has nothing to do with Minecraft. Which, yeah, I don't think saying hi to your grandparents should have anything to do with Minecraft. There's no reason to have an obsession of that level. Like, I get being passionate about things, but you don't need to talk about it literally all the time. Especially snapping at grandma. I don't think she knows anything about Minecraft. It's not like she's gonna know what's up. Plus, snapping at grandma is just rude. Think about all the mac and cheese she's ever made you, dude. Just be nice. She's just trying to do the old lady thing, tell you to come spend time with your family instead of playing Minecraft because you brought your entire TV for some reason. Gonna ask them to make the internet better just while you're here. And his grandma's kind of taken aback by the response because it was rude, but she just decides to walk out. But when she goes out to where everybody else is, she says something about how he was rude and wanted to play video games. And his grandpa is like, well, not on Father's Day, I'll handle it. And he goes to talk to his cousin. And his grandpa is usually a really quiet guy. It's not like him to ever confront anyone about everything. So everyone is kind of like, ooh, okay, this is going to be serious. If grandpa's going to go talk to him about it, he'll probably listen. But when his grandpa gets up to go talk to his cousin's parents are just sitting there saying nothing, looking around, pretending nothing is happening. It seemed like they went to the ostrich school of parenting, which is where you just shove your head in the sand and pretend nothing's happening. The grandma comes out, yeah, your son just yelled at me he told me that Minecraft was more important than anything. They're like, oh, wow, we just pretending not to hear you. Yep, that's our plan. Just pretend we didn't hear it. Not our problem, not our house. Oh, there goes my dad to discipline him. Yeah, he can handle that one. Is this their attitude for everything? He's just on an arson spree burning down grandma's house. They just become the dog meme sitting there in the flames like everything is fine, sitting on the couch pretending nothing is going wrong around them. Either way, the subscriber just kind of took note that they didn't seem worried. It was almost as if their kid disrespecting everybody in the house and like playing Minecraft was something that they expected to happen, as if they had had this discussion before they even got here. But either way, the grandpa goes in there and says, hey, it's Father's Day. I know the video games are really cool, but we would really appreciate if you would come out and celebrate with me, your dad, and your uncles today. So just come on, spend time with the family. We'd really appreciate it. You can do this later. He wasn't mean about it. It's not like Grandpa went in there all boomer mode. These video games are ruining your brain. No, he was just like, hey, now's not the time. I get you like this, but your family's out there. Come hang out. Well, apparently Randy did not want anyone to tell him to get off the Minecraft. Because he turns to his grandpa and says, like, go away, old man. I don't care about stupid Father's Day. I have a game to play. Which is just hilarious to me. Get away, old man. I've got a game to play. But his grandpa's shocked at how mean it is and like kind of yells at him a little bit. You will not talk to me that way. Which is how most parents or grandparents would have responded to that. You know, like someone snaps at you, says you're an old man, go away when you're trying to be nice. You'd probably be like, hey, don't talk to me like that. In the living room, here's the grandpa yelling, don't talk to me that way. And that finally makes Minecraft kids' parents get off the couch and go in there. You would think to be like, hey, stop yelling at your grandpa. But no, because when Randy's mom walks into the room, she starts going off at the grandpa. Why are you yelling at my son? What is going on? And he's like, he told me he's an old man and he doesn't care about Father's Day, so I said don't talk to me like that. And his mom defends Randy and says, well, it's his choice to talk like that. We live in America. You're not here to patrol his language. Which, fair. Technically, we live in America. You can say whatever you want, but it's very rude to talk to your grandpa like that, especially when he's just being insanely chill, asking you to come spend time with the family on a family holiday. How are you gonna sit there and be like, it's his right to curse out grandpa, everything's chill? Poor grandpa just wanted to spend time with the family on Father's Day. This guy's like, no, Steve is more important. At that point, the subscriber's dad, though, sides against his wife and his kid and is like, all right, come on, you don't need to yell at my dad on Father's Day. And he looks at his kid and says, like, just get off the Xbox and come spend time with the family. And the grandpa says, yeah, get off and come spend time with the family. And his mom snaps at the grandpa again and is like, you are not in charge of my son. Don't tell him what to do. And now it's an awkward standoff situation. And listen, if I was in Randy's shoes at this point, I would probably just get off the Xbox and go to the living room. There's no reason to turn this into an episode of Maury where people are going to end up like throwing chairs and screaming at each other. Minecraft isn't worth it, dude. But I guess he didn't give a crap. In his mind, he was like, let's up the ante. We've got to go full Maury. Let's have all the daytime television shows related to that in 1 second. Because he yells out that he doesn't have to do anything he doesn't want to do, and all he wants to do is play Minecraft, so you losers better leave him alone. And at that point, the grandpa's just getting insanely pissed, and he looks at his grandson's parents and says, look, either you guys have to stop and reprimand him and tell him that's not appropriate, or I think that all of you should leave, because I'm not going to be talked to like that in my house. And this time, his son, Randy's dad, goes, you would kick us out of the house on Father's Day? Yeah, man, that's what happens when you're just screaming at him, telling him you don't respect him, calling him a loser, saying that it's not important. Like, yeah, go home. If you guys are just gonna sit here and argue with me the whole time, then go home. Your kid's just gonna play Xbox, then he can play Xbox at home. Your kid's talking to grandpa like he owns the place. I wouldn't be hyped that you weren't doing anything either. And all he's saying is discipline the kid or you have to leave. If you were doing any of the parenting thing, you would realize that even if you want him to be playing Minecraft, there's no reason for him to be screaming that grandpa's a loser, especially on Father's Day. It's just really mean. Like, I don't know, yelling at your grandpa, calling him a loser is mean any day. But on the day where you're supposed to be celebrating dads, it just feels especially cold. Yeah, I do have a granddad, but he's a loser cringe lord that doesn't understand Minecraft, like air horns going off in the background. And now it's just turned into an all-out family fight. And keep in mind, all of this is over Minecraft. The entire family is screaming at each other, arguing because this guy just had to get his Minecraft hours in, bring the entire TV, the whole gaming setup. It was more important than than the entire family relationship. Somewhere out there, the maker of Minecraft not just sitting there like rubbing his hands together. I knew eventually Steve would have the power to destroy families. Randy, though, decides to turn it up to 11 and says some of the cringiest things ever, screaming that he doesn't respect any man in this room except for his dad and Minecraft Steve. And everyone's like, what? Because in this room are his uncles, his dad, his grandpa, like a bunch of people from his life. And he just says that, nah, they're irrelevant, they're stupid. And he says that Minecraft Steve is twice the man that his uncles and grandpa will ever be. And I don't even know how you're supposed to respond to that. Like, you respect a video game character more than your grandpa? Kinda weird, especially a character that doesn't even do anything or talk like Minecraft Steve. Any character would have been insanely cringe. Like, no matter what you said. If you said, oh, Ratchet from Ratchet and Clank is better than my dad. Weird. But this guy doesn't even have a personality. He's just basically an inanimate object that you completely control. Alright, Steve is Steve. I guess he's 4 times the man anyone that actually exists is. But at that point, the subscriber's mom tries to calm everything down and is like, well, he didn't really mean that. Let's just all calm down. This is getting so out of hand and getting too heated. There's no point for anything to get this complicated over a silly little video game. And his mom said that, not trying to diss the video game, but pointing out, like I said, that the family is kind of tearing themselves apart over a video game. And Randy can't handle anyone disrespecting Minecraft, so he yells at the subscriber's mom that, like, it's not some silly little game. I've learned more about life from this game than anything you could have ever taught me. It's made me an architect. It's made me a strategist. And you know what? It's even got me interested in poetry. Which, hey, I don't know how that works. I don't know of anything in Minecraft that will get you interested in poetry. But even then, let's analyze that for a second, right? You just gotta calm down. Video games don't turn you into anything. You can't play Minecraft and call yourself an architect. You know how to build in Minecraft. But if you go and try to like get a job designing and building a building and you go, I have plenty of experience in Minecraft, they're gonna laugh you out of the room. Like, you're not a strategy genius either. Imagine you signed up for the army, you get to basic training. No, you don't need to show me how to use an M16 or an M4. I've played enough Call of Duty. Like, video games are just not reality, man. And after that statement about how apparently he's a master strategist, the grandpa had had enough and yells that they need to get out of his house. And Randy and his family are shocked, thinking that they would just argue forever and everyone would bow to them. And Randy's dad is like, what? How dare you tell me to get out of the house? And before he can keep complaining, Grandpa cuts him off and just says, I said get out of my house. Which, I can't blame him. At this point, if someone had just been this disrespectful for so long, calling me an idiot, trying to pretend that Minecraft made them a genius, I would just want them to go too. But after he officially is kicking them out, Randy's mom asked probably the dumbest question you could have ever asked in this scenario. Why are you kicking us out? Is what she asked. I don't know, maybe because you've been hurling insults at them for 5 minutes over a stupid video game, and all of this started because the grandpa wanted to spend time with his grandkid, and you came in and started yelling at him, saying he had no right to tell your kid not to play Xbox. Maybe that's why. Read the room. There's like no way you didn't understand why they didn't want you there anymore. It's supposed to be Father's Day and it became about how Steve is a philosopher somehow. Minecraft Steve and Aristotle, the most influential people on human history apparently. 3,000 years from now, there's going to be statues of the block game and people are going to be like, never forget how Minecraft Steve completely reimagined human culture. I guess Randy had felt slighted by the fact that his grandparents didn't want him there anymore, so he screamed out something even dumber than how much he had immensely respected Steve and like just insulted his dad too, because he just yelled out, I wish Steve was my dad. Okay. I mean, I don't really know what you want them to do with that information. You would still blow off Steve to play Minecraft even if he was your dad on Father's Day. But I don't really know what they're supposed to do with that. And also, why insult your dad? He's been having your back. I mean, your dad's on your side having your back, and you're gonna dunk on him and be like, I don't even want my dad. I wish Steve was my dad. Minecraft Steve is the coolest person to ever exist. If anyone questions Minecraft Steve, they better be thrown to the wolves. You know, I actually want to create a camp where I have a bunch of grizzly bears. I don't feed them a whole lot. Anytime someone insults Minecraft, toss them into the bear pit, baby. That's Randy's plan. Imagine having a dad like Steve, too. Like, just roll with me for a second. Let's pretend somehow miraculously he gets Minecraft Steve as a dad. What's he gonna do? Just silently punch trees? Hey, man, where's your dad at? Oh, I don't know. A few weeks ago, he went out on an expedition and hasn't been back, probably looking for a village and punching trees forever. What a weird sentence. Not once have I ever been playing a video game and been like, oh, I wish this guy was my dad. And it adds extra insult to injury doing it on Father's Day. So now everyone's all pissed off, but Grandpa's insisting that they leave. And they're still trying to argue with him, screaming at each other. And finally, the grandpa just does like the horse whistle thing, the really loud one that would get everybody's attention. And so everyone goes quiet and looks, and the grandpa says, enough, you guys need to leave now. And they're shocked, but they reluctantly start packing up their things, leaving. And Randy is taking his sweet time packing up his Xbox and his TV, the entire gaming setup that he brought here. And when he is packing all that stuff up, he's just talking about how, like, he can't believe that his family has such a lack of respect for his interests, which is a hilarious sentence. You want to talk about a lack of respect? It's nuts to bring the Xbox to Father's Day with the TV, set it up, and then be surprised when they go, wait, why did you bring that? Aren't you supposed to spend time with us? You hurl insults at them, and then they say, get out, and you're like, no one respects my hobbies. Respect is a two-way road, big dog, not a one-way. And no one says anything back, and they leave. And after they leave, his grandpa starts yelling, asking questions at everyone, like, what is Minecraft? Why did he care so much? Grandpa didn't even know what was going on. Really was out here thinking Steve was probably a secret brother husband that the family had. I wish Steve was my dad. Who is Steve? So the subscriber starts trying to explain to his grandpa that, like, it's just some video game, and no, most people are not that into it. That's a very rare situation. And as he's explaining to him that most people don't end up trying to fight with their family over Minecraft, the doorbell rings, and Grandpa goes to answer it, and when he opens the door, he's like, I told you guys to get off my property. And so the subscriber moves to be able to see who's standing in the doorway, and he's shocked because standing there is Randy and his mom. Like they needed to come back and get the last word in. They just couldn't leave like that because they had been kicked out. And Randy is like, Grandpa, I have something I want to say to you. And you would think it would be an apology. There's no way he came all the way back up to the door to not get his attention and be like, you suck even more. I was thinking he was going to apologize. And the fact that his mom's there makes the subscriber super confident he's going to apologize too. Because if he starts going off on his grandpa, then that means that mom had kind of signed off and approved of it. And so he opens his mouth, and instead of an apology, he just launches into this insulting tirade. And I don't know why he thought that was the best course. Like, if you really want to play Minecraft, here's your chance. Go home. You literally got kicked out and told to go home. If anything, you're biting into your own Minecraft time by sitting here and insulting your grandpa. You could have had a chance to just skedaddle, but no, apparently that would have been just way too easy to do. But Randy's tirade is basically just screaming that his grandpa is too old, which, duh, I don't think being a grandpa is a young person thing. Part of the thing that comes with being a grandpa is being older, and that because he's so old, he just doesn't understand Minecraft, which, yeah, water is also wet, dude. Nothing gets past you. Like, what? Grandpa doesn't understand Minecraft, and he tops it off by saying that his grandpa should probably come into the 21st century. Yeah, only issue, I don't think grandpas are notorious for being experts in video games, but who cares? Even if he's not an expert in video games, why does it matter if your grandpa is a Minecraft god? You're really gonna scream at grandpa and never talk to him again because he's not a Minecraft expert? Hate to break it to you, but most 68-year-old men are not gamers, and even if they are playing video games, it's older ones. It's not like they're Minecraft pros. Imagine walking into Father's Day, you see your grandma. Grandma, why are you not a 10th prestige in Call of Duty? What's wrong with you, you old sea hag? You're useless. You're not even a skilled gamer. What's your KD, 0.8? Grandma would probably smack you with a wooden spoon deservingly, and that's also how stupid you sound. Yelling at old people for not getting not old people things makes no sense. How would you feel if grandma smacked you with the newspaper and was like, "You're horrible at Yahtzee and bingo. Get with the times." Grandma, I'm a kid. I'm not supposed to be good at Yahtzee or bingo. I'm going to interrupt the video for just 1 second. If you guys are enjoying the videos so far, I would really appreciate y'all taking a second to press the like button and comment "Randy is stupid" down below. It just helps the video do better, and you know, I like when videos get more views, so if you don't mind liking and commenting, I'd appreciate it, and let's get back to the video. No matter how stupid the rant was, his grandpa is just standing there listening to him, and then says, "Yeah, okay kid, whatever, just leave now," and slams the door on them as they're explaining how he's too old and he needs to enter the 21st century, which has to be one of the most gangster moves of all time. And you know what? Another thing. I think that old people smell like boomf, just doors slam in his face. What a legend. Nothing says I don't care about your rant like slamming the door on the rant, and who cares what Randy has to say. He probably thought it was going to go into like movie mode where grandpa would listen to the speech and start crying and be like, "I'm so sorry, please come back and play Minecraft in the house and teach me everything. I want to understand Minecraft, please. I didn't realize it was making me so stupid." No, this is real life. Grandpa doesn't beg to play Minecraft. Grandpa slams the door on your face, and I don't know what else you expected, but that's a pretty grandpa move. But they didn't leave. They were still on the other side knocking and asking them to come to the door, but grandpa didn't care. He said, "Nobody answer it. Let's just go back to enjoying Father's Day." So they all started hanging out, and they thought it was more important to celebrate Father's Day than let them ruin the day. But what did end up getting ruined instead of Father's Day was Randy's relationship with the family. Like, after they left, the rest of the family had a great time. It wasn't like they were talking about the incident, and if they did, they were making fun of it. But the reason the relationship with Randy and the rest of his family was damaged is because he just straight up refused to apologize because, and I quote, according to the person who sent this to me, he just thought that he didn't do anything wrong and they were not being understanding and hating his dreams. Dude, if you don't think you did anything wrong in this scenario, then I don't know what to tell you. Life is not a Disney movie where you're always gonna be in the right. Everybody makes mistakes, and if you were like, "Look, I got mad out of control, I don't know what came over me," I'm sure your family would forgive you, but you're gonna say that they're hating on your dream, and your dream is just to be able to play Minecraft at the family reunion. It's not like you said, "My dream is to be a Minecraft YouTuber," and they were like, "You'll never be able to do that, you're not entertaining." According to you, your dream is to be able to bring a TV and an Xbox over to grandma and grandpa's and play Xbox the entirety of Father's Day because you just don't want to deal with them and you wish Minecraft Steve was your dad. I think you owe them an apology, but apparently you don't. Alright, whatever floats your boat, man. My grandpa is such a hater. I haven't talked to him in 17 years because he told me it was ridiculous that all I wanted to do was play Animal Crossing and not have a job until I die. Can you believe that he said that? Like what? It's not normal to just do nothing but play video games all the time? I can't even imagine what would have happened to me if I tried this. I don't know about your guys' parents, but my mom definitely would not have been cool with me bringing a console over to my grandparents' house when the family was supposed to be getting together. And she definitely would not have been cool with me hurling insults at the grandparents when they said, "Hey, please stop that." My Xbox would have been thrown out the window so fast and it would have been spinning because my mom would have like given it a little toss like a frisbee. Probably would have just taken off like a helicopter and I would have never seen it again. That's what would have happened if I tried this crap. But apparently Randy's parents just want him to live at home forever. I feel like if you let your kid get away with doing nothing but playing Minecraft, you can't be surprised when he's 37 and still in the basement.
Alright, so like I said, a subscriber actually sent this in to me. They're graduated now, but the story happened when they were a senior, and it happened right when gambling was like first starting to become legalized in more states and super popular.
Him and all of his friends were big sports fans, and if you've been watching sports within the last few years, you know what I'm talking about, because like basically every other commercial is something about this sports book to do this and triple your money with this. Anyways, they were all kind of watching this, and their group chat would kind of text back and forth about games and whatnot, and one of their friends had been watching this and decided that they could probably get people to gamble at school. And, you know, if people were going to be gambling at school, then somebody might as well step in, be the middleman, and take a cut of the money that people were going to be gambling at school, you know. And if somebody was going to have to be doing that, then it might as well be him and his group of friends, because if someone had to do it, they might as well get paid, right? So he basically sends a text to his group chat in the middle of these games saying that, like, all right, here's my plan. I want to be kind of a middleman for gambling at school, but I'm not going to be able to do it at loan. Does anyone want to hear more? And the group chat kind of replies to that text the way you'd think, like, what are you talking about, bro? Are you joking around? Like, are you even serious right now? You know, there's no way that you're going to be able to come up with a way to actually do this. And he's like, all right, listen, I understand that it sounds stupid, but yes, I'm going to be able to do this. Hear me out. The way that we're going to do this and avoid all the like bad parts of a casino, you know, having to break people's kneecaps, people owing you money, all that stuff. I'm not saying that we run a casino. I'm saying that we facilitate betting, okay? Basically, instead of letting anyone borrow money to make giant bets, we only let them place bets with cash that they have, and we just take a cut to make sure the bet is like insured. Basically, him and his friends were going to be bookies, right? But they weren't going to be out any of their own money, so there was no reason to be like running out smashing people's kneecaps. Basically, they would like get the idea of a bet from one guy, go find somebody that would take the other side. They'd be the middleman for a cut, and then that way they're not out anything. And the service, obviously, you know, they had to get paid for matching up the bet, making sure everything was legit, was going to be 10% of the money bet. And the people in the group chat are kind of like, all right, you know, this doesn't sound like the worst idea I've ever heard, ever. And he goes, listen, the one thing that you guys got to know, it's fully against school rules, and if we get caught, we're 100% going to get suspended. I don't know how long, you know, I don't really know that much, but like I can say that if you guys say we're going to do this, if we get caught, we're going to get in trouble. He's like, I'm still going to do it. I don't care personally, but just so y'all know. And that's important because, you know, he was upfront about the fact that they could get in trouble. It's not like he convinced them to do 9 felonies before telling them that it was a felony. Like, they're like, oh, I didn't know what armed robbery was. You just made me rob a bank, dang it. Regardless, the group chat's kind of sitting there thinking about it. Obviously, it sounds nice, but the fact you can get in trouble means that it's, like, not enticing to everybody. So the group chat's kind of mulling over it. And finally, 2 people in the group chat are like, look, you know, I'm not trying to be a coward or anything, but if you guys can make another group chat to do all that, I'd appreciate it because I don't want to be involved. Somebody is like, same. And so at that point, you know, the mastermind of this whole operation goes and makes another group chat where everybody's all right with it, you know, so that way the other people don't get in trouble for it. And everybody in there is like, all right, I'm down. Go ahead and break down your plan to us. Obviously, you've been thinking about this for a bit before you decided to ask if everyone's okay with it. And all he says is like, listen, trust me, I've already got some ideas. I'm going to message some people who might want to place some bets, and I will text this group chat and let you guys know when we need to do anything, okay? And everyone's like, all right. And so obviously at this point, it's like most of the group chat kind of is there down to help with whatever, but it's the mastermind kid who's kind of in charge of the whole thing. He's going around trying to tell people about it, get people to bet. Everyone else in the group chat's just kind of got to stand there, right? But regardless, he's doing his thing, and by the time Monday morning rolls around, he'd somehow managed to get all these bets lined up, and he sends each person that was in that group chat a text about like their instructions on what to do and how they're going to go about being the person and the middleman of the bet, and you know what they need to expect and who they need to meet. And everybody gets like a super detailed instruction on Monday, not to the group chat individually. And basically, you know, this mastermind had lined it up, so like I'm gonna use the subscriber that sent this as an example. He had to go to the library at 10:15 a.m., go to a certain aisle in the library, and then 2 people walked up, handed him money. He was like, all right, here's the bet. You know, he walked out, took the 10% out, And then the next day, whoever won the bet would come back to the library and get their money. The loser wouldn't come back because obviously, it wasn't his money anymore. So they had designed like this whole dead drop system where you would just meet in some random spot of the school in random parts of the day. And so obviously this group chat's just kind of full of people like, I'm here, I'm this, I'm that. And they're just kind of wandering around the school, taking bets from everybody, taking their fee, paying out the winner. And overall, it was going pretty well because it wasn't like anyone's borrowing money. The losers kind of understood when they lost. It just was what it was. They didn't know like the exact meeting place. Sometimes they would use the exact same spot, but if they thought someone would be a sore loser, they would like text the winner and tell them to meet them somewhere else. But the only problem is obviously there's a reason gambling needs to be regulated. It's not the type of industry you really want kids jumping into the startup market on, because people at the school really liked gambling. Gambling addiction's a real thing. Like, this is not something you should joke around and just jump into, because pretty soon most of the school was wanting to place bets in one way or another. And so obviously, like, what had started as this really small niche operation with only a couple people that were really familiar with the rules and knew what was going on, it started to get out of control very quickly. And what used to be like 3 or 4 bets a day was quickly turning into like 20, 25, and the entire group couldn't get out of class enough. There was just no way that they could like help the amount of people that were wanting to place bets. And so obviously they had a little bit of a meeting and they're like, well, what can we do? We don't want to shut this down because we're making good money. 10% of all the bets in the school at 25 bets a day was good money, but they also were like, I can't get out of class every 30 seconds to take a bet. So they decided at that point to put a minimum in place. Like, if the overall bet wasn't at least $25 a person, then they just weren't going to bother, which sounds nuts. But if you have 25 bets a day and you have to get out of class and go do it, like, you kind of got to realize that, if they're taking 10%, that's only $5 on a $50 bet. So it's not like they're really charging an insane amount. That's just probably what's worth it to leave class once an hour. The only problem is when they did that, there was still a lot of people that wanted to place bets for like not a whole lot of money. And another group of kids decided to come in and kind of like take their spot of all the people that wanted to bet that didn't bet all of this money. And while this original group had made sure to like not let people borrow money, because obviously that was going to go bad very quickly, this new group hadn't really thought about it too far. So of course they start letting people make bets on margin, borrow money from the casino to gamble, which is never ever a good idea ever. And the original group had avoided this because they knew it gets out of control really quickly. Like, there's just nothing good that comes out of owing a bunch of people a bunch of money, especially when you owe them a bunch of money for something that's against the rules. And obviously, to just avoid this, they were like, look, if you put your money on the line, that's your problem. We're going to take a fee, but like, you're not going to borrow money from me because then I have to get my money from you. And the amount of money that they had been making just taking this 10% was good enough where they didn't even really need to let people borrow money. Like, their 10% had been making the group total overall $1,000 to $2,000 a week before, they decided to do what they did. But at this meeting, after the minimum, they had another meeting kind of realizing that this group was starting to let people borrow money, and they decided at that point to just shut down the entire operation, because they realized that this was going to get out of control quickly. Now that people were borrowing money and everyone was gambling, it was a matter of time until a teacher caught them or something bad happened. So they decided to shut down their operation. They had made a decent amount of money for a couple months, but they were like, nah, it's not worth getting in trouble. Like, it's just a matter of time of getting caught at this point. So they tell everybody that had been using them that like they can go use this other group if they want to keep gambling, but they're done. So this other group gets a huge rush of a bunch of other people. So they're not complaining. They're not mad about it. But now even more people are gambling, and it's like this group of people letting people borrow money and just overall not run it the way it should be run. Not that anyone should run a school casino. Don't do any of this. This is all a bad idea. But regardless, they're letting people borrow money, and it's not unusual for a kid to owe this group like $500-$600. And obviously, when someone's like that, they don't really want to pay it back. There's a reason they borrowed it in the first place. So this group is now having this situation where tons of kids owe them like sometimes $1,000 that they had been using to gamble. So they decide the best way to go about getting their money is to like pay someone to beat them up. Classic mafia tactic. They thought it was genius. It's really stupid though, because you just shouldn't go around beating people up. The best way to avoid this situation is to not, lend money to gamblers. It just seems like a horrible business model. As far as anyone you would want to loan money to, it's not a guy who's like, I plan to build a house for $200 and sell it for $250. No, you're just going to give it to the guy whose plan is like, I'm putting it on green. The only problem on top of all of that, A, it's just wrong to hurt people, and B, it's stupid, is it doesn't matter how tough you think your school mafia is. The second you start beating people up in the lunchroom, the teachers are going to do something. Like, there's no way they can just let that happen. Oh yeah, another kid just got his ankle broken in the halls. I don't know what to tell you. You shouldn't owe money to people. Like, the teachers are not going to let that slide. So they decide that's the best way to go about it. Obviously wrong for many reasons, but they decide whatever, this guy owes us money, it's right, pretending to be all mafia guys. Anyways, obviously once one kid gets beat up for owing this like gambling group money, they take him to the office to try to figure out why the fight happened, and he instantly snitches. Obviously, he's like, I borrowed money from them to bet on this game. I didn't have the money. They kept asking for it. I didn't have it. So they told me if I didn't pay them back, I was going to get beat up. Well, and next thing I know, I'm in a trash can getting punched in the face repeatedly. So I'm going to assume that's probably what happened, is this group of people, names all the names, paid these kids to beat me up. And they're like, oh, dude, he snitched on us. What the heck? But I don't really know what you expected the kid to do, bro. Like, you got him beat up. I mean, obviously, this is his situation. He has two options: either pay you back, get beat up again, and keep his mouth shut, or tell the adults, and they will shut all of it down, and he won't have to pay anyone back, and you won't be able to beat him up again. Like, sure, I guess on a technicality, he's still a snitch. There's a technicality that fair. Sure, it's against the don't tell code. But, you guys literally beat him up. It's not like there was a chat and everyone's like, oh, let bygones be bygones, kumbaya. No, you paid someone to punch him in the face. He kind of has a reason to be really mad at you at this point. Sure, should he have borrowed money that he didn't have? Absolutely. I'm not trying to say that he wasn't an idiot, but obviously in this situation, he's gonna look at the teacher and be like, this is the group of people paying people to beat me up. And at that point, the school decides they're going to shut down this little casino operation they've got going on, and they launch a little mini FBI task force into this. Obviously, it's not like anyone involved in this is really incredible at covering their tracks, so they don't have to do a whole lot of FBIing to figure out basically all the information. The kids are dumb enough to be paying someone to go beat people up, dude. They're clearly not the best at hiding information. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, the teachers start looking into it, and before the end of the day, they basically had everyone who was involved in the new group of people that were, paying people to beat people up. They had the old group of people that hadn't done that. They had everyone who had placed a bet, and at some point, everybody had gotten called into the office to kind of just ask about what they knew. And a lot of the people that had placed bets with the original group just mentioned the new group. They didn't really bring up the old group because they weren't involved. They didn't beat up anybody, so there was just no reason to talk about it. And obviously, there's not a whole lot of detective work involved, but very quickly they realized that this new group is probably the group that's the problem. The only reason they even knew about the original group is because one kid had mentioned that there had been other people he had placed bets with and mentioned them. So, whatever, they end up calling the new group of kids into the office, the ones that had decided to go all mafia mode, and within seconds, they just break and tell on each other. They're like, no, it was his idea, here's where we put the money, here's what we did this, here's who we paid to beat him up, here's when we did it, here's the text messages, because obviously they hadn't really been thinking this through, but the original group that had not been letting people borrow money, hadn't been paying people to fight people, wasn't going out of their way to be obnoxious and get caught. They had obviously talked about what would happen if the teachers got on, and so they had prepared to tell this story that made sense. It admitted that they had done a little bit of gambling, but not that they had been running this middleman thing. They get called in separately, and each one of them tell the story about how, there was this group of friends that had known each other outside of school for a while, so obviously they thought it would have been fine to place bets in school was when they saw each other, so they had gambled a little bit with money at school. That being said, they hadn't taken bets for anybody else, and as soon as the other group had started taking bets for other people, they had stopped, which was kind of true, you know what I mean? So they're like, I'm so sorry, I'll admit that, we will never do it again. And so because they had been called in separately and told the same story on different occasions, the principal's reaction was like, we're disappointed in you, but at least you didn't run a gambling ring, so the fact that you were honest with us we'll take into consideration. And obviously the principal's not happy that he had two groups of kids gambling, right? But you got to consider this. If one group on the surface is just like this harmless group of friends that had decided to place some bets before they just went back home, and they had never taken bets for anyone. In the other group, you know for sure, had been going around and like, you know, taking people into debt, getting people beat up, extorting people for money. You would probably just not really look much more else into the group of friends because you have this other group that's probably way easier to look into. And that's kind of what happened, you know. They basically just were like, okay, thank you for admitting that you guys gambled before. We're disappointed, but we have to figure out a lot of what's going on over here with this other group of people that's running around acting like they own the place. So one by one, they get released back to class, and they're not texting the group chat or anything. They're all just kind of like nervous that someone's gonna slip up or tattle or something. All right, guys, I'm gonna interrupt the story for 1 second. I'm actually posting the story times I've been making lately on this Spotify show that I will put at the top of the description the day after they come out or the same day later that night, just because I know a lot of people have been listening to the story times on Spotify and asked me to keep them updated more frequently. So if you want to listen offline without gameplay, like I said, a link to the Spotify show will be in the top of the description. But yeah, on that note, let's get back to the original story. Thanks. Anyways, obviously all the teachers' attention's getting put into the other group of kids that wanted to pretend it's like the 1920s in Chicago and they're mobsters, you know. The only problem is the superintendent is still in charge of you guys, all right? Al Capone, real gangster. You guys beating up Melvin, not so much. And even then, Al Capone still did go to Alcatraz. Sure, it was for tax evasion, which, you know, in the grand scheme of things is not much compared to what else he did. But what it does go to show you is if there's any government agency you should fear, ladies and gentlemen, it's the IRS. At that point, the administration, though, is like, whatever, we're going to expel the group of kids that had been running this violent casino thing, which I'm not going to lie is probably the best decision. You really can't be letting kids that, like, think that they run the school just roam around making casinos. On top of that, if you didn't expel them, chances are they're just going to go back to doing it. Like, if they were making an absolute crap ton of money doing this, and then you're like, hey, just don't do that, guys, don't, like, they're going to keep doing it. But obviously, because they're expelling one group for gambling, they had to, you know, give the original group a punishment as well. So the original group gets called back in as a group, and they think that they're caught. They think it's over with. This principal's got to know everything about how they ran a gambling ring too. It's just GG, oh my goodness, prepare, we're screwed. But the principal is like, okay, you guys are getting suspended for 2 days, and, you know, starts to go into this huge speech that is a speech/apology thing. I don't really want to suspend you guys, you know, I've made plenty of friendly bets with my friends at the golf course or whatever, but it's something that I have to do since I'm expelling the other group. So obviously we try to make it as short as possible. Thank you for not running a gambling ring. You've been so respectful and well behaved. And he's just kind of going on about how, like, he's so thankful that they weren't the other group of people that had been running a gambling ring. And obviously, you know, they hadn't been paying people to, like, beat people up. They hadn't been doing it the same way. But it's a little funny that he's thanking them for not doing it when they literally were the group running the gambling gang originally. Like, they inspired the other guys. So they're feeling a little bit guilty, but they're just kind of keeping their mouths shut because he's just going to let them off the hook with a 2-day suspension. And so, you know, they're letting him go on. And finally, he's like, so that's the way it's going to be. I understand you're quiet. You know, you're probably a little bit in shock right now, but I'm going to call your parents to let them know that you guys are suspended. And they just all kind of look at each other and decide to keep their mouths shut. So they call their parents, let them know that their kids are being suspended. And anytime your parent gets that phone call, they're not going to be stoked. Obviously, it's never a situation you want to be like leaving work to go get your kid for getting in trouble. And when they all get picked up, some get in more trouble than others. A couple kids get their phones taken away, the gaming consoles for a bit. But overall, everybody gets in, like, not as much trouble as they probably would have been for getting expelled for running a gambling ring. And all in all, even the people that did get in a little bit more trouble were thinking that they're lucky because they hadn't been expelled over this like that other group had been. You know, they're like, dang, dude, they weren't playing around. A group of people were running a gambling thing and they were expelled. We're running a group of gambling things. We got a thank you letter from the principal, you know, and he basically said, thank you for not running a gambling ring. Oopsies, just nobody say anything. Obviously, as soon as everybody got their phone back, the group chat was kind of talking about it, and they were feeling pretty good because they had gotten away with it up to that point, had gotten to keep the money, only gotten suspended for 2 days. But the ringleader chimed into the group chat and reminded everybody of something that, they probably needed to hear, because at that point they're like, dude, there's no way they're gonna catch us, LMAO, this was so easy, like, look at how dumb they are. He said, look, they're not dumb. We got insanely lucky that another group at our school was doing the same thing, way dumber than us. Like, the school's not dumb, we got lucky. So just shut up. Don't go around the school bragging about how you made all this money running a gambling ring and we didn't get caught, because they're gonna hear you. And we got really lucky. Like, we probably should have gotten in more trouble, so whatever, just shut up. And if any of you can't keep your mouth shut, I'm gonna say I don't know you. I'm letting you know that right now. If any of you guys are morons, then that's on you. And obviously the group chat, the enthusiasm was sucked out of the room a little bit, but that was reality, because they were like pretty close to graduating. And so if somebody had gone and started bragging about how they had done all this and they got expelled, dude, like, it throws off graduation, it throws off going to college, and all you have to do is keep your mouth shut for 2 months, and then you're just never a student of that school again, and they can't do anything. So obviously, they would have like talk about it amongst each other, but they ended up keeping their mouth shut until they graduated. And as soon as they graduated, it felt like a huge weight was lifted off their shoulders, obviously, because like they don't go to that school anymore. There's not really much they could do. And at this point, it's been a couple years since they graduated, so they're like, we really just, every day it just becomes more of a funny story. Seriously though, I am going to make this very clear, don't go start a casino in your school. It's a really bad idea. They got insanely lucky they didn't get in more trouble. Half the people involved literally got expelled, so like, don't go around thinking this is a brilliant idea. Alright, so like I said, somebody ended up sending this into me, probably because I posted a video about a Karen fight at the skate park not long ago. That being said, this story blows that out of the water. I didn't end up being in a situation where somebody was getting smacked over the head with a cane. That is some pure, Alfred from Batman level stuff. When someone tries to break into the Batcave, he's like, do not you dare! Regardless, this is basically the ultimate showdown, so let's go. It was a standard Sunday afternoon when these dudes pulled up to the skate park. There was only one skate park in their town. It wasn't particularly large. In fact, the population was so small that there was only one skate park, and it wasn't necessarily the best skate park to ever exist. It was basically the bare minimum amount of things that you could put together and call a skate park. But whatever, it was what they had, and they were grateful to have a place to skate, so they were just kind of there messing around. It was 2 small wooden ramps, a rail that had some rust on it and was like missing a piece off one of the ends, And I don't mean like an end cap. I mean, it was like somebody had like cut a little box off the end of the rail. On top of that, there was a gap that it looked like somebody had gotten some concrete to kind of chip up and then chipped away at it themselves to make a gap. So it wasn't the nicest skate park to ever exist, but like I said, skate park nonetheless, which is the place where you're supposed to be skating, If there's any place where you expect nobody to pull up and get mad at you for being on a skateboard, it's the skate park. It's literally kind of in the name. And anyways, they were there and they were making their usual jokes about how this skate park is basically like a safety hazard, and they're not even sure if anyone would grind the rail, if it would like collapse on itself. And one of their friends said, I'll grind the rail, and they said he couldn't do it. He went, he did it, and like obviously missed, like just got off before the part where there was the missing spot. And everybody laughs a little bit because it was rusty. It didn't look like it was gonna slide, and they're a little bit impressed. And as they're all kind of congratulating him, like, yo dude, you beat the rusty rail, they hear honking from the parking lot, which is not what they expected. And at first they think that someone's honking to be like, oh, cool trick. But then they realize that they're just blaring on the horn trying to get attention. So they turn and look, and they see this old lady, maybe like 55, 60 years old, in this 90s minivan in the parking lot. That's about 15 feet away. And the car had been there the entire time. It hadn't just pulled up, but obviously it wasn't like they were overly concerned with looking into every car in the parking lot and seeing if anyone was there. But I guess she had been watching the entire time, and for some reason was just blaring on the horn after their friend had grinded this rail. So after they look at her and are kind of like, what are you doing?
you know, they can't talk to each other, but like kind of putting their arms up like, can we help you? She steps out of the car and is just immediately enraged. I knew I smelled trouble when you guys pulled up to this park. Now you're trying to break things. Whenever I see kids on skateboards, I just assume they're up to no good. I know that might be wrong, but I'm usually right, and this time I was. Look at you guys trying to destroy city property. And everybody's really confused because, you know, this might be a reaction you might get, maybe. It's still super extreme if you're like skating in front of somebody's business. But everybody's super confused because all they were doing was skating in the skate park, and their friend had grinded a rail in the skate park. And on top of that, it's not like he's destroying the rail. Somebody cut a chunk out of it. It's rusted. What is him grinding on it going to do at this point that like nature and somebody else hadn't already done? Like I said, I can understand maybe why a business owner would get angry if you're jumping down the stairs in front of their business, scaring away customers or whatever. Like if you get hurt on his property, he'd be liable. It makes sense for somebody to come out and be like, you guys gotta go now. That would make a little bit more sense. But if you're just sitting at the skate park waiting for skateboarders to pull up so you can yell at them for using the skate park, I feel like you might be in the wrong in this situation because you're kind of going out of your way to put yourself in this situation, you know? Ugh, I just absolutely hate cars. Nothing about cars makes me happy. Proceeds to spend 8 hours standing at like a freeway off-ramp, you know, and then you're just really upset that you saw so many cars. Anyways, I guess, you know, my point is they weren't really destroying anything. If anything, this is the spot they're literally supposed to be grinding on rails. The reason they build the skate park is so you're not going around grinding on rails in front of businesses. Anyways, they think that they can diffuse the situation by using some calm logic, and if you've ever dealt with some crazy Karen before, that's just not the case. So they try to explain that like, no, this is a skate park, it's a place that the city has designated that we're supposed to be able to skate. The rail is here so we can grind on it, that's what you do with your skateboard. It's not gonna break it, you know, we didn't cut the hole in it, it's not like we're destroying anything. Which I can't deny is a pretty good explanation. But the only problem is it just goes in one ear and out the other because she just starts screaming, I just watched him grind on the rail. Do you think I got this old being dumb? And everybody kind of doesn't really know what to say to that because it's like, well, you kind of are looking dumb because we're not denying that he grinded the rail, all right? I'm not sitting here like trying to wave a wand in front of your head and tell you you didn't see him do it. We're just trying to explain that it's okay that he did it to the rail, right? But whatever, everybody's kind of standing there in silence, not really knowing what to say. And one of his friends, the smart aleck of the group, decides to pop up at this point and says, I'm not really sure what any of that has to do with getting old, but I do know that you look old enough to have bad eyes, and if you think we're breaking anything, then it's obvious that your eyes have gone. Which, listen, man, kinda mean, kinda snarky, also kinda funny. I mean, if some lady's honking at you, giving you a bunch of crap for doing nothing wrong, like, and you tell her, okay, listen, maybe your eyes are gone, because whatever you're saying you saw clearly didn't happen. We're not breaking anything. But whatever, that makes her angry enough to start walking towards him, right? And they realize at that point that she has a cane. And I, like, you know, I'm not gonna say that she was faking anything to just carry the cane with her, but it's not like she's leaning on the cane, if you know what I mean. Like, if you've ever seen somebody use a cane to get around, my uncle had a cane for a while, like, they put some weight on it, you know? It's not like they're super fast to move around, they're using a cane. This lady was basically moving at like a perfectly normal speed with the cane, putting absolutely no weight on it. So listen, I'm not gonna sit here and say she had no reason to have a giant wooden cane, alright? It just didn't necessarily seem like she was moving with like a person that needed a cane. I feel like people that are just able to run an Olympic marathon don't go about their day with a cane unless they're looking to smack somebody at the skate park with it. But whatever, she's just kind of like approaching him at a pretty fast speed, walking at him with the cane. She's not even putting weight on it or putting it on the ground at all. She literally just has it kind of an inch off the ground, carrying it towards him. And she's pissed off about his comment about how, you know, she has bad eyes or whatever. I don't know if like she's just really, really against being made fun of for being old and not being able to see. But, you know, the entire time she's walking over to him, she's like, what did you just say to me? What did you just say to me? And he keeps trying to answer it and be like, I'm saying if you think that what we were doing was destroying property, then your eyes have to be shot. Like, that's the only way that somebody would look at that and assume that we were destroying stuff. And on top of that, I think your ears might be shot too, because we keep trying to explain that we're not breaking anything and you won't listen to us. So please just listen to our explanation. We didn't do anything wrong. Once again, funny for sure, but I will say, not really sure if it's worth it. You know, you have a stranger, clearly not very aware of the situation, coming at you with a large wooden stick, and it's pretty obvious that the reason they have the large wooden stick is not because they, you know, need it to be mobile, but because they just kind of want to hit somebody with it. It's probably best to shut up. I understand that this lady's out of place, you know, you're supposed to be skating at the skate park, but clearly this lady doesn't understand the concept of a skate park, right? So your argument to her makes no sense. And she's also weird enough to hate skaters, but stay parked at the skate park waiting for them to pop up, like, you know, she's a cipher tripwire just waiting to go off. So sure, you are right, you know, her ears are bad, her eyes are bad, she's not listening, correct. But she's also nuts, and usually if someone's nuts and approaching you with a large wooden object, you just keep your mouth shut. Anyways, by the time he finishes the sentence about how her ears must be gone too because she's not listening, he's probably about 2 feet away with her. And at that point, she lifts up the cane, pulls it straight up over her head, like, you know in Smash Bros when you get the hammer, like do. She gets it into that formation and just brings the cane down on top of this kid's head, like top of the noggin, you know. And everybody is just absolutely stunned because you don't expect to be at the skate park and have somebody smacking your friend with a cane for skateboarding. And he just drops to the ground. And at that point, nobody's quite sure if, like, it's just he's in shock. He just drops so that way she doesn't hit him again. If he's actually knocked out, but he's dropped on the ground. And everybody's just kind of standing around looking at the lady because she's just, like, got this cane in her hand that she smacked him with, and she's not really moving or doing anything. And they're like, did she mean to do that? You know, they're not really sure what her reaction is going to be. But at that point, she turns around and demands that they answer her question. And her question was, I know he's not the one that grinded the rail. Which one of you grinded the rail? Which, you know, I'm saying is pretty ballsy of a question if you are, like, coming out with a cane to smack the people destroying property, but you're not sure which one of them did it. I just know one of you grinded the rail. I'll smack all you on the noggin if I have to. You know, maybe her eyes were not the best. And at that point, everybody is not really down to answer questions anymore. They're like, you just hit our friend. What's wrong with you? You smacked him in the head with a cane. We're at the skate park. That's why we're skateboarding. You need to get out of here. Like, we're gonna call the cops. You know, get out of here. We're gonna call the cops. And this lady, it was literally like she stepped off of a boat from 1982 because she's like, well, you can't call the cops. There's no way that you have a phone on you. There's no payphone around. I don't know if she knew that cell phones were existent, you know, as if you don't have the ability to just call someone in their pocket, but they keep being like, we're not answering any of your questions. We're not telling you who grinded the rail. You hit our friend with a cane. We're not telling you anything. Like, you need to get out of here. We're calling the police. And her response to that is, you know, after she realizes that they keep saying they're going to call the cops, is, well, I'm not going to leave until I find out who was trying to destroy that rail over there. Because do you want to know why I'm so upset? And they're like, yeah, why are you so upset? We're still mad at you. Like, we're still going to call the cops, but why are you upset? And she goes, my tax dollars pay for that rail. Did you know that? Every time I pay taxes, a little percentage of that goes to the rail. Which, you know, technically she has a point, right? The only problem is, A, they didn't break it, and B, it's not like you single-handedly paid for that rail. Everybody in that city put all their money into one big pot, and then like 0.0001% went to the rail. So if anything, these kids' parents also paid for the rail. You know what I mean? And also, that's why we put it there. So people will grind on it. So that kids grind on the rail here and not in front of the Walmart. That's why it exists. Anyways, she starts walking to the group, and at that point, one of them gets on the phone and calls the police, you know, and they're like, oh, this lady is hitting our friend with a cane, and she almost can't compute that the person managed to find a magic phone device from their pocket and call someone. She doesn't say that, but she's just kind of shocked, and she instantly is like a little less confident about coming at them with the cane and just smacking all of them. And once she kind of realizes that they're actually on the phone with the cops explaining what happened, she decides that it's her chance to skedaddle. So she runs back to her minivan as fast as an angry 55-year-old lady can, which is pretty quickly. Once again, I'm not saying the cane was a weapon. I'm just saying she literally sprinted back to the minivan. Literally sprinted. Anyway, she gets back in the minivan and gets out of there. And obviously, they're not necessarily too keen on, like, chasing after her, but they do try to get a license plate. And they're shocked to see that there's no license plate on the back of this lady's minivan. So she peels out of there. There's not really much they can do. So they go to check on their friend. And at that point, he's sitting up a bit and he's like, dude, what happened? I remember some lady yelling at me and she was coming at me, and then I just remember waking up. And they're like, dude, she came at you, hit you on the head. Basically just give him a recap of everything that went down, and obviously he's a little bit stunned. He can't really believe it. But they're like, yeah, man, don't worry, the cops are coming, they're gonna take statements, like, don't worry, they'll figure it out. And whether or not he got smacked on the head with a cane, his reaction to them saying that they called the cops was not what they were expecting, because his eyes get all wide immediately, and he just is kind of like, you guys did what? And they're like, yeah, well, we called the cops. We figured you'd want to make a statement. We didn't get a license plate number, but she smacked you with the cane and knocked you out. And he's like, we have to get out of here now, dude. Like, we gotta go. I have something in my backpack that would not be too fantastic for them to find, all right? I understand the lady hit me in the head. She's in the wrong. That's fair enough. I wasn't planning on using anything in my backpack. Obviously, we were going home after this, so, yeah, we gotta go. Because, I don't know, I got hit in the head. I'm not feeling too confident about my ability to keep cool. And obviously, I'm trying to stay monetized here, so I'm not going to go too into depth about it, but we'll just put it this way, all right? In the unfortunate situation where somebody would have pulled up and searched their backpacks, which, you know, I understand technically they need a warrant for and all that stuff, but let's say that someone might have gotten a head injury and says yes to, like, can you look in your backpack? Yes! Okay, you're kind of screwed at that point, right? It would not have been the best situation because there was a massive Ziploc bag full of some stuff in this guy's backpack, and none of these kids can drive, right? So they decide that they've got to get out of there at that point. So they just got to get out of there. So they start looking and they realize that there's these woods next to the park that if they run over the ridge and get to the other side, they'll be on the side of the road and then they can skate down the main road and get back to where they need to be. And they're trying to get out of there before anyone shows up, right? So they start running into these woods. And as they're running into the woods, somebody's like, I think there's a car coming. And so they turn and they look. And sure enough, here comes a car coming in to pull up and check on the situation. And at that point, they all just drop. They're in the woods and they're like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And listen, it wasn't a situation where none of them were, like, old enough to drive. Some of them were, like, old enough to drive. They just didn't have a car in that situation, right? So they're all freaking out. They're like, dude, we're gonna get in so much trouble. We're so screwed, da-da-da-da-da. And, you know, they're hiding in the woods. And they get out of the car and they start looking around for a little bit. After a couple minutes, though, they give up. I don't know if they were looking too hard, but they ended up leaving. I don't know why they left. I don't know if they called it in and were like, must have been a prank call or whatever, but they're basically just hiding in the woods on the verge of crapping themselves the entire time they're looking around. And after they leave, they pop up and like all that adrenaline kicks in and they just decide to run over this hill to get back onto the main road. You know, they figure that's probably the best way to make this happen and get out of there as fast as humanly possible. So they run over the hill, get back onto the main road that they needed to be on, and their original plan was to skate back home, right? But their friend who had gotten hit in the head with the cane tries, and he goes, guys, listen, I'm gonna be honest, I don't necessarily feel too great about my balancing ability right now, so we gotta walk. And so they like put their skateboards, you know, on the side of their body trying to make it so that way it wouldn't be obvious from the road they were carrying skateboards because they were just paranoid. And they start walking back. And the entire time that they're walking back, they're kind of thinking out loud to each other about like why in the world that lady would have done that. And the one thing that they keep thinking is weird is that the lady didn't have a license plate on. And, you know, obviously they're a little paranoid at that point, but they kept being like, dude, what if she was planning on it?
Which, listen, I'm not gonna say is likely, but at the same time, you can't rule it out, man. Like, she pulls up to the skate park waiting for skaters and then, you know, runs out, hits one with a cane, and then peels out of there with no license plate. I don't know why she would do that, but, you know, I don't know why she would do it any other way either. Maybe she's just bored. She's sitting there like, now that I'm retired, you know, I'm gonna go smack some kids with a cane. That's always been on my bucket list. I don't know why anyone would smack anyone with their cane, but like, why somebody would be waiting at the skate park for people on skateboards to like go smack them with a cane is also nuts. It makes no sense. Anyways, someone's grandma is really out here whiling about smacking people with her cane, giving people CTE like the NFL. So if this sounds like your grandma, if she really hates skateboarding for whatever reason, make sure her cane doesn't have like a clump of hair on it or something, you know. Make sure that she's accounted for on a Sunday afternoon, and make sure she's not going about doing Batman justice with the cane. See, Batman's a superhero, and then you kind of think about the realities about someone in a costume running around beating people up, and you're like, ooh, I don't know about that. Anyways, I guess moral of the story, wear a helmet, you know, you never know when some crazy old lady is gonna run about and smack you with a cane, I guess. Other than that, the other moral of the story, maybe don't talk back to people that might be approaching you with a large wooden object and seem a little crazy. It's probably just not worth it, you know? Obviously, she was sitting there looking for a fight at the skate park, but like, I don't know, man. It wasn't worth getting smacked on the head with a cane to make a couple wise jokes, I bet.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and today's story time is a little bit different than something I've told before. It's about an emo kid that ended up getting a massive W. Seriously, I just thought this was a cool story, so I figured I'd make a video about it. So yeah, let's go. Alright, so like I said, today we've got a story time about an emo kid, but you know, instead of being the cringe, they're on the reversal of that in this one, a little good old switcheroo. In fact, this time, I would say emo kid luck was on like 600, you know, they ended up making $55,000 off just being in the right place at the right time. Regardless, the person who sent this in to me was a self-proclaimed emo kid. I was one too, no disrespect there, it is what it is, everybody makes mistakes, everybody has those days. But I guess he had just moved into a new neighborhood with his mom, and his mom had talked to the neighbor a couple times and said that he was a nice guy, and mentioned that, you know, if her son ever saw him struggling with anything to help him because he was a really old man. And whatever, he just kind of had that in the back of his mind, and because he was an emo kid and a little bit quieter, he was having a hard time, like, in the neighborhood making a bunch of friends. People just kind of thought he was weird. So most of the time he would end up walking home alone, and because of that, he was just a little bit more observant, you know. Maybe if he had been like going somewhere after school or whatever, been talking to somebody, he wouldn't have noticed this. But one day he's walking home alone, and he gets near his house, and he looks, and he sees his neighbor who's, you know, close to 80 years old, and he's looking, and he sees him just carrying all these heavy boxes out of his house into his garage. And so, you know, his mom had talked to him before, mentioned that he was a nice guy, so he decides to like go offer to help. Which, if you see an old person really struggling with something heavy, I don't know, like, it's probably the right thing to do to help a little bit. And the neighbor's kind of surprised. He's like, well, are you sure? There's a lot of boxes. And he's like, yeah, whatever, I've got time. It's not like I have anything to do. And like I said, he was about 80 years old, so he ends up spending like the next hour or so just helping him carry boxes out of this room, off his garage, into the garage, and kind of putting them there. And afterwards, he's like, all right, thank you. I just moved all these boxes out here, but I need to organize them a little bit. I don't know which boxes are full of what. They were just stored in this spare room I have. So if you want something to do tomorrow, if you come back and help me organize these boxes, I'll pay you. I would really appreciate it. And so the kid's like, you know what? All right, fine. It wasn't like he needed the money or anything. He wasn't looking for a job, but, you know, he didn't really have much else going on after school. And why not help your neighbor make a little bit of money at the same time if you got nothing else to do? So he's like, all right, fine, sure. So whatever, he just goes back home after that, and there were a couple kids that were like in the neighborhood that were outside when he was walking back to his house, you know, and they were kind of whispering to each other when they saw him. But he didn't really think anything of it because he didn't think it was that weird of a situation, you know. He didn't think that like helping your old neighbor carry heavy stuff was a controversial thing to do. I don't really know how you could think that's a bad thing. Like, oh, did you see that dude helping that old man? Psh, what a loser. Anyways, the next day at school, a couple of the kids from the neighborhood come up to him and they're like, dude, what were you doing helping that old man yesterday? Like, dude, what's wrong with you? Why were you doing that? Which to me seems like a pretty obvious answer to the question, you know, 80-year-old man lifting heavy things, probably not having an easy time, all right? So I went to help him, and also I don't know, like, why that would bug random kids in the neighborhood so much. Oh, did you see that dude over there trying to be helpful? Cringe. Anyways, the emo kid is like, well, he's 80 carrying heavy stuff, so I don't know why I wouldn't help him, you know? It didn't take me very much time, and I don't understand why I wouldn't just go ahead and, like, try to help him as best as I can if I was right there. And all these kids start trying to turn it into like something to make fun of him for. Oh, look at this wannabe Boy Scout dude, it's pretty cringe, LMAO. Oh, look at me helping all the old people in the neighborhood. They started trying to like make fun of him for helping this old dude, which I don't really understand, man. Listen, I'm not against making fun of people. Y'all know that if you're a fan of the channel. I'm all for giving people crap if it's funny, but like I just don't really understand what's funny about making fun of somebody for being helpful. Oh, look at that. Oh, Mr. trying to save the world, pulling over, helping people in an accident. Oh, look at you. You think you're so cool. Like, how are you gonna try to bully somebody for trying to help an old man carry heavy stuff? You know, isn't that kind of nice? Like, I don't know what you want the response to be to that. Like, oh, you're right, I suck. What a considerate person, dude. Did you ever consider the fact that you're a little bit of a nerd? Oh, get it? I called him considerate and then asked him to consider being a nerd. You get it? Yeah, that was some wordplay. What's up? I'm a bully and I take English class. Anyways, they're kind of like coming for his neck about this, and usually in this situation it would like make the emo kid feel upset. He even admitted that in the message, but because of what the situation was about, he just like didn't really know what to say. All he did was stand there while they're making fun of him and go like, all right, well, I'm sorry for helping the old man, I guess. Like, I don't really know what you want me to say. Like, he didn't feel bad about it because it's not like it was the bad thing to do. I don't know, man. You'd have to, like, be pretty open to peer pressure to be peer pressured into, like, not wanting to help somebody struggling with something, you know? Yeah, listen, old man, I know I said I would help you organize your garage, but these kids at school said, oh, look at you want to be Boy Scout, so now I think this is on you. You just take all the boxes instead. Regardless, they're kind of like, dude, you just kind of are a wannabe Dracula out here helping people. It's kind of weird, bro. Like, you're not even from here. Why do you care so much about what people in the neighborhood need help with? I don't know. I just like, I think, what are you even supposed to say to that, dude? Why do I care about people that need help with stuff even though I just moved here? I don't know. I mean, am I not like, how long do you have to live in a place before you're allowed to help people? Actually, you haven't lived here for at least 2 equatorial rotations, so you're not allowed to help anyone with any type of yard work or moving boxes, all right? Anyways, the emo kid is kind of going back and forth with them and is like, look, I don't really know what your issue is, all right? I don't know what me looking like Dracula has to do with anything, but I'm actually going to be helping him again after school today, so if you guys are going to have a problem with that, then, you know, I guess you're going to have an issue, but I don't really understand what's wrong with me being emo and, like, helping somebody. He's just really not understanding what they're going for. This has been the saddest attempt at bullying I've ever had described to me. This is the equivalent of going up to, like, an NFL player. Oh, what are you, good at football, pal? Ooh, what are you, Mr. Multi-Millionaire for tossing a ball? It's like, dude, I mean, I guess in theory that could make you feel cool, but you're not really making them feel bad. Like, what, do you want them to be ashamed of the fact that they're a millionaire for throwing a ball around? Anyways, they kind of say to that note, like, what a waste of time, dude. Helping some random old man isn't gonna help you get into college or make money. Like, I don't know why you do that. Which is nuts to me, bro, because it's like, does everything have to be done for your college resume, dude? Call me crazy. I got into a college. It wasn't the best college of all time, all right? I wasn't out here rocking up to Stanford. But that being said, you know, I got into a college and I did not have the best extracurricular activity rap sheet, all right? I will say that. I don't know. I feel like you're allowed to just help an old man that asked for help and, like, not really expect a crap ton of gold or a college experience in return. Regardless, the emo kid is just kind of like, all right, the bell rings, they have to go their separate ways, and he walks away. They're all cheering, you know, as if they just really won that altercation, but he's like, damn, they're kind of dumb. Regardless, though, after school, he gets to the old old man's house, and he knocks on the door, and the old man answers. He's like, oh, awesome, this'll be great. I'll just go open the garage, meet me around there. So he goes around, he opens the garage, and he says, hey, all right, here's kind of what I need. All these boxes were in this room. I'm not really sure what's in them. I have an idea. It should be a lot of like stuff I've collected through the years, but you know, I just need all these boxes. We have to go through them. And listen, over the course of an 80-year lifetime, you tend to have a lot of crap. If you haven't gotten rid of your crap over 80 years, there's a lot of it. You know, there's just a lot of boxes. There's a lot of different types of boxes that are marked from like the 70s, boxes that are marked from the 50s. Homeboy's out here really having like a time capsule just because he's a little bit of a hoarder, you know, just 80 years worth of stuff. And the old man's like, all I really need you to help me do is go through these and organize it. And so, seems fair enough. He opens the first box, and it's an entire box of old baseball cards in like mixed conditions, some better than others, but you know, he's kind of like, all right, these boxes aren't full of garbage. There might actually be some stuff in here that's worthwhile. He opens up the second box, and it's a bunch of like metal ad signs from like old companies and stuff, which if you've ever watched American Pickers, which I have, you would know that metal advertising signs do tend to fetch a hefty penny, all right? So, you know, he's not taking anything from the boxes, and he's not like freaking out or anything, but he's taking note that a lot of these boxes seem to be full of stuff that could be worth a lot of money if you were to sell it, you know? And there's a lot of boxes, so he just ends up helping the man kind of go all through this, organizing everything, sorting through it, and spends the next 4 hours with this old man just going through the boxes. Ends up organizing them, putting them on these shelves that he had, and when it's all said and done, there's like 15 boxes of baseball cards, a couple boxes of like these small advertising signs, you know, maybe 30 other boxes of like collectible stuff. Not as much that this kid knew anything about, but it was like in decent condition, you know. And at that point, he's like, thank you for helping me out. And the emo kid looks at the old man and is like, yeah, of course, no problem. I had a great time looking through the collection. Even if you're not particularly into baseball, like I'm not a baseball fan, it would be cool to like see a bunch of really old baseball cards, you know. So overall, he's not really too pressed about it. The old man said, thank you for helping. And the emo kid was just gonna leave. Sure, the old man had mentioned paying him, but like he had just had a bunch of fun going through the collection, you know, helping the old man was something he probably would have done anyways. So he was just gonna walk out the door without expecting any payment in return, you know, he wasn't really pressed about it.
Anyways, he goes to turn and leave the garage, and the old man stops him and is like, hey, don't I owe you something for your help? Like, didn't I say I was gonna pay you? And the emo kid looks at him and he's like, nah, you don't have to, you know, it's not necessary, you don't have to. Like, I enjoyed looking at the collection, I had a good time, so you really don't have to do that, it's okay. And listen, man, I feel like most people in that situation would have been like, yeah, I helped you move all these boxes, cough up the dough. And I think the fact that the kid really didn't want to get paid, like, made the old man feel like he deserved to get paid even more. And the old man literally had his wallet out at the start of that conversation and is, like, kind of surprised by his answer. And he's like, all right, you sure you really don't want money? And the emo kid's like, yeah, it's just really not that big of a deal. It's okay. And the old man's like, are you sure? Like, he keeps asking him, trying to make sure, like, dude, trust me, like, I want to pay you. You just help me move all these boxes. Please take the money. And the kid just keeps being like, nah. And he doubles down again. He's like, look, it was an awesome collection. The old baseball cards were really cool. I'm glad I got to help you out. I had something to do after school. I really don't need anything. It's okay. And the old man kind of has, like, something change in his head. You can kind of tell that he's thinking now. And he puts his wallet away, and he just decides to walk over, and he grabs one of the boxes of these old baseball cards, right? And he walks over to the emo kids and he goes, all right, since you won't take money, you keep mentioning how cool the collection is, I want you to have this. And the emo kid's like, no, I can't take this. You know, these cards are so old, who knows what they're worth? And the old man's like, look, I'll be honest with you. I have no clue what the cards in there are worth. Sure, they could be worth a crap ton, but you can keep them, sell them, I don't care. This box is yours. You have to take it for helping me. It's the least that I could do, you know? And once again, the emo kid tries to reject it. At this point, it's like, take the box, bro. Clearly, homie's sending you home with something. You've tried to reject it multiple times. If he wanted to send you home empty-handed, he had his chance. He would have been like, all right, dude, bye. Close the door. Done. Over with. If someone's trying to pay you like 50 times, just take it. Just take it, man. Why are you trying to not get stuff for your hard work sometimes? If you offer, no, it's okay, you don't have to. And they're like, nah, I insist. Then they insist. It is what it is. Regardless, finally the emo kid reluctantly takes the box and he's like, all right, thank you. And he decides to go back home. And obviously he goes back home, goes to his room, opens the box and starts to kind of go through the cards, right? And as he's going through them, he's like, man, a lot of these are
pretty old. He's like, I don't know a whole bunch about baseball, but I know baseball cards are collectibles that kind of go up in value the older they get sometimes. And a lot of these are in pretty good condition for how old I think they are. So I wonder, what's going on? Like, are any of these worth anything? And listen, I'm sure this 80-year-old man knew that some of the cards had probably gone up in value, but didn't really, know how much. And on top of it, you gotta remember that, it's not like this old man is super apt at looking up old card prices on the internet to know the value of his collection if he tried to list them all today on eBay. I don't really think this guy would know how to function the Google too well. So, whatever. As he's going through this all, he decides to pull up eBay, get them all organized, and just kind of see what they're worth. The man, when they had been talking about the collection, and how he had come to get it all, he talked about how he had always liked baseball, so he had just kind of been buying cards forever. So, obviously when you've been doing that for an extendedly long time, some parts of your collection are going to be valuable. So after he organized all the cards and starts going through it, looking them up, the first card was worth like $3, all right, that's fair, he says. The second card he picks up is like a really old looking card, I don't know anything about baseball cards, but he looks it up and he's flabbergasted because a PSA rated one is worth like $5,000. And so obviously at that point, his jaw literally hits the floor. And so he's like, damn, dude, I'm holding a $5,000 baseball card in my hand. He gave me a cardboard box full of baseball cards that were neatly stacked. Like, there's a crap ton in here. If one of these cards is worth $5,000, there's a pretty good chance that the rest of this box is going to be worth a very hefty amount of money, which all in all is probably some pretty good analysis. Like I said, I'm not a trading card expert out here, but if someone gives you like a box of 800 things and the second thing is worth $5,000, you could probably assume the rest of the stuff put together is at least $10,000, if it's like a collection of stuff. So whatever, he starts to go through the rest of the cards and just quickly comes to the conclusion that the rest of the box is so much money. He doesn't go through every single card. A lot of them are only worth, 50 cents, $2. Like, it's not like a lot of them have a lot of value, but by the time there's only like maybe 100 cards that he hasn't identified and looked through the price on, he's come to the amount of this box being worth probably about $150,000 in baseball cards just sitting here.
Alright guys, I'm gonna interrupt the video for a second. I went ahead and made a little Spotify show. I'll put the link in the top of the description down below, but if you want to listen to any of the story times on there, I'm gonna be posting them a lot quicker than I was on that other one. So like I said, link in the top of the description. Go check it out if you want to listen to any of the story times offline, and let's get back to it. At that point though, he decides he needs to say something to the old man because he would feel bad taking $150,000 worth of baseball cards for 4 hours of work, which, I'll give him credit, way nicer than most people would be in this situation. 99% of the people would have sold all the cards on eBay and moved away before the old man even knew what hit him. But regardless, he decides that's not what he's about, so he goes back over to the old man's house, knocks on the door with the box. Old man answers and he's like, hey, man, I told you that you needed to keep this. I told you that these were yours. What are you doing trying to bring it back? And he goes, well, I ended up looking online to see what it would be like if we sold them, And come to find out, it's worth about $150,000, so I just can't take that for the amount of work that I did. I really appreciate it, I really do, but I only did 4 hours of work. This is worth way more than what that's worth. And the old man kind of sits there thinking for a second, and he goes, well, how much did you say they're worth online? And he's like, $150,000 this box, from what I could guess. And he goes, all right, well, I know nothing about eBay, so I won't give you the box, fair, but what if you sell them online for me for like a percentage? I don't know how any of that online stuff works. There's no way I'd ever be able to figure it out, so if you did that for me, you'd help me out by letting me sell them and get all that money, and then you'd make some money because you'd get a percentage of whatever you sell, okay? How about that? Because I have no clue how this internet stuff works. I need somebody to set everything up for me and run it for me. Anyways, the emo kid is obviously not gonna say no to that. That's a pretty good situation. He gets a percentage. He doesn't feel like he's ripping off the old man, and they end up agreeing that he gets 5% if he sells all the cars, right? And obviously he's stoked with that because 5% of that first box is what, $7,500, something like that, around there. That's not too shabby if you're just like doing work listing stuff on eBay that you didn't have to collect in the first place.
So over the next few weeks, he's just spending a lot of time going through all of these boxes, sorting everything, getting everything priced, making sure everything has like a listing so he can justify the price. You know, a little bit of like, okay, I did this price because this costs this, and I think that we can sell it for this. You know, he's doing a crap ton of research, and it ends up being close to what the kid estimates is $1.3 million of baseball cards, advertising signs. Like, this guy just had all this crap in his garage. And the old man is just absolutely shocked, right? He had no clue. He had assumed that, like, they might have some value, but for the most part, you know, he didn't think that baseball cards would be worth anything. He had worked as an engineer and, like, would get a lot of metal signs from working whenever he was on an engineering project. He would just toss them in the box, and then a lot of the baseball cards, he liked baseball. So, like, he'd be in the gas station, grab a pack for $2, open it, and then throw them in a box. You know, just didn't really pay much attention to it. So he had just slowly built up this collection of a bunch of crazy cards, mainly because he didn't know what he had. Like, if he would have been trying to flip it and build this great collection, I don't know how this would have worked, but because he was just kind of hoarding old stuff, it worked out for him. Now, don't be a hoarder. I wouldn't recommend that, you know. But regardless, they end up selling everything. He was a little bit off in his pricing, and so over the next year, they end up selling $1.1 million worth of stuff. So, you know, you do some math. I think that means Emo Kid took home a cool $55,000 for helping, which is not too bad for just being in the right place at the right time helping a dude move boxes. I mean, I'll take $55,000 for just, you know, helping somebody move boxes and then listing stuff on eBay. Like I said, you didn't have to do the hard part of being 80 and collecting stuff for your entire life. Anyways, when it was all said and done, this old man and him had become good friends, because obviously that's what happens when you're, like, you know, doing business together. Things are going good, you're making money, easy to get along with somebody in that situation. And obviously he was kind of talking to the old man about how, like, he was going to take the money and spend it on college and stuff, and everybody was very hyped about it. Now, I do want to make it clear that, like, once again, his mom has known this old dude before. Like, his mom and him had talked and gone over how he's an old man, you know, he wants to move to a retirement home, he's retired now, he has all this stuff. Like, it's important to know that this old man wasn't an absolute stranger before this, okay? Because that would be a bizarre situation. If you're ever walking down the street and your neighbor's like, hey kid, you want to come into my garage? I have $1 million worth of stuff. You run, okay? You run the other direction. That's not a really good reason. That being said, you know, he knew this guy was, like, cool with his mom, which is why he had thought it would be cool to help him in the first place. Just a situation where it really worked out for this dude to have a neighbor who had $1 million in his garage that he wasn't aware of, man. Like, do you think this old man looks back and is like, damn it, I wish I would have known about this when I was 70? I would have had another decade of rolling around the casinos, throwing around cash like there was no tomorrow. I just don't know how you, like, have $1 million worth of stuff and don't realize it. I guess the only way is to just not realize the stuff you might be collecting could be valuable. Like this guy, just open a pack of baseball cards, look through them, and then toss them in a box, not realizing that you have, like, a bunch of good player rookie cards or whatever. Seriously, though, like I said, don't consider this advice to be roaming around looking for boxes in garages, alright? There's a better chance that you're going to end up locked in a weird person's garage than you are going to make $55,000 being nice to an old person. Either way, though, I thought it would be an insane story time you guys will enjoy, so without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so, you know, we've talked about it on the channel. You don't really get to pick the people that live next to you. If you have some crazy person living in your neighborhood, it just kinda is what it is. And this guy lived in a particular neighborhood with a spoiled kid on his street, and he basically just thought he was allowed to do whatever he wanted. And the reason he got that way is because his parents had to work a lot. I'm not gonna dunk on them for having to work a lot, but he was left home a lot alone. And when no one was supervising him, he would just get up to no good. And he was so annoying and just, like, so aggressive that it had gotten to the point where the subscriber who sent this to me and all of his friends in the neighborhood just banned him from being able to play any games with them because he always would be hyper aggressive. Like, if you were playing tag, he would purposely try to shove you as hard as possible if you were near something, so you would, like, fall into it. If someone tripped and hurt their knee or whatever, he would always laugh at it. And after a while, they just got tired of it because he was just out out of control, so they said, you can't really hang out with us anymore, like we don't want to play games with you. And listen, that would suck, but his response to being banned from playing tag with the neighborhood kids was to just go into his room in like the second story window where his bedroom was and just start shooting airsoft guns at all the kids running around. And when they went and told their parents, they go and knock on the door, but his parents weren't home, so he just didn't answer the door. He's just a very, very angry kid. I would love to know the logic on that one. Oh, they don't want me to play tag with them because I always get so mad and freak out for no reason. Better go grab my airsoft and just start blasting them while they're playing tag. That makes everybody want to play with me even more. And on top of that, but another reason that he was banned from playing tag with them, he was not only obsessed with like shoving people and just like being way too intense for a game of tag, but he was obsessed with fire as well. Like, listen, I think every boy has gone through the phase where you like to, make a fire with a magnifying glass or whatever. Everybody has been there. I'm not saying fire sucks and it's like never cool. But that being said, it was as if the only thing the guy ever wanted to do was start fires, talk about fire, and look at a fire. There's a time and place for that. If you're camping and you want to make a fire, all power to you. But this guy would be like on the side of people's houses trying to make a bush fire 2 feet away from a house. And once the parents had caught them doing it, asked him what they were doing, and he said making a fire. And that's when the parents even got on the kids' sides and were like, yeah, I don't really know if you should be hanging out with that guy. Not only is he willing to just fight you if you go against him, but he's also trying to get everybody involved in the opposite of the fire department, but for starting them. And he just kind of gave off weird vibes. But whatever, one day they were all hanging out outside, and he walked up to them, and they started to get a little nervous, because whenever he walked up to them, he was either bragging about something dumb he was about to do, or like about to threaten them. And he starts saying how his parents were going to be gone for a couple days, so he had a bunch of quote-unquote science experiments that he was going to do. And his grandma was staying with him, but his grandma was really old and she couldn't really see that well, so he was going to be able to like do whatever science experiments he wanted. And everyone is just kind of listening to him go off about these science experiments, and they're like, okay, well, that's cool. Good for you, man. You have so much fun with those science experiments. Just trying to get out of the conversation, and you're just smiling, nodding your head. Wow, really? Oh, wow, so incredible. But one of the kids in the group he's talking to makes the mistake of going, well, what science experiments are you going to do? Which is a fair question. You just don't want to ask a crazy person that. Like, if you know the person is just known for starting fires and causing issues, the last thing you should ask is, what science experiment are you trying to solve? Because it's either going to be something nuts or you're going to regret asking. And he starts to tell them that, he obviously loves to start fires. And they're like, yes, we do know that about you. You do love to start fires. But he's always wondered what would happen if he started a fire in his bedroom and if it would be easy to control. And immediately everybody is like, that's a horrible idea. That's a very stupid idea. Don't do that. Because that might actually be the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. I'm making this very clear. If anyone watches this and is like, I should make a fire in my house, you're an idiot. You are a moron. Do not do that. But for whatever reason, this guy thought it was a science experiment to try to start a fire in his bedroom. And I'm not really sure what the science experiment is there. Like, what's the hypothesis? It won't light on fire because it's in a house? Houses burn down, man. They can definitely start in a house. I didn't realize this was something people doubted. This is the equivalent of being like, I wonder if I put a pool in my house if it would still be a pool. Like, yeah, it'll still be a pool. Now you just have a pool in your house. But whatever, they start telling him like, don't do that. That's a horrible idea. Like, seriously, what are you thinking? Your parents are going to be pissed. Don't do it. And they don't even like this guy. They have a mandated rule not to hang out with him. And they're still telling him that he's a moron for thinking that this is a science experiment. But he's very adamant and starts to get defensive once they start pointing out how horrible of an idea it is. And he starts going off on this like monologue-ish speech about how he's doing it for science and one day they're going to thank him for his experiments. I don't know, man. I don't think anyone's going to thank you for this one, and I don't think you're literally doing a single thing for science. It's not like you're strapping yourself to a rocket to go to Mars for science. You're doing the dumbest thing I've ever heard of for science. Like, what do you think? They're going to put you in the history books because you lit a fire indoors? Maybe 30,000 years ago it would have been impressive when it was a bunch of cavemen just sitting around going, oh,
fire, fire. But everyone knows how it works now, man. And on top of it, there's this magical thing called like lighter. If I want to start a fire, it's very easy now. The 21st century is fantastic. We have the internet, and we also don't need fires to keep warm. I'm pretty sure most houses that I can think of have a heating system. No, Mom, you don't understand. My room was cold. So why didn't you turn the air up? You started a fire? Can't believe someone would be this stupid, but he's very adamant that what he's doing is basically the greatest sacrifice for science he could ever make, and he's going to be in the history books for changing humanity. It'll be simple. When you go to the history textbook, it'll say the world's greatest scientist, Isaac Newton. Oh my gosh, what a guy. Madame Curie, wow. What a genius. And this guy who started a fire in his bedroom. Man, wow, what geniuses.
Anyways, the kid all mad that they think his idea is stupid walks off all pissed off. And like, I don't know what type of entitlement you have to think that you're justified to light a fire inside, but they decide that they're not gonna let him do that. And it's not like they want to tell on him. They're not like hyped about getting him in trouble, but at the same time, they're realizing that if they don't say something to his grandma that's watching him, that he could burn the house down. And they would rather him be mad that they quote unquote told than like him burn down his house. So they go over and they knock on the door and they're waiting for his grandma to answer. And it takes her a little bit, but she opens up and is like, "Hi, what do you want?" And the way she says it isn't very friendly, so they're kind of off rip. A little bit confused, like, okay, we're just a bunch of kids knocking on the door. Maybe she just doesn't like answering the door. And so she looks like this sweet little old lady, and they start telling her, basically, your grandson likes to make fires, and he told us that he was going to make a fire in the house. We know that his parents are gone for a bit, so we just wanted to let you know so that way he doesn't do it. And they thought it was a pretty serious situation. You'd think they'd be grateful. Oh my, thank you so much. I can't believe my grandkid would try to do something so stupid. Wow. But no, as soon as they start mentioning that her grandson is going to be misbehaving, she starts going full Karen mode, which is probably why he thinks it's okay. Hey, your kid's gonna burn down the house, and then you get yelled at for telling them that their kid's gonna burn down the house. So she just starts denying that that ever happened. She says that she knows that they're making this up. Her grandson never said that he was going to make a fire inside, and that they were ridiculous for trying to make this up to get him in trouble. And they're trying to tell her, like, hey, we wouldn't make this up. Isn't this a really weird thing to make up? Like, what are the odds that all of us get together and decide to make up a story that your kid wants to make a fire inside? Why would we do that? There are so many better things for us to lie about to get him in trouble if that's what we wanted to do, but it's not what we want. And the grandma's having none of it, just like, you guys are trying to get my kid in trouble because you're jealous of how incredible he is, because he's smarter and more adventurous than you guys. You just want to see him fail. No wonder the dude had such an inflated sense of self-importance. Someone tries to warn grandma he's gonna burn down the house. Grandma's like, my grandson is a saint. Yeah, the saint of fire, maybe. Fire indoors. I don't know if that's what you want to be the saint of. And then she kind of explains her standoffishness, and she says that her grandson had already told her that all the kids in the neighborhood hate him and will lie to get him in trouble. Which is not true. They would not lie to get him in trouble, but I think he realized his grandma's not from here, like the neighborhood. So if he just told her that all the other kids in the neighborhood are evil and will get him in trouble, she's probably gonna believe him. I mean, let's be honest. If you tell grandma that everybody in the neighborhood's mean to you, she's probably going to believe you. It's just like a grandma thing. Oh, my little grandson. But whatever, she's basically just confirming to them that this guy's nuts, hates them, and he's cooked up this conspiracy theory that the entire neighborhood is out to make up theories to get him in trouble. That'd be kind of flattering. I feel like if somebody was dedicated to the point where they're just making up stuff about me lighting fires inside, I'd be flattered. Like, that's some next level hatred they got going on for you. Anyways, she slams the door in their face, and they're just kind of standing there thinking about what just happened, confused, because they thought she was going to be grateful that they had gotten a tip off about the fire inside. And they're like, well, we tried, you know, like, at least we tried. If he makes a fire, then we can at least say that we tried. So they go back to playing their game, and they're doing their thing. And about 15 minutes later, they hear some yelling from the spoiled kid's house, and they look, and sure enough, the window he usually was shooting his airsoft gun from, he's standing standing there, and he kind of like starts yelling at them, saying, "Nice try trying to tell my grandma, but I already told her to not trust anything you say." And their response is just, okay, like, all right, man, we understand that you think this is a movie and we're some enemies, but we don't really care. We're just trying to hang out. Please stop yelling at us. And then he starts going off about how they're never going to be able to stop him from making a fire inside. And one of the friends that the subscriber's hanging out with, response to that is just, go ahead, we don't care if you burn your house down. And it was almost like he was just coming up with this plan to try to get them to like give him attention or whatever. Because when the guy says, go ahead, we don't care, his response to that is just, I really will do it, guys. I will make a fire inside. I will. And they're like, okay, we never said that you wouldn't, man. Go for it. No, guys, you don't understand. I really will do it. All right, no one's doubting you, dude. Go for it. And listen, it wasn't like they wanted him to make a fire inside. They obviously didn't want to. They tried to tell on him for a reason. But at the same time, they weren't going to get into some argument with him while he was yelling down from his window and be like, no, please don't do a stupid thing that you decided to do. At a certain point, you're in charge of yourself. It's not up to the people that you fight with all the time to keep you from making stupid choices. But whatever, he closes the window and they decide that they're going to move a couple houses down so that way he can't yell at them. So they go back to playing their game. A couple of the neighborhood kids come outside and they start playing 3 Flags Up. And as they're playing 3 Flags Up, they're not really paying attention until all of a sudden one of them goes, hey, do you smell that? And they smell the air and it smells a little smoky. And they start looking, and that's when they see, faintly right now, but a small little plume of smoke coming out of his window. So they're like, oh, maybe he started the fire, so they're just kind of watching it. And the smoke just starts to get thicker and thicker, and they decide that he probably doesn't realize it's getting out of control, so they go over and back, and they're knocking on the door, and they hear the old lady coming, and she opens the door all mad, and she's like, what? Keep in mind, the kid's room is literally on fire right now. The smoke is just getting thicker and thicker, and they're like, your house is on fire. And the grandma at first tries to deny it, like, oh, no, it's not. And they're like, really, look, come look. So she comes out, steps out of the door, looks and sees all the smoke, and immediately is like, oh my God, the house is on fire. And all the kids are like, yeah, we know, we just told you. And so the grandma starts screaming for her grandson, and this dude comes downstairs from where the fire is, acting super calm, and just looks at his grandma and is like, what? And she starts yelling that the house is on fire and they have to get out of here, and the kid just looks at her and says, yeah, I know. Calmly, as if this isn't an emergency situation. Yeah, Grandma, duh, the house is on fire. Who do you think started it? But whatever, he says that he's trying to put it out, goes to the fridge, grabs 2 water bottles, and starts trying to head back upstairs. And call me crazy, man, but the smoke plume that was coming out of his window was a lot bigger than 2 water bottles. Nah, it's cool, guys. I got some Dasani. This fire's got no match for me. Trust me. I don't think that's how it works. So, whatever, the grandma grabs him and is like, you can't go back up there, and he starts yelling that he's gonna put out the fire and he doesn't want to get in trouble. A little late for that now. You might have wanted to think about that before you decided to light your room on fire. But the grandma runs outside, uses a neighbor's phone to call the fire department. They come and put it out, and thankfully they responded very quickly, so it wasn't like the fire had spread to the entire house. It was still structurally sound. It wasn't like they were gonna have to tear it all down. It wasn't like there was really a whole lot of damage to rooms other than this kid's. But as for his room, it was just destroyed. Like, even from the street, you could see through the walls. Some of the rooms had gotten some damage, you know, but sure enough, he had managed to light his room on fire pretty intensely. And while the fire department is putting out the fire, they could hear the grandma just yelling at him, like, what were you thinking? Why would you try to light a fire inside? What's wrong with you? And the kid was so spoiled and so not used to getting in trouble that, like, he kept talking back to his grandma and trying to explain that it wasn't a big deal, which, listen, even if you're a very spoiled person, let's say 9 times out of 10 you don't get in trouble for whatever you should get in trouble for. I feel like when you're watching your house in flames and your grandma's screaming at you because you lit your room on fire for some reason, it's probably just the time to shut up. But nope, apparently he was so used to getting away with stuff, he thought he could weasel his way out of this one. And then his grandma said the ultimate, which was she was going to call his parents and make them come back from out of town to deal with him. And the second that his grandma said that, his entire demeanor shifted. He was like, no, they don't need to know. They don't need to know. What do you mean they don't need to know, bro? An entire room in their house is gone. You lit it on fire. Even if your grandma didn't tell them, what, do you think your parents were going to come home, pull into the driveway, see like charred wood on the outside of their house and go, I don't know, maybe we just forgot what our house looked like? I don't think you're going to be able to keep this a secret, even if you really want to. Once you've lit something on fire and the police come, or fire department, sorry, and put it out, I don't think there's going back. I don't think grandma could keep it a secret, even if she wanted to. And why would she want to? You gonna blame it on grandma? Mom, you won't believe it. Grandma got so mad at me when you were gone that she grabbed a flamethrower and lit our house on fire. But she ends up calling his parents and they're like, we'll be home right away. And they're sitting outside. They can't go back into the house. And the kid is just on the curb like, why did you tell them? I can't believe you told them. And the grandma's having none of it now. And she's just snapping back being like, because you were dumb enough to light a fire inside. I still don't know why he wanted to do it. Like, he said it was a science experiment, but I don't understand the experiment. What was there to figure out? Yes, you can light a fire inside. Should you? No. Can you? Yes. He really went full Jurassic Park. I can do it. Yeah, but should you? Well, we don't know about that, but I can build a dinosaur. Yeah, okay, and you can poop your pants on command. It doesn't mean that it should be something you do on a daily basis. About an hour later, his parents pulled up, and they're pissed, obviously. No one wants their vacation interrupted, and it definitely must have sucked to be, like, on the beach sipping a Mai Tai and get the call, hey, your son's an idiot and lit your house on fire. And they start getting pissed in the street, and the son starts being like, well, it's your fault that you went out of town. This wouldn't have happened if you went out of town. I don't know, man. I don't really know if you can blame your parents. I feel like most of the time they can trust that their kid's not a dumb enough person to light his own house on fire, even if they are out of town. Well, listen, I wouldn't have had to light the house on fire if you guys wouldn't have been an hour away. It's like, well, what do you call grocery shopping when your parents are gone for 20 minutes? You just feel the need to burn everything? Seems kind of more like a you thing, but whatever. They were going back and forth for a bit, and then eventually the family looks up and they see that the entire neighborhood is just out there watching this. And I don't know what they expected. I feel like if you are having an argument like this in front of your house that was just on fire, the entire neighborhood is going to be watching and listening. Like, duh, this is basically the best entertainment they're going to get. Not that it's entertaining their house was on fire, but them screaming at each other in the road. Just like a TV show, basically. One that you would think was too stupid. If this was the plot to a TV episode, everyone would go, oh, that's so unrealistic. Not for this guy, apparently. And they ended up leaving once they realized everybody was watching to stay at a hotel for a bit. The house did get repaired, but as for the guy who lit the house on fire, he didn't come back for a while. And that was because his parents decided to send him to a school that would be a little bit better for, like, I don't know, people who like to burn their house down, I guess. And usually I'd feel really bad about that. I'd be like, oh, that sucks. But when you burn your house down, I feel like your parents' hands might be a little bit tied. They've got to do something. Clearly, whatever they've been trying to do is not doing a whole lot of usefulness on the parenting spectrum. If you just think it's perfectly normal to tell grandma everything's okay before you light the house on fire. And can we talk about how he was like, no, I'm gonna go put it out with 2 water bottles. Thank goodness they caught him before he decided to go put out the fire with water bottles, bro. Yeah, hold on. I really think this Aquafina's gonna do the trick. I know the Dasani didn't. Either way, since he did play with fire, I can't really say I'm surprised he got burned. There's a CIA intro joke. I'm gonna put on my sunglasses now. Yeah! But I would definitely recommend not starting a fire in your house, no matter how much you want to call it a science experiment. It's just a really dumb way to guarantee you don't have a room anymore.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, this is a story time from back when I was a youngster in kindergarten. When I was in kindergarten, all right, you know, I didn't really understand what it meant to be, like, bullied and have a teacher not really want to do anything about it, or, like, you know, I didn't really understand what a spoiled kid was and why it bullied me so much. But there was this one kid that I'm gonna name Victor for the purpose of the story that would steal my juice box, like, basically every day. I don't know if he had paid off the teacher or what, you know, if little kindergarten him had slipped the teacher a $100 bill and said, let me steal some juice or whatever, but like, it was almost as if every day he would take it. I would go try to tell the teacher and she would be like, Victor wouldn't steal your juice box. Well, that's crazy, because, you know, if we were adults, Victor would be straight up committing theft right now. Regardless, I obviously start to get pretty annoyed with this because, like, I wanted to drink my juice box, you know, and Victor was really out here in my way, impeding my American right to drink some juice. Regardless, I decided that I was going to take matters into my own hands because, the teacher wouldn't really do anything. I remember talking to my parents about it one day, and they were like, if he keeps stealing your juice box, just tell the teacher and she'll take care of it. Yeah, okay, maybe if the teacher was doing their job, but she was just out here letting Victor take everything. So I was obviously trying to concoct a plan in my little brain about how I was going to get Victor back for stealing my juice box. And at the time, I can't remember the cartoon. I can see it in my head. I can't remember the name of it. I was watching this cartoon and the guy had done something where he was supposed to give the guy something, but he had made something that looked like that instead, like a decoy basically. And I remember being like, I wonder if I gave him my juice box, I'm doing air quotes, but the juice was something disgusting that he would hate. If he would just stop chasing my juice box, if I just make him have a bad experience once, if that would make him stop messing with me. So I decide that I'm going to fill a juice box with something dumb and then give it to him to drink it, and then I'm gonna look like a genius. And at the time, this particular teacher, I don't know why she would say this all the time, but when somebody did something dumb, she would be like, are you a glue eater? I don't really know what that means, but for some reason, it's just always stuck with me. It's just a funny thing to say to somebody. Do you eat glue? I don't really know where it comes from, but she would say that whenever a kid would do something dumb, right? And so that gave me the idea. I was like, I'm gonna fill my juice box with glue because, I've never tasted glue. It's not something that I've ever personally gone on a tasting binge for, but I'm gonna assume if you're expecting some grape juice and you get a good swig of some Elmer's glue, that you're not gonna be too stoked on the progress in your plan. All right, guys, I'm gonna go get some free juice. Next thing you know, your mouth's glued shut. That's probably not what you're down for. So I decided to go about this. And if you've ever had a juice box before, you gotta take the straw, poke it in the hole, there's the whole process. And it should be obvious right away if someone's been messing with the juice box. So what I did to get around this, I had taken the straw, poked a hole in the juice box, drank the juice, right? And then I had gone and taken an Elmer's glue bottle, dude, and I had gone into this little room off of the classroom. They called it the library, but it was more like a closet with books in it. And I went in there and I was making sure nobody's looking at me, feeling like James Bond, being stealthy as possible. And I just start putting glue into the juice box instead of juice. And surprisingly, nobody noticed. And then I was like, all right, now I have a juice box full of glue. Okay, part one complete. I headed back out of the library. Now I needed a way to convince him that this juice box hadn't been messed with. And I decided the best way to do that was to get a straw from a different juice box that hadn't been opened. I mean, obviously, if he comes to take my juice, there's already a straw in it, there's a hole punched in it. It's obvious I've been messing with it. So I went and asked one of my friends if I could borrow his straw. I gave him the straw that I had just used for my juice box, and it was still sealed up. So I took a little bit more of the glue and glued the straw to the back of the juice box. So it looked like it was a new juice box, right? And I just kind of set it on my desk because the way Victor would come steal my lunch, he would just kind of walk by my desk and take it. And if I said anything, he'd be like, oh no, I didn't take this. This is mine. No, I would never take your juice box. He was just annoying, right? I just hated him. So I just left it on my desk because I knew homie was going to come take it. He's just a juice box thieving man. And sure enough, he comes over and I hadn't resealed it, but he just figured because he had just ripped the straw off the side and kind of heard a crunch that it was sealed. So he goes, haha, I took your juice box again. And I remember being like, Victor, what the heck, dude, give it back. Because I didn't want him to know that anything was weird about it. And he's like, no, I'm going to drink it right now. And he takes the straw and he jams it into this juice box. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, my suspense was through the roof. I was so ecstatic to see the look on his face when he drank glue, dude. So sure enough, he takes a sip. I watch the glue go through the straw. It goes into his mouth and his face contorts to pure disgust. Oh, what is this? This isn't juice. And I'm like, you're right, dude. It's glue. Way to go. You took my juice box. Only problem is it's not full of juice, idiot. And instantly just screams the teacher's name. He's like, blah, 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 Ryan just made me drink glue. And of course, the teacher comes over like, what do you mean you drank glue? Do we have to send you to the nurse's office? What's happening? Like, fill me in. And he starts to cry a little bit. He's like, I wanted to take a drink of his juice box, and I did it, and it has glue in it. And the teacher's like, did you fill a juice box with glue? And yeah, I did fill a glue juice box. I guess that was a merger. I did fill my juice box with glue because he keeps taking it every day, and I've told you about that. And you would think at that point the teacher might like feel a little bit bad, you know, that I had literally been saying he keeps taking my juice box, and here he is admitting that he took my juice box. But no, my dumb kindergarten teacher instead decided to put me in trouble because I had like put glue in the juice box. Huh? Let me get this straight. I left the juice box on my desk. I didn't leave a note that says, hey, please drink this. It's my juice box. Don't take it. And I'm gonna get in trouble because he decided to come drink my juice box that I filled with glue. Sure, it was a trap. 100%. 100% I knew he was gonna come steal my juice box. The entire point was to make him drink glue. But that was the entire point. Regardless, she got all mad at me and gave me this big speech about how, like, you know, I'm not Batman. It's not up to me to, like, make justice happen in the classroom, which, fair enough. It's not the student's job to, like, make people not steal their juice box. It's yours, but you suck at your job. That's why you're stealing my juice box. Like, what do you want? What do you want me to do out here? You know what I mean? If somebody was coming up and stealing your lunch every day, eventually you might put a cat turd in your sandwich. I'm just saying you would consider it. I'm not saying it would be the right thing to do, but you gotta understand where the person's coming from. Anyways, the teacher is getting all mad at me for like taking it into my own hands, and then she does something that like I really was not going to do. She's like, you need to apologize to Victor. And I'm not going to apologize to somebody that just stole my juice box, okay? Like, are you crazy? Are you kidding me? My grape juice is my grape juice. You know, if I had just put glue in it for no reason, convinced him he could have it just to watch him drink glue, then I owe him an apology. If he stole something off my desk and took a big old swig before he asked what it is, why would I apologize? So, you know, kindergarten me just decides to die on this hill. And I'm like, no, I'm not apologizing. And the teacher's like, you need to apologize. You can't, you know, just go around taking it into your own hands. And I'm like, fair enough. I shouldn't have broken your rules, but I'm not going to apologize because he stole my juice box. And my teacher, one more time, is like, are you really going to accuse him of stealing? And I'm like, yes, what would you call it? And at that point, I think she realized that, like, I was ready to die on this hill. I'm not saying kindergartners are logical. Most of the time, kindergartners are probably very illogical. But I think she could just see, like, you know when you're a little kid and you're so mad you're about to cry, just how mad I was about it, you know? And I think she kind of realized I had been saying he's stealing my juice box every day because she finally was like, all right, you don't have to apologize, but just don't do it again. Which, you know, was okay with me. I didn't plan on having to put glue in my juice box again because I assumed he would learn a lesson and stop doing it. Which, to be fair, I was right. He did go steal other people's juice boxes every day, but he stopped stealing mine because he figured there might be glue in it and it's not worth the risk. So, all in all, you know, moral of the story, don't steal juice boxes. Victor, you deserve to drink some Elmer's glue, dude. You shouldn't have stolen other people's juice boxes, too. But, you know, it's not my job to make other people make you drink glue. Victor, if you see this for some reason, I still hate you, dude. You suck. Jokes aside, you know, no hard feelings, obviously. Like, kindergarten's just a weird time. That being said, dude, don't let nobody take your grape juice. If you gotta make somebody take a sip of glue in order to preserve your grape juice rights, then you do it. They had a pretty good job right out of high school, and they decided that they were gonna take a break from college for a year, or just skip it, and focus on their job. And in order to do that, you know, they needed to get an apartment closer. So he ended up finding a bedroom in a 3-bedroom apartment with 2 other dudes. And he went over there to meet them and make sure everything was gonna be chill. And when he went over there, the apartment was pretty clean, you know. It wasn't insanely dirty. There was like a couple dishes in the sink, but whatever, it didn't really matter to him. And one of the roommates was super aggressive with the questioning, asking him like if he was ever gonna be loud or dirty, because he really couldn't tolerate that. And he was kind of confused with how angrily he was asking the question, but he answered it honestly. He's like, yeah, I mean, at some point, if I live here, I probably will be a little bit messy or a little bit loud. But if you got an issue and you tell me to be quiet, I won't have a problem being quiet. And if I wake up the next morning and it's messy, then I'm gonna clean up after myself. You know, which is a fair way to answer that question, but he just kind of assumed the guy maybe was like a little bit of a neat freak and was just really bothered by messes. So he just didn't really want to cause that big of a deal about it. And so we're gonna call the neat freak guy Jake, or alleged neat freak guy Jake. Anyways, after he kind of said like, oh, I'll clean up after myself, Jake decided to excuse himself for a second and stepped out there. And the other roommate, Barry, was like, listen, dude, I'll be honest, living with Jake kinda sucks, but the roommate situation isn't bad with me, and it's pretty cheap, so it's not that bad. And so that kind of like brought the guy over. He's like, all right, at least I'm not the only one seeing Jake's a little bit weird. So he decided, whatever, I'll move in here because it's close to work and it's cheap. So, you know, he decides to move in like 3 days later. And when he moves in, the house definitely was not as clean as it was the first time he went over. It was a little bit messier, but once again, it wasn't that bad, just some dishes in the sink, which he thought once again could have just been like, hey, they cooked dinner after work, they're tired, they went to bed, whatever, they'll do them at another time. He thought it was just them being busy for the night or whatever, which, you know, in like an apartment with 3 dudes, yeah, sometimes the dishes are gonna pile up a little bit. And as long as they get cleaned, that's all that matters, and they don't like start stinking up the place. So he ends up moving in, and on the first night, the dishes still aren't done. And so he just kind of politely asked them, like, oh, do you guys plan on doing the dishes? And Barry was like, yeah, man, of course, I'll help you. And Jake was like, yeah, no, I don't really feel like helping. And he also said it doesn't even smell yet, so it's not like they have to do it. Which in and of itself is a pretty big red flag. I mean, listen, I'm not saying I'm the cleanest person in the world. I'm not bald. I'm not Mr. Clean out here. That being said, you know, even if I've waited a little bit to do the dishes, if you usually are sitting around going, well, it doesn't stink yet, I don't know, you might obviously be waiting a little bit too long. Like if your standard for doing the dishes is, well, I can't smell the food rotting yet, so there's just really no need for it to be clean, you might be a messy person. And this is the same guy that was being aggressive about like cleaning questions during the roommate interview thing, so he was just really thrown off. But whatever, him and Barry end up doing the dishes while Jake just kind of sits there and watches. And it wasn't that bad, so he's just like, maybe Jake's in a bad mood, you know, the comment about like it doesn't stink yet was weird, but I don't know, maybe he's just pissed off. And he ended up hanging out with them for the rest of the night, and the entire time Jake was just really pissed off and aggressive, and they end up going to bed at like 11 p.m. And this guy's room was right next to Jake's, and at about 11 p.m., right when they got to bed, is when the yelling started. Jake was playing some sort of online game with bad teammates apparently, and the only reason he knew that is because he was like screaming at them as loud as possible. Which, you know, listen, I'm not gonna say I've never raged at a video game, I've never gotten mad at a video game. That being said, if you like have really thin walls and it's 11 p.m. and you know everyone else is sleeping, it's probably not the time to be screaming at video games. I feel like in general, if you have roommates, you just kind of can't be screaming full volume anymore. Like obviously everybody's gotten mad at video games, you know, but you gotta remember if you have roommates, you just can't be screaming late at night. Especially if you're in an apartment with like crappy walls where everyone can hear everything. And so he's annoyed because he can't sleep with the screaming, so he goes and knocks on Jake's door and he's like, Jake, bro, listen, the walls are pretty thin, I gotta work tomorrow, can you please stop screaming? Like, please. Which is not too bad, sure. I'm sure he doesn't like to be told to stop screaming, but overall, that's like the nicest way you could have asked him to stop screaming. You could have walked into his room and been like, yo, bro, shut up, you're being a moron and annoying me, but no, instead he just knocked on the door and was like, hey, can you please keep it down? I gotta work tomorrow. But Jake did not like that. Even if it was like the nicest phrased question of all time, he did not want to be told to stop screaming. And he starts yelling at his new roommate who had moved in that day. What did you say to me, bro? Like, you're the new roommate. You have no right to tell me anything. Get out of my room, you moron. Like, I don't want to see you ever again. And the dude is literally surprised at how angry Jake has gotten because he feels like he didn't really ask for that much. You know, especially for that angry of a response to just like get that mad. Get out of my room, you are a moron. When someone's just like, hey, can you please keep it down? So he gets pretty pissed off and he decides to like not take that from Jake. And he says, hey, shut your mouth and keep it down or I'm gonna come in there and unplug your computer. You know, and I don't think anyone had ever talked back to Jake in his entire life because Jake looks over pissed off. But when he looks over pissed off, instead of saying anything or talking trash, he looks at him and he kind of realizes, oh, this dude's not kidding. Like he will come in here and unplug my computer, you know? It was kind of obvious he was just used to screaming at people and them like not really really doing anything about it, and he didn't actually want to get into a fight. So he looks at him and he's like, okay, fine, I'll keep it down. All right, are you happy now? And he's like, yeah, sick. And so it's a very awkward interaction, but he figures it's over. He stood up to him, so maybe he just like will leave him alone now, you know? So he goes back to his room and he lays down, and he hears Jake, because the walls are pretty crappy. He's not yelling, but he's just talking trash to whoever is on his team online about his roommate, just being like, oh, if that guy would have actually tried to come unplug my computer, I would have flung him through the wall, you know? He's lucky I didn't feel like fighting. And obviously this pisses off the dude who's hearing it, but he's like, whatever, as long as he keeps it down and I can sleep and go to work, it's fine, you know? He's gonna suck as a roommate. Like, this is when he has the realization, like, this guy's just gonna suck. I should probably get out of here as fast as possible. He's not gonna be fun to live with, but he's not screaming, and if I keep fighting back and forth with him, I'm gonna be up all night, so whatever. I'll let him talk trash to these people online. I don't care. And so he ends up getting to sleep, and Jake the entire time is just telling these people online, like, yeah, I would have beat him up, bro, for sure. Like, if he came in to turn off my computer, dude, I would have just destroyed him. Which is funny, because as soon as he looked over, he was like, okay, you're right, I'll keep it down, sir. Anyways, the next day comes, he goes to work, and he just does his thing. He comes home from work, obviously pretty exhausted, and he walks in, and there's a new pile of dishes that are stacked up. You know, a brand new, disgusting pile of dishes. He knows Barry isn't home because he's at work, and he hears Jake in his room screaming at a video game, and he's annoyed, but he's like, you know what, I'm not doing the dishes, I'm going to my room. So he goes in and just starts working on something on his laptop that he needed to do tomorrow for work. And like a couple hours later, he hears Barry come home, and he only hears him come home because he starts yelling in the living room, Jake, get out here, Jake. And he hears Jake's doors open and someone walking out there, and he's like, dude, why are there dishes in the sink again? And Jake's like, man, I had to cook. And Barry's like, well, then you need to do the dishes, bro. And Jake's response to that is, yeah, I don't really do those. And Barry stops for a second and then goes, well, then stop cooking. What do you even say to that, man? Let me get this straight. So you're gonna cook and fill the sink up with dishes, but you know, you don't really do dishes, you just do the cooking thing. Part of living is cleaning up after yourself, you know? It's not like your roommates are always gonna be around to do the dishes, especially because you don't do them. Like, what does that even mean, bro? Have you never done dishes in your life? Like, do you usually throw away the casserole dish when you're done with it? You don't even keep it? You don't take it back to grandma's? Like, how have you never done dishes in your life? Obviously, that pisses off Barry, and Barry tells him, like, look, you either need to start doing dishes or you're gonna get banned from the kitchen. Which, you know, I don't really know if you can ban him from the kitchen. I don't know if that's fair, but that being said, dude, if someone was just making you clean up after them 24/7 and just being annoying about it, yeah, you know, you're probably gonna get pissed off and you're just gonna be like, no, you don't get to use the kitchen anymore, you know. Probably not something you can actually enforce, but still, Barry's just over cleaning up after this grown man who apparently just does not do dishes. Jake, though, obviously doesn't like this threat, and so he starts going off about how, I don't even need roommates. You realize that my parents pay for this apartment, you know? This is my place. I'm just being nice by letting you guys live there, which does explain a lot as to why he's just like, I don't care about this place at all, because he's not the one paying for it. You know, if mom and dad are paying for it, then technically all the money he's getting from renting to these dudes is probably just going straight to his pocket. So whatever, he probably just really does not care about this at all. And so Barry snaps back and he's like, Jake, you don't have a job, bro. I know for a fact that you just take the money that we give you for rent and just use it to live on. I know you don't tell your parents that we live here because every time they visit, I have to go somewhere else because they pay for the whole apartment. You think I haven't figured this out, bro? You think I don't realize what's going on? It's fine because it's a really good deal on this apartment, but I know for a fact that your parents don't know you're renting out these rooms because they're paying for the whole apartment. Which, you know, I'm not gonna lie that it's a smart idea, but yeah, it's probably pretty shady to, be renting out this apartment room that your parents think you're using to, study and then pocket all the money and not tell them. That's pretty shady, bro, you know? Listen, dude, you don't have to work at all, you don't go to school, you just kind of sit here and play video games as your parents pay for the apartment, and you just, keep milking people that rent the rooms. And, you know, if I was his parents and I found out about it, I'd be pissed. And then Barry says he also knows that Jake dropped out of college. So basically what had gone on, then Barry continues to explain, is Jake had come to college and had made this deal with his parents that they would pay for the apartment on the condition that he finishes school and has a job. You know, those were the two rules if they were going to pay for the apartment. And he had just dropped out and quit his job and didn't tell them. And so Barry is like, listen, bro, you got two options. You're going to threaten me and say you don't don't need me here, that's okay. You're gonna do the dishes, or I'm gonna tell your parents about you dropping out of school and quitting your job. And the person who sent this to me, remember, it's his second day in the apartment, and he's literally listening to this through the door. And as he's listening to this and hearing more and more about what's going on, he's like, I gotta get out of here, bro. This is insane. Like, I just don't want to live here. This is too dramatic. This is too much. When his parents come, I'm not like hiding in the closet while they're here. This is ridiculous. So he starts messaging everyone he knows about an empty room. One of the things is that he hadn't signed anything. Like, there's no contract that he is here or he has to stay here. Because obviously, with Jake's little plan, he couldn't put them on the lease because, you know, the parents would be able to find out that, like, oh, there's 2 other people on the lease, you know. So the way it was working out is Barry and this dude are renting rooms kind of on like a handshake agreement. So he had just moved in. He hadn't moved all of his stuff in. He hadn't bought a lot. So he's like, look, I need to just get out of here. And the second a room opens up anywhere else, I gotta dip. And so he hears Jake doing the dishes, and he hears, like, you know, just the clattering of dishes and him screaming about how this is unfair and he can't believe humanity hasn't made a dishwashing robot yet. Which, I mean, dishwasher, bro, we kind of did. I guess he's like wanting Cogsworth from Fallout 4 to be out here doing his dishes, which, I mean, I think we all do, but it doesn't exist yet. And even then, you still have to clean up after yourself, bro. Like, okay, we agree that there should be a robot to do all of our chores, you know, ideally, but it doesn't exist. So until then, you gotta do it. And he's like just complaining the entire time, and Barry is not having it. And he's like, Jake, shut up, bro. If you keep complaining, I'm gonna move out. And Jake replies to Barry about how, like, you're too poor to afford to rent anywhere else, so you can't move out anyways. And they're just going back and forth, just insulting each other. And, you know, he's listening through the door still, and he's like, I gotta move out, bro. This is just toxic. Like, this is just toxic. They're fighting like an old married couple. They hate each other. And as he's thinking to himself how awful it is to live here, it's almost like the clouds opened up, because he gets a message back from one of the new co-workers at his job who he had been hanging out with at work. And he's like, listen, I have a room, you know, it's the same price as that room. And he literally texts the guy back. He's like, all right, I'll be there tonight. And he replies like, LOL, haha, okay, thinking he's kidding. You know, he's like, there's no way this guy's gonna actually move here tonight. But little did he know that the guy was legitimately that desperate to get out of here. He did not want to live with Jake and Barry anymore. And he doesn't come out of his room for the rest of the night. He just didn't want to interact with them. He didn't feel the need, and he waits for everyone to go to bed. He hears Barry's room go quiet. He figures he's asleep, and he hears Jake screaming at his computer. So he's like, well, he's distracted. And so he decides that, like, if Jake's screaming at his video game, he's just not going to come out and check on anything. And Barry's asleep, so whatever. If he wakes up, that sucks, so I'm going to try to be quiet. And as quietly and precisely as he could, he starts, like, moving all of his stuff out of the apartment. You know, he had a twin bed, so that's pretty easy to get to his truck. Then his bed, then his desk, and that was really all he had because he had just moved in. So, like, over the course of an hour, he's just slowly clearing out his room into his truck to just get out of there and never have to come back. And after an hour, he does it. Obviously, Jake doesn't come out and check. He doesn't wake up Barry, and so he loads everything up and drives to his new apartment, and he gets there, and the coworker's like, bro, I thought you were kidding. And he's like, no, I told you I was moving in tonight. And he's like, okay, literally like eating popcorn, confused, because he's like, I did not expect you to be here. And he's like, listen, dude, the other place I was at was just rough. I had to get out of there. So he moves all of his stuff into the room. It doesn't take that long because he doesn't have to be like insanely quiet this time. And this roommate was a lot better. He actually was on the lease, and he stayed there for a few years. So this was obviously a much better situation. But back to Jake and Barry, you know, obviously the next morning they wake up and they realize that their new roommate is gone. His room empty, he's not there, and Jake starts freaking out because obviously he didn't have a job. He was taking the money from renting the rooms to like live on. So he sends him this threatening text being like, you broke the lease and technically I can sue you because we had a legal agreement that you would live here for a year. And he's like, yeah, bro, our agreement was me just saying I'd live there for a year. I never signed anything and I'm not on the lease, so like that doesn't mean anything. And Jake was pretty pissed off, but once he realized there really was nothing he could do about it, he was like, well, you suck for that. Barry, on the other hand, though, was basically envious. You know, he's like, I wish I would have thought of to do that sooner. You know, I really got to get out of here. And like, now that Jake's realized that that we actually can leave because we're not on the lease, he's like actually starting to do dishes, but it's still messy. And he's just kind of listening to Barry vent, and he's like, yeah, that sucks, bro. That's why I moved out. You know, he's like, I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm not living with that. And he's like, listen, Barry, just leave. Like, you're not on the lease. Like, you can just leave. It's not worth dealing with that crap, dude. There's plenty of places that will let you move in and rent a room and won't make you be a maid, you know, for no money. Like, there's nothing wrong with being a maid if you're getting paid, right? Like, it's a job. But no, I don't want to live with somebody that just expects me to clean up after them 24/7 for free. Like, what is this, dude? No, thank you. Yet, like, especially with somebody who just doesn't feel the need to clean. Like, it would just bug me if there were always dishes in the sink that were smelly and like just rotting food. That would bug me, you know? And if it doesn't bug that person, you're always going to end up cleaning because they just don't care about the rotting food in the sink. I feel like anyone who expects their roommates to just be screamed at and do all their chores probably shouldn't have roommates, you know? It's probably easier said than done, but still, dude, if I was Jake's parents and I found out about this arrangement, I would be pretty pissed off. And listen, I've had some pretty bad roommates, you know, but thankfully no one's been demanding that I pay all their bills and clean up after them. Anyways, guys, that'll do it for the video, though. I know this one was a little shorter, but hey, dog, I thought it was pretty entertaining nonetheless. Bad roommate stories tend to be entertaining, you know? I will say it's not as bad as like the worst roommate series on Netflix where like people die, but still, cleaning up after people is not fun, okay? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Anyways, if you did enjoy the video, I'd appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought. And of course, subscribe if you're new and turn on those notifications. If you really want to help me out, I do post the audio versions of these on Spotify. So if you want to give it a listen offline without gameplay, whatever floats your boat, link down below. But yeah, on that note, that'll do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What is going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and today I've got another video for y'all I think you're going to enjoy. As you guys know, every now and then I take subscriber stories, tell them here on the channel, but sometimes I get good ones sent in that aren't really long enough for their own video. So none of these stories have ever been heard before, but I felt like doing a little compilation of some of the better ones I've had sent to me that were too short for their own videos. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Press the like button, otherwise no joke, no scam, you smell like salmon, and let's go.
They ain't give me nothing how to take shit. We ain't not the same, I can't be in your debate shit.
Alright, so the first story time I have for y'all today was sent in to me about this guy's teacher and another teacher at their school who was low-key encouraging members of their classes to beat each other up because they didn't like each other. I think every school has the one teacher that's a little bit younger than the other teachers, kind of considered the cool teacher, and at this particular school there were two guys that kind of fit that, and you would think that they would embrace that and be bros and just be like, we're the cool teachers, this is awesome, but apparently they really did not like each other just because they were so similar, and you would think that also being an adult who's like been to college and whatnot, that at this point, considering they're literally teachers, they could just act professional while they were at school. And for a while they did, but then they started getting weirdly competitive with each other. For example, whenever there was a unit test, they both taught the same subject, they would write the average score of all their classes up on the board and the other one, and if they lost, like if the other class got better scores, the teacher would go off on the students about how they were being stupid and it was going to cost him his reputation and they really had to step it up. It was just getting way over the top. It's one thing to be competitive, but like if your class gets lower grades than the other class, calling them morons and getting actually upset because it made your enemy look better is ridiculous. That means that you're not doing a very good job teaching if they're not passing the test. It doesn't have anything to do with them wanting to make you look bad. But it all culminated when one day they were just kind of sitting in class writing something, so it's a quiet day, not a lot of whole people talking. You know those days. All right, guys, we're just going to be working on the project. Go ahead and get writing. You're like, all right, just going to be a standard boring day. And out of nowhere, his teacher gets up and starts talking about how he really doesn't like the other teacher who's around his age. Da-da-da-da-da. And everyone in the class was already aware that these guys didn't get along, so they weren't shocked by what he was saying, but it was a little bit more of like, why is he saying this right now? Like, we're in the middle of class working on stuff. And then he starts talking about how like this class in particular has the lowest grade point average of his classes, so he knows there's probably a few people in here that are willing to do a lot for some extra credit. I don't know if that's like a really weird way of looking at stuff. Oh, I'm gonna offer this class extra credit to do something nuts because they have the lowest grades. Seems kind of more evil villain than teacher, but whatever.
And then he just goes full mask off with the evil villain thing and says that if anyone can beat up a member of the other teacher's class, that he's going to go ahead and give them extra credit. And that's just trying to hire a bounty hunter, bro. That's the equivalent of saying there's $50,000 if you capture this guy and return him. Like, what in the patty mayo do you want to be going on in your class? Actively encouraging people to run up and beat up other students just because they're in a different class? I don't think you get to pick your teacher. It's not like everybody here had decided to join the other teacher's class instead of this guy's, and even if that was the case, they shouldn't get beat up because they don't want you to be their teacher. That's just nuts. And no one really hopped on board right away, believe it or not. People weren't chomping at the bit to get like 1% extra credit to get suspended for multiple days over something they don't care about. So he started saying that he knew that their teacher was doing something similar and was going to be offering his class extra credit to beat them up as well. Which meant that these two teachers had gotten together, had an argument, and then both agreed that like sending the students after each other would be the best way to handle this situation. But at that point, the class starts getting upset because now they're imagining that they're going to be hunted by the other class, so people start being like, well, if they're gonna hunt us, then we gotta hunt them first. Which is probably exactly what this teacher's plan was to just scare everyone so that way they wanted to do what he wanted. But one of the goody two-shoes in the class, like the usual teacher's pet, who normally would support anything the teacher said, just kind of stood up and walked out of class. And walking out of class in this class was pretty normal. They could just go to the bathroom whenever. And so the teacher just thought that the goody two-shoes was leaving to go to the bathroom. But about 15 minutes later, thankfully, usually in these situations snitching is bad, he comes back with a bunch of administrators and they start asking the teacher about if he offered extra credit for them to beat up other students. And listen, I'm glad that the guy ended up getting caught, but sometimes it's surprising that people admit things really quickly, you know? Like, he probably should have denied that. Especially when the administration comes back and starts asking questions, it's best to just shut your mouth. But he starts going off about how it's going to be good for the kids because they're going to understand how, like, to use motivation to make things happen in their workplace for their bosses and get more promotions. And I've heard a lot of stupid things try to be explained, but it's next level stupid to try to explain to a principal that you have to have a fight club going on to make them better in the future. I don't know, I think brain damage doesn't help people get better jobs, but whatever, man. And the administrator at that point was like, yeah, that's gonna be a no-no. We're launching an investigation. And both teachers ended up losing their job over this petty crap. How do you think that call went with their parents, man? Hey, Mom, I gotta move back home. I lost my job because I was trying to start a secret after-school fight club.
So this one's a little bit shorter, but I think it's probably one of the funniest ones in here. I think it's really funny when people hype up their own skills about something that no one was like trying to hype them up on when they really can't back it up. Obviously, I'm a big fan of talking trash. It's what like a majority of my YouTube career at its peak was based around. Talking garbage is a fun pastime. If you're good at talking crap, I can respect it. The one caveat is you have to be able to back up the trash you're talking. There's a reason that I'm not walking around like I'm gonna knock out every YouTuber in my way, because I'm just not. Like, I'm just not gonna do that, you know? So that would be ridiculous because one day someone's gonna knock me out and it's not gonna be pretty. But I guess the person in this story time just never got the memo. This guy and his friends were at lunch one day and they were just talking about Valorant because it's the game that they play the most, and they were just saying that like, oh, they're about to hit a new rank, da-da-da-da-da, just kind of that type of stuff, casually talking to your friends as you do. And this kid that they didn't know who sat at the table behind them was just obviously eavesdropping on the conversation. You know when someone's like trying to make it look like they're not eavesdropping, but it's just obvious they are? And so they keep talking about it, and eventually this kid like butts his way into the conversation. And they've never talked to this dude before, they've never hung out with him before, he just joins the conversation and immediately starts talking crap, saying that he's 100% better than them at Valorant and he could carry them, and trust if they just played with him then he could make sure they got their rank, blah 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 blah. He's basically gonna go pro. He's already got a contract, man. They're paying him $80 million a year to be Valoranting it up every single day. And obviously no one had really questioned his skill, no one had said he was bad, so the fact that he just joined the conversation that he wasn't a part of and immediately started just dumpstering on everyone was weird, and no one in the group was enthusiastic about it. It wasn't like they're sitting there,
I can't wait to hang out with this guy. The first thing he ever did was insult me for literally no reason when I don't even know the guy. It'll be really fun to hang out with him. It's one thing to like insult your boys back and forth because you know each other, you understand the dynamic, but a stranger doing it is just weird. But whatever, he manages to convince someone in the group to add him because they're like, well, if he's as good as he says he is, then I'll still play with him because he'll carry us. And that's why I did that explanation at the start of this. If you're gonna go and just join conversations talking crap about how good people are at something and then play with them, you better be good. And this kid joins their little group and sees that they're like gold rank, but about to get upgraded to diamond, I think's after that. I'm not 100%. Either way, he's like, oh, you guys aren't even diamond yet. Trust me, I've been diamond for a while, blah, blah, blah. And he does have the diamond rank. But here's the thing about Valorant. Yes, he very possibly could have earned it himself, but he also could have just played with people that are way better than him and paid them to carry him and boosted himself. So whatever, they get into the game, he instant locks Reyna, which if you play Valorant, is just like another way of just saying, I'm really good, I'm gonna carry everything. And they get into the game, and they're expecting this dude to just go off, dropping 20 kills before halftime, just being able to carry everyone in his backpack. His Jansport is heavy rated, and instead, this kid proceeds to drop a donut. 0 kills. But how many deaths would you say he has? A game of Valorant, even if it goes all the way to overtime or the very last round is what, like 24, 25 rounds? This guy managed to go 0-27 and they lost. Do you know how bad you have to be to go 0-27? I feel like if I put my grandma on Valorant and just said, sit here, and when you see something, click the button, even she would manage to get 1 or 2 kills completely based on luck and timing. To go 0-27 is impressive levels of bad. Like, there's bad, and then there's managing to go almost 0-30 in a video game. And if you're gonna go 0-30, I'm not gonna usually give you crap for it. You're probably new to the game. You probably have never played before. But when you're talking crap to everyone in this group about how garbage they are and they need you to carry them and da-da-da-da-da, you better hop in this match and play like an absolute pro. But no, instead he hopped in here and just went full like rookie level bot. That's insulting to bots, actually. I think a bot probably could have gotten more kills than 0-27. Moral of the story, though, if you can't back up all the trash you're gonna talk, just don't talk it. But goodness gracious, how embarrassing. They didn't play with him after that, and he never like eavesdropped or joined a conversation. Probably for the best. I don't know how you could show your face after that display. It's just a video game at the end of the day, but the display of talking all that crap about them, saying they were garbage, and then being that bad, ugh. And to make matters even worse, throughout the game, he kept blaming everything but himself, you know? Like, yes, everyone gets some lag sometimes. Every now and then you get some bad luck, crappy timing, they're running and they get a headshot. But this guy would blame literally anything, man. Oh, dude, it's Aquarius rising, so therefore I'm not gonna play as well. You know, my horoscope said my aim's gonna be a little off. Oh, man, I'm pretty sure my mom's cooking food, and whenever she cooks, the scent distracts the router because it just really wants to eat and my connection gets worse. Like that type of stuff. Just excuses that make no sense. And listen, man, there's excuses, but 0-27 is a little bit beyond excuses. You're just kind of bad at the game if you manage to play that horribly. All right, this one is from some people that went to a skate park and were supposed to have a pretty chill experience. And when they got there, they thought it was going to be a good day because there was just a mom and her kid on a scooter, but they were over in this like smaller section. They had a smaller street section and they wanted to skate in the like Bulvert area. So they go over there and they start skating, and like I said, they're expecting it to be a great time, but they get a little bored of that after about 30 minutes, so they go over to the larger street area, and now they're about 50 feet away from this mom and her kid, and he's just riding around on the scooter. He's not snaking them. They're literally not even interacting. And they're not playing music or anything. They're literally just skating and talking to each other whenever someone needs advice on how to land a trick or something. And the reality of a skate park and skateboarding in general is if you want to like pop the board up and do a trick, you have to kind of crack the board against the ground. That's like not a great way to describe it, but if you've ever seen someone do a skate trick, they pop the tail. Popping it's the better word. You pop the tail against the ground, and when you pop wood against concrete, there tends to be a little bit of a noise, and it kind of sounds like a crack, just like, but louder than that.
It's definitely not deafening. It's not gonna hurt your ears. It's not gonna give you hearing damage. It's just the reality of what happens when you make skateboard go off ground. It just is what it is. And so every time they would do a trick, there's that popping noise because that's what happens. And if you're gonna be at a skate park, you just kind of have to accept you're gonna hear it. You're also gonna hear bikes going by. You're gonna hear people talking. You just have to accept it when you're at a public place focused on skateboarding. But this mom apparently just did not like that popping noise because she comes over to them like hands on her hips looking all angry, and they're confused on what she's angry about, so they ask if she's okay. And she asks if they always have to be this disruptive and rude and inconsiderate of others, and they're both standing there very confused because they literally haven't said anything to her. They even made sure that they weren't swearing when they were talking about their trick because they just didn't want to swear around the kid. Like, they were going above and beyond to make sure that there were no issues. So when this lady comes over and starts yelling at them, they're really confused. And they don't know what she's talking about when she's accusing them of making a ruckus and being inconsiderate because they've just been skating. They're not riding around and hitting everyone with the "oh yeah," like it's just not going on. There's no reason for you to be angry or feel like it's some overwhelming noise. So they ask her, what are you talking about? Like, what noise is bugging you? And she starts going off about how every 25 seconds they're smacking their skateboards against the ground, and they're obviously doing it to try to make her and her son uncomfortable so they leave so they can do their drugs. And they just start laughing because, like, A, they're not going to do their drugs, and B, like, they're not smacking the skateboard against the ground to scare them. And they start trying to explain to the lady that they're not smacking it on the ground, they're doing it as a part of the trick because that's how you get the board to go up into the air, you have to do this and that. And she's just having none of it. This explanation makes no sense to her, and she starts saying that she went to school and took a physics class, so she knows that that's not how skateboards work. Everyone knows that you jump to get it in the air. And if you did take a physics class and you think that's how it works, then I think you need to go back and take it again and repeat it, or maybe fight the teacher. Because just imagine if that's how it works, like you're just on a skateboard and you jump and it just floats off. Gravity's defied. Gravity's not real. Nope, you don't have to force it to come off the ground. In fact, that's why you have to keep your handy-dandy skateboard strap tied to it and around your wrist so that way when you jump off and it starts floating away, you can catch it. Like, what are you on, man? You think that that's how skateboarding works, that you just jump? And listen, if you don't know how skateboarding works, I'm not gonna be mad at you. It's not something everyone understands. But to be angry and correcting people who own skateboards when you don't know how it works is a very brave move. Imagine if you had never seen a car before. You've never driven a car. You've never even played a video game where you drive a car. And you're out there on the road with a taxi driver who drives for his job, and you just start yelling at him that he's wrong and he doesn't need to touch the steering wheel, he just has to think about turning. Like, what are you talking about? Anyways, they're laughing, just saying that that's not how it works, and if she took a physics class, then she would know that's not how it works. And anyways, they're just going back and forth, and finally, she like folds her arms and says, well, one of us has to leave. It's gonna be us or you. And they just look at her and said, we're gonna go back to the bowl. We'd really like you guys to stay, but we're not leaving. So they went back to the bowl and started skating. But sure enough, she packs up her kid on the scooter who doesn't want to leave. He's like, Mom, I don't want to go. And she's like, well, they're being rude. Keep in mind, they didn't start this argument. They literally like walked away even after all this stupid explanation. But here she is trying to convince her kid that skateboarders are evil and are kicking him out of the skate park. I don't know, man. I feel like there are certain things that would just be obvious. And even if you had never been to the skate park, you would look at it and go, oh, the pop's happening every time they do a trick. It must be something involved in that. Nope. Instead, just rage, scream at them, defy gravity, apparently, all that stuff. Perfectly normal reaction to some people at the skate park. All right, so this next one's like a little scary. I mean, they still sent it to me and said I could tell it, so obviously they were cool enough to like let that happen, but this one's pretty nuts. So the person who sent this into me is pretty new to driving, and when you're new to driving, chances are you're going to make some mistakes. You're not going to be perfect all the time. You're brand new at it. Hopefully you're not as bad as that other guy was at Valorant at driving and crashing into everything, but like if you accidentally cut someone off once or twice, it's not cool, but you're brand new on the road. Things can happen. Like, it's just a reality. So whatever, one day he's in a lane and he realizes that that lane is ending, so he has to get over, and because he's never been in this situation before, he just kind of panics a bit, and he gets over, and he doesn't get hit by the car behind him,
But he definitely could have given it more room, and he admits that straight up, and he tried to do like a wave behind him, like, sorry. He didn't flip him off, he just kind of does a wave, and he instantly sees that the guy who's behind him is pissed. He can like see him screaming over his steering wheel. He keeps pointing at the car and then like making threatening gestures. And so he kind of tries to speed up and get back over to let the guy pass, but the guy instead just stays behind him, gets over in his lane, and he now realizes that the dude is straight up road raging on him. And road rage is very scary because, like, listen, I feel like it's dumb to just chase somebody and get mad at their car, even if they did something stupid. It's just not a safe situation for you to be chasing them either. But if someone's already illogical enough to just commit to road rage on you, who knows what they're going to do in order to like teach you a lesson about driving down here. So whatever, he starts trying to just like calmly drive away, and the guy's still screaming. Every time he looks in his rear view, he sees the guy screaming. And unfortunately for the person in the story, he sees a red light coming up. And in case you missed this lesson in like first grade, green, go, yellow, slow, red means stop. So he starts slowing down, and I don't know if this guy's already road raging and just nuts, if it's roid rage too or whatever, but he starts thinking that the kid's brake checking it. So he starts screaming even more, and he's literally spitting from his mouth, and the spit is so big that this guy can see him spitting from the rear view mirror in his car. But he finally comes to the stop at the red light, and he's just hoping that this guy just continues to scream in his car, just keep yelling over there, man, no reason to get out. But sure enough, as soon as they come to a stop, the guy hops out of his car and starts walking up to his window. And so the subscriber who sent this to me does the smart thing and just keeps looking forward. He's not going to roll down the window. He's not going to interact. He's not even going to look over. And the guy walks up to the window just screaming about how he's an idiot driver and he could have hurt him and what a moron. He's lucky he doesn't drag him out of the car and beat him right now. He was making unsafe conditions on the road. And yes, the person did admit they panicked a little bit. They should have given him more room. He will never do it again. But I don't think that you're making the road conditions any more safe by basically putting it into a high-speed chase, chasing this kid down and then getting out of the car and threatening him. It's a little bit absurd to be like, you're not being considerate of others on the road while you're road raging and screaming. But obviously the kid's just not reacting. He's not looking, he's just looking straight forward. So the guy walks around to the front of the car to try to stand in front of him, and the kid looks to the right. He's just avoiding making eye contact. And now the guy is like pounding on the hood, screaming over and over, look at me, look at me, look at me. And his voice kept cracking while he was doing it, so it was just not very threatening, and the guy just wouldn't look at him. And finally, the light turns green, and he just like drives around the guy. He had tried to come back to the driver's side door, and as soon as he did that, he just kind of turned around him and kept driving. And by the time the guy got back into his car and had continued to go, he had basically caused the ginormous traffic jam, and everyone was honking at him. So yeah, all those unsafe road conditions, this guy is the reason that you have traffic out of nowhere on some random road, because he decided to try to hop out and fight someone because they were making an unsafe condition, and that makes things even safer. I just don't really understand the logic here. Like, road rage is just dumb. Don't do it. Don't get mad at strangers on the road and like follow them and try to fight them. That's psychotic. And obviously don't cut people off either. Like, this person did not mean to. It was genuinely an accident. And also be understanding if it does happen to you that like it might just be an accident. Alright, so this next one is about this subscriber's little brother. His little brother is a pretty entitled kid, just kind of expects everything to be handed to him, expects his parents to take care of everything, buy everything for him, and he's at the age where that's just like kind of not cool anymore. He's into his late teenage years. And I don't even mean like 16, 17, I mean like 18, 19. And whatever, for his 16th birthday, his parents had got him this like entire gaming setup, and it was really, really nice. But obviously, 16 to 19, 3 years, technology changes a little bit, and none of it was outdated. It all still worked perfectly fine. There was no reason to get anything new. It just wasn't the newest, shiniest thing, and it really bugged this kid that he didn't have the newest, shiniest version of literally everything all the time.
time. So one day he calls his brother and he's like, hey man, my birthday's coming up. I really want this monitor. Will you get it for me? And he said, link it to me and I'll let you know. And he links it to him, and I don't know, I would say like a nice gaming monitor, like a really nice one, top of the line, probably about $400. And we're talking like 240 hertz, 4K, a good monitor. And they can be more than that. I've seen like up to 800, but $300-400 will get you a really nice monitor. And I think even like 200-250 could get you what you need, probably. But this guy clicks this link, and his brother is asking him to buy like a $900 monitor. And obviously, he loves his brother, but $900 is a lot to spend on a birthday gift for anyone. And that's like a chunk of change, man. That's a solid contribution to the good old IRA, man. The Roth IRA, his 401k, whatever it is. He could get a juicy retirement contribution for $900. It'd be weird to just buy you a monitor randomly, and it's not your parents. It's not like he has to, and your parents don't have to either, but you get what I'm saying. I feel like that's a gift you ask your parents for, and they go, no. But whatever, he says that he's not gonna buy it, and his brother kind of starts throwing a fit on the phone, saying that like he really needs a new monitor, and he's so upset that no one wants to buy him a new one. And he asks him, like, well, what's wrong with your old one? And he says, nothing, it's just 144 hertz, and I want a 240 hertz monitor. Which, for those of you that don't know, that's just how fast, like, your frames per second get displayed. And 144 is still fast. Like, it's a good monitor. There's no reason to be upset with that. And so his brother tells him that, like, well, until that monitor breaks, there's just really no reason for you to get a new one. And he thought that that would come off to his brother of, like, you have to be responsible. You don't want to buy things that you already have because you can just use it till it breaks. That's the more responsible way of owning things. You don't buy a replacement for something that's working fine and is still good. I can understand wanting to replace a computer from 2011, but I don't know, 3 years isn't a long enough time where I feel like your monitor's gonna be so used that it's just crappy. The monitor I'm in front of right now, I think, is probably like 6 years old, to be honest. So I just don't really understand where he was coming from. And you would think his brother would take it that way, but instead it was almost like his brother was listening to this advice like a tutorial for how to guilt trip his parents into buying him one. And instead of asking for clarification, just decides that, well, if my monitor has to be broken for me to get a new one, then I'll break my monitor. Which is stupid for multiple reasons. One, if you get the new monitor and you still have the old one, now you have two monitors. And you know what's a lot cooler than one brand new monitor? Double monitors, that's for sure. And on top of it, like, even if you don't want this old monitor, wouldn't you rather sell it and get some money out of it? And your parents are not going to be thrilled that you're breaking technology to make them buy you a new one. I think any parent would be like, yeah, I'm just not going to buy you a new one. But whatever, that night he went to the garage, grabbed his dad's hammer, went absolutely bonkers on his monitor, just destroys it, and then had gone to his parents and said that, like, he couldn't get his homework done because his monitor broke. And tried to tell his parents that he didn't know how it broke. Keep in mind, it's like just destroyed. So very quickly, his parents pieced together that he had taken a hammer to break it, and they're like, we're not gonna get you a new one. Why did you do that? That was insanely stupid. And he starts freaking out, saying that he doesn't have a monitor now, and he doesn't understand why they hate him and won't buy him a new one. And they didn't back down. They were like, we're not gonna buy you a new one because you broke your old one. Why did you do that? We didn't even tell you you were getting a new one. So he calls his brother all pissed off because now he can't play video games. And his brother's like, well, why did you destroy your monitor? And he tries to blame his brother and say, because he told him to. And his brother is like, you're not going to put that on me, bro. I did not tell you to break your monitor. I said there's no reason to get a new one until it's broken. And he's like, yeah, so I broke it. Well, that's not on me, man. If you decide to take what I say and do the stupidest possible application, that's not on me. That's very evidently not what I was saying, was go break it with a hammer. I think that would be some bad brotherly advice. And even then, just because your friends gave you the advice, you have to follow it. Hey, man, you should just go out there, right? Slam your foot on the gas in your car and then just slam your foot on the brake at the exact same time.
and just hold it until the car breaks. And you're like, that's a good idea. That's advice, so I'm going to go do it. I don't know. If someone said go break your monitor, I just wouldn't do it because I don't want to break my monitor. So whatever, to this day, he doesn't have a monitor, and he also doesn't have a job, so he just refuses to like do anything to fix his situation other than just complain at everyone about how, you know, they obviously hate him because they don't want to buy him a new monitor. Why would you not want to buy something new for the person that broke the old version? Who could ever think of why?
So this last one's definitely out there, and I don't even understand what this person's thought process possibly could have been, but it also sounds like they probably weren't having a normal thought process if you're picking up what I'm putting down. So this guy lives in a neighborhood that isn't necessarily the greatest neighborhood of all time. It's not like he's living in a war zone or anything, but like there's some characters in his neighborhood that are known for making decisions that you wouldn't necessarily call great decisions. And one of them in particular is the guy across the street who's just, it's like a miracle that he's managed to live as long as he had just because the choices he makes are so stupid. Anyways, it's about 3 in the morning and the person who sent this to me gets awoken by a ginormous crash. It just sounds like something smacked into one of the houses almost. And so he starts looking around, he realizes it didn't come from his house, so he looks out the window and he sees the neighbor across the street, you know, so dumb it's a miracle to be alive. And what he sees is that where there used to be a garage door, there's now just brake lights. And it looks like somehow he has managed to crash into his own garage door. And so the guy goes outside and starts being like, do you need help? Do you need help? He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know how hard this guy just crashed into his own garage door. And so as he starts going across the street, he sees the driver door fly open and the guy just take off running. And listen, I don't know, maybe he was afraid of getting caught or whatever, but the only issue is he crashed into his own house in his car. So even if you were to run away, I think it would be pretty obvious to everybody that, like, you were responsible for this. What is the excuse going to be? Oh no, my car got stolen, but they were just the very considerate type of car thief. So after they did their joyriding and stuff, they brought it back so I wouldn't have to, you know, find a way to work tomorrow. The most considerate car thieves of all time, like, let's be honest here, it was you who was driving your car when you crashed into your house. So whatever, the subscriber goes back inside because a bunch of other neighbors had come outside and they were calling everyone. And when all of the emergency response people got there, he went back outside because he was the first person out there. So they're kind of taking his statement. And he doesn't tell them that he saw the neighbor get out of the car, but he says, I saw someone get out of the car and run away. And as he's explaining this, the neighbor comes back. And when he comes back around, it's obvious that he was in a car crash because, like, not any insane injury, but you can just tell he's pretty shook up. And he walks up to the guy as he's doing the interview and asks the person who's interviewing him, like, oh, what happened here? Who crashed into my house with my car? And they're kind of like, you seem extremely calm for someone who apparently had their car stolen and crashed into their house. And he's like, yeah, well, I'm just honestly glad to have the car back. And they're like, well, why didn't you report it stolen? And it's very obvious to everyone that this is a very dumb attempt at, like, trying to get out of trouble for whatever had happened. And he's like, no, I don't know. Someone must have stolen my car. And at that point, the subscriber is like, can I go inside? And they said yes. So he leaves. And as he's leaving, he's just hearing this guy try to explain that he was not responsible for crashing the car, that it had simply been stolen and they must have tried to bring it back to the registered address, which was in the glove box. And I love that he expected them to believe this, bro. Like, seriously, man, imagine this considerate of a thief. They're totally cool with breaking into people's stuff and taking it, right? Like, they're fine with that. That doesn't cross their moral compass. But they're not gonna not return the stolen property, okay? That's just really funny. Anyways, obviously, he got caught pretty quick. I don't know if he really got in trouble for it because it was his car in his house, but a pretty dumb idea. That note, guys, is going to do it for all of these. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you guys like this, where I just do a long version of a bunch of shorter stories, let me know in the comments section down below. Like I said, I get sent a ton of stories, but they're not always long enough for their own video. So if you guys want more of these, let me know in the comments section down below. Press the like button, all that good stuff. And if you're new, you should also go ahead and smash that subscribe button. Turn on notifications. I post videos like this every other day, every day if I'm really grinding, so if you like this type of stuff, subscribe, stick around, If you like the intro song, a link to it can be found down below. It's from my friend Poncho, so check it out. And if you want to listen to the audio versions of the story times, I do post the audio versions over on Spotify, so check that out. That link can also be found down below. But yeah, on that note, hopefully I'll see you guys all next time. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. I'm out. Peace.
What is going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day. I know I am. Today I've got a pretty weird story time that I had from when I was younger, back in the day when some dude tried to follow me and my friends home. I don't know, it was just an overall pretty weird experience I don't think I've ever told here on the channel, so I figured I would make it into a video because you guys tend to enjoy them. So yeah, that's what we're going to be talking about today, so without further ado, let's hop right into it. Alright, so this story time takes place when I was probably about 12, 13 years old, so me and my friends weren't old enough to drive, but we were old enough to go out on our own without their parents. And I was over at their house, and it just so happens that their house was I don't know, a 1-minute walk away from this park. And because just walking around, being on our own, not having to have our parents with us was still pretty fun to us, we decided to just go hang out at the park. And so we start walking down there, and on the way down there, they're like, dude, it's gonna be so awesome. We started building this fort in the little wilderness area of the park. It wasn't actually wild. It was just some trees and whatnot, but you guys get what I'm saying. Either way, we get there, and we immediately notice that there's only one other person at the park, and it's just a kid who looks to be about our age on the playground, so we don't think much of it. It's not like it's weird for someone to be at the park. You know, we're not going to walk up to him and be like, hey, this public property, you're not allowed on. Get out of here, man. We just end up going about our business. So we go over to where they had started building this fort, and we start messing around with it, and it was pretty cool. And we're just kind of moving stuff around, whatnot, and one of my friends goes, hey, guys, be careful about looking, don't make it obvious, but that dude is just staring at us. And so we all take a little bit, and we're trying not to make it obvious, but sure enough, the guy is just staring at us. And it's not in a oh, I'm bored and just kind of seeing what people are doing way. It's in a he's watching us type of way. And it's definitely weird, so now we're all aware of it, and we keep trying to go about our business. And he just won't take his eyes off of us, man. And one of my friends who we were with decides to stare at him back to see if he'll stop looking at him. And so he makes eye contact with the guy, and he just doesn't break eye contact. So at this point, we're getting weirded out, because it's just an absolute stranger watching you to the point where he's willing to make eye contact for an extended period of time. We were all getting uncomfortable. So we decided, we were all right, there's another park on the other side of their neighborhood. We're going to go to that one instead, just because no one will be there to stare at us and watch us. So we start leaving, and as soon as we start leaving, one of my friends goes, I've got a bad feeling, which freaked me out because I did too. You know when you have that feeling in your stomach when you're ooh, I don't know what's about to happen. All I know is that I'm not going to like what's happening. And we're walking, and as soon as we're close to getting around the corner, I happen to look back, and I see that the kid who had been watching us is now running up towards where we're going. So I'm hey guys, I think he's following us. And my friends are no man, you're being paranoid. He's not gonna follow us. That's ridiculous. And I'm thinking, all right, yeah, maybe he was running over to the fort. Maybe that's what he was waiting for. He just wanted to mess around with it, and he was waiting for us to leave. I'm probably being paranoid. No way he would follow us. There's 3 of us and 1 of him. Even if he did follow us or something, it's I like our odds. We got him outnumbered, so I'm not really worried about it. And I don't know this neighborhood insanely well, so I'm kind of following my friends, and one of them just walked slow. Nothing wrong with him or anything, he just was a slow walker. So we were kind of just keeping a pace with him because he was the guy who knew the neighborhood the best. And sure enough, because we were taking forever to get to the end of the road, by the time we get to the end of the road, me and my friend who wasn't walking slow look back, and we see that he's definitely following us because he's now come out of the park and is in the neighborhood on the street with us. And so we kind of tell our friend who's leading the way hey, he's definitely following us. And he looks back, and they're crap, I guess you weren't being paranoid. What do we do? And I'm like, well, we can start walking faster. That's what we can certainly do. And we might have to run. So we start walking faster. And my friend who knows the neighborhood very well is making us like zig and zag. The good thing about like suburban neighborhoods is that whoever designs the road is definitely on something. To the point where it's easy to just be like zigging and zagging up and down roads, taking a left, taking a right, going up a cul-de-sac, jumping a wall, like all this stuff. Terrible layout, but when you're trying to avoid someone, it's pretty good. But we just can't seem to be shaking this guy. He always happens to be like half a road behind us. And so after trying to like dodge him by going up and down different roads and whatnot and it not working, my friend's like, all right, I think our best option is to run. And I'm not necessarily opposed to that. But I just wanted to make sure that we were all going to run in the same direction. Because these two dudes lived in this neighborhood. Like, whatever. If we all split up, they're going to be able to find their way back. I don't know this neighborhood at all. So if we split up and this dude following us chases me down, I'm screwed. I'm definitely going to end up on a dead end. Because I don't know where I'm going at all, alright? I've seen enough scary movies to know that if you're not familiar with where you're running, you're definitely going to end up running into a dead end. That's not where I'm trying to be. I like being alive. And I like having my things. I'm not trying to get robbed. So they're like, all right, well, okay, here's the plan. We're going to run to this end of this road, take a left. From there, you're going to go straight and you can take either of the two rights because they both go to the end of this road. At that road, take a left and you can get back to the house. So now that I kind of know what's up, we're like, okay. And on the count of three, we all start sprinting. And I know you're not supposed to look back when you think something's chasing you because it slows you down and like you can't run as fast when you're looking behind you. And that's true. But unfortunately, I'm an idiot and curiosity killed the cat, so I decide to look back, and when I look back, I see that he's running after us too. And I don't necessarily know what sport this kid played. I don't know if he was just a track sprinter or what, but he apparently is really fast because he's clearly gaining on us. So I see that, and it like triggers my adrenaline even more, so I turn my head back and I start running. And now it's just the three of us sprinting down this road. And we get to the first right, and I just decide to take the first right because I'm like, well, look, if he's gaining on us, he'll at least have to slow down a little bit to turn. So I just take the turn and I start running. And all three of us took the first turn. I don't know if we all had the same thought or what, but we all do. So we're just running up this road. And he's gaining on us, and so finally at the top of the road, my friend's like, all right, he's behind us, everyone just turn around. And not wanting to keep running and leave them from turning around, we all decide to turn around, and when we do, we see that he's probably about 15 feet away from us, still running towards us. And he had always been far enough away where, like, we couldn't really tell how big the dude was, you know? Like, we could tell that he was around our age, but we couldn't really see. And now we're seeing that he's a good bit shorter than all of us. And he's the only one of him. Like, it's not like he had a bunch of friends waiting or anything, and there's three of us. So we turn around, and my friend, who's the guy we had been following, is like, dude, what the... Man, like, why are you following us? What's wrong with you? Like, you're staring at us at the park, bro. Like, do you understand how creepy you're being? Why are you chasing us? And the guy's just standing there, and he's, like, walked forward another 10 feet now, so he's about 5 feet away. And he's, like, slightly out of breath, and he says, give me your phones. And we're kind of, like, looking at each other. We take a second when he says that and look at each other, because we're not sure if he heard us right or if we heard him right. Because, you know, it's just kind of bizarre to be the only guy smaller than a group of three, and you're like, hey, give me your stuff. I don't know if you know how this works, but this isn't really how it works. Usually if someone's robbing you, you know, they have something that makes you give over your things. Like, if someone's got a knife, like, I'm just giving you my wallet. I'm not dying over this, bro. Like, I'm just not, I don't care. But if you come up to me and you're like, give me your stuff, and you're just like, I don't know, 5'4", like, I'm just not gonna give it to you, and like, what are you gonna do about it? Like, I just don't know what to do. And especially if there's like me and 5 friends and you are way smaller than everyone and you walk up and you're like, give me your stuff. No. So we're all looking at each other and we decide that we did hear him right. So we look at him and we're like, yeah, no, we're not going to give you our phones. I don't really know what he expected us to do. Get down on the ground in the fetal position and be like, please, sir, just let me grab my SIM card. I'll give you anything you want. Like, that was not going to happen. And his response to that is to like look at us and yell even louder, give me the phones now. And so we say no again, except this time we're even firmer. We're like, no. And he's just kind of standing there, staring at us. And we can tell that he really hadn't thought this through very well. It was like he really thought that was going to work. Because just the way he's looking at us, I don't know if this makes sense, but he was kind of confused that we weren't giving the phones over. Like he was trying to process in his brain what his next move should be since we just didn't immediately hand over everything we own. And in his confusion, in his infinite wisdom, I guess somewhere in his brain, the calculation was like, boop, boop, beep, 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 boop, boop, doing the math. All right, maybe if I ask them nicely to give them, or to give him our phones, then they'll just hand it over and it'll be no issue. Because he says, come on, guys, please, just give me your phones. Which, all right, man, I don't really care if you're saying please. That doesn't magically change it, you know? Like, imagine that you're robbing a bank. Please give me all the money. Oh, officer, you don't understand. I don't really think you need to chase the guy down because he did say please while he was robbing the bank. Very polite. So we say no again, and my friend who was leading the way kind of pushes him and is like, get out of here, bro. And the kid takes a step back when he gets pushed and has a look on his face as if we have just offended the King of Belgium, man. We have literally just decided to spit in the face of the Princess of Norway. We have decided to decry the royal family. And he says, whoa, no need to shove me. Which is just hilarious. You know what else there's also no need for? Running down and trying to rob someone. I think that's also pretty unnecessary. Hey man, robbery is one thing, but shoving, no need, no need. And so my friend is like, I'm gonna shove you if you're trying to rob us. And he decides to start having an argument about how he hadn't pushed or decided to like hit any of us, so we should have respected that and not pushed him back. And we are literally stupefied at this. Cause like, listen man, it should just kind of be understood that if you try to steal from someone, they might fight back. They probably will fight back unless there's a reason for them not to. But especially in this situation, like we just shoved him and told him to get out of here. We didn't punch him in the face or anything. The fact that he was so offended kind of blew my mind. Like, wait, what do you mean? Well, there's just no need to shove me because that's just really rude and unnecessary. Bro, you're trying to steal my phone. Like, do you not think that that's also rude and unnecessary? But whatever, we're like, dude, just get out of here. You're trying to rob us. We're gonna shove you, like, leave. And he argues for a little bit, and finally he's like, fine, I'll get out of here, but I just want you guys to know that that was really rude. There was no reason to do that. And now we're getting pissed off, and we're like, dude, get out of here before we actually do decide to be rude about it. I don't really know if you can consider any reaction at that point being rude if you try to rob someone, but whatever. He's like, fine, I'm gonna leave, but next time I see you, just know that I'm gonna get your phone. And we're like, yeah, whatever. Listen, under normal circumstances, that would be a scary threat, but when somebody gets, like, dramatically offended at the fact that you shove them when you're saying no to being robbed, I'm not really afraid of his future crimes, you know? Like, he's gonna walk into the bank if he ever tries to rob one. Give me the money. The bank teller's gonna be like, no. Oh, all right. No need to say no. Okay, let's not get stingy here. The cops show up, they like tackle him. Oh, now that was just unnecessary, guys. Was tackling me necessary? I don't think so. He's gonna be the definition of the guy from The Incredibles when he gets saved by Mr. Incredible and decides to sue him for saving his life. That's the vibe of this guy. Either way, obviously we kept our phones. We were in no rush to hand them over to a dude that was just like, give me your phones. So he leaves, we go back to their house. We obviously don't tell their parents because we didn't want them to be like, you can't go back to the park anymore. I go home. They were some of my best friends, still like really good friends with them. So I ended up going back over a few weeks later, and we decided to go back to the park, and we weren't looking for the guy. We truthfully were just going to go back to the park because they had been working on that fort thing still, so I wanted to see what had changed. But we get there, and sure enough, the guy who said he was going to take our phones the next time he sees us
is sitting on the swings going back and forth. And my friend, deciding to troll him a little bit, goes, "Hey man, you gonna take our phones again?" And dude, you would have thought that this kid saw a ghost. He did like the jump off the swing thing and he lands and he starts looking around. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen that show Meerkat Manor. If you haven't, it's sick. You should go watch it. It's about meerkats. It's awesome. Either way, he like kind of has this meerkat look on his face and starts scanning back and forth as if he's looking to assess the situation. And so my friend yells out again, like, "Remember us? You tried to steal our phones?" And instead of saying anything or, you know, coming over and taking our phones the way he said he was going to, he literally looks at us, opens his mouth like he's gonna say something, decides against it, turns around, and just runs away. And listen, me and my friends are not particularly scary guys. Like, I don't want anyone to think that I'm delusional over here being like, yeah, we intimidated the guy so hard that he ran away. That's why it's even funnier, as we were just not intimidating at all. Especially after you're like, "Next time I see you, I'm gonna take your phone, man." Oh, really? No, next time you see me, you're gonna look at me like a meerkat and then sprint in the other direction. I don't feel like I'm the type of person normal people would sprint away from. I don't know. Maybe I'm just confused. Either way, after that, they said they never really saw him at the park again, and whenever I would go over there and we would go there, we never saw him again. Probably more out of embarrassment than anything. Or maybe he realized that trying to rob 3 people by yourself is just a very bad idea. Like, you don't have to be a mathematician or anything to realize that your odds of success in a 3v1 is not very good. Unless you're like some top secret Cobra Kai karate master, you know? Even then, I feel like in a 3v1, whenever there's like a karate movie or like a fight in a movie, the 3 guys wait and fight the guy like one at a time. That's not how reality is. If 3 people start punching you at one time, it's probably not gonna end well unless you're like, I don't know, Jason Bourne. Either way, I just thought that was an interesting story time. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. I know this one's a little bit shorter than normal, but you know, I just felt like talking about it. If you did enjoy the video, I'd really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comment section down below. And of course, subscribe if you're new and turn on those notifications. If you like the story times, but you'd rather listen to an audio version offline in the car, whatever floats your boat, I do post the audios over on Spotify, link down below. And down in the description, you can also find a link to a playlist I made here on YouTube of some of my favorite story times of the year. So if you need something to listen to while you're doing chores, playing video games, homework, whatever it may be, feel free to check that out. Like I said, all those links can be found down below in the description. But yeah, on that note, that'll do it. One more time, press the like button, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. It really does help the video do better, and I would greatly appreciate it. But on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. Give me your phone.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I've got a really good story time I know you guys are going to enjoy. It was sent in to me, and it's about arguably one of the worst managers I've ever heard about in my entire life that one of you guys have had to work for. So I knew it would be something you guys would enjoy. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into it, but it'll be a doozy. All right, so at the time of this taking place, the person who sent this to me had just turned 16 years old, and they were hyped to get a job. I feel like when people turn 16, they go into like one of 2 camps. They either want to go get a job right away, or they like want to live in their parents' basement until they're 35. Yes, there's some people in the middle ground, but this particular person started applying for jobs like it was an Olympic sport, just trying to get hired. And obviously, they didn't have a ton of work experience or like the ability to be insanely picky about it. And they ended up getting hired at this like quick service restaurant, you know, where you walk in, order from the counter, they give you the food, you leave. Like a little bit nicer than fast food, but not a restaurant, that like in between space. And it was fine enough, but one of the main problems they had right away is the person they had interviewed with was the owner, but his son was the person who managed it on a day-to-day basis. And the manager was an absolutely entitled brat who was like way too old to be acting entitled. I mean, first things first, the guy was like in his mid-30s, which is just way too old to be acting like you are better than everybody, or you know better than everything, or, you know, entitled in any way. By that point, real life should have smacked you around around enough to realize that, it just is gonna get you a lot farther if you treat everybody with respect. But the manager was the owner's son, and he would just complain all the time about how his parents and him had bought the franchise 50-50, but they had put up 100% of the money and he got his 50% through managing it. And he thought that was really unfair and they should have just given him the profits from his 50%, and he didn't like that he had to work to earn it. Like, that's the level of entitlement, dude. Imagine your parents saying, listen, we're gonna buy you a business. You just have to run it and you'll own 50%. We'll put up all the money. First things first, you're an adult. If you don't want to do that, you can say no. But second things second, that's a fire deal, man. You get 50% equity in a profitable business and all you have to do is show up. That sounds pretty fantastic. But whatever, he would always complain to the workers that, like, this job was a bunch of crap and he should have been able to just take his 50% and stay home. And the workers were always kind of like unsure how to respond to these stories because he was paying them $7.25 an hour. So he's over here complaining about, he has to work for his thousands and thousands of dollars every month based on what they would make on a Friday night, probably in the tens of thousands of dollars every month. And he would complain to the people he's paying $7.25 about how it was totally unfair that he had to work for it. So it didn't make him popular, but it went beyond just complaining and acting insanely entitled. One of the most annoying things that he would do on a regular basis is just disappear. And he also hated when things weren't done his way or without his permission. So basically, if you were working an 8-hour shift, there would be 4 hours where no one could really do anything because he demanded that everyone get his permission to do everything, and then would just vanish. And when I say vanish, I don't mean like disappearing into the break room to text someone real quick or something like that. I mean, he would say things like, okay, I'm gonna go get some water, I'll be right back. Walk across to the gas station in the same parking lot and just not come back for 3 hours. No one really knew what he was doing or where he was going, but it was annoying because obviously he would come back after hours of being gone. And at first when he started doing this, they would try to keep working and try to keep things running. And the reason it ended up causing a bunch of standstills is when he would get back and something wasn't done like to his liking, the way he would have wanted it done, or, whatever. He was one of those people that's fantastic at finding problems, so there always was a problem, but he would come back and just complain that nothing was done the right way, and he would get so angry at them for doing things without his permission that he would ruin the things that they had already done because they didn't ask him. Keep in mind, this isn't insubordination where like all the workers are just doing whatever they want because they don't respect you and you're trying to get respect back. We're talking about he would be gone for hours, come back, see that they had done the dishes and get mad at them and be like, why did you do the dishes without my permission? And according to him, we needed it to keep the restaurant running was not a good enough reason to have done it without him. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe don't leave for hours at a time if you want a restaurant to ask you every time they do the dishes. Also, I've never worked in a restaurant. I don't own a restaurant, but I feel like if I did, I would be so annoyed if people were constantly asking me like such dumb questions like, can I wash the dishes? Because it's a restaurant. Yes, of course we should wash the dishes. That's how you keep clean dishes supplied. Like, I feel like if anything, it's insane. What a control freak move to demand that they ask for permission to do literally anything. Can I seat this person? No, like what? Oh, you have to get permission to do literally anything around here. Can I breathe? Let me think about it. Don't breathe until I get back. Disappears for 5 hours. And listen, maybe I could understand a little bit if he was only gone for like a couple minutes. But if you're gone for an hour or two, then yes, your restaurant has to do dishes. Otherwise, you guys probably just couldn't sell food anymore. I don't know how many dishes a restaurant usually has, but I'm sure if you just didn't wash them for an extended period of time, eventually you'd have to start using like contaminated stuff, which is a big no-no. That'll get your restaurant shut down, or do the dishes. But one time he comes back and sees that they had done the dishes, and he's so incredibly pissed about them doing it that he starts grabbing dishes out of the stack and breaking them. And when one of the workers yells at him and is like, dude, stop breaking the dishes, we just wash them, he says, well, you're going to wash them again. And then the person literally said they didn't know why they quit after he did this. He started picking up the plates that they had just taken the time to clean. They had cleaned them properly, they had done everything by the book, and he starts spitting on them and using his shirt to rub the spit all over them so they have no choice but to rewash them. Which, listen, dude, even if you want him to rewash it, that's just such a douche move. Imagine you just spent like an hour washing all these dishes. The guy comes back after being gone for 3 hours doing God knows what and just starts ruining all the hard work you did. I would have been pissed, bro. I probably would have quit right there. And a few of the people put in their 2 weeks shortly after that, probably due to this event, but he ended up like spitting on all the dishes and making them rewash it. And it wasn't even like he just spit all the dishes and said rewash them. That would already be a big douche move, not very cool. But on top of it, while they were rewashing them, he was just standing over their shoulder, like berating them. You didn't do that right, you didn't do that right, and he would let them wash a dish while berating them, purposely let them miss a spot that he wouldn't point out, just so he could spit on it and scream at them and make them do it all over again. And it was at this point that the person who sent this to me was like, oh, this guy's just gonna be a horrible boss. But unfortunately, he also was 16, didn't have a lot of work experience, and for some reason he had convinced himself that this was like normal behavior. Oh no, you're supposed to dislike your boss. Yeah, okay, I'm not saying you're supposed to love your boss. He's not supposed to be like, you know, your favorite uncle that you just can't wait to hang out with. But your boss should not be disappearing for hours at a time, coming back, getting mad at you for working while he was gone, and then destroying the work that you did do, and then screaming at you for doing the work that he just destroyed. Like, this entire system is way out there, but he's 16, he's getting paid, so he thinks it was pretty normal. A couple days after this incident, though, I don't know if somebody had tipped off his dad, which was the owner, or what the deal was, but the subscriber comes into work and his dad is there, and his dad says, hey, can I talk to you? And they go into the back room. And they get into the back room, and the kid is kind of excited because he's thinking it's finally his chance to tell the owner how his son really runs the business, what's going on when he's not there, like what it's actually like. This guy isn't here every day, so he probably doesn't know the extent of how much his son sucks at being a manager. As long as the place was making money, that's probably all he cared about. And so he says, how's my son been doing managing? But as soon as he asks that question, the door opens, and it's very obvious that his son had been on the other side listening through the door to like try to see what he was going to ask him. And of course, as soon as he heard that he was being asked about, swings open the door all, hey, I didn't know you guys were in here. Mind if I sit in? And his dad, instead of telling him to get out, I don't know if he wanted to be inconspicuous or what, was like, yeah, sure, sit down. Anyways, how is my son at managing? And asked the kid again. And listen, I'm sure, like, in retrospect, he would have told the guy, your son is the worst boss ever. He's the absolute worst. But think about, in this moment, he thinks he's about to talk to the owner one-on-one. His son, the manager, who he's asking about, walks in and is now standing there looking at you. You'd probably be a little bit like, ooh, do I say anything or not? So he starts just kind of saying honest things, but not insulting things. He's not complimenting him and saying he's the best manager ever, but he's trying to say that he sucks in the nicest way possible. Just very vague, like, well, he certainly has his own way of running the restaurant. You're not saying it's a good way of running the restaurant, but he certainly does have his own way of running it. He's actually a pretty solid manager. Every now and then he would make me laugh. He didn't say he was laughing at him, not with him. It's not like it really matters. And whatever, he struggles through a little bit of a speech to be like, yeah, he's fine. And the dad says, thank you, and he gets up to leave, and it's just him and the manager's son now. And you would think the manager's son would be grateful that this guy didn't just air him out to his dad. He didn't say he's the greatest manager ever, but he had given compliments. Sure, they were a little bit like not exactly what he had meant and left up to interpretation, but it appeared that the manager's dad had taken it the way that he had wanted it to, which was a compliment, but his manager is having none of it and starts getting mad at him, being like, why didn't you compliment me more? You know that's my dad that owns the restaurant. And sure, maybe I could get that if you're a good manager. Like, you're a good manager, the owner shows up, your friend doesn't really hype you up that much. I could understand that. But he has to have known that everybody didn't like him, so he's just expecting them to just cap to his dad to keep him getting promoted or being in charge. Even then, even if the worker would have been like, your son sucks. It is his son at the end of the day. I'm not saying that's the way it should be, but let's be realistic. realistic. Sometimes that's the way the ball bounces. Anyways, the manager starts laying into him, being like, that was your chance to make me look better and you didn't take it and I don't appreciate that, blah, 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 blah. And the worker is really confused because he had thought that he had done everything in the way that he would have wanted the question to be handled if he was in the manager's position. And he wasn't going to just outright lie and say it was all sunshine and rainbows. So whatever, he gets berated for a bit and then the manager goes about his day, and that's kind of the end of it. He's not especially more mean than usual. He doesn't even disappear that day. They just have that awkward moment in the back room with the owner of the store. But a couple days later, the subscriber comes in and says, hey, it's my cousin's birthday. I've never asked to go home early. Is it okay if I leave 15 minutes early so I can get to the birthday dinner on time? And his manager looks at him for a little bit, almost like sizing him up, and says, yeah, sure, that should be no problem. Just let me know before you go. And obviously, the subscriber's pretty grateful for that. It's not like his boss had to be cool and let him go home 15 minutes early. So he's thankful for it, and he texts his cousin being like, hey, I'll be at your dinner. It's going to be awesome. This is great. And so the rest of that shift, he's like having a great day. He's being super efficient. He's working extra hard because his boss was going to let him go home early. He was excited for what was after work. And I think this is the perfect example of why it's probably just easier if you're a boss to treat your employees well. He openly says that when his boss worked with him and there was something going on after work he was excited about, that he was a better worker and more efficient because he was just in a better mood. Like, I feel like sometimes bosses love to crap all over the workplace morale to get control or whatever, but they don't realize that miserable people are way less efficient workers. I mean, think about it. If you hate your boss, are you really going to be running as fast as you can to get whatever he asked you to do done? No, you're going to take as long as humanly possible and then crappily do it 15 minutes before the deadline. Let's be honest. If you're a bad boss, you're going to get the work equivalent of someone who doesn't want to do any of the homework in class but understands they have to turn it in. Half-assed and probably not even right 95% of the time. I feel like it would just be so much easier to treat your employees with respect, have them like you, and do good work. But whatever, the rest of the day is pretty solid. And about 30 minutes before he's supposed to leave, the manager says that he's going to be right back and disappears. And the worker even looks at him and says, it's really important to me that I get out of here on time, so I know sometimes you disappear forever, but can you please be back? And he says, look, I promise you I'll be back in 30 minutes for you to get off. Just hold down the fort until I get back. And the subscriber is obviously reluctant. He's not 100% that he's going to be back, but he doesn't really have a choice. And he's gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. He's reluctant, but he's been really cool today. Maybe he'll actually be back in 15 minutes, and he dips. And so they're waiting. He said he'll be back in about 30 minutes, and 20 minutes go by when all of a sudden a crap ton of cars start pulling up into the parking lot. I don't know if there had been an event nearby or something like that, but apparently it gets crazy, and he only has 2 other coworkers there, and usually 4 or 5 people were needed to run the store. So they're already short-staffed, and this rush comes in. And of course, the manager is nowhere to be found, so he starts helping, and he's got his eye on the clock, and the time starts to tick by, and the time he's supposed to get off passes by. Sure enough, manager's not back. An hour passes by, manager's still not back, so now it's even beyond when he was supposed to go home. He's getting overtime now, and so it goes another hour. So 2 hours have passed since he said he was going to be back, and he's still not back. And at this point, the subscriber is working like a 10, 11-hour shift, and he's pissed off, and so he demands that they're assistant manager. That doesn't have a lot of power, by the way. Same situation where it's why did you do anything while I was gone? I don't know why you would even bother having an assistant manager if they can't do anything. And he says, look, I was supposed to be out of here 2 hours ago. I really gotta go to my cousin's birthday thing. I'm already insanely late. Can you please call the manager and tell him to get back here? And the assistant manager is like, yeah, I'll try my best, but work with me. You know how he is. And the assistant manager was a cool guy, and so he calls him and he says, look, you told this guy he could be out of here a while ago. He's working overtime. Can you please come back so that way he can leave? And he hears the manager start laughing on the phone and saying something of oh, that guy thought he was actually getting off early, and he gets pissed, and he starts saying that he's not in any rush to get back and tell that guy that he's going to be closing. And listen, they didn't close for another 2 hours, so the guy would have literally worked a double shift if he would have stayed and closed. And so he's thinking to himself, like, one, I don't want to do that. You really screwed me over. I'm pissed. I want to go home. Two, it's illegal because this kid's not 18. I'm pretty sure the rules are you can't have anyone under 18 working past a certain time. I'm not sure what the time is, but this definitely would have put him past that. And on top of it, the manager laughing at him, being like he actually thought he was going to get off early, blah, 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 blah. It just really pissed him off. To the point he straight up grabs the phone out of the assistant manager's hand and says, like, dude, you need to get back here. I've got to go. Come on. You have a job to do. You're supposed to be here at your restaurant when it opens. Get back here so I can leave. And the manager asks, like, is this da-da-da? And he confirms that it's him. And he says something along the lines of, like, I'm your boss. Don't talk to me like that. You need to treat me with some respect. And on that note, he's had enough and he snaps. He says, you don't treat us with respect, so I'm not going to treat you with any. I'm not closing. I don't care what you say, no matter how much you want me to say. I've worked overtime. I'm not staying. And his manager, instead of being like, all right, fair, starts trying to argue with him again and says, yes, you are closing. And so now he starts busting out the law dictionary. No, I'm not. It's actually illegal for me to close because, one, I'm supposed to have someone with me that's an adult, and the person who closed alone usually. And on top of it, it's past the work hours. So I'm not going to close because it's illegal. And usually he would never do the whole like, oh, it's illegal for me to close, blah, 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 but he just was not closing. Plus, those laws do exist for a reason. Like, it would suck to have to work till midnight closing by yourself and then go to school the next morning. Not to mention, you did promise him that he was supposed to get off early. Now he's worked essentially like a 12-hour shift. That just sucks, man. The last thing you should want to do is make this person work even more. But whatever, the manager takes this moment to be like, well, you have two choices. You can either stay and close the way you're supposed to. I don't know why you're quoting the law, but you're not going to tell anyways. He says that to him, which like, all right, man, I feel like snitching's wrong, but if you dare them not to snitch, they're probably going to snitch. Like, it seems fair. And these are your options. You either keep your job and you close, or you can seek employment elsewhere and leave, because I'm not going to deal with your insubordination, blah, 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 blah. And I'm sure in the manager's mind, he was like, oh, this kid is going to buckle down, say he's so sorry, he really needs this job, he's going to just be on his hands and knees begging not to get fired. But instead, the subscriber does the ultimate Chad move and just says, all right, then I'm out, hangs up the phone and walks out. And his coworkers, when he's walking out, were like, who's gonna close? And he looks at him and says, I don't care, not my problem, I don't work here anymore. And listen, he did feel bad for his coworkers, but he was just following the boss's orders. Either you close or get another job. So he's just doing what was told to him, getting another job. I don't know why you would expect, like, what you would expect to happen, excuse me. If you dare someone, like, either deal with it or get out, chances are they're gonna get out. I don't know, it doesn't really matter what the situation is to me. If somebody says it's my way or the highway, I'll just take the highway. I'm good, I can cruise at 75 miles per hour wherever I want to be, that's fine with me. Either way, almost as soon as he quits and gets in his car, his phone starts ringing and it's from his manager. And for whatever reason, he decides to answer it. And his manager's like, are you really deciding to pick closing over your job? Or you get what I'm saying. Like, are you really going to pick your job over closing? Blah, 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 whatever it was. And he says, yeah, I quit. I don't work for you anymore. You suck to work for. I don't want to work for you and I'm not closing. And the manager now is kind of like begging him to close. He says, look, man, I'll give you extra money. Just please close. Please close. And he's not having any of it. He's like, no, you come close. You were supposed to close. And the manager says that he was going to close, but he went to go do something and got invited to a party, so he's at the party instead. And that's when the subscriber loses it a second time. You're telling me that you screwed me over after telling me that I could go home early and then disappeared, promising you'd be right back so you could go to a party. And the manager's like, yeah, but it's a really cool party. Keep in mind, this is like a fully grown man. I'm sure the party was a lot more fun than work. I don't doubt that for a second. Work isn't notorious for being hype. That being said, you can't like promise your workers that you got their back and then ditch them to go to a party and be all surprised Pikachu when they're pissed at that. So the subscriber starts saying he's never met anyone that's more self-centered in his life, and he doesn't even know why his parents gave him a business because he knows that he's gonna run it into the ground anyways. And the manager snaps
snaps back that, like, you'll see when I have a bunch of franchises, we'll see who the more successful one is. You're the pathetic loser that was working for me, blah, 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 blah. They're just getting into it at this point, so he hangs up, officially jobless, and just is pissed. And he's so pissed that he does not go back to the restaurant for a long time. He doesn't want to see his old manager. He doesn't want to interact with him. He's just like, that guy sucks. One day, though, one of his coworkers texts him and says, come in, his old coworkers, and he's like, why? And they say, just trust me, come in, you'll love it. So he decides to go in, and he walks in, and he immediately sees why his coworker told him to come here. And of course he was going to love it, because it appears his manager had been demoted to just a normal, like, cashier. Which, listen, it is wrong to take joy in other people's downfalls. That being said, if you manage to get fired by your own parents, bro, you have to be one of the worst workers ever. Like, the parents bought you this restaurant and gave you half of it and still demoted you. Do you know how bad you have to be at business for that? So whatever, he ends up walking up to him to order from the guy. And as soon as the manager sees him, he starts looking very pissed off, like he doesn't want to serve him. And the subscriber just smiles. And remember, the last time they had talked, he had talked about how he's going to be super successful and own all these franchises, and the subscriber's just going to be a pathetic loser. So he places his order, and before he can get the number back, he goes, oh, by the way, I don't really think you're going to be owning more franchises at this rate, and just smiled. Which, listen, 100% is talking crap, but talking crap is an art form, and it's hilarious. Like, imagine somebody telling you, like, I'm gonna be a lawyer one day, and when I'm a lawyer, I'm gonna sue you and take your house from you, blah, 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 blah. And then you're moving into your brand new mansion, and the guy that's, like, lifting your couch is the guy who said he was gonna sue you. There's just a certain amount of sweet victory in that. And someone saying they're gonna go on to be the most illustrious billionaire franchise owner of all time, getting demoted by his own mom and dad, and then having to take your order is funny. But the manager hates that and starts losing it, except the only difference is he's just some cashier losing it on the customer now, and just starts yelling at him about he's not gonna serve him, he might as well get out of here, there's no way he's gonna serve him any food, who does he think he is to come in here, blah, blah, blah. And he hears the back office door open, which is usually where the manager hung out. So he thinks there's gonna be a new manager walking out, probably the assistant manager. But instead, out walks this guy's dad, who was an older gentleman, and he goes, son, what are you doing yelling at a customer? And his son says something about how, like, this isn't a customer, dad. He used to work here. He just came in and was telling me that, like, I'm not going to own more franchises because I got demoted. And the dad looks at the customer and is like, is this true? So the subscriber says, yes, I said that, blah, 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 but I was just joking around. And his son starts going off being like, well, we don't take kindly to joking here. We don't want you to come in here thinking that you can talk to us like that. You're banned from here. And the dad looks at his son and he's like, you can't ban people from my restaurant. And he's like, but dad, he came in here to provoke me. And he goes, no, he came in here to buy something and happened to see you and you're easy to provoke. That's the situation here, but you're not allowed to ban people from my restaurant. And he starts going off about how he used to own 50%, so therefore he should have say in who's banned and blah, 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 blah. And his dad says, yeah, but we had to take percentages away from you because you were running the place into the ground and making it lose money. And now the subscriber's jaws dropped because they had never seen him and his dad go at it like this, but it also made sense why he had been demoted. Like, just managed to run this place into the ground. And then the dad, I don't know if it was out of frustration or wanting to embarrass her kid or what, starts going off about how, like, he wants to be retired playing golf right now, but he had to come out of retirement to manage this because his son's too dumb to manage it, blah, 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 blah. And his son decides to start fighting with his dad in front of the subscriber, saying that, like, I never wanted this restaurant, so I don't care about it, blah, blah. Like, that's why I ran it into the ground. And the dad says, oh, you ran it into the ground on purpose? And the son is like, yeah, I did. I don't believe that for a second. Probably just a coping mechanism. I purposely failed and lost my business. Like, I don't know why you would do that. And the dad at that point has probably had enough, and he goes, fine, then give me your name tag. You don't work here anymore. And he looks at his dad, flabbergasted, like he can't believe what just came out of his mouth. And he's like, Wait, what? And his dad says that he only wants people to work here that want to work here, and if he wants to keep messing around and flushing his parents' money down the drain, it's not gonna work. And he's like, Dad, you can't fire me, I'm your son. And the dad, bro, I don't know if this is good. This is pretty heartless. Just said, oh well, I just did. And the guy was just standing there dejectedly, whatever that word is. And at that point, the subscriber doesn't even want his food anymore. He's feeling very awkward being there. It was not his plan to come in here and get this dude fired. He didn't even know why he was showing up. I think he was just supposed to see him demoted to a normal cashier. Not that that's like a really bad job. You know what I'm saying. Like, you guys get what's up. And so he just decides to leave. He had already paid for his food, but he wasn't going to stick around and watch because the guy was just arguing with his dad about how he wasn't actually fired and how he was totally going to tell mom when they got home. And the dad was just giving zero craps. Like, yeah, go ahead and tell her. She'll support it. Listen, I feel like these parents already had a lot of patience. I don't feel like getting your kids a business is ever a very good idea. I know people do it, but like, your kids probably should work for their own stuff. They're never going to value your money as much as you do. But imagine your own parents having had the talk of like, yeah, he's just running our money into the ground so much. We should probably fire him from the restaurant that we gave him 50% of in the past. Subscriber left though and did never go back after that. I don't know if he was actually fired, if his dad had a change of heart or what. But what I can say is that at the end of the day, the boss did take the gigantic L. That's pretty embarrassing, just have your worst enemies seeing you almost get fired by your own dad. The subscriber never did go back, and I'm not sure if the son ended up being manager again, fired or not, but the restaurant itself is apparently closing. He got a text from a few of his co-workers that were still there. I'm surprised they were still there. I feel like after all of this, it definitely would have been writing on the wall time to go time. But apparently the franchise owner was just so fed up with the way it was being ran and whatnot that he just decided to close it. And listen, I don't know what the dealio with the restaurant was, but imagine the son had just ran it into the ground and given so many customers bad experiences that it was just unsalvageable. Like, no matter how hard they tried to go back out there. Hey guys, we're under new management, come check it out. Everyone was like, no, remember the time the guy yelled at us and then disappeared for 3 hours with our food, came back with half of it eaten and said, oh my bad, but you guys will still pay for it, right? That was crazy. Oh yeah, he did that one time too. I forgot to include that one earlier, but one time he took a customer's food after they paid for it, went to his car for some reason, and then just like didn't come back. And so they had to make the customer a whole new order of food, and the customer was just mad confused because he was like, wait, didn't your manager take my food? And they were like, yeah. And he kept asking, why did he do that? And they just didn't have a good answer. So I'm not surprised the place isn't going to be staying in business just because of how much of a bad job he did. But that's got to add some stress to their family too, bro. Nothing makes Thanksgiving awkward like accidentally blowing your parents' retirement on a restaurant that you single-handedly managed to run into the ground. I'm gonna put a little bit of blame on the parents too, though. Like, it has to have been being ran into the ground for a while if it gets to the point where it's unsalvageable. If your retirement's really on the line, man, you gotta start getting involved even sooner. Also, family and money just don't mix. A little bit of life advice. No matter how good your uncle swears his idea for the sports bar is, don't lend him the money. Best case scenario, you make some money. Worst case scenario, your entire family gets torn apart and your uncle screws you over. It's just not worth giving him the ammunition to potentially run the family into the ground. But yeah, I guess moral of the story is like, treat your workers good. There's no reason to make them hate you, and there's also just no reason to tell them they can get off early if they can't. I'm still not really sure why he did that. If he would have just been honest, all of this probably could have been avoided. Probably not the closing, but the fight part. But yeah, pretty big fall from grace from owning the restaurant to not even working there. Pretty big L. Anyways, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video, though. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I'd really appreciate y'all taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comments section down below. I've been cranking out the longer videos, okay? I think I might go back to every other day and aim for like 30 minutes on average. So if that sounds good, let me know in the comments. If you prefer them shorter, longer, whatever, I just need to know, all right? Help me help you, baby. Anyways, beyond that, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, all that good stuff. And if you like the story times but would prefer to listen without gameplay, I do post the audio over on Spotify. Feel free to go check that out. And there's also a playlist down in the description down below where you can check out my favorite story times of the year so far, so be sure to do that. And yeah, on that note, guys, I think that'll do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I've got a pretty funny story time that was sent in to me about this kid that was trying to flex on everybody with all this money, only to get exposed for most of the money being fake. I just thought it was a pretty funny situation y'all would find entertaining. So yeah, that's what we're going to be talking about today. So without further ado, let's hop right into it. Alright, so the person who sent this in to me is in college, which is usually when the cringe stuff is supposed to stop. I understand that like most people in middle school, high school want to look cool, they want to fit in, so whatever, people might exaggerate, post a picture with their mom's money. It's still cringe, I'm not saying it's not cringe, but it's a little bit more understandable. If you're still fake flexing on everybody when you're in college, that's when it hits the point of like insanely cringe. At least in my opinion. You're supposed to be figuring it out for real right now. You're not supposed to be trying to convince people that your fake Yeezys are real. But, you know, this person was in a class with a guy who constantly was bragging about how he made all this money, and he didn't really have to care or try in school because he was already rich. Which, I mean, if that's true, good for you. If you don't have to go to college, congratulations. But if you're really as rich as you say you are, then sitting in college also seems like a giant waste of time. I'm just saying, and everyone would just get annoyed because he would flex for no reason. Obviously, I don't think there's many good reasons to be flexing on a bunch of strangers, but it wasn't as if randomly the conversation of how much money everybody had was brought up, and then everybody started talking about how much money they had, and he just naturally said it. They would be like talking about something in history class. So George Washington crossing the Delaware or whatever. Yo, Delaware's his bag though. I got a lot of money. Like that type of stuff. That's kind of good one. Delaware's his bag. I'm patting myself on the back. He was just constantly bringing it up, and it was really, really obnoxious. And one of the things that he would do to prove how rich he is he would open his backpack and like flash cash, and he would have stacks of money in his backpack, and he claimed he always had 100 grand in his backpack, which I've never understood because I feel like everybody that actually has 100 grand in a backpack money, like anyone who actually it just makes sense to keep 100 grand on them, wouldn't keep it in a backpack. And also, if you have 100 grand in your backpack, it seems really, really dumb in my opinion to tell everyone that you have 100 grand in your backpack. You might as well just stick a piece of paper on your back, tape on it that says, "Don't rob me, but if you do, I have 100 grand. Like you're just putting a target on yourself. I'm not saying I would rob you, bro. I'm not gonna rob anyone. That being said, if you keep running around going, "I have $100,000 in my backpack," you can't be surprised Pikachu when someone tries to take your backpack. That's probably one of those things you want to keep to yourself. I don't know. I feel like there's no reason to also carry that much cash in a backpack. What do you buy a car for lunch every day? Give me 3 reasons you would ever need that much cash in a backpack. But he would also never let anyone get a very good look at the stack of money, which the subscriber thought was a little weird, you know? He would always just open the backpack and you would see $100 bill with a rubber band around it and like a stack of money, but you could never really see if the stack of money was all $100 bills, if it was a bunch of ones, whatever. Anyways, he would do this pretty often and everyone just started to get fed up with it and annoyed, and like whenever he would bring it up and try to be talking about how much money he has, everyone would just kind of roll their eyes and be like, "We get it, man, you have a lot of money." And that's when he started to get a little bit more brazen with how he would like flash these stacks of cash. It was almost as if he could tell people weren't as impressed with it anymore, but he wasn't smart enough to figure out like the last 10%, which was why they weren't impressed, which was no one cares. Instead, he was just like, "Oh, they've gotten used to how I flex now, so I just need to become more obnoxious with how I flash my money, because if I just flash my money more obnoxiously, then they'll think it's really cool again." I'm not sure why that's the conclusion he came to, but he started saying that he now had $250,000 in cash with him at all times. Once again, don't know why you would really advertise that, but he would open his backpack, and now the money in the backpack was kind of coming out of the backpack, and sure enough, it was the top was a $100 bill, and there was a rubber band around it, and it wasn't that the person who sent this to me was trying to prove that the guy was using fake money. But when he would show the stacks, it was just very obvious that like the paper underneath that $100 bill looked a little bit different. And one day he pointed it out to him and the guy got insanely defensive. He was like, hey man, why does all the paper in that stack look different? And he starts going off about how obviously the subscriber is broke and has never held a lot of money in his life because $1 bills look different than $100 bills and he's a moron. And, you know, money looks different. These aren't all $100 bills. He has some 20s and 10s in there. And apparently the government uses different paper for each one to distinguish them and make it impossible to fake it, which is just not true. There are some differences between the dollars, but the government isn't using like different paper for each one to the point where it looks different. Yes, does a $100 bill look different than a $1 bill? Yeah, it has a little bit more anti-counterfeit measures, but you guys get what I'm saying. If you put like a $10 bill and a $1 bill on top of each other and then show it to somebody where they can't see and say which one's which, they're not going to be able to tell. And it was just weird how defensive he got. Like, if it actually was real money, you think the thing you would do in that situation is take the rubber band off and show them it's real money. You know, I just wouldn't be carrying a bunch of cash in my backpack anyways, and I definitely wouldn't be telling everyone that I have a bunch of cash in my backpack. I don't know why you would want everyone to know that you've got all this money on you. I've said that enough, but it just blows my mind you would want to tell people that you have a lot of cash on you. And so the guy was like, all right, bro, all right, like, relax. He got insanely mad, but he just wouldn't let it go. He's like, you're an idiot. You clearly have never been around a lot of money. You have no idea what's going on. And little did he know, the subscriber worked for an armored car company that would go and take cash deliveries. So not only did he kind of have a good idea of what money looked like, but the fact that he's calling him a moron who must have never been around money before when it was literally part of this guy's job to be taking like hundreds of thousands of dollars from different locations to the place where they drop it off. He just thought it was funny. And so he's like, all right, man, all right, my bad. Once again, trying to drop it. But the guy from that point on really didn't like him. And he just kind of was going to let it slide. He was never going to call him out and try to expose him in front of everybody. But from then on, every time this guy would flex, he would make it a point to be like, I know that guy's really jealous because he's broke. And point at him and try to be like, yeah, see, he's dumb and broke and da-da-da-da-da, and that's why he's such a hater. And it got to the point where he was just kind of waiting for the chance to make him look stupid and point out that there was a pretty good chance that this money was fake. And finally, he got the opportunity when one day there was a situation in class where the teacher had brought up something about how like government debt, da-da-da-da-da, and this guy starts talking about, you know, he could probably get the government out of debt because he's so rich. And I think that makes me know that this guy's never been around money before, bro, because even if you're like rich, let's say hypothetically you're a multimillionaire, you're in the top 1%, you're doing well. We're like $17 trillion in debt, bro. I don't really think that, like, even if you are rich, you're going to be able to do a whole lot. Kudos to you if you want to go ahead and eliminate the national debt. I'm sure the country will be very grateful, but chances are you're not that rich. And he takes out his money, and he's holding two big bricks of money in his hands, and he's holding them up to his ears like it's a telephone. And he starts pretending that he's having a call with the president saying, yeah, do you need my money? Which I'm not going to lie is kind of funny. Like, oh, hello, Mr. President, do you need my money? But this time the teacher goes, okay, put it down. Like, this is not what class is about. And he stands up and tries to get mouthy with the teacher about, you think you can tell me what to do with all these bands? Which, yes, even if you are rich, I think the teacher is in charge of the classroom. I don't think that magically changes anything. The teacher's just going to look at him. Ah, bro, you're right. Forget my class that you're paying money for. You have a lot of money. But when he does it, he like hits his knee on the desk when he pops up, and the money plops out of his hand. And it's such a big brick of money that there's a few different like rubber bands around it, and then a bigger rubber band with the rubber banded money. Well, the big rubber band pops, and when that happens, they kind of fling everywhere. And everyone's watching this happen, and he immediately screams, "No one touch my money!" But the subscriber just puts his foot on like one of the small stacks and slides it under his desk, and he's not going to steal it. I want to make that clear. He made it very clear that if it was really would have 100% given it back to him, said he missed one, but he just wanted to look. He was just curious. And so the guy picks them all up and he's counting, and he clearly doesn't know how much money was like in his hands because he says, okay, that's all of it. He doesn't even notice that there's one missing. And he sits back down and the teacher gives him a little bit of a talking to, or the professor, excuse me, being like, you know, this is college. This isn't high school anymore. No one cares about your money, da-da-da-da-da. And he's just kind of acting all arrogant, like, yeah, people who don't have money say they don't care about money, just like being annoying. Listen, I'm not saying money isn't cool. Like, money can buy cool things. Trust me, I would rather drive a Lamborghini than a Toyota if I have the choice. I would rather have, you know, an iPhone than a flip phone. Like, there are certain things that money is cool for, but to say that it's like the only thing that matters, or that it gives you special privileges to just interrupt a class, is pretty stupid. Anyways, while they're going back and forth, the kid who's trying to flex isn't paying attention, and so he takes it and he like unbands the first $100 bill off, and he takes it off, and sure enough, he starts looking. And the money underneath the $100 bill in this stack has like the motion picture use, not real money written on it. And immediately he starts laughing. And it's while this guy's arguing with the teacher. And the guy looks over and is like, what's so funny, bro? And that's when he sees on the desk that the guy has a stack of the money and the $100 bill is off. And immediately he just starts freaking out. That guy's trying to steal my money, man. Why do you think it's funny to be touching my money? I don't think it's funny that your hands are on my money. It's kind of funny his hands are on your money, bro. And you're starting to sound like Dr. Seuss. But whatever, he starts freaking out, trying to insinuate that this guy's trying to rob him. So the subscriber takes this chance to show everybody the truth, and he stands up and goes, you know how this guy's been flexing this money, saying that he doesn't need to care about school, da-da-da-da-da. I don't know if he's counted it or not, but apparently the only thing it's good for is shopping if you live in a movie. And he shows everybody that it says motion pictures made in America, blah, 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 whatever. And everybody starts laughing, being like, dude, it's fake money. And now he's pissed and he's screaming, give me my money back, give me my money back. And he starts running over and trying to take it out of the subscriber's hands. And the subscriber, once again, was not trying to flex too hard. He just got blessed genetically. Happens to be insanely tall. Like, I'm talking above 6'5", which is just insanely tall. And the guy who was always flexing the money was probably about 5'8", 5'9", like standard size. And so he just lifts his arm straight up into the air with this fake money in it and goes, look at the fake money, look at the fake money. And he's laughing. Meanwhile, the guy that just got exposed for flexing the fake money is literally got his hand straight up, jumping, like trying to grab the money out of his hands, like, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Except he's mad while he's doing it. And he's like, give it to me now. And everyone's laughing. And finally, the professor is like, that's enough. Give it back to him. And so the subscriber, not wanting to disrespect the teacher, is like, all right, I'll give it back to him. So he hands it to him. And the kid's like, that is not funny. You tried to steal my money. And he's like, bro, we all saw that it's fake money. Like, come on. We all know all the money in the backpack is fake. And he's like, no, it's not fake. This is the fake money. And I use the fake money when I pull it out of my backpack. But there is real money in the backpack. And at that point, even the professor has had enough. And he's like, okay, well then prove the money in your backpack's real, because we're all tired of this. And I don't really know if that's against the rules. I don't know if they're allowed to do that. But either way, if I was in his shoes, I'd want to do the same too. Like, this has interrupted my class enough. Either put up or shut up. You're either rich or you're not. You gotta prove it, or like never bring it up again, dude. And even if you are rich, no one cares, man. I swear, dude. Like, I don't care if you're worth $1 billion. I don't care if you're worth $30. If you suck, you suck. Like, it just is what it is. You can be rich, bro. You can't buy a different personality. That's the reality of the situation. I actually have $8 million, but I also hate the sound of fun. Like, okay, who cares? But he gets pissed off with the teacher and is like, I don't have to prove anything to you. You have no authority over me, so I don't have to do anything. And the teacher's like, you're right, you don't have to prove it, but if you're not going to prove it, then I don't want to hear about it in my class anymore. And the guy's like, you know what? I don't have to listen to this stuff. I don't even have to be at this school. I've got the money. Like, I don't even need to be here. And he grabs his backpack full of the fake money and starts walking out the door. And on the way out, someone in the class just yells out like, we all know it's fake, bro. And everybody starts laughing because, let's be honest, everyone in this class knows it's fake now. In his mind, he's like, all right, if I storm out of here, everyone will think that I'm actually super pissed off. And maybe a few of them will still think that I'm like super wealthy. But everyone in the class already didn't believe him because he was just constantly carrying around a backpack with $250,000 in it. Woo, that's such a smart idea. But he's storming out, and now he's just embarrassed because I think think he probably realized that no one believed him in the first place. But he turned around and said that everyone in this class was haters and they were really gonna regret talking to him like that when they saw him on TV one day, and how, you know, they just underestimated the skills of him at a young age. And listen, bro, for your sake, I hope you end up on TV. You're gonna be the richest, most famous dude ever. But even if you're on TV one day, are you really gonna sit there and tell whoever's interviewing you, yeah, I actually used to love to go places with a backpack full of fake money and flex on everyone? Like, either way, that still was what you were doing. Sorry. Like, even if one day you're really successful, the cringe is still there. And everyone's done cringe things. I'm not saying it like makes you irredeemable forever. It's just kind of a weird thing to say when you also are still cringe in this situation. I also love him being like, I'm so rich, I don't need this. I don't need to be at college at all. This is all dumb. Then like, why are you doing this? College isn't cheap. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're in a college class, but you don't have to do it. You just want to do it. I've heard of people going back to college if they have a super successful business or something. I'm never going to hate anyone for getting educated, but I also feel like those people wouldn't be rolling around saying they don't care about it. Because why are you paying for it if you don't care? Like, college just is a little too expensive to just be doing willy-nilly if you don't want to be there. I don't know. Maybe he really is just the richest person on the planet. He gets $100 every time he tells someone he's rich. That's why he's doing it all the time or something. Either way, he leaves. And you think he would never have the balls to come back to that class. Like, I feel like if you have a freak out like this, your only option is to just move to a different country, change your names, wear a fake mustache everywhere you go. And I'd prefer it if you change your name to something funny. If you are going to go with a fake alias, you might as well go as funny as possible. It's an alias you're going to have to use for the rest of your life. So you got to do something silly like super rich boy. Richie Rich? Aw, for him, because he's so embarrassed, he probably would not want to relive it. Maybe you shouldn't be allowed to pick your secret identity. That kind of defeats the whole purpose, but I think it'd be funnier if it's like something that makes you ashamed of what you're changing your name for. Anyways, the next class, there's someone in class that apparently is not the kid who used to bring the backpack full of fake money, but there's someone who looks just like him in a hat and sunglasses in the class, and he's just ignoring everyone that says that guy's name. And then someone's like, who are you? And he goes, oh, I'm new, I just transferred in. The guy is like pretending to be in a disguise and be someone different. And whatever, after that, everyone just dropped it, mainly because they didn't want to argue with this crazy dude. So they just let it slide. He was in the class, but the next time the class comes around, he walks in without the disguise on, so everyone's going to know it's him. And everyone's sitting there and da-da-da-da-da. The teacher leaves for a second to go do something. And somebody decides to like mess with him a little bit and goes, where were you last class? We missed you. Thinking he would be a little embarrassed or something because he came in a disguise. But instead, the guy just looks at him and goes, what are you talking about? And the person who asked him just kind of asks him again, like, well, where were you last week? You were supposed to be in class and you weren't here. We missed you. And the guy, straight-faced, goes, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never met you guys before. And they're like, dude, come on. We've literally been in class this entire year together. And he says that it's the first day that he's been in this class because he just transferred to this college. And everyone in the class is really confused because this is 100% the guy that used to fake flex the money, whatever. I'm trying to talk in English here. But they know it's him, but he's just denying that he's ever met them before and saying he just transferred in. So they ask him, well, what about last week with the money? And he looks at them confused and is like, what do you mean a couple weeks ago with the money? What do you mean last week with the money? And they're like, yeah, you used to carry this backpack of cash with you and it ended up being fake. And he's just looking like none of this has ever been presented to him before, as if he really has no clue what's going on. He's genuinely seeming confused. And he's just like, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never done that. And somebody calls him out at that point and they're like, dude, come on. We know it's you. You can't gaslight us into thinking that didn't happen. And he goes, no, I'm not trying to gaslight you. You probably just have me confused because I have a twin brother. And everyone's like, what? And he says, yes, I transferred here. My evil twin brother transferred to my school. He's a big jerk, super arrogant. He actually carries a backpack of fake money. I think that's what you're talking about. And everyone's looking at this guy like he can't actually think that we're stupid enough to believe this, right? It's one thing to come in a disguise. You were already insulting your classmates' intelligence if you think that like you can do the good old Captain America disguise, put on a hat and sunglasses, and everyone is just magically, oh, who is that? goodness gracious. Can I just talk about that for a second, bro? I can't remember which Marvel movie, but there's one where Captain America, the super soldier who's like 6'7", 300 pounds of pure muscle, is walking around and no one recognizes him because he has a baseball hat on. Like, all right, man, I don't know how realistic that is. Apparently this guy watched that movie and thought that was the greatest idea ever. But when that didn't work, he just decided to go the whole evil twin route. But he's really sticking to it. And he's like, no, I have an evil twin who is really arrogant and we switched colleges. And everyone just tells him straight up, like, we don't believe you. We know it's you. Come on. Like, how dumb do you think we are? But he doubles down and is like, I don't think you guys are dumb. Trust me. I'm so sorry if my brother did anything to upset you or make you guys feel bad, but I'm not my twin. And listen, like, it doesn't matter how hard you're gonna pretend that you are a different person. Everyone knows it's you. Because you would think if this guy's always flexing, he would have mentioned his twin at some point. That's something to flex. Seriously, though, like, it was just obvious that he was pretending. But whatever, the teacher walks in and he goes, oh, nice to meet you, sir, and tries to introduce himself, and the teacher is confused. So the class catches him up to date. Apparently, he just transferred in here because his evil twin switched colleges with him, and his evil twin is the one who flexed the money. And the professor is like, well, that's weird because I don't have any new names on my roster, and I'm pretty sure the computer system would have put you on here. But your evil twin brother's name is still here. And he gets this weird look on his face. And you would think that, like, all right, he's getting a weird look. The teacher's saying his name's not on the roster. He's going to have to come clean. There's no way he's going to commit to just pretending to be his imaginary twin brother much longer. But he looks at the teacher and is like, wow, that's weird. It sure is bizarre. Maybe it'll get patched before the next class. Just make sure you mark down that I was here. And he goes and he sits down. And for the rest of the class, he keeps up the act that he has an evil twin brother and he has no clue what anyone is talking about, which is nuts. But I have to give him credit for the follow through because it's not just that class. Everyone would mess with him every class, but for the rest of the year, he just said that he was not that guy and he was his twin and he didn't know why everyone was so insistent that it was not him. And to give even more proof that it just wasn't his twin brother, because I know someone's going to be like, what if it was his twin brother? The other guy kept posting on social media from this college, and they could never find his brother's account. Which, I mean, if you're going to commit to pretending to be your twin brother, at least make the fake Instagram for it. But whatever, it was very evident to everyone. It was just the pure shame of it that probably made him commit to just pretending to be his twin. After all the dumb stuff he said and the fake money, he probably was just like, I have to change my name. Anyways, guys, I just thought this story was hilarious. I thought you guys would enjoy it. If you did, I would really appreciate y'all taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comment section down below. And if you're new, subscribe and turn on those notifications. It really helps the video do better, and I would appreciate it. And if you like the story times, but you don't like the gameplay, you want to listen offline, I do post the audio versions over on Spotify. Feel free to go check that out. Link down below. And there's also going to be a link to a playlist I made for here on YouTube with some of my favorite story times of the year. So if you need something to listen to while you're gaming, doing chores, whatever, feel free to check that out. Link down below as well. On that note, I'm going to go buy a bunch of fake money, fill up a backpack with it, run onto a bus screaming, I'm just the Monopoly man, and then throw the fake money in the air and run off before everyone realizes it's fake. Ha 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 ha, get trolled. And if anyone does catch me, I'll just say, no, that was my evil twin brother. He opened up a wormhole and switched places with me, and everyone's obligated to believe it. On that note, though, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
Wow, you made it to the end of the video. You know what? You deserve at least $80 billion. I'm not going to give it to you, but you can go get it. Now watch another video if you want.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I've got a couple different story times that have been sent in to me. About 2 weeks ago, I made that video about people's worst neighbor stories, and people have been sending them in to me. So I'm going to do a couple of the crazier ones in one video for you guys. But it should be pretty entertaining, so without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so this first one that was sent in to me is from a guy who skates in front of his house with his friends on the weekend and sometimes after school. He has a grind box and a rail, so every now and then they'll set it up out there and skate for a few hours. And they've never had any issue with any of the neighbors before, just because they were pretty nice. They would stop if cars were coming. They weren't screaming at every other kid outside. It wasn't like they were getting in anyone's way. They were just skating. Well, the house across the street from them goes up for sale and a new guy moves in, and he's just an older gentleman, and I don't mean this to disparage him at all, but he's just not in the greatest shape. He's old. It's hard to stay in like Dwayne The Rock Johnson shape if you're 84. He wasn't actually 84. He was like that weird in-between stage where they're old, but they're not like old yet, you know, like late 50s, early 60s, where you're like, kinda. And this guy was one of those people that apparently subscribed to the school of thought that like skateboarding was just the worst thing to ever exist. If there was a movie made about it, bro, like Footloose, where they try to ban dancing, this guy's town would ban skateboarding. Every time they would go out there and try to skate, he would come out and just yell at them that they were being too loud, which I love. For some reason, I feel like bad neighbors always do that. They say you're being too loud, so their way to solve it is to just be really, really loud. Like, you know what makes this more loud? You screaming at them. That definitely adds to the volume. And it got to the point where he got a bullhorn, and whenever they would try to skate, he would just be like, get out of here, get out of here. Way louder than the skateboarding would be. And a bunch of the other neighbors started being mad at him, and he would be like, well, I wouldn't have to do it if it wasn't for the skaters, da-da-da-da-da. And the other neighbors told the kids that the next time he does it, just keep skating. It doesn't matter how loud he gets. We don't care. Just, like, put him in his place. So they had the blessing of the rest of the neighborhood because this grumpy old man was just pissing on everyone's toes. And so they next time they go skating, they head out there, they set up the rail, they set up the box, and they start skating. And within probably 15, 20 minutes, Old Man McGeezak has made his way outside to his like lawn chair with his bullhorn and just starts yelling at them. And they're just ignoring it. They're acting like they can't hear it. They just keep skating. Nah, bro, I don't care that you're yelling as loud as humanly possible. It does not matter to me. I'm just going to keep on trucking. And he starts to get annoyed that they're not reacting to him or responding or even looking at him or leaving. So he just starts like turning it up and he maxes it out and they're still not listening or paying attention. So he just starts getting like more and more angry with what he's saying. And he was always mad, but you know, he's starting to be like spit flying out of his mouth into the bullhorn, probably going to cause an electric shock moment here in a bit. And they just are ignoring him. And finally, he gets up and he starts walking over to them. And they're like, okay, we can't ignore him anymore because he's coming over. And as he's walking over, he's screaming that like he's gonna fight them and he's tired of only using his words. They're gonna speak with their fists like real men. And listen, I don't think fighting is ever the answer to a problem like this. Like, there's just no reason to fight the person that lives across the street from you. It's just not a good idea. Unless you absolutely have to. Like, if an old man is about to attack you, like, what are you gonna do? You just kind of gotta defend yourself. But he's walking over saying that, you know, oh, I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna use my fists, not just my words, like real men. And the group is like, dude, we don't want to fight you. Like, stop, man. And the guy is kind of not in good shape to the point that by the time he even gets across the road to them, he's like starting to be out of breath and he's like, I'm gonna beat you up, man. And then when I'm done with beating him up, I'm gonna pick up his skateboard and I'm gonna fight you two next. And maybe in his head, he's got this really intimidating, like, whoa, this old man is some secret CIA agent thing going on. But in reality, it's just this, like, out-of-shape old dude who still thinks he's 21 trying to fight all these kids. And so they're like, bro, stop. But he keeps coming at them and he won't stop being like, I'm going to do something about this situation. And so the person who sent this in to me says, look, we're going to go inside, but even if you wanted to fight us, that wouldn't end bad for you, bro. Like, or that wouldn't end good for you, bro. You know what I'm saying. Like, it's just, listen, like, you're not in any condition to fight us. We're gonna leave because we don't want to fight you, but, like, you're lucky that we are not gonna fight you type of vibe. Which I don't know if I 1000% agree with, but at the same time, some dude's just screaming that he's gonna beat you up, and it's very obvious that he would not be able to beat you up. It'd be hard not to say something. And so they start backing up to go into their house and he keeps chasing them. And now he speeds up and they turn around and he has like his fist balled and he tries to hit them. And, you know, he's once again very slow. So the punch doesn't really do anything. It just kind of like goes a foot away from them because they just took another step back. And he starts screaming that, like, they need to stop running away from him and they need to settle this now. And they're like, man, we're not gonna fight you. This is not going to end well. Stop. Like, if you keep coming at me, bro, we're gonna have to do something. We're trying to go in the house. Stop. And he just keeps walking at them, swinging at them. But it's like those swings where it's just somebody that clearly got their idea of fighting from, like, action movies. Just throwing haymakers, dude. He could basically start a tornado with how just out there and wide his punches are going. And as he's doing it, he's so mad at them that spit's flying out of his mouth. And he's like, stop running. And they're not running. They're just backing up. And they keep being like, dude, stop. And they're getting close to their garage door. So they're running out of room to back up. And when they get to the garage door, they all kind of get into the stance of like, okay, man, you've literally backed us against the wall. And it becomes obvious that they might actually have to fight back now. And all of a sudden, the guy, who's very out of breath, like still, stops in his tracks. Oh, before this, I'm gonna beat you guys up, throwing punches. But once he sees that, like, they're turning around and getting ready to have to defend themselves, he stops. And he's like, you guys should have fought me like men. I don't know why you don't want to fight me. And they are just telling him that they don't want to fight an old man. And he's like, I'm not old. I'm only your dad's age. And the subscriber snapped back at him and said he was probably so old he sat behind Julius Caesar in the 3rd grade, which is a solid one, bro. I mean, you definitely were a little bit older than these kids' dad. He wasn't insanely old. Like, this isn't some 95-year-old man with his oxygen tank running up on them like, I'm gonna beat you up. No, this is like a 58-year-old man just trying to fight this group of kids and then being like, I'm not old. So they're saying just whatever, man, whatever, man. And at that point, a bunch of the other neighbors start coming out and being like, what's going on? And the old man tries to be like, nothing's going on. But the kids start saying that he's trying to fight them and he's attacking them, and all the neighbors start yelling at him to leave them alone. And now that he realizes he either has to fight them or, leave, and the neighbors are now yelling at him, I think the embarrassment finally hits and he just kind of realizes it'd be best to go back to his house. Because he's like, I don't have time for this, and walks back across the street. And so they go inside to his house and they're telling his mom, and his mom's pissed, but she just says, just ignore him. I've tried to talk to him. He's unreasonable, but if it happens again, you didn't do anything wrong. And I think the embarrassment of all the neighbors coming outside and seeing him trying to fight these kids after he had backed them into the corner actually made him realize that he should stop. Because he was just almost afraid of seeing them outside. Not in oh, I'm afraid they're going to beat me up way. But like, if they came outside and he was getting his mail, he would just put his head down and just not look at them, get the mail, and go inside. Like, almost a bit of, oh yeah, I definitely overreacted, and it's really hard to look someone in the face after you've done something that stupid. The rest of the neighborhood was grateful, though, that his bullhorning finally stopped. He kind of left them alone. And they still skate sometimes. They don't do it as much at his house just because his friends were like, yeah, I'm not trying to get attacked by an angry guy again, which I get. But I thought that was a crazy story. Hope you guys did too. If you liked that one, press the like button, but we got more in the video, so don't leave.
All right, so this next person who sent this in to me said that, like, there was this lady who had lived on their street for a couple years. She had moved in when another family had moved out, and she was known for being a super sweet lady. Like, if you saw her going to the mailbox, she would say hi and talk to you. She remembered things about people, and she was basically the grandma of the neighborhood. Like, on the 4th of July, she would make cookies and give them out to the neighborhood and whatnot, and everybody thought she was just the sweetest lady ever. And she was a very, very sweet lady, for sure. I'm not saying she wasn't nice, but one day she starts telling everyone in the neighborhood that she's going to be moving to Florida. No one really questions it because she said that's where her children lived, and she was like around retirement aged. So if you retire, moving to Florida is one of the most stereotypical old person things you can really do. So it's not really causing alarm bells for anybody. And 2 days later, she had moved out. Like, it was quick. She said, I'm moving to Florida, and then was gone. 48-hour window. And people thought it was weird that she had moved out really quickly, but things start to get weirder when one day the kids are playing outside and they realize that she had left all of her cats in the backyard. And they were mostly like outdoor cats anyways, so they were okay, but the neighborhood kind of each like took one in and gave it a water bowl and whatnot because she had just left. And you're a really crappy person if you do that to your pet. Thank goodness they were okay, but you just move to a different state and leave your cats? That's nuts. And so everybody started being like, wow, maybe she wasn't that nice, da-da-da-da-da, like, thanks for the cookies, but you just left your cats when you moved? That's bizarre. And then the situation gets even weirder. A truck pulls up to the house one day, and they see, like, this company going in and whatnot, and they come back out, and they start knocking on doors, asking what happened to that house. And they're really confused about it, and they explain that, like, for the past 2 years, that house has been a part of a trust or something, and, like, the guy who owns it through the trust
wants to do something or other with it, and they knew it had been sitting for 2 years, so they were just coming to see what the situation was. But when they had gone in, it had been obvious someone was living there. And the neighborhood's confused because they're like, yeah, an old lady lived there, but she owned the house. A family moved out and she moved in. And they're like, wait, hold on. You're telling me someone's been living there for 2 years? They confirm it, and they explain that, yeah, it was like some dude's trust had bought this house as an investment or something, and no one was supposed to have been living in there because he was trying to decide whether or not, like, he wanted to use it for a rental or a Airbnb. 2 years is a long time to be deciding that, but still. Like, I don't know. I don't have a bunch of houses in a trust, so whatever. But you know what I'm saying. Like, it was not supposed to be lived in. And they're telling them that, no, the lady's been living there for years. And they say, it was just one lady? And they're like, yeah, why? And they say the house is destroyed. And obviously a couple people get curious. So like the neighborhood dads get together and they go over to look. And a couple of them come running out. And the old lady who had been super sweet, friendly to everyone, baking cookies. You've already found out she's essentially a squatter. Well, she was also a hoarder too. And I know that like that's a condition people need psychiatric help for. But imagine finding out that the person whose cookies you have been eating had like a kitchen full of cat poop, bro. This house was next level TLC hoarding, like to the point where you couldn't even see the walls when you walked in. It was just bags of trash all the way up to the ceiling. And listen, you know what? It's not good for you. It's not healthy. If you are a hoarder, you should probably get help. But at the end of the day, we do live in America. If you want to fill your house with trash, until it starts to be a health hazard for other people, I don't know if there's a legal thing they can do. But what's nuts is she was just doing this in a house she didn't even own. She just pulled up to this house and said, this will make a great home, and started hoarding immediately. Like, okay, letting a house sit empty for 2 years is stupid. I'm not saying that guy was a genius. But imagine finding out that a house you bought, someone had been living in for 2 years. You're already pissed. Wait, what? Someone's been living in my house for 2 years? And then you go to it and there's just like cat poop in the kitchen, bags of garbage everywhere. Anyways, the entire neighborhood is shocked though, because this lady was just like basically grandma of the neighborhood. Turns out she was hoarding, feeding them her disgusting cookies baked on a whole layer of cat poop. And she wasn't even supposed to be there, dude. I guess never judge a book by its cover or something, you know. The cover is grandma of the neighborhood behind the scenes squatting. It was very Florida woman of her, though. Like, if you think about it, the fact that she said she's going to move to Florida because that's where her family is, she's going to fit right in. Yeah, my last house I wasn't supposed to live in, so I trashed it, and now I fled the state. And they're like, no way. Me too. I know most people from Florida are normal. I just feel like if you are crazy, you go there. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things. Las Vegas kind of has that too. A lot of crazy people here. It's nothing personal. I'm just saying she is a Florida woman. It makes sense she would go there. All right, this next one was really funny. So the person who sent this in to me, they have a bunch of fruit trees in their backyard, and it just so happens that they have like 2 apple trees that produce a substantial amount of apples. That's pretty sweet. You can get some fresh apple juice, take it to your teacher, whatever you want to do with it. Your apple, your choice. But obviously, if the apple is in your backyard, then it's your apple, and it would be really weird if anyone was just like in your backyard taking things off your tree. That's really weird. But one day, right when the apples started coming in, the subscriber who sent this in to me looks in the backyard and he sees the neighbor who lived like 3 houses down in the backyard just casually with like a canvas tote bag picking apples off the tree and putting them in the bag. And he had never talked to him before, so he didn't want to go out there and confront him, and he also didn't want to confront him because the dude's crazy enough to just walk into somebody's backyard and start taking their stuff. It doesn't seem like the type of situation you would really love to go yell at them for. Alone, you know, obviously get out of my backyard, but like he goes to get his dad, sorry, I'm trying to talk here. So he goes and gets his dad and he's like, the neighbor is in the backyard right now stealing our apples. And the dad looks out into the backyard and sure enough, the guy is leisurely just taking his time. He was looking at them, and if he didn't like them, like he's not taking them. It's not even like he just came over and said, look, I'm going to pick the ones that fell onto the floor. No, he's just trying to take the best apples. So the dad opens the window where they're looking out of and says, hey, you can't take those. Get out of here. And I don't know if the guy has headphones in or what, but he's like either pretending not to hear them, which is probably what's going on, or he can't hear them. So the dad yells louder like, hey, stop it. And this time the guy turns around and looks at them and then just turns back around and goes right back to it. And so now the dad's starting to get pissed. And so he's like, I'm going to count to 10, and if you're not leaving my backyard, I'm coming out there. And he starts counting down, which is such a dad thing to do. Like, okay, Mr. Man, I'm going to count to 10. And the guy's just still out there leisurely taking the apples. And so the dad gets to 10 and he goes into the backyard and he picks up the hose that they have. And it just so happens to have like one of those nozzles on it. Not a pressure washer nozzle, but one where like the water definitely doesn't feel good full blast. And he cranks the hose and he just starts spraying the dude that's stealing the apples off of his tree. Because that's what you do if someone's trying to steal your apples. And you've told them to leave. And they're like, no, get out of my backyard. And the guy turns around and starts freaking out and is like, what are you doing? What's wrong with you? Why would you do that? And he's like, why are you in my backyard taking my fruit? And he's like, dude, you can't own fruit trees. That's illegal. If you own a fruit tree, then it's community property. And the guy looks at him and is like, are you an idiot? What? And he says, yeah, you know, Mother Nature is everyone's, so I'm allowed to come into your backyard and take fruit from this tree. It's wrong for you to say that it's yours. And he's like, all right, I don't know what argument you're trying to make or what you're talking about, but that's not how it works. It's just my tree. Even if you are a whole like, oh, dude, if the tree bears fruit, it's everyone's, you're still trespassing on private property. He could get you for that, even if the cops agreed. No, man, nature's everyone's. Well, still, I want him trespassed then. Like, get him out of my yard. And what's really funny is the subscriber even says, like, when they sent it in, that the dad probably would have let him take some apples. It's not like they ever ate all of them. They would give a lot away to their neighbors and stuff, but now he wasn't getting any. Like, they had given apples away before, but if someone just goes into your backyard and starts taking stuff, your kindness is probably on 0%. But the guy's still trying to argue that, like, you can't own a fruit tree. And the dad, after spraying him with the hose, says, well, then we can call the cops and find out what they think about that. And as soon as he says that, the guy's like, no, dude, there's no reason to get the police involved. I'll leave. But you really suck for trying to think that you own nature. And starts going off about something about the Lorax. And I don't know if that dude read the same book or saw the same movie that I did, but the Lorax is about not chopping down all trees and exploiting nature to the point of destruction. I don't think there was any point in the Lorax where he was like, remember kids, if you break and enter to steal fruit, it's okay. Maybe I missed that part, but I don't think Dr. Seuss's point in the Lorax was like, okay, you should just go to orchards and steal all the fruit. I don't know, man. Like, call me crazy. Someone out there is right now typing a comment about how that guy was right. Nature is everyone's. Yeah, but my house isn't yours and neither is my backyard, so get out. I just could never imagine having the cojones to do that, dude. Just walk into someone's backyard and start taking things. Imagine if it wasn't fruit. Like, imagine you just walked into somebody's backyard, you start picking up pieces of their lawn furniture and just carrying it back to your house. What is nice, though, is after that, the dad installed a padlock on the gate, so he doesn't know if he ever tried to steal any more apples, but they never saw him in the backyard stealing them. Maybe he went to the gate and was like, dang it, nature is everyone's, but this gate and its lock is belonging to that man. Either way, don't go into people's backyard and just start taking things. I especially love the irony where they're like, yeah, we would have just let him take some apples, but after you break in and start trying to take apples, it's a completely different story. You could have just knocked on the door. Excuse me, sir. I'm a great fan of some Granny Smith apples. May I have some, please? Yeah, sure, go for it. Instead, you just went for the approach of taking it off the tree. And I don't understand why he ignored him for so long either. Like, okay, yeah, dude, he kind of had to spray you with the hose because you're just not listening. He didn't have to spray him with the hose. Don't get it twisted. That being said, if someone's in your backyard stealing your stuff, spraying them with the hose is the nice thing to do. Like, at that point, he would have been justified to go, like, push the guy out of his yard, I feel. So if all he did was just psh for a second, then, like, that's not that bad. It's like training a cat, you know? The little squirt bottle. Squirt, squirt. All right, this last one was, like, really nuts to me. So this guy and his family had been driving the same car for a very long time, like probably 15, 16 years, and the dad had gotten a new job, so they decided to get a new car. And the deal was his mom had a car too, so his dad was getting another car, so they were going to have 3 cars now, was that he was going to buy it back from his parents. They worked out a deal where he was working a job and he had a payment plan, and he was very grateful to his parents for the situation. Like, he obviously realized that he was lucky. So the car sat in the driveway, and until he could afford it and register it and all that stuff, it was just going to sit, which was probably going to take him about a month to get all that done. So it's sitting there for a month, and over that course of time, a few of the neighbors had been like, oh, is that for sale? And his parents had explained, no, the situation. But there was one family, like 6-7 houses down, that was always known for being a little bit entitled. Like, they were all just kind of cringe. And they had a son who was about the same age as this guy. And for whatever reason, he decided that he deserved the car. So he comes over one day and knocks on the door and is like, hey, is that car available? And the dad starts explaining that, no, it's not really available. Like, he's going to give it to his son, but thank you for the interest, da-da-da-da-da. And he goes, well, how much for it? And now the dad is listening, not because his son doesn't deserve the car, but if this guy's going to be insanely entitled and spoiled and be dumb and offer like $10,000 more than the car is worth, then you sell it and everyone wins. So he's like, well, what do you mean? Well, how much is it worth? So he tells him it's probably worth about da-da-da-da-da. And the guy goes, oh, okay, so is that why you're not going to sell it? And he goes, well, my son's going to buy it from me. And he's like, well, why are you going to give it to your son? And he's kind of confused by that question. Like, what do you mean? Why would the dad give his son first dibs on buying the car? Because it's his son? And he's like explaining that to the spoiled kid. And the spoiled kid goes, well, listen, I don't think he really deserves it as much as I do. I think you should give it to me. And the dad's like, you mean sell it to you? And he goes, no, I think that I deserve the car. I've been working really hard in school this year, and I just feel like I should get the car, not your son. And the dad is taken aback, and he goes, I'm not giving the son my car. He's buying it. And he goes, yeah, you should give it to me. And he's saying this with all seriousness in his voice. Like, he's not messing around. He's not pulling his leg or anything. He is saying that instead of selling it to his son and like making money on the car or whatever, breaking even, whatever it may be, he should give it to a kid he doesn't know from like 7 houses down. And obviously the dad's not going for that. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. And you would think maybe it was just a desperate Hail Mary attempt for a car and he would go, okay, and walk away. But he starts arguing with this guy's dad, being like, well, why do you think I don't deserve the car? And the dad doesn't really know this dude. It's not like they had ever had conversations or anything. So he looks at him and is like, I don't know that you don't deserve the car. I wouldn't give a car to anyone, but I don't know you. Like, I don't know you. How do you deserve the car? And he starts to answer the question. And it was obviously asked in a way where like it was supposed to be a rhetorical question. Don't actually answer. Well, like I said, I've been working very hard in school this year, blah, 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 blah. My parents just got a promotion. And his dad's like, well, if your parents just got a promotion, then why do you need my car for free? Why can't they get you a car? And he scoffs at this and is like, well, then they couldn't spend money on stuff that they like. Yeah, man, that's kind of how it works. So you just expect this dude to give you a car so that way your parents can spend money on stuff that they like instead of getting you a car. That seems like your problem. And even then, your parents aren't obligated to get you a car. Like, saying that an adult in the neighborhood has to give you anything for free is really weird. No, you don't understand. I've worked very hard in school. Well, I'm not your dad, man. Like, what do you want him to do about it? And the dad at this point is getting frustrated and tells him to get off his lawn. He's like, get out of here. You're not getting the car and you need to leave. And the spoiled kid starts threatening to call the cops. He's like, well, I bet if we call the cops, they would see my side of things. And the dad starts laughing at that point because he can't believe that that's the threat he came up with. I'm going to call the cops and tell them that you won't give me your car for free and they're going to be pissed. Yeah, man, they're probably gonna pull up, slap him in cuffs. Oh, my goodness. Can you believe that this guy doesn't want to give a car away to a rude stranger? And so he's laughing and the spoiled kid's like, I'll actually do it. And so the dad tells him to knock himself out and closes the door. And everyone had been sitting in the living room kind of listening to the conversation, so they're all laughing. But then they hear some like noises from outside. And so they go and look out the window, and the spoiled kid hadn't called the cops, but he's over by the car just kicking the crap out of the tires, Which, listen, I don't know if he was like, I'm not gonna cause damage to it, I'm just mad or what, but that's the weirdest place to kick a car. Like, you're just gonna kick the tire, okay, your foot's just going to bounce and it's gonna do absolutely nothing. But the dad's pissed off and opens the door and is like, hey, stop kicking the car, get out of here. And the spoiled kid just looks at him and says, I'm not gonna get out of here until you tell me that this car is mine. And the dad says, well, then I guess we're gonna stand here all day because I'm not giving you the car. And he says he's gonna keep kicking it then. And so he keeps kicking the tire. And now the dad starts walking to the end of the driveway to like get the kid out of the driveway, which is their property. And the kid is like, no, I'm not going anywhere. Mom, mom. He's just screaming mom. And his mom is like several houses down. There's no way she's going to hear it. So finally, after he realizes he's gonna have to leave, he leaves. And they think that's the end of it. They go back inside, sit on the couch, doing their thing. And probably about 5 minutes later, the doorbell rings, and the dad goes and just expecting it to be that kid again, opens the door with a little bit of anger, you know, which probably not the best idea. You never know who's knocking on the door. But when he opens it up, he gives it a little bit of a what? Because he just doesn't want to deal with this. And he's there with his mom, and he says, oh, I'm sorry. And he thinks that they're here to apologize. He probably went, told his mom. His mom said, you did what? You went and demanded someone gave you a free car. You're an idiot. Why would you do that? That made me look really bad. But no, apparently his mom had heard about this entire situation and thought, my poor baby has been so dramatically wronged in life. No wonder the kid was acting like this, bro, because his mom was on his side, as if her son just deserved a free car. But she starts going off on the dad, saying how dare he not hear out his son's reasoning as to why he deserved the car. And the dad cuts her off and says, I don't care about your reasoning. I'm not giving him a car. It doesn't matter what his reasoning is. And she's like, as a human, you have to hear him out. And he's just arguing with her, saying, I don't have to hear her out, or hear him out, sorry. He doesn't have to hear either of you out, really. But she starts to say that he had just been working so hard at school. And I don't know why both of them are harping on that point so hard, as if that just magically makes this all understandable. Little Timmy made the AB honor roll. You're right, I have to get out of my car and hand over the keys. He just owns everything now. Like what? Under that logic, can you use that to steal a house as well? Listen, I know this is your mansion. You paid the millions for it. However, I got really, really good grades. It's like Nathan for you. I graduated business school with really good grades. So you just have to give me your $1 billion company. That's not how it works. And the dad literally tells her that nobody cares what grades he got, it doesn't matter. And she gets all mad at him and is like, I care what grades he got. And he just reminds her that that's because she's his mom and she's obligated to care. And she's like, everyone should care about everyone. And so he asks her this question. And you would think after you say something like everyone would care about everyone, you might be smart enough to think about like, okay, if he asks me something that would make me look like an idiot, be careful. And so he asks her, he says, all right, well, would you care if my son got good grades? And she was like, no, why would I care about what your kid got in school? And he's like, exactly. That's why I'm not going to give your kid a free car. Congratulations on getting on the honor roll. That's all you're going to get out of me. And she's like stomping her feet all mad and says something along the lines of how they weren't being very good neighbors in this moment and they could use this as a teaching experience for their kids. And the dad, thinking quick on his feet, goes, you're right, we will turn it into a thinking experience for our kids, a learning experience. I can live with being a bad neighbor if my neighbor is an idiot, and just close the door, which is an absolute just like Fortnite take the L dance, man. Oh yeah, this is a teaching moment. Teach your kid to suck less. Doors slam, just like, oh, bro, that had to have been brutal. After that, they didn't really bug them too much about the car. I think they got the hint that if they did, it would just end up in a very similar situation. People don't take too kindly to people demanding things for free too often. I don't know why people just think that like, all right, you can steal fruit, you can steal a car if the person lives near you. If anything, you think that would be like even more of a reason not to do this type of stuff is because you're going to have to see and deal with them pretty consistently. You live close together. Thankfully, in this situation, they lived far enough away where they could just avoid each other and it really worked out for the most part. But dang, dude, moral of the story, don't think you deserve a car for free from someone that's not your family because you got good grades, because they don't care. Anyways, guys, those were some really good stories. Thank you to everyone who sent them in. If you enjoyed the video, it's a little bit of a longer one. I would appreciate y'all taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comment section down below, or subscribe if you're new and turn on those notifications. I post videos like this every day, so if you like it, definitely subscribe and turn on those noties. It would be sick. And beyond that, if you like these story times but want to listen offline or without gameplay, whatever floats your boat, I do post them on Spotify. A link to that can be found down below, along with a link to a playlist I made here on YouTube that has my favorite story times from the year so far. So if you need something to listen to while you're playing video games, hanging out, doing chores, whatever, please use that as well. But yeah, on that note, guys, that'll do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I have an insane story time that was sent in to me by a subscriber about this spoiled kid who lived in his neighborhood who ended up burning his house down and then got mad that his parents were mad at him about it. You know, call me crazy, but if I was ever unfortunate enough to burn my house down, I think the last thing that would be on my mind is yelling at my parents and making it their fault. Ugh, Mom, if you wouldn't have bought a house that was so flammable, none of this would be an issue. Either way, though, I thought it would be an insane story time you guys will enjoy, so without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so, you know, we've talked about it on the channel. You don't really get to pick the people that live next to you. If you have some crazy person living in your neighborhood, it just kinda is what it is. And this guy lived in a particular neighborhood with a spoiled kid on his street, and he basically just thought he was allowed to do whatever he wanted. And the reason he got that way is because his parents had to work a lot. I'm not gonna dunk on them for having to work a lot, but he was left home a lot alone. And when no one was supervising him, he would just get up to no good. And he was so annoying and just like so aggressive that it had gotten to the point where the subscriber who sent this to me and all of his friends in the neighborhood just banned him from being able to play any games with them because he always would be hyper aggressive. Like if you were playing tag, he would purposely try to shove you as hard as possible if you were near something, so you would like fall into it. If someone tripped and hurt their knee or whatever, he would always laugh at it. And after a while, they just got tired of it because he was just out of control, so they said, you can't really hang out with us anymore, like we don't want to play games with you. And listen, that would suck, but his response to being banned from playing tag with the neighborhood kids was to just go into his room in like the second story window where his bedroom was and just start shooting airsoft guns at all the kids running around. And when they went and told their parents, they go and knock on the door, but his parents weren't home, so he just didn't answer the door. He's just a very, very angry kid. I would love to know the logic on that one. Oh, they don't want me to play tag with them because I always get so mad and freak out for no reason. Better go grab my airsoft and just start blasting them while they're playing tag. That makes everybody want to play with me even more. And on top of that, but another reason that he was banned from playing tag with them, he was not only obsessed with like shoving people and just like being way too intense for a game of tag, but he was obsessed with fire as well. Like, listen, I think every boy has gone through the phase where you like to, you know, make a fire with a magnifying glass or whatever. Everybody has been there. I'm not saying fire sucks and it's like never cool. But that being said, it was as if the only thing the guy ever wanted to do was start fires, talk about fire, and look at a fire. There's a time and place for that. If you're camping and you want to make a fire, all power to you. But this guy would be like on the side of people's houses trying to make a bush fire 2 feet away from a house. And once the parents had caught them doing it, asked him what they were doing, and he said making a fire. And that's when the parents even got on the kids' sides and were like, yeah, I don't really know if you should be hanging out with that guy. Not only is he willing to just fight you if you go against him, but he's also trying to get everybody involved in the opposite of the fire department, but for starting them. And he just kind of gave off weird vibes. But whatever, one day they were all hanging out outside, and he walked up to them, and they started to get a little nervous, because whenever he walked up to them, he was either bragging about something dumb he was about to do, or like about to threaten them. And he starts saying how his parents were going to be gone for a couple days, so he had a bunch of quote-unquote science experiments that he was going to do. And his grandma was staying with him, but his grandma was really old and she couldn't really see that well, so he was going to be able to like do whatever science experiments he wanted. And everyone is just kind of listening to him go off about these science experiments, and they're like, okay, well, that's cool, good for you, man, you have so much fun with those science experiments. Just trying to get out of the conversation, you know, and you're just smiling, nodding your head. Wow, really? Oh, wow, so incredible. But one of the kids in the group he's talking to makes the mistake of going, well, what science experiments are you going to do? Which is a fair question. You just don't want to ask a crazy person that. Like, if you know the person is just known for starting fires and causing issues, the last thing you should ask is, what science experiment are you trying to solve? Because it's either going to be something nuts or you're going to regret asking. And he starts to tell them that, you know, he obviously loves to start fires. And they're like, yes, we do know that about you. You do love to start fires. But he's always wondered what would happen if he started a fire in his bedroom and if it would be easy to control. And immediately everybody is like, that's a horrible idea. That's a very stupid idea. Don't do that. Because that might actually be the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. I'm making this very clear. If anyone watches this and is like, I should make a fire in my house, you're an idiot. You are a moron. Do not do that. But for whatever reason, this guy thought it was a science experiment to try to start a fire in his bedroom. And I'm not really sure what the science experiment is there. Like, what's the hypothesis? It won't light on fire because it's in a house? Houses burn down, man. They can definitely start in a house. I didn't realize this was something people doubted. This is the equivalent of being like, I wonder if I put a pool in my house if it would still be a pool. Like, yeah, it'll still be a pool. Now you just have a pool in your house. But whatever, they start telling him like, don't do that. That's a horrible idea. Like, seriously, what are you thinking? Your parents are going to be pissed. Don't do it. And they don't even like this guy. They have a mandated rule not to hang out with him. And they're still telling him that he's a moron for thinking that this is a science experiment. But he's very adamant and starts to get defensive once they start pointing out how horrible of an idea it is. And he starts going off on this like monologue-ish speech about how he's doing it for science and one day they're going to thank him for his experiments. I don't know, man. I don't think anyone's going to thank you for this one, and I don't think you're literally doing a single thing for science. It's not like you're strapping yourself to a rocket to go to Mars for science. You're doing the dumbest thing I've ever heard of for science. Like, what do you think? They're going to put you in the history books because you lit a fire indoors? Maybe 30,000 years ago it would have been impressive when it was a bunch of cavemen just sitting around going, oh, fire, fire. But everyone knows how it works now, man. And on top of it, there's this magical thing called like lighter. If I want to start a fire, it's very easy now. The 21st century is fantastic. We have the internet, and we also don't need fires to keep warm. I'm pretty sure most houses that I can think of have a heating system. No, Mom, you don't understand. My room was cold. So why didn't you turn the air up? You started a fire? Can't believe someone would be this stupid, but he's very adamant that what he's doing is basically the greatest sacrifice for science he could ever make, and he's going to be in the history books for changing humanity. It'll be simple. When you go to the history textbook, it'll say, the world's greatest scientist, Isaac Newton. Oh my gosh, what a guy. Madame Curie, wow. What a genius. And this guy who started a fire in his bedroom, man, wow, what geniuses.
Anyways, the kid all mad that they think his idea is stupid walks off all pissed off. And like, I don't know what type of entitlement you have to think that you're justified to light a fire inside, but they decide that they're not gonna let him do that. And it's not like they want to tell on him. They're not like hyped about getting him in trouble, but at the same time, they're realizing that if they don't say something to his grandma that's watching him, that he could burn the house down. And they would rather him be mad that they quote unquote told than like him burn down his house. So they go over and they knock on the door and they're waiting for his grandma to answer. And it takes her a little bit, but she opens up and is like, hi, what do you want? And the way she says it isn't very friendly, so they're kind of off rip, a little bit confused, like, okay, we're just a bunch of kids knocking on the door. Maybe she just doesn't like answering the door. And so she looks like this sweet little old lady, and they start telling her, basically, your grandson likes to make fires, and he told us that he was going to make a fire in the house. We know that his parents are gone for a bit, so we just wanted to let you know so that way he doesn't do it. And they thought it was a pretty serious situation. You'd think they'd be grateful. Oh my, thank you so much. I can't believe my grandkid would try to do something so stupid. Wow. But no, as soon as they start
start mentioning that her grandson is going to be misbehaving, she starts going full Karen mode, which is probably why he thinks it's okay. Hey, your kid's gonna burn down the house, and then you get yelled at for telling them that their kid's gonna burn down the house. So she just starts denying that that ever happened. She says that she knows that they're making this up. Her grandson never said that he was going to make a fire inside, and that they were ridiculous for trying to make this up to get him in trouble. And they're trying to tell her, like, hey, we wouldn't make this up. Isn't this a really weird thing to make up? Like, what are the odds that all of us get together and decide to make up a story that your kid wants to make a fire inside? Why would we do that? There are so many better things for us to lie about to get him in trouble if that's what we wanted to do, but it's not what we want. And the grandma's having none of it, just like, you guys are trying to get my kid in trouble because you're jealous of how incredible he is, because he's smarter and more adventurous than you guys. You just want to see him fail. No wonder the dude had such an inflated sense of self-importance. Someone tries to warn grandma he's gonna burn down the house. Grandma's like, my grandson is a saint. Yeah, the saint of fire, maybe. Fire indoors. I don't know if that's what you want to be the saint of. And then she kind of explains her standoffishness, and she says that her grandson had already told her that all the kids in the neighborhood hate him and will lie to get him in trouble, which is not true. They would not lie to get him in trouble, but I think he realized his grandma's not from here, like the neighborhood. So if he just told her that all the other kids in the neighborhood are evil and will get him in trouble, she's probably gonna believe him. I mean, let's be honest. If you tell grandma that everybody in the neighborhood's mean to you, she's probably going to believe you. It's just like a grandma thing. Oh, my little grandson. But whatever, she's basically just confirming to them that this guy's nuts, hates them, and he's cooked up this conspiracy theory that the entire neighborhood is out to make up theories to get him in trouble. That'd be kind of flattering. I feel like if somebody was dedicated to the point where they're just making up stuff about me lighting fires inside, I'd be flattered. Like, that's some next level hatred they got going on for you. Anyways, she slams the door in their face, and they're just kind of standing there thinking about what just happened, confused, because they thought she was going to be grateful that they had gotten a tip off about the fire inside. And they're like, well, we tried, you know, like, at least we tried. If he makes a fire, then we can at least say that we tried. So they go back to playing their game, and they're doing their thing. And about 15 minutes later, they hear some yelling from the spoiled kid's house, and they look, and sure enough, the window he usually was shooting his airsoft gun from, he's standing there, and he kind of like starts yelling at them, saying, nice try trying to tell my grandma, but I already told her to not trust anything you say. And their response is just, okay, like, all right, man, we understand that you think this is a movie and we're some enemies, but we don't really care. We're just trying to hang out. Please stop yelling at us. And then he starts going off about how they're never going to be able to stop him from making a fire inside. And one of the friends that the subscribers hanging out with, the response to that is just, go ahead, we don't care if you burn your house down. And it was almost like he was just coming up with this plan to try to get them to like give him attention or whatever. Because when the guy says, go ahead, we don't care, his response to that is just, I really will do it, guys. I will make a fire inside. I will. And they're like, okay, we never said that you wouldn't, man. Go for it. No, guys, you don't understand. I really will do it. All right, no one's doubting you, dude. Go for it. And listen, it wasn't like they wanted him to make a fire inside. They obviously didn't want to. They tried to tell on him for a reason. But at the same time, they weren't going to get into some argument with him while he was yelling down from his window and be like, no, please don't do a stupid thing that you decided to do. At a certain point, you're in charge of yourself. It's not up to the people that you fight with all the time to keep you from making stupid choices. But whatever, he closes the window and they decide that they're going to move a couple houses down so that way he can't yell at them. So they go back to playing their game. A couple of the neighborhood kids come outside and they start playing Three Flags Up. And as they're playing Three Flags Up, they're not really paying attention until all of a sudden one of them goes, hey, do you smell that? And they smell the air and it smells a little smoky. And they start looking, and that's when they see, faintly right now, but a small little plume of smoke coming out of his window. So they're like, oh, maybe he started the fire, so they're just kind of watching it. And the smoke just starts to get thicker and thicker, and they decide that he probably doesn't realize it's getting out of control, so they go over and back, and they're knocking on the door, and they hear the old lady coming, and she opens the door all mad, and she's like, what? Keep in mind, the kid's room is literally on fire right now. The smoke is just getting thicker and thicker, and they're like, your house is on fire. And the grandma at first tries to deny it, like, oh, no, it's not. And they're like, really, look, come look. So she comes out, steps out of the door, looks and sees all the smoke, and immediately is like, oh my god, the house is on fire. And all the kids are like, yeah, we know, we just told you. And so the grandma starts screaming for her grandson, and this dude comes downstairs from where the fire is, acting super calm, and just looks at his grandma and is like, what? And she starts yelling that the house is on fire and they have to get out of here, and the kid just looks at her and says, yeah, I know. Calmly, as if this isn't an emergency situation. Yeah, grandma, duh, the house is on fire. Who do you think started it? But whatever, he says that he's trying to put it out, goes to the fridge, grabs 2 water bottles, and starts trying to head back upstairs. And call me crazy, man, but the smoke plume that was coming out of his window was a lot bigger than 2 water bottles. Nah, it's cool, guys. I got some Dasani. This fire's got no match for me. Trust me. I don't think that's how it works. So, whatever. The grandma grabs him and is like, you can't go back up there, and he starts yelling that he's gonna put out the fire and he doesn't want to get in trouble. A little late for that now. You might have wanted to think about that before you decided to light your room on fire. But the grandma runs outside, uses a neighbor's phone to call the fire department. They come and put it out, and thankfully they responded very quickly, so it wasn't like the fire had spread to the entire house. It was still structurally sound. It wasn't like they were gonna have to tear it all down. It wasn't like there was really a whole lot of damage to rooms other than this kid's. But as for his room, it was just destroyed. Like, even from the street, you could see through the walls. Some of the rooms had gotten some damage, you know, but sure enough, he had managed to light his room on fire pretty intensely. And while the fire department is putting out the fire, they could hear the grandma just yelling at him, like, what were you thinking? Why would you try to light a fire inside? What's wrong with you? And the kid was so spoiled and so not used to getting in trouble that, like, he kept talking back to his grandma and trying to explain that it wasn't a big deal, which, listen, even if you're a very spoiled person, let's say 9 times out of 10 you don't get in trouble for whatever you should get in trouble for. I feel like when you're watching your house in flames and your grandma's screaming at you because you lit your room on fire for some reason, it's probably just the time to shut up. But nope, apparently he was so used to getting away with stuff, he thought he could weasel his way out of this one. And then his grandma said the ultimate, which was she was going to call his parents and make them come back from out of town to deal with him. And the second that his grandma said that, his entire demeanor shifted. He was like, no, they don't need to know. They don't need to know. What do you mean they don't need to know, bro? An entire room in their house is gone. You lit it on fire. Even if your grandma didn't tell them, what, do you think your parents were going to come home, pull into the driveway, see like charred wood on the outside of their house and go, huh, I don't know, maybe we just forgot what our house looked like? I don't think you're going to be able to keep this a secret, even if you really want to. Once you've lit something on fire and the police come, or fire department, sorry, and put it out, I don't think there's going back. I don't think grandma could keep it a secret, even if she wanted to. And why would she want to? You gonna blame it on grandma? Mom, you won't believe it. Grandma got so mad at me when you were gone that she grabbed a flamethrower and lit our house on fire. But she ends up calling his parents and they're like, we'll be home right away. And they're sitting outside. They can't go back into the house. And the kid is just on the curb like, why did you tell them? I can't believe you told them. And the grandma's having none of it now. And she's just snapping back being like, because you were dumb enough to light a fire inside. I still don't know why he wanted to do it. Like, he said it was a science experiment, but I don't understand the experiment. What was there to figure out? Yes, you can light a fire inside. Should you? No. Can you? Yes. He really went full Jurassic Park. I can do it. Yeah, but should you? Well, we don't know about that, but I can build a dinosaur. Yeah, okay, and you can poop your pants on command. It doesn't mean that it should be something you do on a daily basis. About an hour later, his parents pulled up, and they're pissed, obviously. No one wants their vacation interrupted, and it definitely must have sucked to be, like, on the beach sipping a Mai Tai and get the call, hey, your son's an idiot and lit your house on fire. And they start getting pissed in the street, and the son starts being like, well, it's your fault that you went out of town. This wouldn't have happened if you went out of town. I don't know, man. I don't really know if you can blame your parents. I feel like most of the time they can trust that their kid's not a dumb enough person to light his own house on fire, even if they are out of town. Well, listen, I wouldn't have had to light the house on fire if you guys wouldn't have been an hour away. It's like, well, what do you call grocery shopping when your parents are gone for 20 minutes? You just feel the need to burn everything? Seems kind of more like a you thing, but whatever. They were going back and forth for a bit, and then eventually the family looks up and they see that the entire neighborhood is just out there watching this. And I don't know what they expected. I feel like if you are having an argument like this in front of your house that was just on fire, the entire neighborhood is going to be watching and listening. Like, duh, this is basically the best entertainment they're going to get. Not that it's entertaining their house was on fire, but them screaming at each other in the road. Just like a TV show, basically. One that you would think was too stupid. If this was the plot to a TV episode, everyone would go, oh, that's so unrealistic. Not for this guy, apparently. And they ended up leaving once they realized everybody was watching to stay at a hotel for a bit. The house did get repaired, but as for the guy who lit the house on fire, he didn't come back for a while, and that was because his parents decided to send him to a school that would be a little bit better for, like, I don't know, people who like to burn their house down, I guess. And usually I'd feel really bad about that. I'd be like, oh, that sucks. But when you burn your house down, I feel like your parents' hands might be a little bit tied. They've got to do something. Clearly, whatever they've been trying to do is not doing a whole lot of usefulness on the parenting spectrum. If you just think it's perfectly normal to tell grandma everything's okay before you light the house on fire. And can we talk about how he was like, no, I'm gonna go put it out with 2 water bottles. Thank goodness they caught him before he decided to go put out the fire with water bottles, bro. Yeah, hold on. I really think this Aquafina's gonna do the trick. I know the Dasani didn't. Either way, since he did play with fire, I can't really say I'm surprised he got burned. There's a CIA intro joke. I'm gonna put on my sunglasses now. Yeah! But I would definitely recommend not starting a fire in your house, no matter how much you want to call it a science experiment. It's just a really dumb way to guarantee you don't have a room anymore. But on that note, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would really appreciate y'all taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comments section down below. And of course, subscribe if you're new and turn on notifications. I post videos every single day. And if you like these videos, but you want to listen offline without gameplay, whatever floats your boat, I do post the audio over on Spotify. Check that out, link down below. Along with the new playlist I made here on YouTube of my favorite story times of the year, that can also be found in the description. But yeah, on that note, guys, that'll officially do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. Today I've got a story time that was sent in to me about this kid that ended up robbing his own mom and then like bragging about it, which has got to be one of the cringiest things you could ever do, and then be like, yeah, look at how tough I am. I robbed my mom. Either way, I knew it would be a story time that you guys would enjoy, so without further ado, let's get into it. So the person who sent this into me was a self-proclaimed super nerd. This story actually takes place because they were in the math club at their school. That's right, you know, an after-school math club, I can't lie, is pretty nerdy, but if you're gonna own it, you're gonna own it. You'll probably make a lot of money doing something one day, so good for you. And basically, everyone in this math club was an insanely nerdy individual, as you would expect. And there was one guy who was nerdy, but really loved to pretend that he wasn't nerdy, and I'm gonna name him Michael for this video. And Michael just thought he was the toughest dude to ever exist. Like, you know those Tough Mudder things where it's like the obstacle course? He would look at one of those and go, that's basically Weenie Hut Jr., because I'm so tough. He would always talk about how he was about it, and no one would mess with him, and if anyone ever dared hit him with some disrespect, he'd have to teach him a lesson. And it was just hilarious to everybody because this dude was like 5'2", in a math club, which has to be the least about it activity I've ever heard. And on top of it, his dad is like an orthodontist. But sure enough, at least one time, every time they would meet for this math club thing, he would be like, oh, you guys don't want to mess with me because I'd be able to beat you up. You know, I'm just about that life. No one could ever mess with me because I'm just, oh, so jacked, so tough, so aggressive. I can beat up anyone. One time I got into a fight at a bodybuilder convention, took on the entire convention and won, and everybody was just really annoyed with it. And so one day in the middle of this club, Michael is talking about how, you know, he's not afraid to kick someone's door down and take their stuff. Which I have to say is a very psychotic thing to be bragging about. Like, if you think it's a flex to tell a bunch of people that you're willing to commit a home invasion, I don't know what to tell you. But the subscriber at that point had just gotten annoyed with him and told him, like, dude, you are not tough. You aren't going to kick in anyone's door. Stop acting like you're gonna rob anyone. And immediately everybody else agreed, and they were like, yeah, Michael, not gonna lie, it's kind of cringe. Like, just agreeing that it's absurd to talk about how you're willing to commit a home invasion when you're in a math club. Like, okay, buddy. It'd be absurd, period. If you're going to commit a home invasion, don't talk about it in class, or just don't do it. That's a really horrible crime.
But, you know, he kind of called him out and said, "You're just not that tough. Please stop acting like it." And obviously he was like, "Yeah, dude, what are you talking about? You think you're tough?" And the subscriber said, "No, I don't think I'm the toughest person on the planet, but I'm not the person that's constantly rolling around talking about how tough they are and how they can beat everybody up and how they live a lifestyle based around danger and combat when we all know that you just don't. Like, you just stop." And he was like, "All right, dude, bet tomorrow I'm going to meet you at school and I'll show you some of the stuff that I've stolen." And everybody is like, "Wait, you've stolen stuff?" And he said, "Yeah, he steals stuff from people all the time and he's not afraid and he doesn't feel bad about it," which once again, just showing that this guy's crazy. If you're stealing a bunch of stuff from people and you don't feel bad about it at all, like, that's kind of on you. That should make you feel a little bit bad. "Nah, dude, I just robbed an orphanage. It was sick. If anything, the only thing I feel bad about is not having more of an adrenaline rush." And they tell him, like, "Don't do that, that's cringe." And he says, "No, you wanted to call me out, so I'll bring it tomorrow." So whatever, the next day comes and the subscriber is eating lunch with some of his friends from the math club. And up walks this dude and he has this like Ziploc baggie in his hand. And he goes, "Check it out, this is what I've stolen." And sure enough, in this little plastic baggie is like a pearl necklace, some diamond earrings, like a lot of very expensive looking jewelry. And his dad was an orthodontist, so I'm gonna assume that they had some pretty nice stuff at their house. So it becomes apparent to everybody that he had stolen this jewelry probably from his mom. So the subscriber calls him out and says, "What, did you sneak into your mom's closet and take her jewelry?" And he's like, "This is not my mom's jewelry." And the subscriber doubts him, you know, press X to doubt, and says, "Yeah, sure, dude, okay." And he's like, "I'll prove it's not my mom's jewelry and I'll throw it away." And they tell him, "Don't do that, don't throw it away, that's a horrible idea." And he's like, "I don't even care, that's how little I care about it." And he drops it into the trash can, gets up from the table and is like, "Bye, losers," and walks away. So at that point, they decide that they're going to grab it out of the trash. So one of them takes it out of the trash and they put it in their backpack, and they decided they were going to hold on to it because they just had a feeling that he was going to end up like either trying to look for it, his mom was going to want it back, and they weren't going to let him throw it away. I mean, if you watch somebody throw away apparently thousands and thousands of dollars in jewelry, you'd probably grab it out of the trash can too. I mean, you'd be stupid not to. Oh, that'd be disgusting. No, it'd be more disgusting if anyone ever told me a story about how someone threw a pearl necklace away and they didn't grab it out of the trash. That would be disgusting because you missed out on the easiest bag of all time, or at the bare minimum, grabbing like potentially a memento for his mom. I wouldn't recommend selling it, you know, I'd rather give it back to the lady who it belongs to. But I'm just saying, like, you'd be dumb not to. And if for some reason they're paying attention, he doesn't come back over to the trash can, so he had just actually thrown away this jewelry. And so the next week comes around when the math club meeting is happening again, and they're all sitting there, and they realize that Michael isn't there. He's late. And they're not really upset about that, because no one really liked hanging out with him. So they're all just starting their math club meeting, and about 10 minutes into it, there's a knock on the door. And they had a teacher supervisor for the math club, but because it was the math club, he didn't stay in the classroom with them. He would just go take care of stuff. He just kind of sponsored it. But the teacher comes in and there's a lady with him, and with the lady is Michael with his head down. And the teacher's like, "Hey guys, do you mind if we ask you a question really quick?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure, of course." And the lady introduces herself and she says, "Hi, I'm Michael's mom. Oh my gosh, I've heard so many great things about you. I love the math club. You guys are so awesome." Just a super sweet lady off the rip. And she says, "Apparently my son decided it would be a good idea to bring some of my jewelry into class to show off or give it to his science teacher for something. Like, he had given her some crappy excuse and had lost it, and apparently he had spent a lot of time in this room, so if any of them had seen it or heard about somebody finding it, could they please let her know? She'd really appreciate it, because it meant a lot to her. It was like a gift from her husband on their first wedding anniversary, just this super sentimental piece of jewelry." Which, listen, you should never steal from your mom, bro. Like, come on. Like, it's just wrong to steal your mom's stuff. But you should especially not steal stuff that's insanely sentimental and then throw it away. Like, he literally threw it in the garbage and it was some super sentimental memento to his mom. That's pretty cruel, dude. Yeah, mom, whatever. Your memories are basically garbage to me. I don't care. It's it's in the trash. And immediately all the guys knew that they had to say something. So the guy that had the bag of jewelry says, well, I hate to tell you this, but your son threw away your jewelry. Because he was trying to show it off because he told us that he was going to rob someone and he was pretending that he robbed you. And the mom's like, wait, what do you mean? Are you serious? Like, this isn't funny to joke about. And the only thing that really gives away that this is accurate and doesn't let Michael have any deniability is his reaction, because he just starts yelling, no, that's not true. No, I did not. No, I didn't. And his reaction is so over the top that his mom's like, wait, what? And then all of the math club kids, not trying to snitch, but just telling her the story, because at this point it was like beyond the seriousness of not telling, say that her son is always talking about how he's like gonna rob people and he's not afraid to commit all these crimes, and they called him out and said, shut up, because you're just not tough. And he said that he was going to rob someone and bring the stuff that he steals in, and so he had brought in this bag of jewelry, and they had told him that's probably his mom's, and he had proved that he didn't care about it by throwing it away. And the mom at this point is furious, and she looks at Michael and she's like, is that true? And he says, yes, but I can explain. And she's like, there's no explaining. You threw away something that meant something to me. I can't believe you would rob your own mother, even if it was just to look cool. You went into my room and stole my jewelry. You're in so much trouble when you get home. And Michael gets mad at the math club people and is like, why did you snitch on me? Which, listen, I understand being mad that they told, but let's be realistic here. You put them in a situation where they kind of had to. You brought in your mom. She's saying how she's so upset because the sentimental thing is missing and they know where it is. And his mom at that point is like, I'm never gonna get that back and that's all your fault. I don't know how you're gonna sleep at night. And Michael, without missing a beat, proceeds to still be the worst person of all time and says, I'm gonna sleep like a baby. Come on, man. Your mom just found out that you had stolen from her, threw away her expensive jewelry because you said you didn't care about it, and then she goes, I don't know how you're gonna sleep at night, which any mom's gonna guilt trip you after that, duh. And your response is like a baby? You don't feel bad at all about this situation? Not even a little bit. I would feel bad if I was in your situation, dude. How could you let your mom be that mad, telling you like, I'm so disappointed, yeah, whatever, lady, I don't care. Like, goodness gracious, this guy's on a one-way train to being the most entitled Darren of all time. The kid who got it out of the trash, though, said, no, like, you didn't lose it here. We grabbed it out of the trash because we knew something was weird about it, so we wanted to make sure that it wouldn't get lost. And his mom is insanely thankful. Thank you so much. I knew the math club was going to be smart, but you guys really saved my bacon. Just, like, being very, very thankful. And she turns to Michael and she says that he's going to be in a lot of trouble when they get home, which is obvious. Like, at this point, you know, Michael should probably be getting ready to not have his freedom for a bit. He's going to be in trouble, but he, in his mind, thinks that all of this is okay. Keep in mind, the only reason he got his bacon saved is because they grabbed it out of the trash. He just did try to throw it away, like there's no way around that, but he starts arguing with his mom, saying that, well, she didn't lose it, so he shouldn't get in trouble because it didn't get lost. And everybody in the room is just kind of sitting there thinking that's the dumbest thing that they've ever heard, and his mom decides to tell him it's the dumbest thing that she's ever heard. So let me get this straight. You think that it's acceptable for you to go into my room, steal my jewelry, bring it to school, to pretend that you robbed someone, and then throw it away. But because your friends saved your bacon, you should just not get in trouble. And he was like, yeah, pretty much. And I think they're glossing over the fact he robbed his mom to try to prove that he robs people. That's the cringiest thing I've ever heard. Like, technically, sure, you did rob your mom, but you're out here saying you're not afraid to kick in a stranger's door and steal their stuff, and your proof is that you went to your mommy's closet and took her earrings. I'm just saying, man, that's a little bit different than what you were telling everyone and pretending to be. Yeah, that's right, I'll take from anyone, even my own mother. I don't think that makes you cooler. I think it just makes you willing to steal from your mom. But his mom says, yeah, that's not gonna happen. You're gonna get in trouble. And Michael starts throwing a temper tantrum, being like, this is so unfair. They snitched on me. You would have never known that I took it. And she said, yeah, I would have never known that you took it, but I also would have never gotten it back. So you should be grateful to them. Because if I would have found out that you threw it away and it was thrown away and I never would have gotten it back, you would have been in more trouble. But you're still going to be in a lot of trouble because I don't appreciate that my son's going around pretending like he's committing home invasions on the daily. And his tantrum turns from his mom to the other people in the math club, and he starts being like, you guys didn't need to get involved with this. I don't know why you guys had to tell her everything. That was so messed up. And the subscriber reminds him that they actually only got involved in any of this because of him. They were just chilling in the lunchroom minding their business. He walked up with the bag full of jewelry. They never said, yeah, go steal stuff and show it to us. They had called him out and said that, like, you know, he's just not about it, so stop pretending that he's some big tough guy. And his response was to rob his mom, which is not a very big tough guy move. I don't think any, like, action hero, anyone that's ever been, like, a super tough individual has ever sat back and gone, no, I'm gonna rob my mom. That sounds pretty reasonable. Like, I think there's a little bit of a truce amongst everybody that's very cool, or about that lifestyle, that you respect your mom. And Michael's response to that is to start going towards the subscriber like he's gonna fight him. And so the subscriber is not a very fighting individual. As I said, he admits he's a very nerdy guy, built more for the math club than anything else, kind of gets ready to have to defend himself, and Michael starts like running over to him because they were across the classroom. But thankfully, somehow, Michael is even more uncoordinated than the subscriber. He probably would have lost the fight if Michael got to him, he admits it. But Michael ends up kicking like the corner of a desk, and it pulls with him, and he just eats crap. And when I say he eats crap, I mean he slams down hard. You know when you see somebody lose their footing and they start going down, and it's like their brain didn't register they were falling, so they don't get their hands out in front of them to stop the fall? It's just the sheer weight of gravity, I'm sorry. I mean, technically gravity do be grabbing you, so it's not that far off, but you guys get what I'm saying. Gravity just slams you into the ground. That's how this man ends up falling. So he goes forward, slams hard, and one of the things that slams is his face. And they're looking at him, and when he lifts his face up from the ground, all of the people in the math club go, ooh, because his mouth is now bloody, and his nose is a direction that it was not before, which is not a very good thing. You know, call me a doctor, call me a professional out here. Noses are not supposed to be bent at weird angles. I mean, maybe, but it was clearly broken. Like, it was definitely a broken nose, and he just starts yelling, ah, ah. And his mom runs over and looks at him and goes, what did you do? And he's like, I tripped. And he's just crying, and his mom and him leave. And they leave in a hurry. So the mom did thank them for getting the jewelry, but they dip out of there very quick to go to the hospital. So the mom's taking the kid to the hospital, they leave, and everyone in the math club is like, well, that certainly was not how I was expecting today to go. I think when you're hanging out in the math club, the last thing you expect is any very intense, entertaining drama. You're like, oh, wow, another real number. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Like, I don't know what you do in a math club. I'm just saying. So obviously they talked about it for a bit, then went about their business. But the funniest part was the next math club, because when they walked into the math club meeting the next week, Michael is standing there dejectedly with like enough presents for all of them, holding a big card, and he opens it and starts reading it. And it's a handwritten apology that he clearly didn't write but was being forced to read, saying that like, the math club has meant so much to me over the years. I have had some of my fondest memories in the class. You guys are some of the best friends. And the fact that you went out of your way to save my mom's jewelry was really cool. I really appreciate that. As a token of my appreciation, here are some presents that I have picked out for each of you based on your interests. Like, clearly just a script that his mom had made him read, but whatever, they didn't care because there were presents for them. So they go over there, and he openly admits it. He goes, I didn't want to get you this stuff, but my mom was grateful for you guys saving her jewelry. And they open it up, and the mom had gotten them all Elite Xbox controllers, which they thought was pretty sick. And I mean, reasonable. Think about it. If like the necklace, all the stuff that he'd taken is worth, what, 15 grand, them getting it back, so you spend like $500 $1,500 on controllers. It's a lot. It's definitely a gesture that says I'm very thankful for you. But considering how much money they saved by not letting that be lost, even before any of the sentimental value, it's fair. But still very nice. Like, you don't have to get anyone a gift if they get you your stuff when it's lost. You don't have to do that. The fact that his mom went out of the way to do that in the first place, very cool. I stan his mom. She's like an opposite Karen. Think about it. She was super calm and collected even though her stuff was missing, asked them reasonable questions, and then when they helped her out, she was like, wow, I will repay you with gratitude. That doesn't really happen a lot. I feel like now most people just get angry. But then he continues his apology, clearly something his mom had said, where he was like, you guys are some of the most intelligent people around. You're definitely a lot smarter than anyone like me who would be willing to rob his mom. And they decided at that point to mess with him just because he had been like, yeah, my mom got this for you. I didn't really want to. And he was just kind of acting like none of this mattered. So they were like, wait, what? We can't hear you. And he was like, I'm not going to repeat it. And they said, we didn't hear you. And we could just tell your mom that you didn't apologize. And he's like, guys, don't make me say it. And they're like, what? We didn't hear you. And so he says it again about how they're so much smarter than him and how no one that was as smart as them would ever be dumb enough to steal from their mom. And they're like, wait, what was that, bro? And they get him to say it 3 more times before he gets pissed, and he says, if you guys keep this up, then like I'll just leave the math club and won't come back. And the only issue with that threat is it wasn't really a threat. They didn't like him being there anyways, and clearly he didn't really like being around them. So the subscriber decided to test it 1 more time, and he was like, wait, what? And Michael turned red, and he was like, I'm done. I'm over this. I don't want to hang out with you guys anymore. Enjoy your presence, but I don't want to be around you guys because all you're going to do is make fun of me for what happened. And they were like, yeah, no, we probably will make fun of you. So he stormed out of the math club in a little bit of a tantrum again. And he didn't come back after that. That was the last time that he came to math club. I don't know how he explained that one to his mom. Probably that, like, they weren't cool with me after I robbed you. She must have understood that. I think that's a pretty fair thing to say. At least they got the controllers out of it at the bare minimum. And they did save that lady. She did not deserve that. I don't know why you would rob your mom. Moral of the story, don't rob your mom. And especially don't rob your mom and just throw it away. Like, that's the dumbest part of all of this. We've had stories before about kids that have taken their mom's jewelry and stuff and tried to sell it for Robux. But at least there's like a transaction there. This guy really stole all this jewelry just to toss it in the trash can. Makes no sense. Anyways, guys, I think that'll do it for the video, though. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I'd really appreciate y'all taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comment section below. If you don't know what to comment, just go ahead and comment necklace down below. It helps the video do better. And when you guys are seeing this, it's like 5 p.m. Pacific time on the day of this video. I'll be trying to reply and respond to as many comments as I can for the first 30 minutes, so hey, if you're here quick, be sure to comment. Anyways, guys, like I said, that'll do it for the video. If you like these but you don't like the gameplay, you can listen on Spotify, link down below, and there's a link to a playlist down there too with some of my favorite story times of the year. Check it out. But yeah, on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I have a story time from back when I worked at the movie theater, and a customer slash friend of mine did one of the weirdest, cringiest things I've ever seen. Actually, I won't even call him a friend of mine. It was more like a relative of a friend of mine. Either way, I thought it would be a pretty funny video, so without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so working at the movie theater was a pretty cool job. I mean, I got a lot of stories from it, but for the most part, day to day, it was chill. And I didn't really like working the concession stand personally. I would much rather have just cleaned theaters. I didn't really like dealing with people. I didn't like having to scoop the popcorn. I don't know why I chose to work at a movie theater. It's kind of like all you gotta do. But, you know, I didn't hate it. I could do it. I could talk to people fine. And one day I walked in and saw that was where I was assigned, was to be working the concession stand. So I go up there, and all my coworkers are like, dude, today has been insane. It's been so busy. There was a new movie coming out. I can't remember what it was. It was a Marvel movie of some sort. Those all kind of blur together. But whenever it was a Marvel movie opening weekend, it was basically the most chaotic scene you could ever
imagine to happen in a movie theater. Just like the lobby's so full of people, people are shoulder to shoulder. For whatever reason, 85% of people that come to comic book movies are fine, but 15% just decide not to shower, so the lobby starts to smell a little weird. But, you know, it is what it is. You just kind of got to deal with it. And so I'm working through this rush, and I'm not really recognizing customers anymore. Not that I ever would recognize them. But I'm just on autopilot. Like, my mom could have walked in and ordered something from me, and I would have just been like, okay, large popcorn, got it, got it. Like, I was just an autopilot. And I had hung out with a friend from my school a couple times, and he happened to live with one of his cousins. And so I had spent time with this guy like 2 or 3 times because I was hanging out with his cousin. I didn't know him very well. It wasn't like, you know, we had been besties forever. But I guess he had come in, stood in line, got to my line, and I didn't recognize him. Probably because I didn't spend a lot of time with the guy and it was really busy. So I'm just like, hey, what can I get you? And he just looks at me and goes, do you know who I am? And I'm like, no, I don't know who you are, but what can I get you? And he seems a little bit offended because he was with his date. And he goes, no, he knows me. He's just messing with you. And I wasn't trying to be mean. I just didn't really recognize the dude. He looked different. He had grown out his facial hair, so like he just did not look the same. And so I was like, I don't know who you are. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm not trying to mess with you. Like, what can I get you? And the only reason I was not pretending to roll with it and just kind of being like, oh yeah, you, is because it was going to take forever to roll with it. And there was a line out the door. So I'm like, I don't got time to pretend that I know you, bro. Just like, tell me what you want. And he goes, oh, I'm Dudada's cousin. And I look at him and I can kind of recognize him after that. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, what's up, bro? Like, good to see you. And he's like, yeah, can we get 2 large popcorns and a couple drinks and candy? And this man starts an insane order. And I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, you're going to be spending a lot of money. That's cool. I would not personally be buying snacks at the movie theater. Even after I worked at a movie theater, 0 out of 10 would not pay for anything at the movie theater except popcorn because it's just going to be fresh. Yes, it's overpriced too. Popcorn's so much cheaper at home. Yeah, all right. But like candy and stuff, just sneak it into the movie theater. Are you kidding me? You're going to pay $27 for a bag of M&Ms? Okay. I worked there and I wouldn't have done that. And that is how they make all their money. That is how they make their money. What was I trying to say? That is how they make their money. Like, they don't really make a lot of money off ticket sales. Most of it's made off of selling you crap. But anyways, I'm on a rant now. This guy comes and just gets a huge order, like probably well over $130. And so I go and get it all and I bring it back and I'm like, all right, that'll be $130 and like 80 cents, whatever it ended up being. And he looks at me and he goes, yeah, you're going to help me out though, right? And I'm like, what do you mean I'm going to help you out? And he goes, well, we go way back. And like, I don't know, I wouldn't call it way back, but I don't want to be the one to tell them we don't go way back because that's just awkward. Somebody's like talking to you, oh man, you're my best friend. I just really think you're the coolest. You're the closest person in my life. And you're like, don't know them that well. You're probably just going to be quiet and not say anything. You're not going to go, actually. So whatever, he's talking about how we go way back, so I should help him out. And even if we did go way back, I don't know what you would really like me to do. I can use my employee discount, sure, but there's no way I'm going to be able to use it on an order of this size, and you're not even like my family, and I'm not supposed to do it for my friends. Like, I would do it sometimes, but it's not like it was what I was supposed to do, so I'm not just going to do it for this guy. So I tell him, I'm like, yo, I can't do anything. My manager's been really strict about it. I don't want to get fired, so I can't help you out. And he gets a little angry with me, and he's like, come on, man, I know you can do something. Like, help me out. I can't afford this. And at that point, I get mad because I'm like, dude, like, if you can't afford it, why did you get it all? Nobody cares if you can't get 8 bags of candy, 3 large popcorns, 9 sodas, and like a theater. You're going to just buy the whole theater while you're at it. I don't care that you can't afford it, but why did you make me go get it if you can't pay for it? So I'm irritated and I tell him, well, if you can't afford it, then you shouldn't have ordered it, which I think's pretty fair. I don't think there's anything that wrong with that statement. And he goes, well, I thought you were going to be a good friend and help me out. And at that point, people are starting to like look over because he's starting to get a little heated. So there's eyeballs our direction. And so I don't want to cause drama. And I'm like, listen, I can't help you out. If you want me to put some stuff back, that's fine. If we need to like take stuff off so you can afford it, that's cool. And then he gets mad and he's like, are you saying that I'm broke? No, you did. You said you were broke. I don't care what you can afford or can't afford at the movie theater. You picked out all of this stuff and then went, I can't afford it. I'm saying I'm not going to help you pay for it, so therefore I'll take stuff off so it costs less. You're calling me broke? I mean, technically yes, but not something that you didn't say first. Hey man, I have no money. Oh, you have no money? Dude, why would you say that?
Obviously, though, it's becoming a little bit of a scene, and his date does not want to be having a scene, and I can't blame her. Who wants to be here for this? You're hanging out with somebody, and they just start getting into some, like, insanely petty argument saying that they can't afford all the stuff that they just picked out. You're like, please stop, please stop, please stop. But she says, like, hey, it's fine. Let's just go watch the movie. I'm not hungry. I don't need any of it. Let's go. And she looks at me and says, I'm sorry. And I just said something, not even trying to be smart. Like, all I said was, it's cool, enjoy the movie. And apparently he thought that was me being passive aggressive, and I wasn't. I was saying, it's cool, go enjoy the movie. Because he starts yelling at me that I'm ruining his date, and it's going to be my fault if he doesn't get a second date, and I better be prepared for his cousin to not be my friend anymore because I'm ruining his date. And listen, dude, I'm not in charge of you getting a second date, like, because I was gonna be the guy to serve you popcorn. If she didn't like you, that's on me. I just don't really understand, I guess. She's definitely not gonna like you after this. Yeah, everything was fine on our first date until we got to the movie theater, and he just started freaking out over literally everything, man. Anyways, he's ranting about how I'm ruining his date, so I stop him and I say, hey, I'm not trying to ruin your date. I don't want to be involved in your date. Just go watch the movie. It's cool. You don't got to worry about it. And he goes, well, give me my stuff that I ordered. And I say, I can't give it to you because you didn't pay for it. And almost like Groundhog Day, as if we were just going to sit here and literally do this for the next 60 years until we turn to dust. He goes, well, why can't you help me out? Like, bro, we just went over this. We literally have been through these steps. I'm not gonna give it to you for free. I feel like that's such a crappy position to put your friend in. Bring a date to where he works and then say, I can't afford this, help me out. And he's not even my friend. Like, even if my friend did this, I'd be like, well, that's not a very cool move. But I don't really know you, bro. So he's kind of upset, but his date, like, reluctantly gets him to leave. Finally, and they leave, and I help the next person out, and they're like, what was that guy's problem? I'm like, I don't know. And I think that's going to be the end of it. No big deal. So they're gone watching the movie, and in between, like, sets of movies, they kind of do them so that it'll be, like, really busy for an hour, and then you'll have, like, 2 hours while the movies are playing where it's kind of dead to clean everything, get everything ready to go for the next rush, and then you'll have a chill town. So, like, it kind of works in a cycle. And so if you see somebody walking out during the middle of the downtime, you know that they didn't like the movie, they're leaving, something's happening, and you're not supposed to talk to them or say anything, but you just kind of are aware that, like, oh, okay, what movie did they go see? Like, if I see a bunch of people walking out in the middle of a movie, I just know it's garbage. But whatever, everyone's sitting there cleaning, and I see his date leaving the movie theater without him, and it's only been, like, 3 minutes. So I make a mental note that he might be mad at me for her leaving or whatever. I didn't do anything, but I'm just like preparing for him to come over and start yelling at me about it because he did earlier. And I'm kind of just doing my thing, and I hear someone come out and come over to the desk where they take the tickets, and they say, hey, we have someone who's causing a problem in the theater. And they say, what theater is it? And they say, it's da-da-da-da-da for the Marvel movie. The guy was arguing with his date and she left, and now he's crying in the movie theater. And I'm like, bro, please tell me this is somebody else. Please tell me somebody else's date left and there's someone else crying in the movie theater, because this is just too much. You get into a fight with me. You keep the fight rolling with your date, who there's no reason to fight with, into the movie theater. In the middle of the quiet movie theater. She leaves and you're like, I'm just gonna sit here and cry. So whatever, the managers come over and they ask me and a couple other guys to go check it out, and we're like, okay. So I hop over the counter, we start going to the theater, we go in, and before we even get around to like being able to see where the seats are, we hear someone being like, I hate this theater, and we're like, oh my goodness, this is gonna be a crapshoot. So we come around the corner, and the oldest guy that was like in the group of workers that was coming in had a little flashlight, and he shines it. Sure enough, my friend's cousin is sitting
sitting there just yelling, crying, like snotty-nosed crying about how he hates this theater and we ruined his date. And listen, I don't know why he thinks we ruined his date, but I'm gonna give all of you some advice. No one wants to be argued with in a movie theater, especially on a date. I don't think people go on a date to try to argue. I don't think it's like, oh, I love dating because I just get to fight with everyone. No, I don't think that's on the list. And you don't want to fight with anyone in a movie theater. And I feel like if like my date walked out, hypothetically, I'm on a date, I'm at the movie theater, she leaves, I'm just gonna go home. I'm not gonna sit there in that movie theater with all these people. Bruh, they just watched my date walk out after we got into a giant argument. I'm supposed to just sit there and pretend everything's all good. He didn't even sit there and pretend everything's all good. He started freaking out. Like, did you think all the strangers in this movie theater were gonna go, oh my gosh, run after her into the hallway? Don't leave, he's so sweet. The flashlight hits him and he's like, what do you want? And the worker that I'm with, the guy with the flashlight, says, you have to leave, you know, you're causing problems. We've gotten too many complaints. I'm going to have to escort you out. And he says that he's not going to leave this movie theater because he paid for the ticket. And we would get this a lot. People on their cell phones, people that were just being nuisances, like, I'm not leaving, I paid. And thankfully, there's this pre-roll before the movie starts that's like, hey, just so you know, we have the right to kick you out at any time, da-da-da-da-da. So the guy I'm with gives him that spiel, and he's like, well, I'm not leaving. And at this point, what you were supposed to do, and like normal workers couldn't do it, but people in his position, managers could, was to tell them, that's okay, then from henceforth, I'm letting you know that you're trespassing, and I'm going to call the cops to remove you from trespassing. So he says that to him and he's like, you would call the cops on me for crying in the theater? And everyone else in the theater at that point that's trying to watch the movie but has this guy crying just goes, yes! And he's like, screw you guys! And he gets up and leaves, probably realizing that no one was on his side. And he left the theater. And so he leaves, and the rest of the day is pretty uneventful. And I keep, like, checking my phone, waiting for my friend to text me and be like, bro, what happened with my cousin? But it doesn't happen. And so a couple days later, I'm at school and I see my friend and I say, hey, dude, I'm really sorry about what happened with your cousin. And he goes, listen, I'm really sorry. Every time that guy goes out in public, he goes to a store, he goes to an event or something, he finds a way to get into fights with the workers. I don't know if it's like a subconscious thing, a conscious thing, if he just tries to like arguing to look cool or something. But he apologizes to me saying the reason his cousin's always hanging out at his house it's because no one likes going places with him because he always does this. Which I don't know what's up with that, bro. I don't know what type of therapy you need if you just feel a need to argue with the manager everywhere you are. I'm at the beach and I'm pissed because there's no management in nature. I don't know. I feel like arguing with the manager is the crappiest thing. If I have to argue with a manager, then like you basically have to be giving me the worst service of all time. If I'm going to get into it with the manager, 9 times out of 10, if the service is bad, I'll just leave. As for the work side of things, the guy who kicked him out thankfully saw it all and was like, nah, that was really crazy and absurd. Because otherwise they might have been like, what did you do to him when he was getting popcorn? I don't know, man. I just wanted him to pay for it. Overall, I would not recommend crying, getting to a sobbing fit, and fighting with people, especially on a first date. You know, it should be pretty obvious, but apparently it's not. On that note, though, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I'd appreciate y'all taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comments section down below. And of course, subscribe if you're new and turn on notifications. I've been back on the daily grind for a while now, so if you like videos like this, turn on notifications so you never miss another one. And if you like the story times but you want to listen offline without gameplay, whatever floats your boat, I do post the audio over on Spotify. Feel free to check that out, link down below. And there's also a link in the description to the new playlist I made for all my favorite story times of the year. But on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace. Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And as you can tell from the title, today I've got a banger. Basically, this dude's stepmom ended up destroying his PS5 to, like, piss him off / teach him a lesson. And as soon as I saw this was sent in to me, I knew that I had to share it with you guys. It's got drama, it's got suspense, and dare I say it, a little bit of comedy, so it should be a pretty fun story time for y'all. So without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so the person who sent this to me, their parents were split up, and the way that they had worked out the arrangement was that he would go to his mom's for a week and then his dad's for a week. And so obviously when you're spending a week at a place and then a week at a different place, you want to bring most of your stuff with you, especially when it's your parents' house. He didn't have any gaming consoles at his dad, but his mom had bought him a PS5, so whenever he would go to his dad's house, he would bring it with him. He had a TV in his room, he had controllers at his dad's house, so it just kind of worked out. But his mom hated the fact that he would bring over his PS5 because her kids didn't have a PS5 and he didn't like to share with them. They said that it wasn't fair that he got to play a newer console than them, and it wasn't fair that he got a PS5 and they didn't. And obviously, the subscriber is like, okay, well, life's not fair sometimes. I don't know what you want me to tell you. You guys don't take care of your things, so I'm not going to let you play my PS5. And you guys have game consoles, you just don't have this one, which is not my problem, like, play what you have. And to make it even more weird, dude, his step-siblings were older than him, which means they should have been more mature. I understand that age doesn't, like, automatically equal maturity, but imagine yelling at your little sibling that it's unfair that they're not sharing the PS5 with you. Like, it would just be kind of cringe. They were old enough to go get a job if they really wanted a PS5, but they would rather just complain about it. But they were complaining so much that his stepmom tried to put a ban on him bringing his PlayStation 5. She pulled him aside before he went to his mom's and was kind of like, you're not allowed to bring that over anymore. I talked to your dad about it and he agrees. And the subscriber didn't believe her, so he said, well, I'll just check with my dad and make sure. And all of a sudden, his stepmom started being like, no, you don't need to check with your dad. You don't have to do that. Obviously raising up the red flags and being like, oh, I should check with my dad for sure. Before, kind of on the fence. As soon as you say I don't have to, I do. So he goes to his dad, and sure enough, his dad has no clue what his stepmom's talking about, and they start arguing, and she's like, it's unfair that your son has better things than my kids. And his dad backs him up and is like, well, it's not his fault his mom bought him a PlayStation 5. He doesn't have a gaming console here. I'm not going to ban my kid from bringing over what he wants to bring over to my house. Tell your kids to deal with it. And she was like, this is so unfair. He shouldn't be allowed to bring it. Obviously being insanely dramatic. But eventually he goes to his mom's house and he doesn't really tell his mom about the situation. His mom already didn't like his stepmom and he just didn't want to make things more awkward or more dramatic. But he was pretty pissed off about it, and the entire time he's like, I'm bringing my PS5 back, that entire week. It wasn't something he was thinking about all the time, but he was for sure going to bring it back over. So a week at his mom's house passes, and during that week, his dad had sent him a text, like, apologizing for the situation, saying he was good to bring it over, they had talked about it. So he thinks it's all good. So he packs up his stuff, goes over to his dad's house, sets up the PS5, and as he's setting it up, his stepmom comes and stands in the doorway and starts going off on this like tangent about how if he valued the relationship with his step siblings and her, then he wouldn't keep setting that up, and he was really driving a wedge into this family and he was tearing them apart. Which, listen, this kid is not tearing your family apart. Your really bizarre hatred for his gaming console is tearing you guys apart. Like, if it's really this big of an issue, then couldn't he just hit you with the reverse Uno card and say, buy your kids a PS5, you're the one tearing this family apart? That would be unfair, right? Because, like, just get over it. It's not this kid's fault. He's not tearing the family apart and driving a wedge into the family for wanting to have something that's his. But he's just ignoring her, and soon his step-siblings show up beside her, and it's starting to feel like Cinderella, but for gamers. They're all like, we're going to get a PS5, or we're gonna get you in trouble so your dad takes it away. Just kind of weird, vague threats, because apparently he was destroying the family. And then his stepmom walked away, but his step-siblings were still there, and they were saying that, like, oh, we like it so much better without you, we don't like when you're here. And at that point, the subscriber's pissed off, and he turned around, and he's like, well,
well, guess what? I'm not here to hang out with you guys. I'm here to hang out with my dad. So as much as it pains me to hear that you guys don't like me, I'll be able to sleep just fine at night, like a little baby with a binky full of NyQuil. Probably bad for the baby, but it would sleep well. And he closes the door on their faces, which, I mean, best move to make. I'm not gonna lie, it probably felt pretty good. And he just starts playing his game, waiting for his dad to get home from work. And his dad comes home, comes up to his room, they talk for a little bit, and they hear that dinner's ready, so they start going down to eat dinner. And before they even sit down at the dinner table, his stepmom goes, "So are you aware of the fact that your son decided to bring over his PS5 when he came today?" And his dad is like, "Yes, I did. I did indeed know that he brought his PS5 over today because I told him that he could." And his stepmom like slams her fork down and just starts staring daggers at the entire table, like each of them. And it says something about how family units need to be about cohesion and they can't be a family unit if people are going behind other people's back. And his dad decides to argue back, which, listen, just don't argue at the dinner table, period. It's awkward. Nobody wants to see it. But his dad's like, "Oh, family units shouldn't go behind each other's back, like when you pretended that I gave you permission to ban my kid from bringing his gaming console to my house." And obviously, this is very, very awkward for all the kids that are sitting there. So the subscriber gets up and says, "I'm going to go eat in my room because I don't really want to be here. And I really don't want to be here for this argument. I'm good. I know you guys feel like this is my fault, so I'm just going to dip. I don't want to be here." So he goes to his room to eat, and as he's leaving, his dad's like, "It's not your fault," but he gets to his room and he hears yelling downstairs. And his stepmom is yelling loud enough, I don't know if it was on purpose or not, and neither does he, about how that gaming console is going to destroy the family. And obviously he feels bad about it. Like, even though it's not true, it's obviously crap. There's no way that this PS5 is single-handedly going to tear apart the family like an episode of Maury or Jerry Springer. It would feel bad to hear people that are supposed to be your family screaming about how you are single-handedly responsible for tearing the family apart. Either way, his dad was standing up for him, and his dad's response to that was that she was going to destroy the family before the console ever could. And then she screamed something about how she was actually going to destroy the console before it could have the chance to destroy her family. Very dramatic and over the top, kind of out of a soap opera. That console's going to tear our family apart, but that's why I'm going to destroy it. Either way, he hears them coming upstairs still yelling, and his stepmom bursts into his room and she says, "Where's the PlayStation?" As if he had moved it earlier, and he says like nothing, but he looks at his desk. So she runs over to the desk and she starts punching the PlayStation, like hammer fisting it. You know, when someone's banging their fist on the table, that type of vibe. But she's just pounding on the PlayStation. And he gets up and starts yelling at her like, "Stop it, stop it." His dad comes in and is like, "Stop trying to break the PlayStation." And she's not doing a whole lot of damage because she's just punching it. Like, it's not good for it, but it's not like it's breaking. And after 10, 15 punches, her hand is probably more hurt than the PlayStation. So she runs out of there and runs downstairs. But his dad's still in his room, and he's like, "What is going on?" to his dad. And his dad says he doesn't know, and he's really embarrassed, and he's sorry. And his dad says, "I'll leave you alone." So he leaves his room and closes the door. And he thinks that's the end of it, okay? His stepmom has come in and hammer-fisted his PS5. His dad is like, "I don't know what's happening." So that should be the end. But about a minute later, he hears a knock on the door, and he thinks, well, if it was my stepmom, she wouldn't knock. She would probably just barge in. So it's my dad. So he walks over and opens the door, which was a huge mistake because it is his stepmom. And as soon as the door is open an inch, she kind of shoves it the rest of the way open, and she walks in, and now she has a rubber mallet from the garage, and she grabs the PlayStation and just rips it off the desk. Cords coming out the back, one of the monitors falls over, and he's screaming at her like, "Stop, what are you doing? Stop, stop." He wasn't thrilled before, but now he's really not thrilled because, all right, eventually you would break a PS5 by repeatedly punching it. It's gonna take a while. A rubber mallet? Okay, that's gonna be a pretty quick job. Whack, whack, and done. No more video games. But she's just going off about how she's not gonna let this console tear her family apart.
and she puts it on the ground and she takes a swing with the rubber mallet, and by the grace of Grayskull, it misses and smacks into the carpet. And his dad comes into the room and is like, please don't do this, that's expensive, it's not ours, we didn't pay for it, it's his, don't break it. And she's like, no, I'm going to destroy it, I don't care what you guys say. And so to add to the dramatics, she picks it up and storms past them and starts going down the stairs. And now they're following her, but they're treating it like a hostage rescue situation. They don't want to do anything that's going to make her start smacking it with the hammer. So they're like trying to talk her down. Listen, you don't want to destroy the PS5, all right? That's not something you want to do. It's not going to be good for the relationship. It's not going to be good for the stepkids. No one benefits by destroying this, but she's just seeing red at that point, just psychotic. I don't care what you guys say, I need to get rid of this, it's tearing our family apart. Which it just wasn't. I think freaking out about it is what was tearing the family apart. Because a PS5 can't do anything. Like, if you left a PS5 in a room with a family not plugged in, you wouldn't come back 2 hours later to them fighting each other, trying to beat each other to death with pancakes. No, nothing would happen. It takes something to freak out about it for it to become an issue. But she starts to walk a little bit faster to the garage, and the door slams. They open up the garage door, and now it's on the concrete floor of the garage, and she has the rubber mallet above her head, like looking like Thor, ready to bring the hammer down and strike lightning into all enemies in a vicinity. An area of effect attack is about to go down with how hard she's going to swing this hammer. And all the dad and the subscriber are able to get out before she swings down the hammer is like, don't do it. And then the stepmom special, bro. She brought that hammer down. Stop. Hammer time, you know? MC Hammer himself would have been proud. And of course, there's just a crunch sound as the hammer smacks into it. Not a very pleasant sound to hear, and the subscriber just starts screaming like, what's wrong with you, you idiot? Why would you do that? But he runs over and grabs it and goes back inside to his room, and he hears them arguing, but he doesn't care, and he plugs it in and he tries to turn it on, and like the button turns on the light, but nothing comes on the TV. So something is broken, and at that point, he's just pissed. He's seeing red, and he's like, I'm not gonna stay here. I can't blame him if what was basically his prized possession gets destroyed. I can understand not wanting to stay in the house with the person that destroyed your most prized possession. So he calls his mom, and his mom doesn't even know what's going on because he's just kind of like yelling into the phone. She broke my PlayStation. I need you to come get me. She broke my PlayStation. I'm pissed. This is stupid. I hate it here. And his mom's like, all right, I'm on my way. So she comes, and when she's outside, he starts getting ready to like grab his stuff and go out to the car. And so he makes a break from his room to the front door, but as he's going to the front door, his stepmom sees him and is like, where are you going? And he says, I'm going to my mom's. And she starts freaking out, literally runs over to him, hands and knees begging, please don't go, please don't do that, your dad's gonna kill me, I'm sorry I broke your PlayStation, just stay, we can talk it out. And he's like, no, there's nothing to talk out, like the time for talking it out is done, we should have talked it out before you decided to destroy my PlayStation. I'm not leaving because of the PlayStation, I'm leaving because clearly I'm not welcome here. Your kids said it, you said it, and you're destroying my things. Like, I don't want to be here anymore, and I'm not gonna stay. And his stepmom, once again, just like, please stay, don't, your dad's gonna be pissed. Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't have a kid or a wife or an ex-wife. That being said, if like I did have a kid and then for whatever reason I was married to his stepmom and she just started breaking his things and saying he wasn't welcome, I'd be pissed. I'd be flabbergasted. Maybe it's good he will be mad. You had beef with a video game console and took it out by smashing like a 15-year-old's game console. That's what happened. You got mad at an inanimate object that didn't belong to you. It's the equivalent of stealing candy from a baby, basically. Like, what was this kid supposed to do? You're his stepmom. If you say, like, give me the console or you're grounded, like, he doesn't really have much recourse. When you run into his room with a rubber mallet and grab his console, what, do you expect him to jump in front of you? Oh, don't worry. I'll confront the crazy woman swinging around a mallet destroying things. That always ends extremely well. But he leaves, the begging doesn't work, and he gets in his mom's car and tells her everything. And obviously, she's pissed. She had been the one to get the PlayStation, and she had worked really hard to get it. She had to track it down. You know, they're not fantastically easy to get. So she's pissed, and then she's even more pissed because it's like, listen, you need to feel comfortable at your dad's house. If she's going to treat you like that and say that you're not welcome and your step-siblings are going to treat you like that, I don't like that because I want you to feel safe and welcome. It's his mom. His mom's going to be protective. That's what moms do. You know, they call it mama bear mode for a reason. It's not because a mama bear sees her baby bear being messed with and just like calms down. Excuse me, I'm gonna politely ask you to put down the baby bear. Thank you. No, it's like, whoa! So she's pissed and she sends his dad a text being like, you need to replace the PS5 by Monday. And on top of that, we better have a plan in place for how my kid's gonna feel welcome at your house because your wife is apparently shaming him and his step-siblings are saying that they hate when he's there. So you need to figure that out. And his dad replies and is like, we'll figure it out. I'm so sorry. I didn't want for any of this to happen. And even the kid backs up his dad. He's like, listen, my stepmom's crazy. There's no denying that. He did not pick the best stepmom in the universe. That being said, he did defend me and he told her not to smash it. Like, it wasn't like he encouraged the rubber mallet behavior. Hit it harder, yeah. And his mom's like, yeah, I don't care. They just have to replace it. And so that weekend, he's just kind of chilling, not playing video games because PS5 smash. And he gets a text from his dad and his stepmom. And the two texts are written very differently and kind of shows that there's a big disconnect going on. Because his stepmom is basically like, I will not be blackmailed into buying you another PlayStation. It was your behavior and your antics that caused me to get so angry and destroyed in the first place. Obviously didn't learn her lesson. Like, I feel like there's a very early lesson you learn. Usually in first grade, don't break other people's things. She just didn't learn that and just doubled down on the behavior. Like, he left. Your husband's mad at you because you smashed his son's things. So you're gonna double down and say it was his fault that you broke his stuff. He was like chilling in his room with the door closed and you went in with a rubber mallet and grabbed it and destroyed it. How is that his fault at all? But basically just kind of blaming him, saying they weren't going to be buying him a console. And his dad sent him a text very apologetically saying he's sorry for all this happening. And he's trying to track down a PS5, but they're out of stock everywhere. He was driving from store to store looking, which is sweet, all right? The dad driving from store to store to try to find it is a nice gesture. That being said, good luck, man. What are the odds this dad just stumbles upon a PS5 in stock out there in the wild? They've been almost impossible to find in store for years. I would have been pissed if that's how this all came together, is like, oh, happy ending. He found a PS5 in Walmart. Not because the person who sent this to me doesn't deserve a PS5, but I made a promise to myself I would not pay resale for a console, and I still have not found one. Sure, I could go on StockX and pay some dude who has a bunch of them, but that's not the point. That's not the point. He appreciated his dad looking, but by the time that his dad did find one, his mom had gotten him another one, which, swagtastic mom. She said, PS5 1, I got you. PS5 2, I got you. I guess his mom probably did feel bad. I mean, you buy your kid something and through no fault of his own, his stepmom breaks it. You might be like, all right, I'll buy you another one because that's kind of out of your control. But the benefit is his dad did find one, so he did get a PS5 at his dad's house. And to make it even better, his siblings couldn't play it even when he was gone. Like, he said, no, you can't go into my room and play the PlayStation 5. And they didn't get one, which means they could have had a PS5 that they were allowed to play when he wasn't there if they would have been cool. But because his stepmom broke that PS5, they had to spend the money on a replacement PS5 for him, which could have been their PS5 money. So they basically chopped off their own leg. And that's some sweet irony. Them just having to hang out knowing there's a fully functional PS5 in their step-siblings' room that they're not allowed to touch or use. Sweet, sweet, sweet goodness. Him and his stepmom still have a very, very tense relationship. She thinks it was wrong of them to buy him the PS5, which, like, we get it, you're mad, but maybe you shouldn't break things if you don't want to replace them. If it wasn't your stepkid, it wouldn't even be an option. Like, the only reason you can even try to say you don't want to pay is because it's the kid. If it was any other situation, you would have been forced to replace it anyways. Like, you can't just crash into somebody's car and total it and then be like, nah, you're on your own. You're either going to get a lawsuit or your insurance company's going to cover it. There's no other thing where I feel like you can break someone else's property and not pay for it. And if you are going to do that, then my goodness, I'm just not trying to hang out. Either way, rest in peace, PS5. Big old sad face, but I thought you guys would enjoy the story time. That'll do it for the video, though. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you did, I'd give a huge appreciation to anyone that takes a second to press the like button and comment down below. If you made it this far into the video, just go ahead and comment the word psycho in the comment section. It helps the video do better, and I would appreciate it. And we're on the daily upload grind, all right? I'm back to daily. The least you could do is give me a comment for the daily uploads. It's the least you could do. And if you're new, subscribe. Please, just turn on the notifications too. I know that was asking a lot, but other than that, if you like these story times, you want to listen offline without gameplay, whatever floats your boat, I post them on Spotify, link down below, along with a link to a playlist I made of some of my favorite story times for the year if you want something to listen to or watch. But yeah, on that note, that'll officially do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see each and every single one of you guys tomorrow. I'm out. Peace.
Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I've got a story time that was sent in to me by a subscriber about a neighborhood kid that he knew that was a little bit too addicted to Minecraft and ended up destroying his house because his parents didn't want him to play it anymore. I figured it would be perfect for the channel, so without further ado, let's get into it. The one thing that really sucks about having crappy neighbors is that, you know, you don't really get to do much about it. You don't get to pick the people that live next to you. I know how that is. Sometimes neighbors can be weird, a little bit crazy, and you're just kind of stuck with it because they bought the house next door. And especially when you're younger, it sucks to have like a weird kid in the neighborhood because you really can't do much to escape them. If you and your friends are riding bikes outside and the weird kid comes outside and starts telling you guys how his scabs taste, you really can't do much other than ride your bikes away. But even then, he could still follow you, you know? Nothing sucked more than back in the day when the weird neighborhood kid would show up and be like, "You guys want to know what the demons in my head have been saying?" No, not really, Jack. I really don't want to know. We're just trying to play 3 flags up here. I don't care about what the demons in your heads are saying. But that's another story. Anyways, the subscriber had a kid in the neighborhood like that. Not necessarily with the demons, just someone that sucked to hang out with. And I'm gonna name him Eric with a K, alright? It doesn't really matter if it's a C or a K, but I'm specifying. I don't want anyone to say the Scrubs universe lore isn't detailed. I'm specifying how the Eric was spelt, alright? I'm committed to detail. And Eric was the type of kid to get really hyper-aggressive for no reason. Like, if the neighborhood kids were playing with Nerf guns, he would just start chasing people around with the Nerf gun, using it as a bat, like the plastic Nerf gun, just swinging it at people as hard as he could. He would be chasing kids around with Nerf guns, swinging it like Babe Ruth. And listen, it doesn't matter how many times you smack everybody on the other team with the Nerf gun, your batting average isn't gonna go up because you're not playing baseball. Obviously, that type of attitude made him pretty unpopular with the rest of the neighbors. Believe it or not, people don't like being beaten with hard plastic during games where that's not the objective, or even in games where that is the objective. What type of games people are playing where they want to be smacked with plastic bats doesn't make sense to me, but hey, maybe people out there are, I don't know, into that type of thing. Seriously though, most of the neighborhood kids didn't really like hanging out with them after that. If you have a notebook where you write down how to make friends, go ahead and jot that down in the notes section. Don't smack people with Nerf guns, okay? Either way, Eric didn't really care if people wanted to hang out or not because he had gotten a new obsession and had stopped spending as much time outside as he used to. Minecraft was relatively new at the time this story takes place. It's a little bit older now. I think Minecraft came out in like 2009, so this is 2010, 2011. Either way, it doesn't matter because no matter what the game was, Eric basically treated it like it was crack cocaine. You know the Pee Wee Herman PSA where he's like, "Now this is crack." It was the same vibe, the way that Eric was addicted to Minecraft. You would have thought that someone had managed to put some nicotine on the screen. He literally would eat, sleep, and breathe Minecraft. You know the annoying people on Instagram that are like, "I eat, sleep, and breathe hustling. All I do is grind." That was him with Minecraft, but legitimately. You know, he wasn't even just hyping it it up for the gram. He basically was so addicted to Minecraft that if he could have, he would have legally changed his name to Steve, that level of addiction. But for some reason, it wasn't just like he was really, really into the video game. He started to think that some of the things you could do in Minecraft somehow also applied to reality. Like, sure, I think everybody went through a Minecraft phase when they were younger. Nothing that weird about that, you know. I played a crap ton of Call of Duty when I was younger, a little bit too into it, kind of cringe. But whatever, that just kind of happens when you're young. But he kind of reached the point where, yeah, reality started to bend a little bit. He was starting to have a Matrix moment. What if the world actually is a block game where physics don't exist? Dreaming that Notch was coming to him and being like, you will find Herobrine, my son. He is real. You are him. Minecraft is reality. You know, a level of delusion that you just hope nobody ever hits when they get into a video game. I think any video game, it would be especially cringe. Imagine some dude's insanely into Call of Duty. He starts like running around the hallways. Frag out! Some guy gets really into Sims, stops speaking English and only speaks in Sim talk. Like, no matter what game you're into, if it starts to change the way you look at the real world, it's probably time you wrap up playing it and move on to something else. And video games are video games. It should always be obvious that it's not reality. But out of every video game that you're gonna have like a reality bending time with, I feel like Minecraft is the most obviously fake. Graphics aren't good, you know. Not that it would matter what the graphics looked like, but Minecraft doesn't even look close to reality. It's just classic. Also, it's obvious it's not real because there's just blocks floating in the sky. That doesn't really happen. But either way, Eric started letting it change the way he looked at reality. And one of the biggest problems it caused, and the first time they kind of realized he was way too into Minecraft, was when he decided that he was going to tame a coyote. And listen, anybody who's grown up in the desert probably knows that, like, coyotes, for the most part, unless they got rabies or something, are way more afraid of you than you are of them. We're a lot bigger than them, they're pretty tiny, so, you know, there's not many situations where you have a chance to be close to one. And even though they are afraid of humans, it's not necessarily a type of animal I'd be wanting to run after and try to make my friend, because it still is a coyote, and if it bit you, it wouldn't feel very good. But for some reason, Eric had decided that Minecraft had really nailed how to make a wild dog your friend. You know, he was just going to be able to give it some treats, and then all of a sudden, the coyote would want to be his best friend. You know, in Minecraft, you can walk up to a wild wolf, give it some bones, and then it's just like, yes, I will be loyal to you until the day that I die. He decides that he's going to do that with a coyote, and the biggest problem with that is I just don't necessarily think that's how it works. Like, the only thing you might be taking home if you try to corner a coyote and throw treats at it is rabies or a hole in your arm. I don't think you're going to get the pet dog that you think you're going to be getting out of this, but hey, it is what it is. Good luck, bro. And Eric starts telling everyone in the neighborhood that he's gonna have a pet coyote soon, and they're all gonna be jealous because he's gonna have a pet coyote that will protect him, and if anyone messes with him, the coyote will attack them, blah, 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 blah. And obviously, people are asking him how he plans to go about getting a pet coyote, and he just explains that he's going to give it treats until it trusts him, and then it'll be easy to take him home. And when his parents see that the coyote trusts him, then they'll just let him keep it, because obviously, if you're a parent, you'd be totally cool with your kid bringing home a wild animal into the house and being like, no, mom, you don't understand. I gave him enough milk bones. He's really chill now. Like, listen, this isn't a Disney movie, bro. Snow White might have been able to make all the forest animals help her with chores, but I don't think there's any chance that that's how it's going to work out for you. I would have loved to have been like a fly on the wall when that went down, you know? Come here, coyote. I have treats. Why is your mouth foaming, little guy? What's wrong? Anyways, Eric is bragging to anyone in the neighborhood about how he's gonna get this pet coyote, and even though he wasn't very popular in the neighborhood, he had a lot of issues with people, everyone's telling him not to do it. Hey, that's a really bad idea. I wouldn't go try to make friends with a coyote. It's gonna end up biting you, da-da-da-da-da. They don't even really like the dude, but no one wants to see this guy go be an idiot and get eaten by a coyote. And listen, as much as I appreciate them trying to help Eric, sometimes you just gotta let survival of the fittest happen. If someone's dumb enough to think they can go give treats to a coyote and then they're gonna argue with you and you tell them not to do it, good luck, man. Hey, I told you not to at the end of the day, right? Eric is just arguing with everyone, saying that it's going to work because he had seen it work in Minecraft. Once again, not really understanding that the video game isn't real, but then he takes it a step further and starts asking if any of the neighborhood kids want to help him do it. And obviously, no one's jumping for joy at the idea of wanting to help this dude go corner a wild coyote and throw treats at it, because it wasn't a very fun mission. Not only was he not very fun to hang out with, but the mission itself was insanely stupid. It's not like he came along with a Goonies offer, hey guys, I found a treasure map, let's go find some buried gold. No, it was, hey, let's go harass a wild animal. When nobody jumps for joy to join him and to go on his mission though, he decides that he's just gonna set off alone, so he takes his treats, gets on his bike, and pedals off saying that they'll all see. Next time they see him, he's gonna have a pet coyote. And because he went off alone, nobody necessarily knew what had gone down. The next day, though, the subscriber's outside hanging out with some of his friends, playing football, and they see Eric come out of his house with this, like, wrap on his arm. And obviously, it's an injury. So they kind of ask, like, hey, what happened? What's the injury from? Did you end up getting your pet coyote? And he says that he did find a coyote, and he had chased after it on his bike, but the treats didn't work for it, and it had ended up biting him when he cornered it. Wow, who could have possibly seen that happening? Oh my goodness, you're telling me an animal was running away from you, so you cornered it and it bit you? Listen, obviously, I don't think it's great that coyotes are out there biting people. But what do you expect to happen? This is like those people that walk up to a tiger in the jungle and like slap it and then are surprised they get mauled. Yeah, I don't think a tiger should maul you, but it is an animal at the end of the day. You probably shouldn't be doing that. It's a coyote, not a golden retriever, but even if you freak out a golden retriever enough, it probably will bite you. I really don't know what he was expecting to happen. They ask for more details, so Eric proceeds to explain that he was on his bike on the trail and he saw a coyote, so he started chasing after it on his bike and it had started running away, as any animal would if you started chasing after it. Imagine you're a coyote just trying to do your coyote thing, you know, eat some trash, and all of a sudden some maniac is chasing after you saying he's going to own you now and he has some treats for you. You'd probably be freaking out running away too. Regardless, he ends up cornering it somehow on his bike and it's backed into the corner and it's snarling at him, not looking too happy, and he had cornered it in one of those areas where there's like the electrical box and the concrete walls around it, so it really had nowhere to go. And it's snarling at him, which is obviously a warning saying, do not get closer to me, I'm an angry coyote. But he got closer and tried to feed it treats. And when he reached out his hand with the treats, instead of taking the treats and saying, thanks man, it had bit him. And he had driven back to his parents' house on his bike and told them that it was a stray dog that had bit him, so they took him to the hospital and he ended up getting taken care of. But the entire time he had stuck to his lie that it had been a stray dog, not a coyote, because he was embarrassed and didn't want his parents to know what had actually happened. And listen, I understand being embarrassed, okay? You thought Minecraft was reality and you were gonna get a coyote to be your pet. I get why you wouldn't want people to know. But then why are you over here just telling everybody about how you managed to corner a coyote and then tried to feed it and are surprised that it bit you? I'm all for not telling people embarrassing stories, but if you don't want people to know the embarrassing story, you can't go around telling them all about it. After that event, though, they kind of didn't know what to say, so they just said, oh wow, that sucks, I'm glad you're okay though. And then Eric spent less and less time outside, which isn't surprising. I didn't think that him being bitten by a coyote would encourage him to be riding around on his bike even more. Especially because he was already wanting Minecraft to be real. If it wasn't real, then he could just go play Minecraft even more, and that's exactly what he did. He spent so much less time outside that he became basically a hermit. Started going full zombie mode, playing Minecraft as much as humanly possible, which, listen, I'm not saying Minecraft is the worst game to be addicted to, but isn't good for anyone. If you're playing any game for like 15, 16 hours a day, it's not good for you. That's kind of a problem. And his parents didn't support it, as his parents shouldn't. If your parents are letting you just play Minecraft for 18 hours a day and not do your homework and are just like, nah, it's totally cool, then they're not doing very good at the whole parenting thing. So his parents end up
up saying something and say that he's not allowed to play Minecraft that long anymore. They would make him go outside and take breaks from playing games, which is what parents have to do. I'm not gonna fault them for it, but every time Eric would come outside when his parents would kick him off Minecraft, he would act like they were taking away his human rights, man. My mom made me get off Minecraft after only 14 hours of playing. Isn't that ridiculous? It's my right as an American to play video games as long as I want. And all the neighborhood kids that were outside would be like, okay, man, listen, I know that probably sucks, but 14 hours is a very long time to be playing a video game. And he would just say that he hated it and it was so unfair, but it didn't matter because he would wait until everyone else in the house had fallen asleep and then he would go play Minecraft all night, which is once again showing that this guy is insanely addicted to Minecraft. I think everybody had taken their DS and played it late into the night. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But if you're setting alarms on your phone to like time your Minecraft playtime so you can play it while your parents are sleeping and then go and pretend to be asleep when they wake up for work every single night, yeah, that's a pretty next level video game addiction you got going on, especially if you're doing it after you convinced yourself that you would make friends with a coyote by throwing treats at it. And this went on for a while, and every time his parents would kick him out to go play outside and take a break from playing video games, he would get angrier and angrier about it. And one day he comes outside and is literally beet red, saying that his parents took his computer away and it was bull crap because it was his computer and they had no right to do that, even though his parents had bought it for him and he was probably like sneaking playing Minecraft at 3 in the morning and they caught him or something. He's raging, saying that his parents taking away his computer was basically the equivalent of them not letting him eat, which it's really not the same thing at all. One of them you need to survive, one of them you don't. And everybody that's listening to him rant really doesn't know what to say, but he is insanely pissed, just ranting about how they shouldn't have let him not play Minecraft. It's ridiculous, and he's gonna teach them a lesson. And if they're not gonna let him play, then he might as well just destroy their entire house because they don't deserve it anyways. When he says he's gonna destroy their house, though, everyone he's talking to cringes and tells him that it's not that deep and it's not worth destroying his house, which should be obvious. I mean, I guess it would be annoying, but it's not worth destroying a house over, especially when you live there. Kind of like punching yourself in the face. Like, does he realize if you destroy the house, you still have to live in it, right? If you flood the basement, you still have to live in it. You light the kitchen on fire, you still gotta cook in it. There's literally no benefit to destroying anyone's house if you don't live there, because destroying someone's home is next level, but destroying your own home is especially stupid. Next level stupid. It'd be like buying a car to crash it. No one would learn a lesson but you. Yep, cars still crash even if you're an idiot. Anyways, Eric isn't having it though, and says that when his parents go to work, he was gonna destroy the house. Then it was spring break, so there was going to be a couple days this week where all the kids would be home while the parents were gone at work, and everyone in the neighborhood tells Eric not to do it. They say, look, dude, it's really gonna mess up not only your house, but your parents are gonna be even angrier if you destroy everything, so just don't do it if you actually want to be able to play Minecraft more. But they're not close enough to say a whole lot more than that. They don't actually have any pull over him because no one really knows him or is close to him, so they can't really tell him what to do. So he goes back inside pretty confident that, nope, this is the right idea. I'm gonna destroy my house. And the next day, everyone is hanging out because it's spring break and everyone's home for the week, and they're outside playing football. And Eric comes outside of his house beaming from ear to ear, but not like a good smile, a creepy smile. That 500-yard stare, you know, just looking like he definitely just robbed a bank or something. And he's giggling a little bit, but it's a creepy giggle, the type of giggle where you know whatever he thinks is funny isn't that funny. He's gonna be the only person that finds it entertaining. And as he gets closer, it's pretty obvious that he had gone insane on something in the house because he's covered in this white dust. So either he has the worst dandruff of all time and is just shedding skin from the top of his head at a rate that has never been seen, or he's covered in drywall from destroying the house. And as he gets closer, he says that, oh, my living room is destroyed, and he's still smiling as he says it. And that creeps out everybody because why would you be so happy that your living room is destroyed? And one of the other guys in the group says that he doesn't believe that he destroyed his living room and he hopes that he was kidding.
And Eric pulls out his phone and decides that he's going to show them proof. So he goes to photos and turns the phone, and what everybody sees on the screen leaves them shocked. On the screen is photos of his living room, or I guess it would be better to say what's left of his living room, because there are huge holes in the drywall. It's never good to have holes in drywall. I would say it's one of those things that you don't want to have. Holes in the wall, I would say, ranks up there as something you don't want to have in your house. But it's not like there was just little holes where he had punched a hole in the wall. It looked like he had punched into the wall, spread out his hand to grab it, and then like yank it off the wall. There's literally chunks of drywall missing in the living room. The floor is just covered in pieces of it. But it's not like he just stopped at destroying the drywall either. No, apparently he was so mad about not being able to play Minecraft that he had to take it to a level even further than just destroying the drywall, because he had started to rip up giant chunks of the carpet in the living room and ruined it. I mean, just grabbed huge pieces and just ripped it up. Not the entire carpet, but just had like pulled out a foot of carpet here, 2 feet of carpet there, just absolutely ruined it. And then he slides to a different photo, which is of a different angle, and it shows that the carpet and the wall aren't the only things he's messed with either. Apparently, he had decided to take paint to the couch, because it looked like it had been an insanely nice leather couch at one point. Looked pretty comfortable, and now it's just covered in paint from Eric's little rampage. On this leather couch in paint, he had written that it was so unfair or something like that. Which, yeah, okay, man, it was really unfair that they didn't want you on Minecraft 14 hours a day, so you decided to destroy their entire living room as payback. I'm not saying that I'm in charge of the scales of justice, but even if you think being banned from Minecraft was insanely unfair, destroying the living room is more unfair. I don't think it's very even. One of them is for your own good, because you just don't need to be doing anything for 15 hours a day, and one of them is expensive and destructive and makes everyone not feel safe in the home. And the rest of everyone that he's showing the pictures to tell Eric that it wasn't cool, and he's surprised that they don't think it was the coolest thing ever. Which, obviously, a bunch of strangers aren't going to think it's a good idea to destroy your living room, Eric. And he tries to explain to them that they don't understand. His parents took his computer away and wouldn't let him play Minecraft, so he had to teach him a lesson. I'm gonna say that I disagree with that. Sure. You're really mad that they took away your computer, so you destroyed the living room. Say it again very slowly. If you can repeat that 5 times and don't notice a problem, then there's no helping you anyways. Yeah, I said it 5 times slowly, but I don't get what the issue is. My parents deserve to have their home destroyed. Sure, I have to use the living room too, but I don't regret it. If you don't notice the problem, man, then you're even dumber than I thought. And everyone is stunned by what he's showing them, so the subscriber decides to ask him a question and asks, what are you gonna do when your parents get home and they see this? Which is a fair question. You thought they were mad before because you were playing too much Minecraft. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say they're not gonna take too kindly to the whole living room being destroyed with "it's so unfair" written on the couch. But Eric doesn't really have an answer to that question, probably hadn't thought that far ahead, because he just says something about how they'll have to let him play Minecraft more now. And someone else chimes in and asks Eric another fair question, which was, why would they let him play more Minecraft now? Seriously, it's probably the most poorly thought out plan in history if you want your PC back. Should have decided to do some extra chores, maybe clean your room or something, write a letter apologizing. I don't think destroying the entire house is gonna get them more on your side. Listen, Mom and Dad, I thought you guys were drastically unfair. So now I've forced you into a situation where you have to max out the credit card. Deal with it, you absolute morons. And as everyone's telling him that his parents are going to be more pissed and it's not actually going to get him any more Minecraft time, Eric finally gets all wide-eyed because his brain is registering the situation at hand and that it's not going to look very good to anyone. So he starts asking everybody if they would help him. It was like once they pointed out that he was going to get in trouble, it clicked. And he's desperate. Guys, please help me fix the house. I really need help. Come on, you guys gotta help me get out of trouble. And none of these guys know how to fix a house. It's not like they're drywall repairmen. Even if they did know how to fix it, I'm sure fixing a small hole in the drywall is easy. Once you start ripping off entire panels of drywall and ripping up carpet, I think it's a little bit above the standard person's pay grade in terms of what they can repair.
And they don't really want to get involved. The last thing you want to do is have a situation where Eric throws you under the bus. And to make matters even worse, it's not like it's the middle of the morning anymore, it's late afternoon. So everyone's parents are going to be home in about 2 hours. So no, they don't want to be involved, and it's up to him to fix it. So he starts freaking out, saying that he's going to find a way to avoid getting in trouble, and runs back into his house. And everyone is left standing there like, wow, that guy's probably screwed. And they probably wouldn't have helped under any circumstance, but they're especially not going to help when the parents are only an hour or two away from coming home, because you don't want to be involved in that. Imagine Eric's parents come into the living room all destroyed and all of them just trying to fix it. They're trying to like glue the carpet back together. We're out of Elmer's glue. We used 9 bottles. Oh, hey, your parents are home. I think Eric and his stupid Bob the Builder crew would have gotten in more trouble trying to fix it together. And to be honest, I just wouldn't want to be there when they start yelling at him for destroying the living room. About 4 hours later, though, they know Eric's parents got home and have decided to start arguing with him because they hear yelling. They were in one of their other friends' backyard that was 2 houses away from Eric's house when they start hearing yelling about like, what did you do? And then Eric yells back about how he wanted to show them why he should be able to play Minecraft more, which is a classic situation. I think everyone's been there, let's be honest. If you have never destroyed your living room to try to earn some more Minecraft time, you're not an American. Anyways, there's a bunch of screaming back and forth, and Eric is not doing a very good job at winning the argument. He's getting shredded because there's really no way to win that argument. How do you prove to your parents that destroying the living room was a good response to them saying you couldn't play Minecraft? So because he's losing, I think he decided to try to escape, so he goes into the backyard, and his parents follow him out there to talk to him. And now they're yelling in the backyard, which makes it a lot easier for them to hear from one backyard over. And as they're going back and forth, Eric starts yelling out that he's gonna go live with his grandma so that he could play more video games, and his mom yells back that he can go ahead because his grandma has no Wi-Fi anyways. And so if he went there, he'd be playing even less video games. And then Eric started yelling at his mom that it was unfair, and if he moved into his grandma's house, they had to pay for the Wi-Fi. Like, what, dude? Okay, you're gonna demand to basically run away, not live with your parents. And then you're also gonna demand that they start picking up the bills so you can continue to play Minecraft at the new house you live at. Yeah, seems fair to me. They're probably gonna be really on board with that one, especially because they're about to have to shell out a bunch of money to fix everything you broke in the living room. What's even more money on top of that, you know? If they really loved you, they would definitely pay for your internet. After that, they ended up going back inside, so the yelling wasn't as clear anymore, and it stopped about an hour later, and Eric didn't end up moving out. He still lived there. But he obviously got in a metric crap ton of trouble, definitely didn't make a good case to end up playing more Minecraft, and he didn't really come outside to play anymore after that. He got a lot weirder at school and just kind of avoided everyone in the neighborhood as if they had the bubonic plague. I don't know if that was more from embarrassment or just thinking that they were haters or what. They don't understand how serious Minecraft can be. The sheer fact that they don't support me and needing to destroy my parents' house to earn more gaming time is why I don't hang out with them. I don't need unsupportive losers in my life. Overall, I would just recommend not destroying your house over Minecraft. It's never gonna help you win an argument with your parents to destroy a bunch of stuff and then be like, hey, if you guys would have just let me do what I wanted, I wouldn't have destroyed anything. If anything, you're just gonna prove their point on why you should not have access to it anymore and look addicted. This guy basically had a Minecraft crack problem. I'm willing to destroy my house if it means getting more of it. Like, okay, yeah, taking away the PC was a good idea. Usually in these stories, the parents that hate video games are over the top, but I think in this situation, they didn't even do anything that bad. Hey, you can't play for 14 hours a day. What? Are you serious right now, Mom? Are you for real? How am I supposed to find diamonds if I'm not playing at least 27 hours a day? I actually want to invent something to slow down the rotation of the earth so days take even longer. So that way I can play even more Minecraft. And if you don't let me, then I'm gonna burn the house down, alright? Last time it was the living room. This time it's pyromania. You don't understand, Mom. I will never become a PvP god if you keep trying to prevent me from gaming 19 hours a day. I'm just saying, I know playing video games all day, every day is fun, but like staying up all night, every night, having a timer to know when your family goes to sleep, that's just next level. I would not recommend taking it that far. It just makes you look like you've got a problem. Anyways, guys, that'll do it for the video, though. If you did enjoy it, I would really appreciate y'all taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what you thought. I've been trying to make the videos longer and longer. This is the second 30-minute video this week, so if you could press the like button to let me know you guys like the longer videos, I would really appreciate it. And also, I didn't want to do it too early in the video. It's also my birthday, so you have to press the like button. I'm guilt tripping all of you because it is my birthday. You have to like and comment, all right? I get to do this once a year, so I'm pulling out the big guns. After you press the like button, go ahead and comment Minecraft down below. I would greatly appreciate it. It just helps the video do better and hit recommended, and obviously I like views because I do this as a job, and views equals money. And rumor has it that if you like and comment on the video, you get a metric crap ton of swag points. I've tested it myself, so go ahead and check it out. And if you're new and you're not subscribed to the channel, then be sure to subscribe and turn on those notifications so you never miss another video. I post one of these every other day. And one other thing I wanted to announce, a lot of you guys have said you want like the reaction stuff back. My third channel, Scrubby, I've been posting once, twice every day, just kind of reacting to news articles and stuff, so feel free to check that out. And other than that, I also do post the audio versions of my story times on Spotify, so if you want to check that out, a link can be found in the description. And there's also a playlist that I made with some of my favorite story times of the year so far, so if you're doing homework, you know, playing video games, want something to listen to, feel free to check that out, link also down below. And on that note, thank you all so much for watching. As I said, like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. And on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. Today's story time was sent in to me by a subscriber, and it's about a time that they got to absolutely eviscerate their douchebag of a boss after he fired one of their coworkers for no reason. Pretty swag story if you ask me. I thought you guys would find it entertaining, so that's what we're going to be talking about today. And without further ado, let's hop right into it. Alright, so the person who sent this in to me works at a fast food restaurant, which, you know, isn't necessarily their favorite job on the planet, but they get paid to do it, so it is what it is. And everything was going pretty okay until the owner of the franchise decided to make his nephew the manager. Pretty nepotistic hire, only hired him because he was his nephew, immediately gave him the manager role when he had never worked there a day in his life. And to top it all off, the nephew himself was a little bit of a douchebag, and by a little bit, I mean a lot of bit. He was insanely controlling. Like, for example, he would tell them to go clean the bathroom, and they would go clean the bathroom, and as they were cleaning the bathroom, he would come in and be like, yeah, I don't like the way you're wiping the mirror clockwise, you need to go counterclockwise. And then he would flick water all over it so they had to clean it again, and be like, I didn't like the way you did that. That level of controlling. He would time everything in terms of like how long they had to go to the bathroom. They could only be in the restroom for 5 minutes at a time any longer, and he would come in and be like, what are you doing? Just a manager who had no idea how to actually effectively be a manager, probably because he had no experience working either. His uncle just decided to hire him as the manager with no experience. I just feel like that's not something I would ever want to do. I'm not saying I would be opposed to like working as a manager, but I would never want to manage anything that I don't know. I've never worked at a fast food restaurant. If I try to tell people how to make a cheeseburger in a timely fashion, it's not gonna go as fast as it probably could because I don't know crap about it. Why would you want a job where you're just immediately a manager with no experience? That just sounds like a recipe for disaster. Either way though, the staff just kind of realized they were gonna have to deal with it because there was no way he was gonna get fired, so most of them just got used to it and dealt with a bunch of the bullcrap rules. Some people quit, but not that many people wanted to quit yet. And there was one coworker in particular that was a super hard worker, and he was kind of like the de facto manager because everyone hated the real manager. Like if he asked somebody to do do something, they would do it, no questions asked, because he just worked a lot and everyone respected him, and he never was like, hey, you need to do what I say because of da-da-da-da-da. He never did illogical things. And his name was Alec, and he was working an average of 60 hours a week. Now, that's 20 hours more than a normal full-time job. And I'm not saying people don't work 60 hours a week. I know probably a lot of people watching this video, you or your parents have had to work that much before, but like, if you can do that consistently, you're a really hard worker. That's impressive. I think working 40 hours a week is like a full schedule. Willingly working basically a full and a half time job is not an easy thing to do. So he was a very hard worker, and because he was working all the time, he was pretty good at running the store. So everyone kind of looked to him as their default leader. And for some reason, one day, Mr. Douchebag is on a mega power trip, and he decides that he's going to change the script for how they're supposed to interact with the customers. Now, there is a script that corporate usually gives them. It's not very good. It's kind of clunky. So up until that point, they were just kind of allowed to say whatever they wanted. And obviously, you couldn't look at the customer and be like, hey, you're ugly, what do you want, you know? But as long as you were polite and respectful, there's really no issue. If someone says hey and another person says hi, it doesn't matter as long as they buy food. But the manager decides that he's going to come up with a new script for how they have to interact with the customers. And it's not a good script at all. The default one was already too long and kind of clunky, but the one that he invented was like a 5-minute dissertation PowerPoint speech that he wanted done this exact way with every single customer. And it wasn't even like it was just long. I mean, it being long is probably a problem. It's called fast food for a reason. I don't want to hear a speech from your workers, no offense. I just like don't need a 1-minute introduction before you even ask me what I want to order. So on top of that though, it didn't flow well. It was like the guy had never written a script before. Like it would open up, what can I get you to drink? And then like specials for 30 minutes and then ask what size they wanted the drink, like just interrupting things. It made no sense. If you actually tried to use what he had wanted them to use and written out on a customer, they would probably think you were having a stroke. Hey, can we just focus on one thing at a time? You're like, no, we cannot. What? How many nuggets do you want? I didn't even ask for nuggets. Okay, so 0 hamburgers plus or minus 8. They're like, what is happening? Just pretend you're having a malfunction, put some firecrackers behind your ears so sparks start flying out of your head. I've gone offline. BurgerBot needs to be rebooted. Anyways, he comes up with this garbage script that it would be very, very annoying to have to use to actually interact with people, and no one wanted to use it, so they didn't use it. They kind of were like, all right, I appreciate that you made this, and then went back to doing what they normally do. And keep in mind, it's not like the store is doing bad. It's always busy. It's always got people in it. They always are breaking their like sales to every other franchise in the area. You know how they kind of compare them? They're always one of the better ones, so there's just no problem at hand. I could understand being a manager to come in and make a bunch of changes if it's like the only unprofitable franchise in the entire country. I get why you would need to change a lot, but if everything's going good, I just don't understand why you would want to come in and rock the boat, especially if you have no experience. Like, oh, okay, this place is making a lot of money. Awesome. I'll do everything in my power to make sure it doesn't make as much money. Okay? And his uncle was like, ugh, you're such a brilliant business mind. Anyways, no one was using the script, and it was a pretty busy time in the middle of a rush, so there's just a bunch of people in line, and Alec kind of goes back to muscle memory and starts using what he normally says to people. But the manager is close and hears him not using the script when he's interacting with a customer. And like I said, Alec was unofficial manager, so everyone on shift really respected him. So they weren't too thrilled when the manager walks up to him in the middle of him interacting with the customer and starts yelling at him for not using the script. And I think the script is stupid, but if you're gonna enforce it, if you really want people to use your script, then you still shouldn't go yell at them in front of the customer. It doesn't make you look like a good manager. It makes you look like a jerk, and it doesn't make your employees look good. It makes the customer think that you can't even trust your employees, so why should they? It's just really dumb, especially in the middle of a rush. Like, you're gonna take someone off a cash register to be really mad at them because they didn't use the pre-approved sentences that you liked. This is basically like what corporations become in Borderlands, you know, where they own entire planets. They want to control what you say down to every letter. Off-topic reference, I'm sorry. But the manager just starts going off on Alec. He starts saying that he's a moron if he doesn't have the brain power to memorize something, he should just say so. He probably doesn't have the brain power to give people change, so he'll keep an eye on it. Just going off on him, way meaner than he had to be. Like, listen, if you're the manager, they're not your family, bro. You shouldn't even talk to your family like that, but like, you kind of have to talk to them with some level of respect. But he's just talking to Alec like he's an idiot. And keep in mind, Alec is working 60 hours a week. He's kind of got the store on his back. If the store was Yoda, all right, then Alec is Luke and they're trudging through the swamp because he's just got him on their back. He's carrying it. And Alec isn't too fond of being laid into in front of the customers because who in their right mind would enjoy that? No. Please keep screaming at me in front of everybody. I really enjoy it, especially when it's hundreds of strangers that are hungry and just want their lunch and you're interrupting this. And so douchebag manager says something to the effects of like, you either use my script or there's going to be consequences. And Alex said, I'm not going to use your script. And that's all he said. He didn't say, I'm not going to use your script and then spit in his face and say like, I hope that you are cursed forever. He didn't, shove him. He didn't slap him. There was nothing. He just said, I don't want to use your script. So the douchebag manager just screams in front of everybody once again that he's fired and to get out right now and to never come back, and he'll mail him his last paycheck. There's no reason for him to ever come back into the store. And Alec is kind of flabbergasted because he's never had an issue with the manager before. He works a lot and usually just keeps his mouth shut. And on top of it, he's like, you're going to fire me when I'm the one working all these hours? Like, all right, dude, fine. But one of the coworkers, not the subscriber, but another one of the coworkers says something to the effect of like, you can't do that, you can't just fire him with no notice in the middle of a rush. And the manager at this point is full on power tripping, dude. If he were on a run, he'd be smacking the floor every 2 feet because he's just tripping. And he turns to the person who said that, who's standing with a group of the other coworkers, and says that like, if any of them have any problem with the way he runs this, they should just keep in mind that he can fire anyone he wants. Which is technically the truth. I guess if you're the manager and you're tight with the owner, you could theoretically fire anyone that you want. But if you're gonna be a good manager, I don't think managing by fear and convincing everybody that they're inches away from losing their job is the best option. Especially when you're going to be taking out your anger and firing the hardest worker. Like at that point, everybody else who works there is like, ah, crap, dude, I'm screwed. This guy's definitely gonna fire me. If he's so pissed off at the dude working 60 hours a week who never complains, then I'm definitely gonna have an issue with them. But whatever, he can fire whoever he wants. That's the truth. But all the workers at that point kind of realize that it's just a matter of time until he decides to get mad at them, take his anger out on them, and fire them. So they don't want to work for him anymore. If he's willing to fire the best worker that they have on the spot, it's not a place that they would like to work anymore. And it's just not dealing with all the rules, dude, having him time how long you were in the bathroom to see if he thinks you were stealing company time, all this crap, like a new script that he's gonna demand that everybody says. It's just not worth dealing with it. So the subscriber decides that he's gonna quit, and he says, all right, well, if you're gonna fire him, then I quit. He figures he could always get a job somewhere else at this point, and like, whatever, it's just not worth working with this dude. And the manager yells at him that he can't quit. He's not actually allowed to quit without a 2-week notice. Which is funny. He's allowed to fire people on the spot in front of everybody. That's chill. But if they want to quit, then he would expect a 2-week notice. Isn't it funny how that works? All right, like I can put you in a crappy position. I can give you no job, but you can't put me in a bad position. That's not how this works. And when the coworkers start to hear the manager demanding that they put in their 2 weeks and that they can only quit on his terms, basically, a lot of them decide that they're gonna quit. So now there's a group of about 6 people that are quitting, and them and Alec are walking out. And as they're walking out, the manager hops over the counter, does the little like Tom Cruise Mission Impossible slide across the counter, and literally gets between them and the door and starts saying that, they're not allowed to walk out during a shift, and he'll keep Alec on until the end of the shift. He doesn't need to leave right now. Which, listen, dude, if they're already quitting, I don't think the best maneuver is to say you can't leave and then offer the person who you just fired like the rest of the shift. Hey man, listen, I know I fired you and you're gonna gonna have to go find a way to get a new job because you're fired. But I'll let you stay an extra 5 hours to work with me if you want. Like, no one's gonna take that offer. That isn't actually that good of a deal. No offense. I don't care where you work. It's not a reward for me to have to deal with a crappy boss for an extra 6 hours after I've already been fired. But Alec decides to smack him back with the I can fire anyone I want, and he says that they're allowed to quit any job that they want. And the group at that point has swelled to 8 people, and there's only about 10 people working at any given time, not including the manager. So like 80%-ish of the workforce is deciding that they're done and walking out. And the manager is pissed, and he's just going off about how if they walk out this door, they'll never be able to work for this franchise again. Which, listen, I've had bosses use against me before, like, if you quit, you'll never be able to work for this franchise of grocery stores again. And it's like, all right, you know what? I'll take my chances. Oh well, I'll never be able to work for this fast food franchise again. Dang it, it's not like they live in America where fast food franchises are basically our national mascot, dude. We have more fast food places than I think we have any other building. I would love to see a comparison, like if you combined all art centers, all libraries, all schools, and then the amount of McDonald's, how many more times McDonald's would there be? Like, there's probably at a point where we're at a McDonald's for every 10 Americans or something. And that's not where he worked. I'm just talking about how much we love fast food. Like, if he's banned from working there, McDonald's is always an option. It's just not a very scary threat. So the 8 of them end up walking out. And as they're walking out of the parking lot, the other 2 workers that were going to stay walk out. And when they're walking out to the parking lot, the original group is like, oh, why did you decide to quit? You guys were going to stay. And they said that after they left, the manager had turned on them and started screaming at them, saying that they were idiots and da-da-da-da-da, and the entire shift had gone awry and they should have backed him up. And they were like, listen, man, they all just quit. We stayed. Why are you mad at us? Like, we're literally the only people that are still here. You just lost 80% of the people that work here. You're going to scream at us when we stayed? And he had said something about how, like, well, if they wanted to quit, they should just go ahead because he didn't want people there that didn't want to work for him. So they left. I don't think he understands that reverse psychology only works if it's like, I don't know, somewhat logical. Telling them that they should quit when they want to quit is going to make them quit. I just don't understand what he was going for there. If you don't want to be here, then just quit. Okay, well, I quit. I don't want to be here. I don't think people are jumping for joy to be at their job. Like, that's one thing I think bosses never understand. A job is a job. It's not like they're going to be super, super stoked to be here all the time. Under the logic of if you don't want to be here, quit, you're never going to have workers, because who really wants to be at work? Aw, man, I love working a double shift. Like, I don't think people really feel that way. Anyways, they all walked out, they all quit, and he was literally left alone to work the rest of the shift. He probably called in a couple of their coworkers or something, but with how many people were in the store, I'm sure it was not a very fun time. Imagine having like 150 people waiting in your lobby and your entire staff walks out on you in front of them and you're like, no, don't worry, I'll come make all the food. I'm sure he was able to eventually get more workers, but they probably won't last too long and the reviews have tanked on the place. Not that it matters, it is just like a piece of a franchise, so I'm sure it's still going to get plenty of business. But the fact that he thinks that's the right way to keep workers is just firing the hardest workers in front of a bunch of people and then screaming at anyone that slightly disagrees. I don't know how that business practice is going to work out, bro. Anyways, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. I know this is a little bit of a shorter one. I just thought it was entertaining, so I'll share it with y'all. If you did enjoy, go ahead and press the like button, please. It really helps the video do better. And comment the word banana peel in the description if you've ever slip and slid all over the place. Other than that, if you like story times, you should subscribe and turn on notifications because I post them pretty often and you don't want to miss out. And if you ever want to listen offline without gameplay, whatever floats your boat, I do post the audio versions of these on Spotify. A link to it will be in the description. Feel free to go check it out. And I also made a new playlist here on YouTube with some of my favorite story times from the year. So if you need something to listen to while you're gaming, doing homework, or whatever, there's also a link to that down in the description. But on that note, that's everything that I've got to plug. Hopefully nobody ends up working a job as crappy as these dudes did. But on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and today I've got a story time for y'all about gambling in the lunchroom back in my time in middle school. I figured it would be a story time y'all would enjoy. But before we get into it, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam, you're going to be cursed by a very angry witch. And without further ado, let's get into it.
Alright, I want to open this up by saying I definitely was not the smartest person in middle school. I wasn't the smartest person for a very long time. In fact, I would venture out and say I am not the smartest person today. There's a lot of people out there that are a lot smarter than me. That being said, one thing that I would do in middle school that was especially stupid was eat gross stuff because I thought that it was funny. You know, I just got a big kick out of making people laugh, so if I could, like, put mayo in a chocolate milk, shake it up, and drink it, and everybody would laugh, I thought it was worth doing it. And I shouldn't have done it, you know, it was pretty gross, but I thought it was funny at the time. And I would do it every now and then at lunch, and it slowly started to, like, catch on, and some of the other kids that were willing to do anything to make people laugh started to, like, eat gross stuff too, and naturally, whenever you do something and other people start to do it, it becomes a little bit of a competition. And, you know, slowly but surely, like, a mayo and a chocolate milk became, like, all of the sauces we had available at lunch in a chocolate milk. Or, you know, all right, go buy a cheese stick and then put it on this guy's shoe and then eat it. Just stupid stuff, dude. It's really embarrassing to admit. Like, this is not a story I'm necessarily proud of, all right? That being said, it became a little bit of a competition. And when it became a competition, I also started to make a little bit of money doing it because we would bet on it. You know, like, people would be like, I will give you $5 if you eat this because I don't think that you're gonna eat it. And naturally, you know, I don't know if this is a good or bad thing. I just don't really get grossed out by eating things. So, like, I started to make good money. All I would have to do is drink a milk with hot sauce in it. I'd make $10. It was pretty chill. That being said, we had to keep it very, very low-key because, you know, betting on stuff and having money swirling around in school was definitely not allowed, and we were aware of that. This wasn't a situation where we thought we were doing nothing wrong. We all knew that, like, you know, betting on this, doing this would be frowned upon and we could get in trouble, so we would hide it as much as humanly possible. And we would do it as often as we can, like, you know, get together, eat gross stuff, bet on it, because it was just fun, it was entertaining. But obviously, we knew that, like, we weren't supposed to be betting on anything, especially during lunch. There was this one really mean lunch aide, and she did not play, dude. Like, she was a little bloodhound for, like, sniffing out stuff that was not supposed to be happening. Like, you could start thinking of doing a prank in the lunchroom, and she would walk up to you and be like, you're thinking about doing something stupid, don't do it. She had magic powers. Anyways, one day, we had, like, started betting at our lunch table about who would eat what. We went up, got milk, got all the sauces, and then we had gone into this one bathroom on this side of the lunchroom that nobody was in to, like, put sauces in the milk and eat and, like, do the gross food challenge. And obviously there had been money on the ground, everybody had been kind of betting a bit, and we had a guy outside that acted as a lookout, and if somebody was coming in, he was just gonna bang on the wall a lot. And one of my friends had just drank a gross milk, and one of my friends had just had to cram a bunch of cherries in his mouth. And we start hearing this signal that the teacher is coming, like there's this banging on the wall. So obviously we start trying to hide everything, we start like throwing stuff in the trash, we start trying to pick up the money, but it kind of gets kicked away, so there's just money all over the ground. And one of my friends literally has like 50 cherries in his mouth. 50 is probably a little bit of an exaggeration, but his challenge had been to like literally just jam cherries into his mouth until it was uncomfortable. And so the door swings open, and sure enough, it's this teacher that has a reputation for, like, knowing when something's going on. And she's coming into the boys' bathroom. She's here to, like, she's not playing games. She knows we're up to some stupid stuff. And she comes in, she goes, "What are you guys doing in here?" And all she sees is us, like, with milk, looking suspicious as shit, and a bunch of money all over the ground. Like, there's just money everywhere. And obviously, we're up to no good. And my friend with all the cherries in his mouth has turned, so his back is to her, and he's not looking at her. And he just happens to be, like, the only person in the room who's not looking at her and giving her eye contact right now. And she really doesn't like that because obviously she thinks he's doing it in a disrespectful way, and he's just trying to hold it together because he has 50 cherries in his mouth. So she, like, grabs his shoulder and turns him around and, like, grabs his other shoulder and goes, "What is going on?" And she, like, shakes him a little. And we start laughing, and when we laugh, it triggers him to laugh. And when he laughs, these cherries just start flying out of his mouth like a machine gun. And listen, I'm gonna rank this up there as one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life, dude, because I've never seen anything like it since, and I've never seen anything like it before. I don't know if it's the laugh or like the shape of his mouth, dude, but these cherries are literally flying out like one after another, like, and they're just literally going in a straight beam. It looked like something that Chip and Dale would do in an old Disney cartoon. And like I said, they've been sitting in his mouth for a bit, so like, you know, they're wet, they're pretty gross, and they are smacking into her face. She had grabbed his shoulder and turned around to make eye contact with him. So as these cherries are flying out of his mouth, they start smacking her in the face. And obviously, anyone that's getting smacked in the face with like these kind of half-chewed, saliva-covered cherries is going to instantly have a disgusting reaction, because that's disgusting. I don't think anyone in their right mind would ever want to be covered in that. You know, no offense to my friend, but I think the last thing I would ever want is to be covered with anyone's saliva, period, especially a stranger, you know, like that's just, no thank you. But it freaks her out so much that she goes to puke. So she lets go of him and runs into the stall to puke, right? And so she's in there, we hear her puking, and we're all looking at each other, and we're like, let's go. So we are like starting to scramble around. Some people just run out. I decide that, like, you know, I had drank my milk. I know how much money I had to make, so I'm gonna grab my money. So I'm looking around, I'm trying to grab it off the floor. Everybody else is just scrambling out the door. Like, it was one of those doors that kind of swung, and so I'm hearing just like whoosh, 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 whoosh as the door is swinging back and forth. And I finally, you know, I'm scrambling around. I grab all the money that I won, and I'm like, all right, let's go. So I dip out, and we obviously all don't go back to one lunch table. Everybody, like, took off anything very distinguishing that they had on them. And we just kind of split up, right? And I end up with the money that I had won, obviously, back at one of the tables where the kid with the cherries in his mouth was, and there was another kid that had been in there drinking a milk. And we were kind of together, and so, like, we were kind of just talking about what had gone down. We were keeping our voices down, trying to lay low, obviously. And, you know, we're just kind of, like, laughing and being scared at the same time. And finally, we see the teacher come out of the bathroom. She had puked. She must have gotten it all out after getting smacked in the face with some saliva-soaked cherries, right? And we see her go up to the guy who has the microphone, and they're talking, and she's obviously very upset. She's pretty heated. And the guy on the microphone is looking at her like she's saying something that he doesn't really understand, but he nods his head, and finally he gets up on the microphone, and he's like, all right, whichever kids were just in the bathroom gambling, you know, you need to come up here and turn yourselves in. We're gonna find out who you are, so turn yourselves in. And, you know, like, obviously we're kind of sitting there trying to decide what to do because they're obviously talking to us. Alright guys, I'm going to interrupt the video for just 1 second. If you look at your screen now, you'll see an Xbox gift card. For those of you that don't know, I give one of these away in every video I post to say thanks to y'all for subscribing and turning on notifications. So, if you haven't already, subscribe, turn on notifications. I really appreciate it. And if you already do, you're a G. I'll shut up and get back to the video now. Thanks, and enjoy. And I don't know how stupid they thought we are, because it doesn't take us long to come to the conclusion that we're not going to snitch on ourselves. If we got away with it and you're going up and having to make an announcement that's like, all right, guys, we know who you are, but come tell us who you are, then you don't know who we are. You know what I mean? Because if you did, you would just come tap me on the shoulder and be like, you were just gambling. So anyways, I'm at this table, and I look at my friend who had the cherries in his mouth, and he had this beanie that he would wear every day, dude. Like, it was like a cartoon character thing to him. And I'm like, you need to get rid of that beanie, because she saw you with the beanie on when you spit the cherries at her. So if you keep wearing that, she's gonna realize it's you. And he's like, no, bro, she's not gonna remember me. And I'm like, dude, you just spit cherries in her face and made her puke at school. I guarantee you she's gonna remember who you are. So if you don't get rid of that beanie, then, like, this entire thing's gonna fall apart. So he finally reluctantly is like, fine, I'm gonna throw away the beanie, but, you know, I don't really want to, but I'm like, you need to. So he goes and throws away the beanie. And sure enough, thank gosh he did it, because she starts looking for us like there's no tomorrow over the next few days, dude. She's like walking up in between tables, you know, asking random kids that just kind of look like they would have been involved, like if they were involved. She's asking our teachers to start asking us questions. Our entire little group at lunch, like, stopped sitting together for a very long time, and it genuinely felt like I was, like, having to lay low because of just some stupid trying to drink milk with, like, mayo in it.
But I was scared at the time. Like, in retrospect, it was stupid. Like, who cares, really? But at the time, man, I'm like, bro, if I have to explain to my parents what I was doing, then, like, I'm gonna look like an idiot. No, Dad, you don't understand. They were paying me to eat the disgusting food, right? But thankfully, by, like, the grace of Grayskull, dude, nobody opens their mouths. And this is why it's an important thing to only do stupid stuff with people that you trust, dude. Because if there would have been any kid that's mom would have been like, you need to do the right thing and admit that you're the kid that spit cherries at the teacher, we were all going down. We were all getting in trouble for gambling about eating gross food. But sure enough, a part of that came with, like, you know, not getting in trouble for it and not really ending up in the dean's office having to explain myself was the fact that we didn't get to gamble ever again, which was actually pretty sad. You know, that sounds like I was probably developing a problem and it's for the best, but, like, you know, it was just doing something dumb with your friends. It wasn't like we were trying to be harmful. We were just like, oh, all right, dude, you won't eat a cheese stick with marinara sauce and bean dip. Like, it was just, we were just being dumb, you know, but we definitely didn't want to push it and get in any more trouble. I feel like once you make a teacher puke, it's kind of just the child equivalent of like spitting on a cop. They're just gonna try to find ways to get you in trouble. Like, that teacher, if given the opportunity to crack down on our gambling ring, probably would have made sure we got expelled, because, you know, I'm sure she did not enjoy the memory of saliva-covered cherries smacking her in the face and then puking. You know, maybe that's just me thinking. I guess I don't really know too much about exactly what the thought process was, but I will say I still do think about that from time to time, only because I really have never seen anything like it. Like, he got grabbed and literally did the thing from a cartoon where he's just like, pew, 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 pew. It was absolutely incredible to watch, dude. And listen, I know it's gross. I know people are like, dude, it was spit-covered cherries. You don't understand, man. It was like a little machine gun, and the noise it made, like, but like more consistently, less of a fart, more of like a I'm doing my best out here, guys. And what's really wild is the kid that swallowed all the cherries and like did that situation did end up going to be a sword swallower. Like, that's what he does now. He's a performer, and that's part of his act. So, you know, if you're obsessed with fitting 50 cherries in your mouth and want to be a sword swallower, don't give up on your dreams. That's the moral of the story. I'm not saying that your dream should be being a sword swallower, all right? There's also nothing wrong with that, you know, like, good for him. He chased his dreams, but definitely a very Las Vegas thing to have a friend you grow up with going on to be a sword swallower. But hey, like I said, never give up on your dreams. Don't let your memes be dreams. You never know when cherries turn into swords and then you're a professional, okay? Regardless, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would really, really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought. If you don't know what to comment, go ahead and comment the word cherries down below. It just helps the video do better, and I'd really, really appreciate it. Other than that, if you want to help me out more, I will put a link to the intro song in the description, along with a link to my podcast, The Scuffed Cast. Or if you really want to help me out, you can get yourself some G Fuel and use code Scrubby at the checkout. You'll get a discount, and it helps me out. Everyone's a winner. I got two more things I gotta plug. Number one, the Karen Christmas sweater is available once again. If you guys want to get this, I'll put this near the top of the description. And I did go ahead and put some of my story times up on Spotify for you guys to listen to. That link will be at the top of the description, so feel free to go check that out. If you're traveling, you know, need them offline, anything like that, there you go. Put them on there, and there'll be more coming soon. And yeah, as I've said, on that note, guys, that'll do it for the video. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and today I've got a story time for y'all that I think you guys are gonna find interesting. Basically, apparently at this dude's school, there was a Minecraft server that got popular, a little too popular, to the point where the kid who made it basically had a cult. I don't know how you start a Minecraft cult, but somehow he did it, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. But before we get into it, press the like button, or no joke, no scam, your family members are going to join a Minecraft cult, and trust me, you don't want that to happen. And without further ado, let's get into it.
Nice rack and her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million. Swear
So it's no secret Minecraft had itself a little bit of a comeback last year. You know, when Dream and all those dudes started popping off, it felt like everyone and their mom started playing Minecraft again. And it's a great game, nothing wrong with that. But it meant that, like, a lot of people wanted to play with their friends from school, whatnot. And Realms made it easier, but when you wanted to have a ton of people on one server, it was still like hosting a server was the way to go. And there was one kid at this school that the subscriber went to that had the ability to host a server. He had one with 100 slots, and by default, it kind of became like the school server. Everybody would play on there, you know, it was a big deal to have a big house in there, all that good stuff. And for the most part, most of the people in the server would just hop on, play for a little bit, hop off every now and then. There was plenty of people that had logged in, played for a week, and then never played again. Like, there was plenty of normal people. But there was a group of like 8 or 9 kids that was basically always online. They were the moderators and the administrators inside of this little server, and they were literally never seen offline. It was like they lived there. Honestly, if they could have lived in their Minecraft houses, then they probably would have, all things considered. Like, that's how much they were honestly online. You know when someone's online so much, you start to wonder if they're just sleeping with their computer on? That level. And whenever other people would log into the server, like people would be in there other than the administrative team, they would be really, really quiet. Like, usually an admin team, you know, is talking to each other, trying to be in issues, but it was like they would only talk and move and do things when people weren't online. And obviously that creeps some people out. And the subscriber is the type of person who gets curious about things like this and was kind of noticing this weird trend. So he decided to just stay in the server one night, pretend that he was AFK, keep like spinning his character, but you know, convince them that he wasn't paying attention, that they were the only ones online, and just see what they were up to. And so he's just doing his thing, minding his business, just watching YouTube videos, moving his character every now and then so he doesn't get disconnected. And sure enough, at about 2 in the morning, they start teleporting to him to see what he's up to. And after a while, they're typing in chat and they're like, all right, well, I think he's AFK, so let's just do it. And they start all going to meet in the middle of the town. As I said, it was like a server with 100 people. So they had built some buildings for like the city. They had a little town, all that good stuff. And in the middle of the town was this like town hall looking thing. And so he walks over to the town hall where they all are, and he's shift walking. Because for those of you that don't know, if you shift walk in Minecraft, other people can't see your name. So he's shift walking over there, and they had a Discord server for the server. And he's looking at it, and there's a voice chat that says admin team that they're literally all in. Like all 10 of them and the owner. And he starts kind of going around, and he gets to this point in the wall where there's like no way through. And he sees their names on the other side of the wall, but he just can't really find a way to get through, right? And so he's looking around, and finally he sees a painting, and they had done like one of those secret doors that is behind a painting. So he goes behind the secret door in the painting, steps on a pressure plate. It's this big like piston door thing that opens up, and there's this other really long hallway. So he goes down this really long hallway, and he gets to this spot where like he can see around the corner a little bit if he goes into third person mode. And he sees that it's this big room just covered in netherrack, like all the stuff from the nether, right? And in the middle is this big fire, and they've like built this like human looking thing in the middle of the fire, and they're all standing there in these skins that are like people's robes, basically looking like they're doing some type of weird satanic ritual in Minecraft, right? And I understand that, whatever, it's funny, it's haha. But what really weirds him out is as he's watching is that like it didn't seem like it was just some trolling behavior. You know, if you and your friends got together and decided to do like a little funny troll LMAO, look at our satanic cult in Minecraft moment, you wouldn't have like practiced little movements that you guys all do in sync. Like, you know how synchronized swimmers start moving in sync? That's what they start doing around this fire, dude. It was the type of thing that it was definitely not the first time they had done this. They had practiced this a multitude of times, and that's why it's so weird, dude. Like, whatever, everyone's trolled and done stupid things in Minecraft. I don't think there's no denying that. But I've never, like, you know, made a satanic cult and practiced it to my friends to the point where we have 10 of us doing synchronized swimming lessons around the server. That just seems like they took it a little bit too far, in my opinion. And so obviously this guy's watching this and he's like, what in the world is going on, right? Like, what is this? And so he decides that he's just gonna run in there. So he takes his character, he unshifts, and he's running in there. And as soon as he runs in there, they all stop immediately, and they start typing in chat that, like, he needs to join a VC on Discord. Join a VC, join a VC, join a VC. And chances are that means that they want to drag him in so they can talk to him, right? And he's a little bit nervous because obviously he doesn't know what's going on, but, like, he's a little weirded out. But he decides that he's gonna join the VC and just see what they say. Alright guys, I'm gonna interrupt this for just 1 second. If you take a look at your screen now, you'll see an Xbox gift card. For those of you that don't know, I give away a gift card in every single video I post here on the channel as a way to say thank you to y'all for subscribing and turning on notifications. And while I'm interrupting, you might as well take a second to press the like button and go ahead and comment the word Minecraft down below if you want to join a Minecraft cult. And yeah, on that note, I'll shut up and get back to the video. Thanks. So he joins a voice chat and they drag him in and they're like, how long have you been watching? And he just says long enough to like see whatever's going on, right? That's literally all he says. He doesn't say he thinks it's weird. He doesn't say anything. And immediately they start being weird, which is also why he thinks it's not a joke, right? Because like instead of just being like, oh my gosh, dude, that's so funny, blah, 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 blah. They just start being like, yeah, well, you know, we built this because we just, we thought it was cool, you know? And he's like, yeah, okay. I mean, I just figured I wanted to see what was going on. And he goes, yeah. Well, there's nothing weird going on, all right? Like, just so you know, there's nothing weird in the server. Like, we're not up to anything weird. And the subscriber is kind of like, okay, that's kind of a weird thing to say if you're not up to anything weird, but whatever, all right. And they kind of tell him, like, you know, well, you know, if you could not tell anyone about this, like, we want to kind of keep it our secret, we'd really appreciate it. And obviously, he doesn't really know what to do with that information, so he's like, all right, and then they remove him from the call. They don't give him a chance to leave, they take him out. And so at that point, he decides he's not going to tell anyone right away. He goes to sleep, and the next day at school, he's just, like, going to think about it. Maybe if someone asks him, he'll talk to him, but, like, he just doesn't know what to do with the information he has now. So the next day he's at school, and at some point he has to go to the bathroom, and it's during the class he's in. And it just so happens that he's in a class with one of the kids that was in this little like group of people doing this ritual thing, this cult thing in Minecraft. And he has to go to the bathroom, and the teacher is filling out the slip. And as he's filling out the slip, he notices that this kid's staring at him really weirdly and like texting on his phone very urgently, you know, very urgently. And sure enough, he leaves, he goes to the bathroom, and he's doing his thing at the bathroom, and it just so happens, like, he's at a urinal, right? And he feels this, like, thing behind him, just the presence of something behind him. And so he turns around, and probably 2 inches away from him, just, like, way too uncomfortably close at the urinal, is the owner of the server. And he turns around, and they're face to face, and the owner of the server gets, like, right up in his face, inches away, and says, do we understand that you're not gonna tell anyone about what you saw on the server? And obviously the subscriber is just insanely confused because he's like, I haven't told anyone, and like, why are you coming into the bathroom to threaten me? And so he just says, are you threatening me right now? Because it feels very threatening, which is just the truth. Like, if you're following someone into the bathroom, that's weird, dude. You're threatening them. And the owner of the server goes, no, I'm just saying that if you told anyone, we might have to take matters into our own hands. Do you understand? And at that point, he's just like, what in the world is going on, dude? I stayed up just to see what people do on the server at night, and now I've got this dude saying if I tell anyone it exists, he's gonna take matters into his own hands. And at that point, he's gotta make a choice, right? Does he, like, keep pushing and really try to find out whatever's happening in this Minecraft server and try to have all these dudes fight him? Or does he just kind of let it go because he doesn't care that much? And he decides to let it go because he doesn't care that much. I can't really blame him. I don't know if I'd want to go to war with a Minecraft cult that's like following me into the bathroom and threatening me, right? And so he says he's not going to tell anyone, it's not going to be an issue, and the owner of the server goes, good, but we're going to keep an eye on you. And he doesn't really know what they mean by that, dude, like keep an eye on me in the bathroom or what? But sure enough, for about the next 2 weeks, he would just had the feeling he was being watched, and he would look around and like one of the 10 kids from that Minecraft server would be somewhere looking at their phone, texting someone while watching him. It was like they all had to keep tabs on him, and anytime they were watching him, report in to like the owner of the server just to make sure that, you know, he wasn't telling anyone about what he saw. And it started to really freak the dude out to the point where he just like left the Discord server. He stopped playing on the Minecraft server. He was like, I just want nothing to do with this. And when he left the Discord server, he got a message from an account he didn't recognize, and it just said, excellent choice. And he was just like, all right, dude, I'm done. I don't know what I stumbled upon, but whatever it is, these kids have started a Minecraft cult, and whatever I witnessed them doing, whatever ritual where they've like synchronized their keyboard machines, they don't want anyone to know about. And so he's just, gonna be sworn to secrecy. He had to tell someone, so he sent it in to be told on YouTube. I don't know. If they see this, you're kind of screwed, dude. I don't know how many Minecraft cults are out there. But, you know, he didn't say where he is or anything, so I hope for the best.
Seriously though, why a cult in Minecraft? And what could they possibly be doing in Minecraft that's like this serious, dude? I feel like this is a case of them pretending that they're like a part of something really important more than it is anything else. But yeah, regardless guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I'd really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought of the video, and of course subscribe if you're new and turn on notifications. If you really want to help me out, you can do it by doing me a big favor. Checking out the intro song link down below, or the podcasts, the Scuffed Cast link also down below, or you can use code Scrubby at the G Fuel checkout. It's a great way to get a discount on G Fuel energy drinks and help me out. Everyone's a winner. And of course, as I'm sure you guys are aware of, it is October, which means Halloween is approaching. And if you take a look at your screen, we got the Halloween merch, just the absolute coolest thing to ever exist, and it can be yours by clicking the top link in the description, so be sure to do that and get yourself some. But yeah, on that note guys, I think that's gonna do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I've got a story time for y'all about something that I hope not a lot of you have experienced at your jobs, which is dealing with somebody that cares way too much about something you have no control over. Basically, a subscriber that's employed at everyone's favorite game store had somebody come in and literally start crying over the console wars. And it wasn't a kid. No, it was a grown man. Regardless, I figured the story time would be funny, y'all would enjoy it, so that's what we're going to be talking about today. But before we get into it, be sure to press the like button, or no joke, no scam, your firstborn son is going to be 47 years old living in your basement crying about PlayStation 5s, and trust me, you don't want that. And without further ado, let's get into it.
Nice rack and her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million. Swear.
Alright, I understand that everyone goes through a phase where they're like weirdly into the console wars for some reason. I don't know what it is, but you know, when I was 12, I was very passionately Team Xbox 360. I thought PS3 was lame. Since then, obviously, I've kind of changed my mind a little bit. I've got both consoles now, not both new ones, okay? I have a PS3 and an Xbox 360. I've just kind of grown to learn that they're both companies that like just want your money, so you might as well just get what you want and play what games you want, and being loyal to them is. And I feel like most people, you know, have that phase where they're loyal to one but eventually come to like the same conclusion, which is video games in general are cool, and Sony and Microsoft both just want you to buy it. Being loyal to a company like that's a little silly. But sometimes I guess people don't grow out of it, and this is one of those situations. The subscriber obviously works at everyone's favorite game store. I'm not gonna say it just because, you know, I don't want them to like get mad at me for saying anything like this. But obviously their clientele at this point isn't necessarily like the hippest, most up-to-date gamers. I feel like really, you know, the only time I ever go into game stores these days is just to kind of look around, like if I was in the mall for some reason. I don't ever actually go there for like my needs. I just tend to order everything online. But they like the job because they get to work with video games a lot, so they're just kind of chilling, doing their thing at work one day, and in walks this guy that, you know, the subscriber can just instantly kind of tell is gonna be an annoying customer. For whatever reason, there's this type of person that would come into this game store that, like, didn't actually want to buy anything. They would just want to come in, talk about video games, but not talk about it in a way where it's like a conversation where you guys are going back and forth and kind of having a discussion about it, but where they just kind of want to like make you look dumb because they want to seem like they know more about video games than you, so they'll just kind of like gotcha question you about every little detail of every little thing. And it's kind of frustrating, and the subscriber can tell it's going to be one of those scenarios, right? And he walks in and instantly starts questioning about like, so, the new consoles have been out of stock everywhere, huh? There's been that huge chip shortage. There's basically no way to get a new console recently. It really sucks because I want one. I'm not going to pay a scalper. But, you know, it is what it is. And obviously the subscriber's being nice and is just like, yeah, obviously we've had a huge shortage. It's been a big pain in the butt, you know. Whenever they come in, it seems like they go out of stock incredibly quick. And obviously, there's this like, okay, this is a relatively normal conversation. But all of a sudden, the guy kind of gets this smug look on his face and he goes, yeah, but we all know that the PlayStation 5 sells out way faster than the Xbox. And the subscriber kind of smiles and he's like, yep, I mean, they kind of both sell out really, really quick. I don't really know which one sells out quick. It changes week to week. Sometimes it's the Xbox, sometimes it's the PS5.
But whatever it is, both new consoles sell out really quick. And the guy, who's probably about 35 years old, not even like barely an adult, like really an adult, says, well, yeah, but you know, the PlayStation 5 does sell out faster though, right? Like every time the PlayStation 5 is the one that sells out first. And the subscriber is kind of like, doesn't know why he wants to know this information so bad or why it matters. But he kind of just repeats his answer. He's like, well, no, you know, it just kind of depends. Sometimes it's the Xbox, sometimes it's the PS5. And this 35-year-old man literally goes like, ugh. And obviously everyone's a little bit confused in the store, and he's like, well, what's wrong? And he just starts going on this rant about how I just can't believe that anyone would ever want to buy an Xbox. Like, it's not even a good console. Does anyone even know how much more history Sony has behind it? And listen, I'm going to say this, Sony has been around in the gaming scene a lot longer than Xbox. I don't think anyone can deny that. That being said, it's just not that big of a deal, bro. If someone wants to buy an Xbox, let them buy an Xbox. You can't even really say that Xbox hasn't been around for a while at this point. Like at this point, what, the original Xbox is 20, 25 years old maybe? No, not that old, but like 20 years old-ish. So it's not like they're new players in the game, and at this point, the Xbox 360 was a good console, Xbox One was okay, like I could see why people would like Xbox. Not to mention, you're a grown man, so who cares, bro? Like, why do you care what console people are playing these days? It's just a big tragedy if, you know, people aren't playing the same console as you. And obviously the subscriber doesn't really know how to react in this situation. It's not every day you have a grown man like crying about why people buy Xboxes. So he just says what he thinks the best thing to say in the situation is, which is basically like, well, you know, it's my job to sell consoles to people, so I don't really have an opinion on what they're playing. If they come in and want an Xbox, it's my job to sell them Xbox games, and I just kind of like all video. Which is probably just like the chillest way to answer this question, talk to him, engage him, but also not make him angrier. Basically like, hey man, I just work here, I don't really care that much what people buy. And truthfully, like, it's all video games at the end of the day. This is what I've never understood about some gaming fanboys. You can have your favorite stuff. Everybody, like, obviously, you know, I pretend to hate certain games because it's funny. But truthfully, dude, if I saw a kid in a Fortnite shirt, I'm not gonna, like, walk up to him, kick him in the face, and be like, Fortnite's cringe! You know, I'll make jokes about it, but there's just no need to get this mad about video games. But I guess that's not a good enough answer because this guy just goes like, I don't even think that you guys should sell it, honestly. Do you guys have your manager here? Do you have your manager here? And the subscriber is just kind of like, yeah, my manager's here, but like, what do you want to talk to him about? And he goes, I just want to talk to him and see if there's any way for me to have the Xboxes removed from the store. And obviously the subscriber is like thinking, there's no way this is gonna happen. I don't know what this guy expects. We're not gonna get rid of like half of our sales because he just doesn't like Xbox. Whether or not you like the other side of the console wars, right? It's just reality that a store is gonna make more money selling both than exclusively selling one. Yeah, here in this game store, we only sell Sony products. It's like, all right, so just half of gamers are just out of luck. You're just not gonna have anything for them. But at the same time, he realizes that if he goes and gets his manager, it's just not his problem anymore. So he goes, gets his manager, kind of says there's this guy upset about the console wars. And the manager goes, what is this, 2007? And so he comes out and he walks over to the guy and he's like, what's the problem? And this grown man goes, I just think that Xboxes are like an inferior gaming system and it's ridiculous that your corporation would even have them in stock. It's insulting to gamers like myself. Dude, do you know how sensitive you have to just be offended by something being in stock at a store? Like, you're not even mad because Xbox, Bill Gates beat my mom with an Xbox. Like, nothing like that. You are offended because you walked into a game store and saw, like, one of the most popular game brands there. Dude, Baby Lotion Soft. And he kind of goes off for a second, and the manager cuts him off before he can, like, start yelling anything else. And he goes, listen, man, we're just a store. If you have any problems with what we carry in stock, you can talk to corporate, but I have no control over that. And it's almost like this guy just doesn't compute with the fact that the manager at a game store has no control over, like, literally anything in stock. That's all corporate. They're in charge of that. And he literally starts stamping his foot like a toddler and is like, no, I need it gone now. And the manager says, okay, if you're going to cause a scene like that, then please get out of my store. And as soon as he realizes that he's getting kicked out of the game store, he like turns the temper tantrum up to 11, stamping his feet saying, don't buy any Xbox products. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
And obviously everybody in the store is like turning and looking at him now. So the manager goes to remove him. And at this point, this guy is literally crying, tears coming out of his eyes as he's screaming at people to not buy any Xbox products. I really don't know what Microsoft did to this dude, but his hatred ran deep. He's screaming, crying about how no one should buy these because it's just ridiculous. Why would anyone want to buy an Xbox product? And they're just escorting him out. And he's not really fighting being escorted out. He's just literally throwing a temper tantrum, waterworks, the whole shebang over console wars. Alright guys, I'm going to interrupt the video for just 1 second. If you take a look at your screen now, you'll see a PlayStation gift card. I wouldn't want to upset Mr. Neckbeard over there. So for those of you that don't know, I give away one of these in every single video I post here on this channel as a way to say thank you to you guys for being subscribed with notifications on. So if you haven't already, you should do that. If you already got them on, you're a G. But other than that, be sure to press the like button, scroll down to the comment section down below, and comment the word Xbox down below if you're a genius. And yeah, on that note, let's get back to the video. Thanks. So he gets escorted out and they kind of push him out there and they're like, okay, you can't come back, right? And sure enough, they think it's over. The manager comes back in, starts talking to the worker and is like, my goodness, people are so crazy. Who would have thought that like in the year 2021, people would still be upset about console wars? And it just so happened that right by the door of the store, they had this like big cardboard display that just so happened to be an Xbox display, and then across from that was a PlayStation display. And they had kicked this guy out, so they didn't necessarily think it was going to be a problem or anything, but sure enough, all of a sudden there's this big commotion and they see him like running up to the store, but running with like only the swag that a guy who would cry about the console wars would run with, you know, where like he's running, but you also can't tell if he's trying to skip or gallop. It just looks a little off. And he runs up and he basically just like pushes over the Xbox display and he goes, "Take that!" And he doesn't break it. He doesn't even like cause it to go into anything. He literally just pushes it over and he starts to go run away. But when he turns to run, he like misjudges how small the doorway is and he slams his right shoulder like into the other entry point way thing. And obviously when that happens, he's very dramatic, probably not used to having himself run into anything, just goes like, ah, like a wounded gazelle, dude, and just collapses and is like, I'm injured. And obviously everybody's looking at him and the manager says, get out of here, and starts walking over to him. And so he is seeing the manager coming over to him. I guess he had like, you know, injured his shoulder when he runs into this wall. And so he gets up and starts trying to run away from this dude. Keep in mind, he had run into this other wall with his right shoulder, right? And as he's going to run away, he's like fake limping for some reason. He's literally like pretending like he's injured his leg trying to escape. And he's like, I'm injured, but I'm still escaping. And the manager at that point is like, there's no reason for me to keep chasing this dude. This is just sad and pathetic at this point. So he gives up and he keeps limping away, and they watch him like kind of limp out past the food court and out the exit of the mall. And I love how just embarrassing himself in the game store wasn't enough. Like, it's already embarrassing enough to freak out and get kicked out of one of those with everybody seeing it. But to come back for round 2 and then, like, make the entire food court aware of your hatred for Xbox shows the dedication. You know, not good dedication, but dedication nonetheless. I also just would love to know what his plan really was here, right? Like, okay, so you've been kicked out, you've been banned from the game store, you saw that they have a cardboard display, you're gonna go push it over. What, do you think that's gonna like magically make the manager just have this come to Jesus moment where he's like, you're right, we simply can't carry Xbox products. Now that I've seen our cardboard display shoved over, I will immediately become god of the game store and get it banned by corporate. I never thought about it that way. My goodness, I'm such an idiot. Please forgive me, oh master overlord of gaming. Like, dude, I just don't understand what shoving the cardboard cutout was even supposed to do other than just annoy everyone and make them more sure of their decision to have you banned. And you didn't even buy anything. Like, you weren't even shopping. The entire reason the dude had come into the store was just kind of to browse and talk about stuff, and it ended like this. Like, if you weren't even coming in to buy anything, literally all of this could have been avoided. If you know that you usually throw a temper tantrum and start crying over console wars, it's probably just a good idea to avoid game stores in general for a while. Or just the conversation, like the fact that he started the conversation that made him go ballistic, even more of an L. But anyways, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, be sure to press the like button and let me know in the comment section down below. If you don't know what to comment, as I said, comment the word Xbox down there. It helps me out, makes the video hit recommended, and you should subscribe if you're new and turn on those notifications. Other than that, if you like the intro song, a link to it can be found in the description, along with a link to my podcast, The Scuffed Cast, and of course, you could use code SCRUBBY at the G Fuel checkout to get the best energy drink for gamers by gamers with a little bit of a deal for you. And last but certainly not least, it's October, so you know we got the Halloween merch on deck. You can find this at the link in the top of the description, and you should definitely go get yourself some, otherwise you're simply not Halloween. And yeah, on that note, guys, that'll do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.